He opened his eyes wide at the sound of his name, Eric Melvinser, being called beside him. The voice was calm, but the information it delivered was shocking. He was suffering from a disease called magical obstruction. Unlike ordinary people, his body was afflicted by a rare illness where mana, the essential energy source for mages, could not circulate freely. Eric sat quietly in his royal magic hospital room, listening to the doctor's relentless explanation. "We've tried every possible method on your body, but unfortunately, there's nothing more we can do." He bowed his head, awaiting the verdict on his future. "Sadly, you won't be able to use magic." As soon as he returned to Eden Academy, he heard another person's lament. "Eric, are you listening to me?" "Hello," he hurriedly said. "I'm sorry, sis. What did you just say?" She continued to express her concern. "How are you feeling? What did the doctors say? Did they find a cure? If you need more money, your sister can—" Eric, flustered, interrupted her. "Sis, calm down. I'm not a child anymore. You don't need to worry so much. I'll get better soon," she immediately retorted. "How can I not worry about my only remaining family?" With no other option, he changed the subject. "Oh sis, a friend called. I'll call you back later." The long beep allowed him to let out a sigh of relief. Eric gritted his teeth, his heart heavy, and mumbled, "I couldn't tell my sister the truth that I might not be able to return home anymore." Loud noises echoed from outside the academy gates. What happened to your grades? Damn it, it's those cursed professors. Hey, I never even came late to class, but I still got such low scores." They spoke even more harshly, looking at a report card full of AS. "But how is that Melvinser guy so different? I knew it. How can he get such high scores in every subject?" The boisterous noise continued to echo around the hall. "Look at my score again. It's the same as Melvinser's. Shut up and eat your food or you'll die." Eric's eyebrows furrowed until they almost met. He said in a voice full of unbearable irritation, "TCH, I failed again." Looking at his report card, once again filled with F grades, it was almost as if he'd be letting his classmates down if he didn't fail. This was his fourth failure. According to academy regulations, 4 failures meant. Eric quietly analyzed his verdict in his mind. Expulsion. "If I'm expelled like this, I'll tarnish my family's honor." He had studied his hardest and learned everything to stay here. As a result, he was able to acquire all the knowledge required by the academy. And of course, Eric took first place in all theoretical exams. More than that, without boasting, he believed he was special compared to others. Not only his intelligence, but also his ability to sense and understand mana was exceptional. A perfect understanding of theory and insight into mana are excellent abilities that mages always desire. However, all classes taught how to control it. Absorb the mana flow from the surrounding air and gather it all into your heart. That is what we call the mana core. What good was it that Eric possessed the abilities everyone desired? Every time he entered a class, he was surrounded by words of blame. "Why is that senior still stuck in first-year classes? Ha ha ha, I can't believe a mage can't even form a single mana core." Even Jordan stepped forward to advise him. "Why don't you give up magic and become a scholar? I'll put in a good word with the headmaster." Eric silently cursed to himself. "Damn this magical obstruction disease. Because of this, I can't use magic. Does that mean I can only ever be a scholar? Magic. Such an insignificant scholar won't bring pride to my family." He idly looked up at the blue sky. Eric stood before a colossal statue and murmured, "Grandfather, he was the hero of the Demon War. He was a distinguished spirit mage, none other than the legendary Eden Melvinser. He possessed beautiful green eyes and transcendent skills. The Empire's top magic academy was Eden Academy." Eric's mood plummeted instantly. "If I'm expelled from here, I'll be destroying the Melvinser family's pride with my own hands." Even now, whispers reached his ears. "Considering that guy is the grandson of the first headmaster," he bit his lip, listening to their mockery. Truly a disgrace to the Melvinser family. Everyone laughed heartily at the concept of being unqualified. Some even speculated maliciously, "When do you think the mage nobility will fall?" As soon as they finished speaking, they ran off. But Eric didn't let them escape and caught them. "Hey, you guys, you're first-year students of elementary magic, right?" Instinctively, they yelled. "Yes," and turned around. He approached the 2 juniors amidst their puzzled expressions. "Do you know an assistant professor named Shin? He's very kind, you know." Eric fixed his gaze on their name tags. "Let's see." He twisted the corner of his mouth and asked a simple yet cruel question. "What were your names?" Eric jumped in front of them and continued to spin an indirect tale. "Let's see, I don't think you can stand that cursed Shin guy toying with your necks anymore, can you? You were so fierce when cursing, but when the real owner showed up, you were all quick to run away. Damn it, seriously." Eric sighed as if bored, then turned his gaze to the side. A statue of Eden still stood tall, and he continued to blame himself inwardly. "Grandfather, no, even if father were still here, no, I need to focus. This isn't the place to be weak with this cursed body." Eric suddenly clenched his fist, resolving in his heart, "I'll break free from it." However, upon returning to his small abode, he stammered and lamented, "No, surely not, my goodness." Eric gripped the papers in his hand and mumbled softly, "The Academy's first report." He continued to curse subconsciously. "Damn it, there's no mention of magical obstruction disease at all." Suddenly, a dazzling flash swept past, catching Eric's attention. Shin rushed in like a storm, flattening him under his hand. The surrounding students gasped at this violent scene. Eric rubbed the back of his head with a trembling hand. Without thinking, he yelled, "Ah, damn it, who volunteered to idly teach this damn piece of trash? Damn it, what did you just babble?" He gritted his teeth and challenged, You used my name carelessly again, didn't you? Knowing he was cornered, Eric changed his attitude faster than turning a page. Oh, who do we have here? None other than the kind and excellent brother Shin Nestor. He didn't react at all but angrily questioned him. You damn brat, didn't I tell you not to use my name to scare the first years? Eric, sensing the mood, sat down and changed the subject. Oh, is that so? All right. Anyway, it's a special day, so I'll buy you a drink. But why don't you use nose-reshaping magic? Shin slammed the table and retorted. You brat, I'd rather die. Did I say something too harsh? Eric narrowed his eyes, trying to manipulate his friend's psychology. Come closer. That's why I told you never to do that. Watching Shin fidget uncomfortably, Eric's mind idly recalled the other's name, Shin. After Eric's family fell, the magic tower was led by the 6 imperial families, the hexagram. He was a member of the hexagram, a child of the Nestor family, and as soon as he graduated from the academy, he immediately became a professor, a truly exceptional talent, despite choosing a path diametrically opposite to Eric's. He was still the only one who stood by Eric. Shin pulled out a bundle of documents and asked, perplexed, What? Why are you looking at me like that? Without waiting for an answer, he pushed the documents forward. Eric's face darkened as he saw the densely packed text. What is this? Reading the title closely, he grew suspicious. Diamond Dragon? Exploration plan. Eric skimmed through it and gulped down water. Why are you giving this to me? Shin patiently explained his intentions. Although they are an ancient species, they are still being explored. Recently a nest was suddenly discovered. I want you to join this exploration team. He hastily clutched the bundle of papers and exclaimed, What? Eric's mind instantly tangled like a ball of yarn. Ancient dragon species, weren't they supposed to be extinct? Have they found a dragon's den again, which is considered the source of magic? Shin smiled with complete satisfaction at this reaction. Don't you think if you obtain even one artifact, the Academy will overlook your expulsion problem? Look at the map, and all of this is thanks to your sincerity. Eric immediately devoured the route, his thoughts fluctuating like a stock chart. This is incredible. It won't just solve the expulsion problem. What if the dragon's den could even cure my magical obstruction disease? No use, even if there is something, the headmaster will take it. Wait a minute, he shouted, loudly, then slammed the draft down on the table. Shin, startled, leaned back against the chair's backrest and cautiously asked, What are you doing? Why did you suddenly slam the table? Eric said nothing, but his mind was churning like a rough sea. Why didn't I think of this? This is an opportunity given to me by God. He twitched his lips and let out a clear laugh. Ah. Afterward, Eric maniacally covered his face, laughing wildly. Shin looked at this foolish guy and openly cursed. Damn it, what's wrong with this lunatic? He ignored the rude remarks and pointed a finger at a circled spot on the map. Shin, listen. After displaying a confident demeanor, Eric dropped a shocking information bomb. There's no nest here. Eric stood up and pointed to a spot on the map, saying the dragon's den won't be here. Shin was surprised. What? He hurriedly looked around, his face full of wariness. The person sitting at the table behind Eric was still absorbed in a book, and Shin glanced behind him. The 2 people at the next table were chatting cheerfully, and no one was paying attention to their situation. Shin bit his lip. Cold sweat sprang forth like a fountain. Thank goodness no one heard. Thinking that, Shin leaned close to Eric, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered in a low voice, Watch your mouth. Do you know how many professors are involved? You're messing with high-ranking people all at once. Eric shrugged and casually retorted, So what? Shin, slightly annoyed, glared at him. I could crush your head right now. Eric's eyes crinkled in a smile. Calm down, friend, you're the son of the Nestor family. After grinning, he sighed. Alright, at least just hear me out. Shin frowned and with a serious expression used magic to create a small magic circle on the map. The magic circle unexpectedly emitted a dazzling blue light. The next moment, the blue light suddenly spread, enveloping Eric and Shin's entire seats. The magic circle transported Eric and Shin to another space. Looking down from above, the spot Eric had just pointed to on the map appeared before their eyes, where a long, deep, bottomless fissure had formed in the ground. Shin opened his mouth. Fissures are formed by the collision of 2 geological strata. Beams of light of all colors spewed from the fissure. Shin could clearly see them with his naked eye, he continued, and a tremendous amount of mana is erupting from the fissure. Shin observed them for a moment, then continued. Such a large amount must have accumulated for at least 100,000 years. So you think the dragon's den is here? But Eric stood over the fissure, looking down, and asked Shin, who stood beside him, What are the 3 principles of mana flow? Shin crossed his arms and glared at Eric. Are you mocking me right now? Eric nudged his side with an elbow and replied with a laugh. Of course, you'd know such basic things, wouldn't you? Assistant Professor Shin's face flushed with anger, but he still answered patiently. From high places to low places. Looking at the bottomless deep fissure, Shin continued, from wide areas to narrow areas. The scenery suddenly changed, and Eric found himself standing inside an ice-filled cave. Shin glanced at him, his face visibly annoyed. Hot and cold energies spread throughout the cave, and Shin's form gradually faded. His voice echoed in Eric's ears, adding the remaining 2 words, from hot places to cold places. The next moment, Eric and Shin appeared in a vast void. Eric said confidently, Following those principles, anyone would be certain that the dragon's den is in this location. But Eric pointed in one direction, where a stream of yellow light appeared. Because extremely hot lava flows through the fissure, mana doesn't accumulate here. Therefore, dragons cannot live here. Shin frowned, his face clearly showing disbelief. No, that can't be right. At the spot Eric had just pointed to, lava was boiling over. A stream of hot lava erupted from the mountaintop. That place was Mount Lan. Melted lava pooled at the foot of the mountain. They flowed in winding paths to lower grounds. Eric looked down from a high vantage point. That's it. The lava from Mount Lan flows beneath the continental shelf. A moment later, as the magic circle dissipated, Eric and Shin returned to their original spot. Shin looked at Eric and asserted, "But we detected dragon mana fluctuations in this area. How can the dragon's den not be there?" Eric rested his chin on his hand and said nonchalantly, "I never said there was no den." Hearing him, Shin found it even harder to understand. "What?" Eric's lips curled into a smile. "There definitely is a den." After speaking, he pointed a finger at a spot on the map and said, "Here, inside Karagoon Cave." As Eric had speculated, there was indeed a cave at the spot he pointed to. Looking closer, the cave entrance was carved with the majestic figure of a golden dragon. Eric recalled a treasure trove with countless precious magic-related books piled high with gold and jewels. He asserted that it must be there. After that conversation, Shin walked towards a room. He scratched his head in embarrassment, cursing, "Damn it, how am I supposed to tell this to my superior?" Shin regained his composure. He raised his hand to knock on the door but paused. Shin broke out in a cold sweat from worry. He mumbled to himself, "Should we both pretend to be fools? If I anger the headmaster, I might be expelled. But if Eric is right, then that name..." Shin paced back and forth in the hallway, not daring to knock on the door. Suddenly he heard a sound and looked in the direction it came from. Not far away, Eric was diligently practicing magic. Shin was surprised by this sight. "Eric, what are you doing in the practice room by yourself?" Eric trembled all over, stretching his hands forward, trying to conjure magic. He seemed not to hear Shin, continuously mumbling, "No matter the cost, I must banish this curse and become the greatest mage, bringing glory to my family." A moment later, Eric was drenched in sweat, his face darkened, and veins slowly began to bulge. "Damn this magical obstruction disease." Shin, standing not far away, suddenly quirked the corner of his mouth into a smile and thought to himself, "That guy, he might be able to cure his magical obstruction disease." He slapped his cheeks with both hands to clear his head and said, "If that's the case, as his friend I should help him." In a room full of books, someone suddenly spoke. Indeed." The person held a newspaper, reading intently, yet continuously spoke. "Are you saying..." He put down the newspaper, revealing a face full of displeasure, glared at the person in front of him and asked in an angry voice, "Are you saying my research report is wrong?" The person who had just spoken was Ver, the headmaster of U.S. Academy. Shin stood opposite him, sweating profusely, and stammered, "No, not exactly, but perhaps..." Ver suddenly cut Shin off. "Shin, I don't understand why you've reached such a conclusion." "If you cannot persuade me," he said, shaking his leg. The next moment, Shin's entire body was enveloped in terrifying red mana. Ver emphasized, "Even if you are the son of the Nestor family." His eyes shone with a cold light, and he warned Shin with a dark expression, "I will not overlook this." Feeling the immense mana surrounding him, Shin broke out in a cold sweat, thinking in fear, "The mana is too strong. This is the power of a 7th-tier mage." Just then, the mana enveloping Shin suddenly cracked and shattered. Eric suddenly flung the door open, looking inside with a confident smile. Faint mana remaining in the room also gradually disappeared. Shin turned his head, saw the newly arrived person, and shouted in surprise, "Eric!" As soon as he saw Eric, he exclaimed with emotion, "Are you crazy? Why are you here?" Eric bowed politely, greeting, "Headmaster, hello, I apologize for intruding so suddenly." Shin stood beside him, sweating profusely on his behalf. Ver stared intently at Eric. "Oh, look at that." He recognized Eric and said, "Eric Melvinzer." "Yes. Did the assistant professor deduce this from your opinion?" Eric calmly admitted, "Yes, that's right." Ver glanced at his wristwatch and scoffed. "I commend your deep insight and clear perception. It's hard to believe a student came up with such a thought, but is it just speculation without proof?" Eric narrowed his eyes and said with a surprised expression, "What? This is a basic of basics that even a 3-year-old knows, and you need proof, headmaster." Ver stared intently at Eric with a dark expression. Eric looked him straight in the eye without a hint of fear. Shin stood in the middle, trembling all over, trying to hide the 2 streams of tears flowing down his face with a forced smile. "Is this guy crazy? Why is he making the headmaster angry? This devil, did he come to help me or to kill me?" Ver suddenly clutched his head, bowed, and buried his face in the desk. "Basic, hee. As soon as he lifted his head, he couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. "I'm so dumbfounded that only laughter comes out. A TP agent who can't even condense mana dares to..." Eric heard his words and calmly retorted, "Are you saying my speculation is wrong?" Ver straightened his posture and looked at him. "Pooh-ha, yes, some people are lucky," he continued to ramble. "Worthless people babble without knowing their place." Eric scoffed slightly. Ver emphasized, "Like you." Eric said nothing. The light coming from outside cast a long dark shadow behind him, making him look somewhat lonely. Ver raised an eyebrow and tapped his temple with a finger. As a professor, I cannot disregard a student's opinion." He suddenly looked at Eric's neck and changed his words. "Ah, that's right, you." Ver smiled sinisterly and proposed, "How about we make a wager?" Eric, seemingly interested, asked back, "What kind of wager?" Ver replied, "I will provide everything you need to form an exploration team. Inform the finance department of what you require." It sounded appealing, but of course, everything came with a price. Ver emphasized, "If you fail." He recalled what was around Eric's neck. "The Melvinzer family heirloom will be mine." That precious treasure was Eric's trump card, giving him a chance to turn things around. He wore a confident smile. and Ver's last words were deeply ingrained in his mind. The Melvinser family heirloom will be mine. The magic carriage passed through the bustling streets. Shin's scream could be heard from inside. Aren't you annoyed? Inside the carriage, even though Shin was trembling with anger, Eric calmly focused on reading his book. You're going to burst my eardrums, man. Be quiet, he said, then smiled with his eyes. It's fine, I told you that once I find the dragon's den no one will bother me. As soon as he finished speaking, the book in Eric's hand was suddenly snatched by Shin. Eric looked flustered and tried to grab it back. Hey, it's an interesting part, don't take my book. Shin's face was as black as charcoal and he growled furiously. What if you don't find it? He said in an agitated voice. If your prediction is wrong, you'll lose the family heirloom, you fool. I'm talking about that necklace. Eric lowered his head and looked at the necklace around his neck. The necklace shone with a silver light. He heard Shin shout in his ear. It is only passed down to the head of the Melvinser family. Eric still seemed unfazed. He waved his hand and smiled. That guy certainly always wanted this necklace. Shin pointed at him angrily and said harshly, Are you still laughing? Don't you understand the situation? Eric suddenly cut him off. Thank you, he smiled with his eyes. At least you're always by my side, big brother. Shin covered his face in despair. You know perfectly well that if I don't find the cave my life will also be ruined. So what's the plan? Eric finally sat up straight and said with a smile, Fran, do you really think Eric Melvinser would accept a wager because of a threat? Shin was bewildered and didn't understand his words. Why? Eric suddenly bared his teeth and smiled slyly. If that guy dares to covet the Melvinser family heirloom, at least he should stake his own life. Shin frowned and looked Eric straight in the eye. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on his face. I almost forgot that this guy has 2 nicknames. Remembering Eric's miserably crying and pained face, Shin added in his mind, one is the disgrace of the Melvinser family. The other is, he recalled Eric's maniacal and terrifying face, the most terrifying person in the Melvinser family. Shin silently stared at Eric, who was sitting in front of him, and they both remained silent for a while. Eric faced Shin with a maniacal expression. Shin bit his lip tightly, sweating. He's doing it again, back when Eric was still a student. Shin's face darkened as he thought to himself, I really don't want to remember this story. At that moment he wiped away his sweat, frowned and shouted loudly. Opposite him stood a young boy who gritted his teeth and growled even harder. 7 years ago everyone lined up in the mana condensation training ground, chatting loudly. How's my mana size? One of them replied defiantly. Mine is bigger. Eric, who was 15 at the time, was huddled in a corner behind them, head bowed. Just then, someone suddenly mentioned him. Are you really from the Melvinser family? He heard the sound and looked up at them. A group of students appeared in front of Eric. Revan condensed mana and looked down at him from above. Even the famous Lord Melvinser can't do this, he sneered contemptuously. Perhaps the head of the family picked you up somewhere. As soon as he finished speaking, the students behind him immediately burst into laughter. They laughed along with each other. Stop it, it's really hilarious. Eric lowered his head deeply. He moved his lips as if to say something but ultimately chose silence and asked himself, am I not unfortunate? Only after Revan and his group turned and left did Eric slowly stand up. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the round object in front of him, and the answer was already in his mind, of course not. The next moment, Eric suddenly swung the orb, striking Revan on the back of the head. The 2 students accompanying him heard the sound and turned around in surprise. Eric pressed his lips together, his head bowed, saying nothing. He thought to himself, it's only misfortune for fools. Blood was still flowing from the orb in Eric's hand. Revan had already collapsed on the ground. The 2 students who were with him, flustered, called out to Revan, Revan, wake up, this is Eden Academy. During Eric's disciplinary hearing, he calmly faced the group trying to discipline him and said, a young brat from a Viscount family insulted the head of a ducal family. He looked them straight in the eye and said without any hesitation, so I punished him according to imperial law. Is there a problem with that? Those present at the disciplinary hearing put their heads together and whispered in low voices. Shin crossed his arms, waiting for the outcome with interest. Revan's parents were astonished. Eric's gaze was very firm. He believed he had done nothing wrong. However, in the end, Eric was suspended according to academy regulations, on the grounds that all students are equal. Eric turned and left the disciplinary hearing room. He scoffed and laughed coldly, but after that day no one dared to bother him. Back in the present, Shin covered his face, deep in thought. He suddenly lowered his gaze. The next moment, Shin suddenly jumped up and shouted, you crazy? Eric casually waved his hand. I told you not to yell. Your blood pressure will rise. Shin's hand holding the book trembled incessantly. He shouted loudly, this is a forbidden book, don't you have anything else to read? Eric scratched his head and smiled innocently. Exactly, if I get caught I'll be roasted alive. Shin handed the book back to him. He frowned and said unpleasantly, you're truly insane. Eric happily accepted the book. Then Shin looked at him seriously and asked, what are you trying to do by learning the Beast King's body enhancement technique? Eric replied somewhat blankly. He answered. I was wondering if it could help cure my magical obstruction disease. Eric recalled the battle with the Beast King. When the Beast King invaded the Empire with his Beastman army, we faced many difficulties because of this technique. This technique enhanced his physical abilities. When the war ended, this technique disappeared, because the Empire drove out all the Beastmen and built walls to prevent them from crossing. Shin frowned and said, scholars have failed to reproduce this technique. Eric sat facing him, calmly flipping through the book and said, I succeeded in reproducing it, but I don't know how it will change the body. Hearing this, Shin shrieked in surprise. You reproduced it? His face changed with shock. I was so shocked I almost had a heart attack. Lord Eric, do as you wish. Just then, the carriage they were riding in suddenly shook violently. Eric rubbed his aching head and angrily stuck his head out. What's going on? Why did the carriage stop? Shin also followed out, curious. At this moment, a group of people suddenly approached. Hello, Eric. Long time no see. Eric glanced at the group. I didn't expect to meet you guys. Seeing Reven's group approaching him, Eric became curious. Why are you guys here? Reven scoffed and said, because I truly love my classmates. Currently, Reven is a senior researcher at Veru Research. Shin couldn't hold back and lunged forward in fury. You son of a bitch. Reven and his group flinched and stepped back. What's wrong? He hastily explained. The headmaster asked us to provide maximum support. Eric stared intently at them. Really? The people in front of him smiled nonchalantly. But in reality, only malice filled the air behind them. Eric growled, too kind. I thought I said I didn't need support, Shin whispered to Eric. You feel it too, don't you? How many of them are hiding their mana? Eric replied in a low voice. This is typical of Headmaster Ver. He suddenly opened his collar wide, showing Shin what was inside. Don't worry, I prepared for this. Shin asked back in surprise. What? How did you get this? Eric scoffed and did not answer. In Ver's room his face darkened and he trembled with anger, shouting loudly, What? That guy took it. Gehenna's breath. Even the azure royal armor? The person sitting in front of him, sweating profusely and terrified, stammered as soon as he said, You told us to provide maximum support, Ver shouted furiously. You damn scoundrel. What Eric held in his hand was Gehenna's breath, a phosphorus flame sealing orb that could turn targets to ash. And the azure royal armor had excellent resistance to both physical and elemental magic attacks. Just thinking of the two treasures gave Ver an incessant headache. Do you think it's okay to lend a 4th grade magic tool that can turn a city to sand to a student and to that guy? Ver rubbed his bald head to alleviate the pain and mumbled, Oh, I'm going crazy. Get out. I don't want to see your face anymore. The person standing in front of him was flustered and silent, unable to say anything more. The next moment he shouted loudly, Yes, headmaster, and then ran out of there like the wind. Ver looked at the newspaper in front of him and mumbled, If the other candidates find out about this, I'll be in big trouble. Suddenly an idea struck him, and his eyes lit up. Wait a minute, he suddenly picked up the bundle of documents next to him. If that guy really finds the dragon's den, Ver immediately calmed down. Not bad, it seems that bloodline wasn't just a rumor after all. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the paper down on the desk. I need to replace this idiotic research team immediately. How dare they call themselves scholars yet not know the basics? As soon as he finished, Ver realized he had misspoken. He paused. The next moment he immediately denied it. No, Ver scoffed. He showed his blood-red tongue. Thanks to those fools I'll have a chance to claim the necklace. Ver's face looked very sinister at this moment. Once I get that, I'll definitely be the next prime minister. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately crumpled the paper on the desk, and his whole body was suddenly enveloped in a massive layer of mana. Even if you win the wager, that only means you can return alive. Eric continued to flip through his book, strange incantations echoing in his ears. Reven and his group stood with crossed arms watching carefully. While Shin closed his eyes, focusing on chanting, his entire body was covered in a magic circle emitting a radiant golden light, and the orb in his hand glowed dazzlingly. He shouted loudly, Mana tracking. Immediately, the golden light spread wider. Everyone watched him. Suddenly, someone shouted in a trembling voice, Look, a pillar of golden light suddenly shot into the sky not far from here. Shin looked at it and murmured in surprise, Eric, you were right. Reven's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it really here? Eric closed his book and said calmly, I knew it. The next moment he turned his head and shouted to everyone, Everyone, we must move quickly before that pillar of light disappears. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin immediately wrapped his arms around Eric's waist. Although it's embarrassing, he embraced Eric and suddenly accelerated, dashing towards the pillar of light, holding on tightly. In an instant the two of them were far ahead of Reven and his group. Reven and his group watched their retreating figures, mouths agape in surprise. Reven couldn't help but shout loudly, What about us? After an unknown amount of time, Reven and his group finally climbed the mountain. Reven panted, bending over and mumbling, Please wait, you two are making it too hard. When they looked up, their faces were filled with surprise. Why? Seeing the golden pillar of light in front of them fading, everyone was flustered and they stammered, There's nothing here. Everyone began to murmur, There's nothing here, not even a cave. Didn't you say the cave entrance would be here? I knew it. This Melvinzer guy always brings unfortunate endings. Reven rubbed his jaw and said, It's fine now. He smiled coldly and whispered, It's okay if I open your skull and see what's inside, right? Someone will have to pay for this mistake. Just then, Reven was startled when Eric suddenly shouted, Shin, look at that. Eric asked, Can you make a big hole here? Shin smiled confidently, Leave that to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered mana around his arms. Immediately, Shin chanted a spell and spread his mana wider and wider. The mana around him exploded and he mumbled. His eyes shone as brightly as flames. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the ground beneath the pillar of light shattered, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. As the dirt and rocks crumbled, the magic Shin used suddenly emitted a golden light. As the dirt and rocks continuously collapsed, light spread wider and wider. The next moment, the golden light, like a volcanic eruption, pierced through the layers of dirt and rock and shot straight down. Seeing the giant hole that had just been created, Eric calmly said, "Found it." The trailing group was bewildered. "What? That's impossible," another person suddenly spoke up. "If it's the worst-case scenario, there might even be a dragon." Before he could finish his sentence, he gasped loudly. Suddenly, a blue light covered everything. The trailing group shrieked in surprise. "What?" They gritted their teeth, struggling to endure the immense monopressure. Some, their faces pale with fear, stared blankly ahead. Eric suddenly spread his arms out to his side, signaling them. He looked straight ahead and said, "Don't move. This is just the compressed mana escaping when I created the hole," Eric said with a serious expression. "Let's all go inside." From above the deep hole, the group watched Eric descend into the cave and shouted loudly, "Eric, wait for us too. Everyone, let's follow, Eric." Inside the cave, stalagmites seemed to glow. Revan among the group rubbed his hands and said, Why is it so cold in here? Even using spells doesn't warm me up at all." As they walked, Eric suddenly stopped, and Shin beside him asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did you see something?" A huge question mark also formed in Revan's mind. Eric said with a serious expression, "No, I just suddenly felt a chill run down my spine." Shin blew on his cold hands and said, "It's probably because it's cold. I feel like I'm going to get sick soon too." No one noticed Eric's pendant suddenly emitting a silver flash. A moment later, the group dispatched for support suddenly advanced vigorously. Eric and Shin slowly followed behind. Eric said in a low voice, "You were probably right." Inside the cave, a monster with red eyes appeared, its two arms embedded in the wall. In the darkness, its red eyes shone even more brightly. It bared its white teeth and spoke in an eerie voice, "It's you." Finally, one person who had followed Eric exclaimed in admiration at the sight before them. "Wow!" Shin was equally astonished, saying, "Truly impressive." Before them appeared a colossal gate on which the majestic figure of a golden dragon was carved. The trailing group stammered in surprise. "Is this a gate?" A middle-aged man in the group shouted loudly. "Strong ones, gather quickly." Revan seemed impatient. "Let's all try together." "Come on." A long-haired young man suddenly conjured a red burning flame in his palm and suggested, "No, let's break it with magic." The person next to him replied, "What are you talking about?" "Of course." Just as the group was about to attack, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Everyone stop." They looked back at the person who had just spoken, puzzled. Eric sighed and pointed to a corner. "Don't you see the dragon's seal on this gate?" These fools, after speaking, he stared directly at the gate. They needed to press. There was a dragon sculpture and strange runic characters. "There's no telling what might happen. We shouldn't touch it the wrong way." Revan gritted his teeth, slightly annoyed, and said, "Of course you always act superior. I understand, always an eyesore." Eric was still discussing with the rest of the group. "Then when we try to open the door, stay far away from it." Just then, Revan suddenly noticed a button next to the door. Revan squatted down and observed it. "What's this?" Eric, from the opposite side, was still instructing the group. "We need to find a way to break the seal first." He turned to Shin and asked, "Shin, do you have any records?" Eric looked around and said, "From now on, no one is to act on their own. We don't know what might happen." Just then, Revan suddenly reached out to touch the button on the gate. "Is it gold? What's it made of?" Eric anxiously shouted. "Don't touch it." Revan had just touched the button. He turned his head and asked, "What?" The next moment, a golden light suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. The spot where he was sitting suddenly exploded, sending him flying backward. He shouted loudly, What is this?" Eric gritted his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, the characters carved on the gate suddenly changed, and the group below was bewildered. What's happening to the gate?" Eric urgently shouted. "Be careful, it's a trap." As soon as he finished speaking, the person behind Eric was suddenly hit by magic and fell backward. Everyone was startled to see the magic exploding before their eyes. Eric shouted, "Shields up, everyone!" Everyone quickly reacted, raising their shields in unison. Thanks to this, they were able to avoid the explosion. The group was in chaos, shouting, "What's going on?" Shin was sweating profusely and shouted loudly, "Eric, what do we do now?" "Figure something out." Eric stared at the note in front of him and replied loudly, "I'm going to try to decipher this record first." The group began to shout, "I don't want to die, don't run away, save us." Eric crouched on the floor, calming himself. "Stay calm." His mind raced, entering a situation assessment test. Eric began to put pen to paper. "Right, let's just think of this as a situation assessment test." His gaze grew increasingly determined, and he believed he would definitely find the answer. He trusted himself, as he always had. Eric's writing speed accelerated. One person in the crowd couldn't withstand the fierce attack. His shield shattered. The attack directly struck his body. He cried out loudly, "Cough!" Eric remained calm, writing deciphered records while Shin protected everyone with his shield from behind. Groans continuously echoed, "Ah, my hand, help me!" Eric's writing speed increased, and his hand suddenly touched the round button on the gate. He mumbled and chanted a spell, repeating in his mind, "Just a little more, just don't make a mistake." Eric tightly closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and thought to himself, "Please, I beg you." However, as if Eric's prayers were heard, the magical attacks finally ceased. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, "It stopped!" And Shin collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, looking up at the sky. "I thought I was going to die." Eric quickly ran to him. "Shin, are you okay?" Shin looked at Eric and smiled slightly. "I'm still alive thanks to you," the group murmured noisily. "Just a moment, your injuries will heal soon." My lifespan was shortened because of what just happened. Revan, are you okay too? Shin glanced at Eric. You bastard, you're truly amazing. Eric rubbed his chin and smiled proudly. Hee hee, this is my power, you bastard. Before the group could even catch their breath, the spot where they were standing was suddenly covered in a layer of blue mana. One of them said, in surprise. The next moment, something suddenly rushed towards the group. A blue mana light condensed by magic suddenly struck one of their arms, destroying it. The next moment, he collapsed in front of everyone. His body slowly slumped to the ground. Everyone was in extreme confusion. Hey, are you okay? What's going on? Eric's eyes widened in surprise. Ice magic was suddenly generated in greater quantities. They rushed down from above to where Eric was standing. He looked up at it and exclaimed in surprise, "Damn it!" At the crucial moment, Shin suddenly used a shield to block the ice magic attack. He coughed slightly, finding it difficult to bear. Cough! The group quickly raised their shields to block. Eric hurriedly pulled out paper and a pen. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it again." Eric concentrated on calculating and mumbled in a strange language. He wrote and read incessantly. Shin, finding it a bit difficult to bear, urged him loudly. "L quickly." L's eyes shone. He read the spells faster and faster. Unfamiliar figures gradually appeared in his eyes. Eric suddenly found himself in a certain place. In front of him, a colossal dragon soared through the sky, the source of magic. Eric's eyes widened, shining brightly, and he shouted, "Shin, help me!" Shin, at this moment, struggled to block the attacks coming from above. He used magic to help Eric, rushing quickly towards the gate. The blue magic wrapped around L's ankle gradually disappeared. Shin glanced at him, sweating and gritting his teeth, saying, "I can't hold on anymore, it's too hard." As soon as he finished speaking, the ice magic immediately surged, cutting L's skin. He coughed, spewing blood, yet charged forward with a determined expression on his face. Eric risked everything, chanting a spell inwardly, and a golden layer of magic immediately enveloped his entire body. Revan's eyes widened in surprise, an expression of disbelief on his face. Perhaps the ice magic from the opposite side struck Eric directly in the abdomen. Eric charged in, risking everything, his outer garment tearing to reveal the armor he wore on his chest. Revan shouted in surprise, "Azure Royal Armor, how does he have that?" L's hand finally touched the round button on the gate. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and thought to himself, "This time for sure." Definitely, ice magic poured down, rushing towards where Shin was desperately blocking with his shield. With a whoosh, a large chunk of ice flew within an inch of Shin. Eric's eyes widened. The ice magic had just been dispelled, shattering into pieces and disappearing into the air. Watching the mana gradually vanish, Eric mumbled to himself, "The trap is gone." Eric slumped to the floor, narrowed his eyes, and laughed. "Phew, I thought I was going to die. My precious clothes are all torn." TCH, Shin, covered in dirt, turned his head and laughed at him. Those who survived this incident had a joyous glow on their faces. The gate before them suddenly emitted a ray of light, then slowly opened. Eric was dazzled by the light streaming from within. He shouted loudly, "Exploration team, help the injured and go inside." Eric raised his eyebrows, looking ahead joyfully. Here countless bookshelves and colossal piles of gold and jewels appeared. It was truly a giant treasure trove. This treasure trove astonished the exploration team as they entered. There are so many magic tools. Look, armor made of dragon scales. Eric gazed at the various bookshelves floating in the air. Excellent. All of them are ancient texts passed down through generations. He smiled cheerfully, thinking, after all, they are mages. One of the team members suddenly tapped him on the shoulder, smiling with narrowed eyes. "Captain, you're truly amazing." Suddenly distracted by something, he glanced in one direction. The team member from before had turned his back to him and was waving to someone. Just then, Shin suddenly approached, put his arm around Eric's shoulder and smiled amiably. "You bastard, what did you just do?" Eric smiled confidently and said, "Who got a perfect score on the theory exam? I just thought of this as a test. Then I solved it geometrically. After that, I used elemental theory." Suddenly, Eric's eyes widened and a warning bell rang in his head. "Wait a minute, a test?" Eric suddenly froze, his face pale. "Something strange. It's like I received practice problems before the exam." Shin saw him in a daze and asked, "Hey, what are you thinking so deeply about?" Eric turned to him and said nothing. Shin suddenly patted his shoulder and said, "You're so brilliant, you should be smiling." He shouted loudly, "Eric Melvinser, from now on no one will be able to disregard you or your prestigious magic family." Shin looked directly into Eric's eyes and Eric's eyes widened in surprise. Shin patted his head, smiling with narrowed eyes. That matter still bothers me, but let's enjoy this moment. I've gained my freedom." At this moment, one of the team members stood on a mountain of gold, saying something into a magic orb. Unaware of the reply he received from the other side, he suddenly let out a sinister chuckle. A moment later, someone suddenly grabbed Eric's hand. "Captain, that person suddenly dragged L somewhere else. There's a laboratory here too. Hurry." L paused. All right." From the other side, Shin looked at the two and said, "Our Eric has grown up. He's even being called captain now. I should follow too." Just then, Revan suddenly ran over, panting, "Shin, there's a dragon's corpse behind the treasure mountain." Shin turned his head in surprise and shouted loudly, "What, a dragon?" Revan suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. He said, "He'll go later." Shin stared intently at him. Revan, sweating nervously, urged him, "Let's go." The two arrived before a colossal dry skeleton. "Wow, this size. This guy must have been a dragon king." Revan glanced at him. It looks like it's been here for over 4,000 years." From the other side, Eric was suddenly pushed forward. Surrounded by the group, he placed his hands on the ground and growled, "You bastards." Eric glared at them, gritting his teeth. "You guys," he thought to himself, "damn it, I got too excited and let my guard down. One of them narrowed his eyes. We mean no harm, we like you, but he continued, looking at Eric with cold eyes. Business comes first. From the opposite side, Shin suddenly spoke. Wait a minute, Revan. Revan asked back. Why? Shin looked at the white skeleton in front of him. Didn't it just move? Did it move? Shin was slightly curious. Where are the others? Eric heard his words and turned to look in that direction. Revan made up a random excuse. They're probably busy exploring, ha ha ha. Cough, what is this? I've never seen it before. Shin hastily followed, excited. Where, let me see too. Eric tried to shout to the two people in the distance. Help! A man suddenly grabbed him by the neck. His blood flow was restricted and he coughed up blood. Eric's face turned pale and he said, damn it. His eyes gradually turned white and his consciousness blurred as he thought, after coming all this way I should never have trusted anyone. The man standing in front of Eric suddenly used magic. Flame, a red burning flame suddenly erupted from his palm. Just then, Eric shouted loudly, everyone get back! Before the man standing in front of him could finish asking why, a terrifying and grotesque mana flow suddenly swept past him. Eric's eyes widened in surprise and blood splattered on his face. The man suddenly vanished, leaving only one hand on the ground. Eric cried out in horror. Damn it, what was that? Eric turned his head to look at where the terrifying mana flow had just erupted. A vibrating sound echoed in his ears and his eyes widened in surprise. Shin and Revan, who were originally quite far away, were now scrambling towards Eric on all fours. Dragon, help me! Eric saw the white skeleton suddenly move again. An immense amount of mana condensed in its mouth. It moved violently, and the cave rumbled and collapsed. He muttered, blank and sweating. Damn it! Above the cave, dirt and rocks continuously collapsed. Eric looked up at the sight before him. Damn! The dragon skeleton at this moment gathered mana in its mouth and charged at him, and Eric trembled all over, thinking to himself, I need to find a cave. Eric, this is also a test. Seeing Revan and everyone else fleeing in panic, Eric thought even more urgently, I just need to find a cave. Eric's eyes widened, and he reminded himself inwardly not to be detected by the dragon. His gaze hardened, but the dragon skeleton in front of him suddenly stopped. Eric wondered why it was still standing there blankly. He stood still, and old memories suddenly flashed through his mind. The magic from the dragon's tongue was just magic, but the dragon was truly amazing. Was the casting time delayed? The source? Shin is safe. Revan is too stupid to manage. Being so emotional consumes too much mana. Eric stared straight ahead. Yes, if I'm to do it in one go, I need almost no preparation time. Thinking this, Eric immediately shouted, Exploration team, set up a shield and let's take it down together. The people who had just been about to attack immediately took orders and pulled out their shields. Shields. Shin and Revan concentrated their mana to create shields. Shin said seriously, everyone hold your ground. A mana-formed shield barrier suddenly enveloped the shields and contained the people within. Eric's eyes widened and he shouted, it's coming! Simultaneously, the dragon skeleton suddenly opened its mouth wide and spewed out immense magic. The magic flew straight towards the two layers of shield barriers covering the people. With a crash, the magic struck the shield and exploded. Numerous cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the magic shield. Eric stared, concentrating, thinking that this attack would last for 20 seconds. If they could block it, there would be a chance. Shin focused mana on the shield, trying to sustain everyone. Everyone hold on, the crashing sounds continued, and numerous traces of attacks appeared on the surface of the magic shield. Eric glanced towards the door. It would take about 17 seconds to run to the door. Looking at the round button on the door, Eric calculated inwardly. If he could close the door within 3 seconds, everyone would survive. A flash suddenly streaked through Eric's mind and the dragon skeleton's magic instantly grazed one of the team members. The next moment, he immediately evaporated. Eric was horrified. The magic shield was riddled with holes. Shin and his group still tried to maintain it, holding on. Eric's sweat poured down like a fountain. He shouted loudly, now? Seeing the dragon skeleton concentrating mana for its next attack, Eric yelled, run! Everyone ran with all their might. If they didn't escape quickly, they would be pulverized. Eric ran, thinking inwardly, good, if it continues like this. Suddenly feeling something, a large question mark appeared in his mind. Cracks gradually appeared in the air. The next moment, the two people running right beside him instantly turned into bloodstains and blood splattered on Eric's face. He looked back. A team member's body was floating in the air, his blood scattering everywhere. Eric's eyes widened, and he shouted no. Suddenly, a group of sparks appeared in the air, slaughtering the exploration team members. Eric recognized them. Legendary beings that guard dragons. Eric looked back at them and froze. The name Spark came to his mind. He was slightly flustered and froze in place. Suddenly, a fireball flew from behind him. The fireball grazed Eric's body. It accurately hit the Spark standing directly in front of him. The person who had just attacked was Shin. He shouted loudly, Eric, let's take them down together. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of sparks rushed down from above to attack him. Eric wiped the blood from his cheek. I need to do something. All the surrounding team members continued to scream, help me. Eric faced the two sparks and the white skeleton in front of him. He thought to himself, I'm the only one who can do this. He frowned. Because every problem has a solution. Just then, the pendant around Eric's neck suddenly emitted a silver flash. Eric closed his eyes and clutched his aching head. He gritted his teeth. The next moment he opened his eyes, a dazzling light suddenly flashed. Eric suddenly saw threads intertwined in the air. He said in surprise, "Why is everything like this? I see lines tangled everywhere like spiderwebs." Shin was attacking a spark at this moment. He looked back at Eric and moved his lips. Eric thought to himself, Shin seems to be trying to say something, but I can't hear anything. At the same time, Eric shouted loudly, "Get out of the way!" Eric squinted one eye and mumbled, "I still don't know what he's saying." What? A spark was rushing down from above to attack Eric. Eric just happened to look back. The next moment his body suddenly shifted sideways, easily avoiding the fatal attack. The spark missed its attack and was slightly flustered in surprise. Eric's eyes widened in surprise. "I avoided it." Before Eric could think further, the spark continued to launch new attacks. Eric could easily avoid those attacks. Eric broke out in a cold sweat, staring intently at it, thinking inwardly, "This isn't my imagination. I can see them. Where will he go? How can I avoid it?" The sparks continued to rush forward. Eric could predict their attacks. He realized he could see where they would attack. Eric retreated, maintaining distance from them. "Then it will be safe. I just need to run following those glowing dots." Eric thought a little worriedly. What if this is a trap on the opposite side? Shin was still fighting against the group of sparks attacking him. The exploration team members were torn apart, and they shouted loudly, "Who?" Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling scream echoed in his ears. Eric continued to evade the sparks' attacks, thinking inwardly, "No. There's no more time to think. If things continue like this." Eric suddenly vanished from his spot, running past the sparks blocking him and towards the door. He clearly understood inwardly that everyone would die in vain. Once his thoughts were clear, he shouted loudly, "Everyone follow me!" Shin at the front shouted, "Quickly everyone!" The remaining people supported each other trying to follow Eric. Revan among the people said in a trembling voice, "Take me with you too." The man beside him also shouted, "Revan, wait!" Eric was shouting inwardly, "I need to go where I can see with my own eyes." Everyone ran, following Eric in unison. He nimbly dodged the sparks' attacks and shouted loudly, "This way," he first demonstrated, telling everyone to duck and jump. Eric shouted to Shin, "Shin, throw a fireball at his left leg." Shin quickly complied. The spark was hit and flew away finally. Everyone reached the exit outside the door. Everyone looked as if they had seen the light of salvation. Almost there, just a little more. They sped up frantically, rushing outside. Escaped? Eric looked at the people and thought inwardly, "Good, everyone's alive. Now I just need to close the door." Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Someone please help me." Eric's hand, reaching for the protruding part of the door, suddenly paused. Revan, behind Eric, was lying on the ground, pleading, "Please." Eric looked back at the sparks rushing closely behind him and thought inwardly, "Damn it, I have to abandon him to close the door. What should I do? This guy is really annoying." Eric gritted his teeth. But the spark swung its arm, attempting to attack Revan. He tried his best to get up but couldn't. Eric gritted his teeth, thinking, "I can't let him die." He turned back and raced against the spark. The spark swung its arm. A sharp scream echoed. The next moment, when Revan opened his eyes, nothing had happened to him. The spark was blocked by something and couldn't get through, unable to reach them. Eric sat on the ground, panting for breath. "Perhaps they can't go outside." Revan covered his face, exclaiming excitedly, "I'm alive!" Shin shouted loudly. "Eric, are you crazy?" Eric smiled with his eyes. "That's his fault. His legs are too weak, so he fell. Why are you scolding me?" Shin trembled all over with anger. Seeing the spark blocked in front of him, Eric couldn't help but think inwardly, the spark turned and left like that. Eric wondered inwardly, can they not go outside? Eric looked up and around. It's only now I'm thinking of this. Above the cave, a layer of red mana was mixed in. Eric thought inwardly, there are signs of destruction above the cave. Were intruders beside us? Suddenly, he focused on the dragon skeleton inside. The dragon skeleton was gathering mana in its mouth, but what Eric noticed most was something embedded in the dragon skeleton. A loud explosion suddenly echoed from above the cave and huge dirt and rocks crashed down. Revan shouted in fear, "What? The sparks are coming." A spark jumped down from above and dirt and rocks tumbled down. Revan shouted, "Run! Where can we run? We're surrounded." Eric emphasized, "Just run," he thought inwardly. Then Shin also seemed to sense something and looked back. Everyone ran out in a panic. Eric stood behind the door, not yet leaving. Shin shouted worriedly, "Eric, what are you doing?" Eric turned back and smiled at him. "You go first." Shin hurriedly ran to the door, trying to pull Eric out. But when he got close to the door in front of him was already closed. In Shin's helplessness, the door slammed shut. He shouted loudly, "Eric!" Shin frantically pounded on the door, yelling, "Damn it, why isn't this thing opening again?" Shin gritted his teeth, trembling all over. 7 years ago, after Eric was suspended, Shin sat in front of him and asked, "Are you Eric? Nice to meet you. I'm Nestor. Shall we be friends?" Eric looked at Shin coldly. He opened his mouth and said, "Get lost," and Shin froze in shock. After that, Eric engrossed himself in a pile of books. Shin shamelessly offered his hand again. He said sincerely with sparkling eyes, "Let's be friends." This time, Eric didn't even look at him. "Get lost." Shin shamelessly followed him. "Friend?" Eric coldly cut him off. "Get lost." As time passed, night covered the sky. As soon as Shin opened his mouth, Eric cut him off. "Get lost." Shin was a little annoyed. "Friend?" Eric continued to chase him away. "Get lost." At this, Shin was disheartened. "What did I even say?" Inside the academy, someone's voice echoed, "You must be truly firm to become a true mage." The person stood in front of Eric and Shin. "You will be scored according to the completion order, so work hard. But if you use magic, you will be disqualified." As soon as he finished speaking, the person shouted, "Start!" All the students immediately turned and rushed into the forest. They were all doing their best. Their figures instantly disappeared from the path. Shin smiled confidently and ran quickly forward. He ran without stopping. A moment later, Shin panted, "Phew, I'm probably halfway there. Should I take Eric with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly flashed in the night. The next moment, the shadow suddenly kicked him. "What?" Shin was sent flying far away, tumbling several times on the ground, stirring up dust. Shin barely managed to grab hold of a protruding rock crevice, and his entire body hung in the air with a bloody face. Shin gritted his teeth and shouted, "Is anyone there? Help me!" A group of people suddenly approached the cliffside. Revan at the front sneered and said, "Use magic to climb up. Don't just complain." Shin closed one eye and couldn't say anything. Shin's two hands gripping the cliff trembled incessantly. "How long has it been? I can't hold on anymore." Shin unconsciously shed tears. "I might die like this. Is it okay to be disqualified? Should I use magic?" Tears were forced from his eyes, streaming down his cheeks. Shin's hand slipped slightly. "If I get disqualified, I won't be able to see my father again." In the end, Shin let go. Damn it, just then, someone suddenly grabbed his helpless hands. Eric tried his best to pull Shin up. Shin looked at him in surprise. "Eric." Eric gritted his teeth and said, "Hold on tight." A moment later, the two leaned against two trees beside the cliff, panting. Shin looked at his bruised and swollen ankle and said, "You go first. You're late because of me." Eric stared intently at his ankle. Seeing the swollen bruise, it was clear Shin couldn't walk anymore. Eric surprisingly kindly helped Shin up. "Phew," Shin was startled and said confused, "Hey, what are you doing? I told you to go first." Eric looked ahead and said casually, "Didn't you want to be friends with me before?" Shin stood there blankly. The next moment his face turned red with emotion. "Eric, you—" Eric suddenly cut Shin off. "Forget it. Give me a few artifacts from your house." Shin was so angry he didn't want to say anything more. Eric chuckled, "Isn't that great? We're friends." Shin firmly wrapped his arm around Eric's neck. Shin's scream echoed through the forest. "You damn bastard, are you going to scam even your friends?" Eric said nonchalantly, "I saved your life, at least you should repay me. By the way, your hair is messy but so delicious. Why don't you put your bangs down?" Shin shouted in anger. "Shut up, it's a matter of honor." Shin thought of the sparks inside. "You damn bastard, I'm weaker than you, so why are you trying to show off like that?" He gritted his teeth, trembling all over, and shouted, "Help me." Shin stared intently at the door in front of him and said firmly, "Eric, just wait a little longer. I'll call the elders or at least my father. Please don't die." As Shin spoke, he hurried out of the cave. Eric leaned against the door. "Thank you, Shin. That's why I can't put you in danger." Eric suddenly rushed forward. His figure vanished from his spot. He rushed alone into the numerous groups of sparks in front of him, shouting loudly, "Who am I?" Eric dodged the sparks surrounding him. He panted, sweat pouring down. "Found it." Eric reached out and broke the calves of the sparks in front of him. He used their blind spots to rush forward as fast as the wind. Eric ran so fast that dust billowed. He reached out his hand as soon as he touched it. A massive flow of mana suddenly poured out. Eric held Gehenna's breath in his hand and muttered inwardly, "Mana armor." Mana immediately gathered on his body, forming the Azure Royal Armor. He used Gehenna's breath to fight fire with fire. Eric's eyes glowed red. "Don't you want a taste of your own medicine?" Red burning magical flames suddenly surged around Eric's body. Originally, one needed mana to use this artifact. Blood vessels burst around Eric's eyes, and he shouted, "Release!" The red flames burned more and more fiercely as if to devour everything around them. "I will replace mana with my life force." In an instant, the flames engulfed the group of sparks in front of him, plunging them into a sea of fire. The fire raged, turning them into dried skeletons. A loud explosion echoed, and Eric muttered, "This is all just the dragon's test." If I'm right, Eric rushed towards the dragon skeleton and landed softly. The answer is there. The dragon skeleton in front of him still stood firm without any movement. Eric aimed for what was embedded in the dragon skeleton. He stepped on the colossal skeleton and stood firm. Eric's entire body was enveloped in a faint yellow layer of mana. He gazed at the object in front of him. This spear was the key and the answer to the test. Seeing the sparks crawling up, Eric thought that if his answer was wrong, he would die here. More and more sparks crawled onto the skeleton, but Eric remained lost in his thoughts. If this was someone's prank, he would fail here. As he saw the increasing number of sparks, Eric made a resolution in his heart. "Even so, I will never give up." He smiled and placed his hand on the spear shaft. "Because I am a Melvinzer." At the same time, the sparks rushed forward and grabbed him. The next moment, a blue light flashed, enveloping the entire cave. Eric looked up and froze blankly. "What is this?" His eyes widened and his face was full of surprise. What happened? A giant dragon was flying in the sky. Moreover, right in front of him stood a human-shaped shadow. The dragon in front of him seemed to recognize Eric's presence and exhaled a thick breath at the shadow. The shadow had a human-like form, but the large horns on its head indicated that it was not human. Eric froze blankly. "Who is it?" The shadow suddenly turned around with a grotesque smile, and its eyes glowed blood red. Eric suddenly felt a fear from the depths of his soul. The dragon in the air suddenly tilted its head back and roared. The person suddenly extended their hand and gathered mana in their palm. Terrifying mana emanated from their entire body. The dragon in the sky opened its mouth wide. Mana immediately gathered in one spot within its mouth. It shot terrifying energy directly at where the person was standing. At the same time, the person suddenly raised a spear and aimed it at the flying dragon. The spear in their hand was covered in massive mana. Their eyes suddenly turned blood red. They looked directly at the dragon with a slightly manic smile. The terrifying magic of the spear and the dragon collided in midair and exploded. Eric was affected by the aftermath of the attack and raised his hand to shield his body. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Is this Mana an 8th tier mage? No, the person leapt high, dodging the dragon's attack, and their spear pierced directly through the top of the dragon's head, creating a large hole. Eric froze, dumbfounded in disbelief. He quickly rechecked. It was much higher than that. The dragon's eyes gradually lost their light, the ground began to shake violently and dirt and rocks crashed down from below. The person was still furiously attacking the dragon. They concentrated mana into the spear and then delivered a decisive finishing blow. A dazzling yellow light illuminated the entire area. Eric froze blankly. What is this? The scenery suddenly changed. He saw the form of a giant monster behind the person's back. It tightly gripped a terrifying pillar of mana connected to the spear that pierced the dragon's head. The person stood on the dragon's head. The pillar of mana pierced the ground and dirt and rocks statted everywhere. Eric stammered. What is this? This time, everything changed. The person was now paying attention to Eric because a high-quality vessel had appeared before their eyes. The next moment, a black aura suddenly poured into Eric's body. He opened his eyes wide, unable to hold back tears from the pain. Eric coughed repeatedly, feeling suffocated. Cough, cough. Cold sweat streamed down like a spring, thinking about what had just happened. Eric immediately realized that this was not a dragon's test, but the Demon King's trap. Black mana covered his body, and he collapsed to his knees on the ground. The pain of the mana invading his body almost made him faint. Am I going to die like this? Eric's eyes were covered in darkness, and his entire body had no strength left. He felt as if his ribs were wearing away from friction and his arm bones were breaking, unable to withstand the force. The Demon King laughed maniacally, trying to invade Eric. Ha ha ha. The wicked slime's mana is making the vessel's body stronger. Eric opened his mouth wide and black mana poured out from his eyes and mouth. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. Eric saw the mana lights gradually covering him. His grandfather and everyone in his family had sacrificed their lives to drive out the demons in the demon war. Eric recalled his parents' funeral, after which his parents also had to face death. His memory went back to when two children hugged each other and comforted each other. Only my sister and I are left. Eric thought of those who always preyed on him from behind like prey. The imperial family, the magic tower, the feudal families, they all revealed their corrupt nature. And even the person who had always been by their side, the one he trusted and relied on the most, showed his fox-like true colors and tried to steal what belonged to them. Eric's body was gradually being destroyed by the Demon King's terrifying magic. When we tried to protect them, he recalled that day, his sister struggled to touch the crest on the clothing of the person they called Uncle, saying, "Uncle, please." That uncle coldly turned his back and abandoned Eric and his sister. We were abandoned. Eric spat blood. He screamed. The pain felt like it was tearing through his flesh. Dealing with those who betrayed and humiliated his family, a small stone suddenly flew towards the person's back behind him. Eric, screaming in rage, continued to throw stones. His sister tried to stop him, but what can I do? Eric asked himself helplessly. They were left in an abandoned mansion as if they didn't exist. Back in the present, Eric cursed inwardly. Damn it, no matter what, I'm going to cure this magical obstruction disease and reclaim my family. Black mana tried to swallow him, but he didn't give up. Hatred rose in his heart. After that, he would make the traitors regret it. Eric sank into the darkness, hearing his heart pounding madly. No, I can't end it like this when I haven't even started. The Melvinzer family necklace on Eric's neck suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. I won't be swallowed by you like this, you damn bastard. The next moment, Eric's entire body was surrounded by a faint yellow layer of mana. Scattered spell characters swirled around his body. Eric's two eyes, which had lost their original color, suddenly glowed blue, and he heard someone whispering, I hope this voice reaches our descendants in the future. Blue mana gradually pushed the Demon King out of his body. The Demon King gnashed his teeth and said in an angry voice, What kind of power is this? Eric suddenly reached out to him. The Demon King's body was covered in blue mana and gradually became blurry. He was startled and shocked. The voice still echoed in his ears. Here his body suddenly changed and his face became strangely calm. His hand reached forward as if to grasp something. The voice continued again. According to the contract, the first Demon King shall be swallowed. As soon as the words ended, Eric suddenly raised his hand high and mana gathered in his arm where a pattern appeared. Demon King gnashed his teeth and howled. No! He was gradually absorbed by that mana but still tried to finish his remaining words. Not like this. The darkness that had covered Eric gradually disappeared and he maintained the posture of raising his arm high. A strange blue beast-shaped pattern gradually formed on his arm. Eric stared blankly at his transparent hands. Where am I? A faint figure appeared before Eric's eyes. The horizon shone clearly in the sky. Looking at the person's back, Eric couldn't help but wonder, Who are you? Why do you feel so familiar? He replied. We were the first scholars who pursued the pinnacle of magic. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and Eric's head felt a little dazed. Is this the voice I heard before? The sun in the sky emitted dazzling light, but gradually it was covered in red and darkness. The shadow continued. However, those who coveted greater power were corrupted by demons and brought misfortune to the world. Darkness seemed to swallow the sun, the person calmly continued. We decided to rectify this and atone for the sins of the past. The shadow suddenly smiled. We created an organization in this world. Seeing the monster with large horns on its head, Eric thought inwardly, what is that, a demon king? Eric quickly denied it. No, the giant monster's hand seemed to grasp the sun in the sky. It was indeed a demon king, the person said nonchalantly. An organization that can eradicate demons. He extended his hand and the entire galaxy seemed to appear in his arm. The next moment, a strong vibration echoed, and countless colossal dragons flapped their wings and flew in the sky. The person calmly continued, our mission is to exterminate all demons. He raised his palm towards the sky, but a terrifying demon suddenly appeared. It furiously moved forward, crushing dirt and rocks. Demons would never completely disappear. They would always reappear. Behind it followed an army of red-eyed demons. The person spoke again. You must continue to kill them, constantly, continuously. Until then, this organization cannot be disbanded. As soon as the words finished, the person raised their hand and made a strange gesture. The leading demon was inadvertently pushed back and white dust billowed. The sound of the ground shaking violently echoed incessantly, and the person stood calmly and unmoving in that spot. The next moment, all the demons rushed forward simultaneously. The person raised their head and looked at the sky. He smiled. One day in the future, numerous cracks gradually appeared in the lower body of the demon king. It howled and dirt and rocks crashed down. The next moment its body suddenly became blurry. Its eyes glowed red and fire magic blazed wildly. The demon king suddenly extended its giant arm towards the person as if to grasp them. Seeing its hand getting closer and closer, the person still stood unmoving in that spot. Eric almost reflexively shouted loudly in worry. Be careful! He raised his hand and a dazzling ceiling appeared before his eyes. He froze blankly. Sunlight streamed in from outside the window. Eric sprang up, a question mark floating in his mind. He turned to the person sitting beside the bed and called Shin. Shin did not turn to him. Tisk, Eric asked curiously, did you cry? Shin immediately retorted, me cry, humph. He paused, his whole body trembling incessantly. He shouted inwardly, damn it, why now of all times I'm screwed. Eric looked at Shin's back and said, a little speechless, you're crying. He continued to whisper in Shin's ear, it's okay, you can cry. You cried in the cave just now too. Shin, hearing his words, became enraged. He turned around and glared at Eric. Hey, Eric, sweating, quickly admitted his mistake. I'm sorry. Eric's voice echoed in the hospital room. By the way, did the rescue team come to save me? Shin sat beside his bed and replied, yeah, you lunatic. Eric fiddled with the bruised marks on his face and grumbled, but can't you just fix these bruises with magic? Why are you only giving me eggs? Shin said nonchalantly. You should at least be grateful I gave you something, you lunatic. Eric was a little speechless. You're the head of the family, don't keep calling me a lunatic. Shin glared at him. Why, you lunatic. Eric quickly turned his face away and feigned ignorance, looking in another direction. How what? I didn't say anything. Shin glared at Eric and said, if you act so foolishly again, right then. Shin suddenly demanded, wait, stand up. Eric froze blankly. What for? Shin said impatiently. Just shut up and stand up, Eric stammered. Over here. Shin raised his hand and measured Eric's height. You've grown taller, he reminded him. Look in the mirror. Eric put his hand on the mirror. He saw that he had grown much taller than before. Eric's eyes widened in surprise. He rethought about when he was in the dragon's den at that time. What happened? Did my body change? Shin looked at him curiously and asked, what's wrong? Tell me. What happened to the dragon? Eric turned his head to look at Shin and thought inwardly, sorry Shin, I can't tell you yet. So Eric feigned ignorance, winked at Shin and said with a smile, well, when the time is right, I'll tell you first. Shin patted his shoulder and said, okay Eric, I trust you have a plan, he said discontentedly and angrily. But seriously, you damn bastard, are you keeping secrets even from me? Eric smiled and tried to appease Shin. Oh, don't be angry. As soon as he finished speaking, Eric seemed to recall something. By the way, what happened to that cave? Shin's hand, peeling an egg, paused. My family will take over the place. Eric sat back down on the bed. They're probably busy with excavation. Eric opened his mouth wide and put the egg in his mouth. No, they're just guarding the place so no one can go in or out. Eric, hearing those words, couldn't help but shout, what? Why? Shin swallowed the egg in one bite. Because it's yours. You found it. No one can touch it without your permission. According to the law, the dragon's den belongs to the person who finds it. However, usually large academies could obtain excavation permits and profit from them. That was how they cooperated with each other. Shin laughed heartily and said, the magic tower and the academy will also be frantic to dig there. Seeing Eric smiling at him, Shin couldn't help but ask, what are you looking at? Eric suddenly spoke politely. Thank you, Shin. Shin, embarrassed, looked away, speechless. Eric curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. I'm sure the Nestor family also desperately wants excavation rights, but they're still doing this for me. Shin suddenly cut off his thoughts. You're disgusting, you clown. Please don't talk like that. Shin punched Eric. What are you smiling at, you damn bastard? Eric replied nonchalantly. Thanks for the compliment, you lunatic. At this moment, Eric suddenly thought of something. Damn it. He recalled Ver and thought inwardly, this isn't the time for this. That old man will surely use every trick to get the excavation rights. Eric suddenly laughed coldly. How dare he try to finish me off? Shin, seeing his smile, couldn't help but point at him and shout, what crazy scheme is that guy cooking up again? Something always happens whenever you smile so slyly. Eric smiled with his eyes. Shin asked nervously, what are you going to do? Eric said in a friendly tone, I have a favor to ask. Shin, feeling a premonition of danger, squeezed his eyes shut. I can't hear you, I can't hear anything. Eric pretended not to hear him. Please report that I'm severely injured. Shin's entire body collapsed and he huddled in a corner. Damn it, I accidentally heard it. Elsewhere, someone was slowly walking forward. The person was wearing the uniform representing the Nestor family. At the Royal Magic Hospital, people in similar uniforms were lined up at the door. Ver frowned. Excuse me, could you repeat that? The man standing behind the door replied, Student Eric Melvinser is currently in a coma due to severe injuries after his journey to the Dragon's Den. Therefore, please leave this place. Ver broke out in a cold sweat. Are you telling me to go back after coming all this way? The person standing beside him asked. What about the excavation rights? Are you just going to leave that cave? Everyone standing at the hospital door shouted. Why is the Nestor family blocking the hospital door? Eric, looking down from upstairs, mumbled, Fools. Just then, someone suddenly pushed the door open. The person was Connie's, the spokesperson for the Nestor family. He opened his mouth. Rest well. Eric remained silent, not answering. Light from outside streamed through the window. The door to Eric's room finally closed. Eric sighed and glanced to his side. Stop staring and say something. How long are you going to keep looking at me like that? The Demon King Mephisto suddenly appeared in midair. He crossed his arms and said in an angry voice, How dare you not even show a shred of respect for me? I, the great Demon King, once plunged the world into danger and chaos. In those days I stood atop mountains of bone, striking terror into the hearts of men. His name was Mephisto. But Eric picked his nose, looked at him indifferently and said, I guess I'll have to call you FS. Mephisto, upon hearing this, immediately grew angry, his face changing color as he shouted, You. The next moment he madly attacked Eric. But it was useless. Die, Eric thought indifferently. He's just a cotton-like evil spirit now. Mages might even be better than him. Night. Royal Magic Hospital. Outside the room, Eric quietly listened to the sound of his heartbeat. Eric placed his hand on his chest. In any case, he could feel mana existing within it. I was right, it wasn't my imagination. The dragon's heart, an energy source containing the absolute power of an ancient dragon. Eric recalled the scene he had witnessed in the dragon's den. That dragon was definitely dead. After being pierced by the Demon King's spear, is the dragon's heart now in my body, that very heart? His heart pounded within his chest. No, there's something different. Eric rubbed his chin. I only have the memory of the moment the Demon King tried to take over this body. He glanced at Mephisto. Stop staring again and say something. How long are you going to keep looking at me like that, Mephisto? Mephisto gritted his teeth and said in an irritated voice, I told you not to call me by that name. He was a powerful demon king who brought fear and suffering to the world. In ancient times, when gods ruled the world, the demon god representing darkness had 4 lieutenants. The first was the Phoenix, or Annihilation, in the form of an oriental dragon. Next was Isanai, or Frenzy, with a bird-like symbol. The third was Fox Cien, or Lewdness, a 3-headed monster, and Mephisto, the source of original sin, the primeval demon king. Mephisto, the name of the most powerful and greatest legendary demon king, became intertwined with him. Mephisto, defiant, pointed at Eric's head and shouted, I told you, my name was given to me by the great demon god. Eric yawned widely. Mephisto gritted his teeth in anger, his whole body trembling. You, Eric attacked maniacally, roaring fiercely. I'll tear you to shreds. Eric sat quietly on the bed. My goodness, he's really noisy, he muttered. Do demon kings usually act so foolishly? I've told you several times and you still don't understand? Are you deaf in your old age? Mephisto, hearing his words, trembled all over in anger. He clenched his fists. 1,000 years, I waited 1,000 years. But for my mana to be taken by a guy like this. Mephisto recalled his identity. I am the Demon King, Mephisto. I once brought the world to its knees beneath my feet. He recalled his past, standing atop mountains of bones, and thought to himself, that was my reason for being. Above a blood-red sky, a dragon spread its wings and soared high. But the dragon's shadow grew larger and larger. The dragon opened its mouth wide, roared, and charged forward. It was the Dragon King Slime Demon. Mephisto confronted it at the time without the slightest fear. The Slime Demon fired an energy orb attacking Mephisto. Mephisto blocked the attack with his spear. He was slightly annoyed. He blocked my way. The Slime Demon created countless magical chains which wrapped tightly around Mephisto, trapping him. The Slime Demon opened its mouth. Demon King Mephisto, it said, narrowing its eyes. You will be buried here with me. The chains bound Mephisto, and at the same time they bound the Slime Demon as well. Mephisto growled in an enraged voice, damn it, and so for 1,000 years Mephisto was trapped in the dragon's den. I waited and waited. His eyes shone with a cold light. He laughed maniacally. When he saw Eric's group enter the dragon's den, Mephisto thought with joy. You've finally come. He targeted Eric among the group. This courage will free me from my seal. Following this, Eric fought with all his might. A perfect and outstanding courage passed all the tests right before my eyes. Eric passed through the gates and headed towards where the spear was embedded in the dragon's skeleton. After that, Mephisto tried to take over the body as planned. He almost successfully gained control of the body and soul. At a crucial moment, something changed Eric. Mephisto was completely overwhelmed by it, and all his plans went awry. Back to the present. Mephisto looked out the window. Now I'm just a fragmented piece of demonic energy, and even my manifestation, his face was filled with displeasure and resentment. What power could absorb me? Eric lay on the bed playing with the pendant in his hand and laughed. Stop acting noble and powerful. Mephisto froze as soon as he heard this. The next moment he madly shouted, "How dare a wretch like you? If it were me 1,000 years ago. Damn it, this must be the doing of those Melvins or family members. What are they? I once faced the world alone." Eric ignored him and focused on the pendant. He suddenly narrowed his eyes. "We hope our message will someday reach our future descendants." He recalled the scene and the words he had heard in the dragon's den that day. Here, according to the agreement, the first demon king shall be swallowed. Eric suddenly realized something. His eyes widened in surprise, and he thought, wait, does being swallowed mean I absorbed the demon king's power? Eric immediately jumped up. If so, is this magical pendant a tool to swallow demon kings? Eric quickly denied it. No, this is a tool to swallow demons. With his thoughts in order, Eric turned to Mephisto. Mephisto glared at him with an irritated face. What? Why are you staring like that? Eric was deep in thought and didn't answer him. Can this swallow other demons like Mephisto? He recalled various demons. The first demon means there are second and third ones too. Eric laughed derisively. Get ready. You demon kings are about to go broke. Mephisto shivered involuntarily. What is this chilling sensation? The next day, Eric appeared at the edge of a cliff with rapids flowing beneath. Mephisto, seeing the scenery before him, couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "Why are you suddenly loitering here?" Seeing that Eric was ignoring him, he continued to mutter, "When an elder asks, you should answer properly." Eric said impatiently, "You're too idle. Be quiet, you trash ghost." Eric's outer garment fluttered in the wind. He brought his two hands together in front of him and concentrated his thoughts. "Before I figure out how to use this pendant's power, I need to confirm a few things." Eric sat cross-legged on a mat and closed his eyes. He tried to relax. His eyebrows unfurrowed, and the next moment Eric suddenly sensed everything around him. Vibrant blue flowers bloomed in full, and a ladybug flapped its wings, flying towards one of them. It folded its wings and landed on the flower. A gentle breeze blew and the air moved like thin silk. All of this was happening right next to Eric. Even with his eyes closed, Eric felt them, and the thought, the sound of a ladybug flapping its wings, the feeling of a gentle breeze, I can see and feel everything, came to his mind. Eric slowly opened his eyes. If my suspicion is correct, he reached out his hand, trying to condense mana in his palm. Eric curled his fingers. Suddenly he clenched his fist. His heart pounded fiercely in his chest at this moment. He chanted the spell Burn inwardly. The next moment Eric saw light in the darkness. Flames suddenly ignited right in front of him. Mephisto's eyes widened in surprise. This is dragon magic. He couldn't believe his eyes. A human using dragon magic? Watching Eric wiggle his fingers, Mephisto couldn't help but think to himself, even for a Melvins or bloodline, this is a bit too much. Flames flared up in the air and Eric opened his mouth and looked up at the sky. Seeing the burning flames, he suddenly let out a laugh. Now I can use magic. Eric bit his lip tightly. After all, the hateful magical obstruction disease is tormenting me. He recalled the insulting words he had heard since childhood. A disgrace to the Melvinser family. How far will such a prestigious magic family fall? That kind of guy is the grandson of the first headmaster. Impossible. Did the headmaster pick him up somewhere? How can a mage not even form a single monocore? Worthless people babble without knowing their place. Eric stood up and looked at the sky stained with the sunset. All those who betrayed the Melvinser family and abandoned me. Eric's eyes grew cold. I will make them regret it. The camera clicked and flashes kept going off. People's voices continuously echoed. Is student Eric Melvinser really in a coma? Then what about the Dragon's Den excavation? He calmly answered, cutting off these foolish questions. The official announcement will be made by the Magic Tower, so please check the notice. As soon as he finished, he returned home. He trembled all over and opened his mouth. Young master, please don't make me do such things, he muttered, rubbing his head tiredly beside him. You're here? Good job, Carvey said respectfully. Don't mention it. Every time I'm with young master I almost die from the trouble you stir up, he approached and continued to explain. But if young master's trick is exposed, the Magic Tower and the royal family won't support us. Can young master handle the consequences? Shin immediately hesitated at this question. Oh well, following this, Carvey handed Shin a handkerchief and continued to explain. Eric said he calculated everything, so I'll trust him. You're covered in sweat. Wipe yourself. They all knew one truth. The greater the risk, greater the reward. Shin covered his face in a headache, trembling all over in anger, and thought to himself, Eric, you bastard, do you know how much I've been through? At this moment, Carvey wiped his face and wondered, where did young Master Eric go? Shin replied bluntly, I don't know where he went. A memo with illegible scribbled drawings was left behind, making Carvey wonder, where could he go with such a weak body? After reviewing it, he seemed to see something and said in a small voice, Young Master. Shin quickly glanced as Carvey approached him in 3 words. We have a problem. Shin asked gloomily. What's wrong? The white envelope in Carvey's hand was carefully examined. He stammered, explaining it, but before he could say more, the door burst open and a woman appeared majestically. My brother, what kind of scheme are you concocting? Why aren't you telling me? Shin's eyes widened and he shouted. Sister, why are you here? She retorted with a cold laugh. Why are you so surprised? This is the Phoenix Witch Nestor. She smiled delicately, expressing her curiosity. Is it strange for a sister to visit her brother? And another thing, the Royal Magic Tower and the Holy Alliance each produced great geniuses of the same generation. They are the 3 stars who will lead the empire and are called the Shin Samjung. I approached and twisted Carvey's ear, asking, Didn't you give him my letter? He explained, flustered. I think I've become too foolish lately. Shin's sister, who earned the title of Archmage at the youngest age in history, was one of those three. He observed the woman in front of him warily and then said, "So why are you here?" She curled the corners of her lips and explained, "I heard your friend was ill, and as someone with a magic license, I can't just stand by. Isn't Eric in his room? Is he somewhere else?" Her question immediately brought back that mocking image, and Shin thought to himself, "Damn it, I'm screwed. If my sister goes into the room, I'm dead." He wiped away his tears, desperately trying to find a way to escape. "My sister hears news too fast. I have to get rid of her before she finds out." After thinking, he made the excuse that Eric was currently uncomfortable meeting anyone else. She retorted with a cold laugh. "Oh really?" Shin tried to gently usher her away. "So sister, please don't disturb the doctors and go back." However, she gripped his wrist tightly and wouldn't let go. "Brother." Her aura was very intimidating, and she asked, "Are you giving your sister orders?" And then she directly proposed, "Let's continue our conversation. What about the Dragon's Den excavation rights?" Shin stared blankly at her, who was smiling gloomily in front of him, and thought to himself, "Dragon's Den? Ah, I forgot this witch is a dragon king." Seeing Shin's silence, she continued to ask, "No one has obtained it yet, right?" He gritted his teeth and forced out those words. Shin's expression hardened. Covered in sweat, the words that finally came out were, "That's Eric's decision." She stared intently at him. Then, while the two of them threatened each other with their auras, he concisely replied, "Then there's nothing to be done." She finally decided to release his wrist after a long time. She turned and left, not forgetting to give him a few pieces of advice. "When your friend wakes up, contact me." Her words continued and her tone became even more threatening. "If you don't contact me first," she finished her sentence by making a gun shape with her hand, "you'll be in trouble, brother." Finally, when she left, terrifying images flashed through Shin's mind. He shivered and muttered to himself, "I have to do something quickly." Eric, at this moment, a faint but familiar voice echoed. Carvey asked again. And Carvey coughed up blood, trembling all over, and wondered, "Did she leave?" The bloody scene startled Shin. Carvey's numerous murmurs echoed throughout the city. The heir of a prestigious magic family has lost consciousness. The streets were bustling, and someone handed out newspapers. "Who will get the Dragon's Den excavation rights?" A person wearing a hat stopped in front of a shop and said, "Shin is handling everything well for me." He saw something and shouted with joy, "Who is it?" holding a newspaper in his hand. This person muttered the bolded headline, "Our headmaster. Good photo, isn't it?" It was Eric. He laughed coldly and replied inwardly, "Laugh your fill while you can, headmaster." Elsewhere, celebratory voices echoed, "Congratulations, headmaster." A person bowed and said to the man sitting there in a flattering voice, "Now you can do as you wish." Ver replied, "Don't be so hasty." He gloomily reminded, "The election hasn't started yet." Revan, wearing glasses, continued to flatter him. "I was too rash. How could I fathom the headmaster's heart, which wishes to protect the future of the academy and its students?" "Headmaster," Ver couldn't help but feel satisfied at these words. "Indeed. I told you I haven't been promoted to headmaster yet." He continued to ask, "So how is student Eric's condition?" Revan quickly reported, "I heard he has to fight to survive every day." He took a sip of tea and casually lamented, "Oh dear, how unlucky." Then suddenly he looked up with a puzzled expression and asked, "But if he wakes up, it will be a big problem, so we might need to hire a few assassins." As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere changed instantly. "Quiet." Ver's eyes turned menacing, glaring at Revan. He stammered in a trembling voice, I apologize." As soon as he heard a satisfactory answer, the atmosphere around Ver softened almost immediately. "There will be a professorship vacant after the election." He wondered who would take that position. Revan felt curious as soon as he heard this. "Yes," Ver's admonition continued, reminding him how he should act. "I am merely the headmaster. I do not know what goes on outside the academy." Revan said, "Ah," as if he understood, and bowed and loudly swore, "I will not disappoint you." Ver's face showed a satisfied smile. Elsewhere, someone in a hoodie was hidden behind a wall in the dead of night. Eric smiled, took off his hood, then looked up at the sky and muttered, "All right, let's start." His eyes glowed with an enchanting blue light, and Eric, lost in thought with his inner vision that could see beyond the world, had his sight briefly tinged with faint blue. "If I find a hidden space," Eric calculated and extended his hand forward, transferring mana from the dragon's heart to it. "I'll be able to use magic without complex incantations." Following the red energy flow, yellow and blue flows appeared simultaneously. "This much is enough for now." He moved at a rapid pace, instantly soaring into the sky and then landing powerfully on the ground, causing an explosion in the space. Eric thought, "I finally reached the starting point." He then took a deep breath, looked up at the moon, and concluded, "This much is enough for now. I finally reached the starting point." Eric muttered to himself, smiling brightly. Mephisto's voice echoed in the serene space, his words filled with ridicule. "How pathetic. You have my power, yet you can only use such meager magic, just a simple jump. Are you playing tricks?" Eric, standing beside him, was displeased but couldn't deny his words. "He's right. I need to be faster, stronger." Feeling ignored, Mephisto couldn't contain his anger and pointed a finger at him, shouting, "You damn brat, how dare you ignore me? In my era, humans, demons, and even dragons would cower at the sight of me every time I spoke, even if that demon king chattered in my ear." Eric's thoughts were currently focused on other more important matters. Dragon tongue magic has something called the heart seal. His hand glowed and Eric used the power of manifestation, he thought to himself, then spoke, and this hand also glowed. The two hands were instantly intertwined by Eric, and the flow of power grew even larger to activate the magic. Mephisto, standing beside him, could also feel this power. His expression wasn't very good and the spell erupted. Jump. Immediately, power erupted from his feet. It gradually lifted off the ground. Mephisto, witnessing this scene, couldn't hide his surprise. Impossible. As soon as the command flight was given, Eric shot forward like a rocket. His eyes glowed with intense blue light and he used his power. Before him was a city. In an instant, Eric stopped, hovering in midair, looking down with a joyful expression at the sparkling lights below. But just then, Eric's power ceased and he free fell. Too hot. A smile spread across his face and Eric muttered to himself, "Excellent, simple but very effective." After that he continued to use flight magic, flying like a rocket. "Alright, one more time." Just then Mephisto was close behind. He frowned in annoyance as he observed the person he was accompanying. A mere human child barely having learned magic is already using the heart seal, dual magic. He continued to speak of the old adversaries of the demon world. The Melvinzer family. Mephisto continued to compare. No matter how strong the Melvinzers are, they won't compare to this kid. Then his thoughts stopped at one person. No, there was one. The figure of someone in a white cloak gradually appeared. This person's appearance resembled Eric's current self. Mephisto muttered to himself as he flew. Damn, I shouldn't think that. His eyes were filled with determination and thoughts constantly formed. No matter the cost, I must take this body before he gets stronger and crush this dangerous bud. Mephisto hastily calculated. Is there no way? On this side, Eric continued to fly forward. He himself was also having his own thoughts. Heart seal, it's truly excellent. But it's still very difficult to utilize on my own. His hand also unconsciously clenched even tighter. To get stronger, I need to understand the core of dragon magic. I need a teacher who can keep secrets. Just then, he recalled Ver. There's no one capable enough to teach me in the academy that Ver has taken over. Just then, Eric's feet touched the ground. He stopped in the middle of the forest and continued to calculate. At least it should be someone of that level. But they wouldn't take me as a disciple. Eric suddenly recalled someone. If he were alive, but he let the thought pass, not delving deeper. No, both fathers. In a nearby corner, Mephisto, who had been standing with his arms crossed from the beginning, furious and trying to crush the bud, thought, I have legs too. Eric seemed to realize something. Wait, he spoke to him as he stood up. The words he uttered immediately caught Mephisto's attention. Hey, Mephisto. Eric smiled and made a bold suggestion. Can you teach me magic? To think of this method only now. Mephisto would be the most suitable teacher for me. At this absurd Canadian suggestion, the Demon King was momentarily disconnected. What nonsense are you talking about? He turned his body slightly unpleasantly and said nothing more. But Eric didn't know that Mephisto was sneering at this moment. When he spoke again, Mephisto turned around and asked nonchalantly, What's in it for me if I do that? Eric smiled brightly and explained, I'm sure if you agree there'll be more good than harm. I'll create a new vessel for you through alchemy. But his persuasion was immediately met with his question. Do you think a mere human can create a vessel for me? To Mephisto's concern, Eric gave a meaningless answer. Then make me strong enough to do so. But Mephisto replied seriously, the answer is still no, it's not enough yet. His face gradually contorted and he replied, What can you do if I can't get stronger? Left with no choice, Eric backed down and suggested in a small voice, Then suggest another condition. He expected Mephisto to make exciting demands, but a cold shower still hit him. No, Mephisto said nonchalantly. His words were very logical. Why should I enlighten you? If you were to become one of my kin, I might consider it. He finished speaking, then opened his eyes and stared, intending to gauge his reaction. Mephisto observed Eric's flustered expression, extremely pleased inwardly. He, look at that flustered face, so satisfying. How dare you play with me? The more he thought, the greater the joy in his heart. And Mephisto's lips curled up on their own. Although he's still too weak for me to swallow him if I secretly use dark magic while teaching him. A very interesting scenario formed in Mephisto's mind. He'll get stronger and stronger. And at the same time, his soul will also be eroded by dark magic. Then I will swallow him completely. His smile grew wider and wider, and his thoughts about him increased with every passing moment. Now kneel and beg me to take you as my disciple. Know your place and obediently become my vessel. The truth that the foolish Melvinzer family members once again hit them hard, because in the very next moment Eric's scream was heard. Damn it, I'm quitting. As soon as these words were heard, Mephisto's face instantly contorted in surprise. Eric finally spoke, Listen, Aoj. At the unexpected words, Mephisto's brain disconnected, and he could only stand there blankly. Eric reminded him again. There should be a limit to your demands. His voice lowered for a moment, then changed into a dangerous implication as he spoke again. Do you still not understand your situation? Having finished speaking, Eric approached the blankly standing Mephisto. Why is that? In an instant, Mephisto looked very small compared to Eric, who was wearing an arrogant smile, and this made him dissatisfied. You, Mephisto, enraged, rushed to attack him. Die, you damn brat, but Eric lightly gave a command. Shut up. Immediately, Mephisto's mouth was sealed, unable to make a complete sound. Eric, witnessing this scene, let out a satisfied exclamation. Oh, an unexpected success. Mephisto, angry at having his mouth sealed, continuously pointed at him and cursed, but the words that came out were just meaningless sounds. Eric casually lamented, "Oh dear, too noisy." Mephisto's dissatisfaction grew the more he thought. "Just the heart seal will never make me submit." At this moment, Eric gave another command to him. Cute action. In an instant, Mephisto's dignity completely disappeared and he struck a cute bunny pose. Eric's every sense immediately suffered, causing a collective hemorrhage, and he couldn't help but vomit. "Ah, my eyes, oh my goodness." Mephisto, standing beside him, had long since shed tears of anger but could do nothing. Eric observed Mephisto, regretting his demand very much. "Damn it, why did I demand that pig-like act? If I look any longer I'll vomit again." He tried with all his might to restrain himself. "Calm down. I don't want to see that appearance again, alright? If you change your mind, write down all the explanations for heart seal magic here. I'll release you after I've read it all." At this moment, Mephisto's mind was filled with nothing but the intention to resist. "Do you think I'd compromise with just this much? Me, who endured being sealed for 1,000 years. Eric stretched, completely indifferent to them, and muttered, "Should I train at this time?" Night quickly fell, and Mephisto was still busy with thoughts that didn't even register in Eric's eyes. "If you admit your mistake, I will generously forgive you." Another morning arrived. The next day, Mephisto's patience grew thinner and thinner, and his anxiety increased. "It's time for him to beg me to teach him magic." Another day passed, and the next day, Mephisto was restless with various thoughts. "Why am I like this?" Time continued to flow, and the day after the next, Mephisto completely gave up, even considering surrender. "I'm going to teach him anyway. Should I pretend to compromise?" But his pride as a demon king wouldn't allow him to do so. "No, I can't lose." So the pen in his hand trembled and stopped after writing a few characters. "Basic principles of the heart seal." Eric burst out laughing, seeing Mephisto suffering so much. "Does it have to be that much?" His mocking laughter maximized the anger in Mephisto's heart. "No, I am the demon king, Mephisto." The demon within him was unleashed, and he resolved, "I will never hand it over to a human." Eric's single TCH interrupted Mephisto's grand words. What's this?" He concentrated on reading what was written on the paper. Meanwhile, Mephisto sat on all fours like an old dog. "Why am I acting like his dog?" Eric pursed his lips and carefully studied the characters written on the paper before him. Basic principles of the heart seal. Originally ancient knowledge that couldn't be found in any book. His hand caressed the ink-stained characters, then uttered a word of praise. Very good, very good. Shouldn't you be happy that I'm helping you?" Eric kindly remembered to read the command to release the cute action. After that, he reminded him again. "Oh, by the way, behind this information," he pointed at the edited content with a wry smile. "Can you write it in a bit more detail? Maybe it'll allow me to talk to you. Aren't you bored not being able to converse?" These words directly stung Mephisto's pride, and he looked like he was about to explode with anger. "You damn brat!" Eric lost his composure and yelled loudly at the other party. "What the hell? Don't you know you have to write more than before?" His answer was Mephisto's meaningless sounds. Mumble, mumble, mumble. "Who the hell decided that?" Nevertheless, Eric patiently suggested, "Then can you write it several times a day? A little bit each time. I'll release your confinement for 3 days, how about it? Do you agree?" Along with this came a series of absurd demands, and the more Mephisto heard, the more he trembled with anger. "Oh, and your handwriting is really messy. Can't you write it a bit neater?" "Oh, I've reconsidered. Several times won't be enough. Just write it all at once. Have you never thought of teaching me some secret techniques?" He swore to himself and at the same time imagined a magnificent scenario. "Just you wait. My technique hidden in this record will completely tear apart your heaven-high body and soul." Eric's thoughts began with, "I've only learned the first part when casting that magic." But the scale of that power exceeded Mephisto's expectations, and he pursed his lips in disbelief as he observed the scene before him. "This is impossible. Why are there no signs of dark magic activating? I distinctly remember putting it in." Just then, Eric suddenly spoke, interrupting his thoughts. "Why the long face, Mephisto?" Eric questioned, Mephisto with a slight sidelong glance completely having him in the palm of his hand. "Your face clearly shows you intended to do something sinister to my body, didn't it? But you're disappointed nothing happened?" He immediately turned his head and avoided eye contact, his voice a little more hurried. "I don't know what you're talking about." Eric smiled and replied, "Do you think I'm so foolish that I'd learn everything you give me without even looking?" He still wore a friendly smile as he approached and spoke again. "All right anyway, thank you, thanks to you I've reached a new dimension." Mephisto frowned in anger. He knew, damn it, all this cursed stuff. Eric's hand continuously flipped through this note. "Is there anything else? I'm getting stronger, so I don't want to use it anymore." Mephisto couldn't restrain his voice and asked loudly, "Are you dreaming, human?" He quickly reached out his hand and said a word. "Then that's enough, keep quiet." Immediately, he heard a satisfactory answer from Mephisto. "There's nothing left." Eric's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked, "What do you mean?" Mephisto continued to explain with an unpleasant expression. "Aside from my heart seal magic, there's nothing more I can teach you." The wind whistled, blowing something away from Eric. Eric's expression was momentarily blank as his mind struggled to process the words Mephisto had just spoken. That heart seal magic. Did he mean the highest level of spiritual sorcery excluding sacred voices, or was it not spiritual sorcery yet? Only then did Mephisto cross his arms, still looking at him with disdain, and remind him, "You won't be able to fully comprehend it at your current stage. If you misuse the energy, you could fall into mental derangement." Eric scratched his head in annoyance but couldn't deny his words. He wasn't lying. What should he do now? Mephisto spoke again, kindly attempting to clarify his mind. "Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield." This thought made Eric's eyes widen in astonishment once more. It was the destiny of the Melvinzer family. Until now, a new truth has been revealed. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. That was also the end of that stream of memory. It was the motto of the Melvinzer family. The ones who continuously protect the continent from demons. Eric recalled his emaciated father's appearance and thought. His father taught him and his sister about the honor of the Melvinzer family. In the war-ravaged territories, from the war against demons, he remembered every detail meticulously, even though his father didn't say a single word. Your father was severely wounded in the aftermath of the war. Looking at the flag fluttering in the sunset, Eric thought, perhaps father still remembers the days he fought as a mage beside grandfather. The man's serious face reappeared, followed by a mischievous boy's voice. "Dad, when I go to the battlefield later, I'll be able to use awesome magic like grandfather, right? The great mage Elric has arrived." At that time, the man evaded his question. Before he could delve deeper into that matter, a person's voice came from behind. "Eric." The woman behind that person smiled and spoke. "What did Mom say? How do you become a strong mage?" At this question, Eric puffed out his cheeks and answered curtly, "I have to study." That answer pleased her greatly. "That's right, you have to study." After that, the woman continued to remind him, "You shouldn't just be a strong mage in name like Dad. Didn't Mom tell you that grandfather became the greatest mage even before he became the strongest person on the continent?" At this moment, Eric's father interjected slightly. "Honey, I'm still the head of the family." Despite saying so, what he received in return was his wife's anger. "Dear husband," she continued to remind her husband not to instill illusions in the children. "Really, none of the men in the Melvinzer family listen," the lesson continued. "Or rather, the men in our family never listen to Mom." However, taking advantage of her momentary lapse, he leaned close to Eric's ear and whispered, "But magic must only be perfected on the battlefield." But as soon as those words ended, his figure disappeared. His mother reminded him once again, "Eric, by the end of today, will you finish reading the research summary on the relationship between the ancient magic circle system and the new era language system? Please look after your brother." After that, the sight of the young boy, head held by his sister, crying loudly appeared. "Wah wah, Mom, no, I want to play with Dad today." "Ow sis, my ear is going to fall off, let go." "Damn it." From this side, Elle's father spoke. "Honey, studying is good, but the children are still young after all." However, she replied to him with as firm a tone as possible. "That's because you spoil the child too much, giving him bad habits. He really takes after his father." The sunset gradually faded, followed by a man's sigh. "Oh honey." But after that, in the middle of the night, heartbroken sobs could be heard. Sob, sob, Dad, Mom. The cruel reality swept over Eric and his sister like a huge wave. His father's illness grew more severe, and even his mother, who had been nursing his father day and night, suddenly collapsed. His father passed away peacefully beside his mother, and they left the world together. The man's face looked particularly emaciated. He left a will. "Honey, I'm sorry. You are more radiant than anyone else in this world. It's all because of me." The pale woman still tried to reply with a gentle smile. "Dear, don't say that. Ever since I met you and had our wonderful children, every day has been happy." Their hands met and he continued to speak. "Thank you, honey. You've raised our children wonderfully. You truly are the best mother." After that, his mother instructed her eldest daughter. "Elle, are you listening?" She bowed her head and replied softly, "Yes." Her small body trembled incessantly as she listened to her last will. "Please take good care of your younger brother. Mom is sorry and grateful." On the other hand, Eric's father also whispered his last words to him. "Eric, Dad is sorry. Your magical obstruction disease is all because of me." However, young Eric at that time continued to cry and call out, "Sob, sob, Dad." As Eric's true feelings were revealed, 2 streams of tears flowed down. "I'm so scared, Dad, you can't leave like this." He pleaded with him. "What will my sister and I do without Dad?" But unexpectedly, a frail yet warm hand touched Eric's cheek and his flowing tears stopped on their own. He continued to speak soothingly. "Looking back on my entire life, the days I spent as your father were much happier than the time I spent fighting as a mage on the battlefield." Eric's tear-filled eyes widened, and his small hand, listening to those words, reached out with effort. "You don't need to be a mage, the man gasped, and his words grew softer and softer until they could no longer be heard clearly. "Please live happily with the people around you." That warm hand lost its vitality and simply fell. It fell onto the bed with a soft sound, and at that moment there was no longer any life between the 2 people. A clumsy call echoed once again. "Dad." Eric's face froze blankly, as if unable to believe the truth, and in the darkness of the night, a heartbreaking cry echoed. "Dad." That was also the end of the stream of recollection, and Elle returned to the present. "But Dad, what you said about me not needing to be a mage was wrong. If I'm not strong enough, I'll be abandoned in this reality." His hand unconsciously clenched even tighter, following the flow of his thoughts. "So I need to get stronger so no one can turn their back on me." Eric spoke as he walked, his cloak fluttering in the wind. "Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield." "That's right, what I need most right now is practical experience." But at this moment, another question arose. "Where should I go? To the blood forest full of spirits? That's too dangerous." Eric continued to consider the second option. Then the Goblin Cave, too many people there. Where should I go? At this moment his father's teaching suddenly came to mind. Listen, there are secret chambers throughout the continent where our ancestors lived. That became Eric's compass. Yes, that's the place. And the present him, having decided on his destination, spoke, Let's go, Mephisto. Mephisto crossed his arms and asked concisely, Where to? And Eric also replied concisely, I'm going to the Yeti territory. The Yeti Plateau. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the ground below. El was soaking in a stream, completely naked, becoming one with nature. He plunged into the water, thinking inwardly, if my identity is revealed it could cause problems, I need to change my appearance. As soon as he thought this, El immediately chanted a mantra, transform. Water began to surge behind his back, slowly covering his body. Once it reached a sufficient height, Eric commanded, cut, and instantly a lock of his hair flew away in the wind. The water and wind swept away the remaining hair, leaving behind only the suspiciously calm surface of the lake. Eric spoke again. Transform. A new appearance swiftly enveloped him, he remarked, satisfied. Looks decent. A completely different Eric from before was successfully created. A city in the middle of a cold winter. In one spot, people's voices suddenly erupted. A team is preparing to depart. Lucky me. The information desk. Logan pointed to one side darkly and instructed, No one goes to the plateau right now. It's truly surprising that so many people suddenly want to go there. The team I mentioned is over there. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. Ah, they're here, just in time. As people entered from outside, exclamations of admiration immediately rose from below. Looks like there are new people. Eric's gaze observed the incoming people with extreme wariness. He muttered, checking each of their identities and numbers. 4 herbalists, 3 monster hunters. His gaze stopped at the hooded figures and the 5 people concealing their energy. At this moment the boy smiling beside him spoke, Then let me reintroduce myself. Our tribe has a tradition of naming ourselves according to our birth date. My name is Manhwa, which means Monday morning of the week. What's the point of this? Today is Monday morning. In common language it's Tuesday, so if you just follow me you won't be in danger. In one corner Mephisto was already seething with anger at these light and clumsy words. This damn bastard talks too much. Someday I'll rip that mouth off him. Eric had a more relaxed expression. He raised his hand and said carefully, Ah yes, Min. Can I buy a communication crystal ball? This suggestion from Elric immediately sparked a debate among the people present. Why, our village doesn't have crystal balls. You could use pigeons or letters. Manhwa still spoke with a bright smile. Ah, I suddenly remembered a really interesting story about pigeons and letters from before. What a shame. Let's go. Despite being ignored, he persistently followed them. This sight made Mephisto and Elric sweat and admire inwardly. What a shame, I'll tell you on the way. Let's go. His expression at this moment turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Recalling an important matter, it was even uglier than the score difference between Manchester United and another team. If I don't contact my sister soon, she'll be angry. The situation is getting more and more complicated anyway. I've already told Shin. He'll be able to handle it. As people moved, voices continued to be heard, and then a pigeon suddenly plunged into a chimney. But before he could notice, that information revealed that the chimney must belong to the one who stole the lover of the neighbor of the lover of the oldest chief's grandmother in this place. Yeti Plateau. Mephisto, who was beside Eric, spoke at this moment. Somehow this place feels quite familiar. This is where the Yetis live. Hearing those words, Eric's curiosity was once again piqued. You know about Yetis, have you been here before? He explained indifferently, but his words were somewhat unpleasant to hear. Of course, they're just trash who dared not submit to us. At this astonishing fact, Eric couldn't suppress his voice and exclaimed loudly in admiration. Are Yetis demons? However, his direct conclusion immediately met with direct opposition from Mephisto. Don't equate me with such trash. Eric's eyes widened in surprise, struggling to understand his words. Just monsters. To think they're connected to the demon world. Truly surprising. Mephisto still moved slowly, explaining all of this. However, their former king was truly useful. He must have been blessed by the demon god, although his fate wasn't so good. Eric glanced at Mephisto, thinking inwardly, did the Yetis have rulers in the past? Only then did Mephisto speak again. His tomb is probably still around here. This firm assertion surprised Eric. Tomb, do you know where it is? However, seeing his anxious expression, he replied as if he knew yet didn't. Well, even if it's still here, it must have been robbed by now. Eric immediately froze. If Yetis were demons, their tomb must be connected to the family's secret chamber in some way. Eric once again recalled his memories. The secret chamber was an ancestral hiding place built to protect the family's legacy. At that time, he gently stroked his head and said, Eric, later when you become an adult and the head of the family, you must go to the plateau first. Words of plea erupted. Much was entrusted to that young son. Check all the family's legacies there and pay respects to your ancestors. The current Eric observed the object in his hand and calculated inwardly. I'm quite curious about what the family's legacy will be. Will I learn more about this magic pendant there? At this moment, Manhwa, who was walking ahead, was still talking incessantly. If you follow the legends passed down through generations in the Yeti tribe, the first Yeti to appear was abandoned by her husband and left on this plateau. That woman died, His incessant blather poured into Mephisto's ears and he unconsciously frowned. After seeking revenge, she met someone who suddenly appeared, and that's how the story began. Mephisto, annoyed, shouted loudly at Eric, "Can't you use magic to shut that guy's mouth? Look, my ears are bleeding." But Eric only replied with a single word, "Endure." What kind of spirit bleeds? Because at this moment he was thinking about the snow monsters, and also about the Yeti that man was constantly mentioning. Why haven't they appeared yet? Manhwa's voice continued to echo with his characteristic liveliness. "All right, everyone, from here on the path will be quite arduous. We should eat something before we continue." A warm flame rose and they split into small groups, each lighting a small fire to warm themselves. At this moment someone approached and asked, "May we share your fire too?" Eric's gaze immediately turned to this mysterious figure. He quickly concluded, he was as strong as a noble knight. After that, he continued to observe the actions of the strangers who approached them. Eric saw them gather around the fire as they had said and commented, "They don't seem to be targeting me. Could they be on a secret mission?" His gaze stopped at a man in a blue cloak. He was different from the rest. Is he the leader? He doesn't look like it. However, unexpectedly, this man directly took off his hood. Eric's eyes widened in surprise. The team members who were with him also couldn't help but be surprised, because before them was a beautiful girl with long blue hair. "Thank you, I'll cherish it." Eric was surprised and thought inwardly, "The girl." At this moment, one of the men started whistling. With him another man also started teasing, "Why do you hide such a pretty face, young lady? I never expected to have such a wonderful experience here." However, as soon as the words finished, a sword was drawn and immediately struck the face of the man who had just blabbered. With just one movement the man moved, and when this man realized the tip of the sword was already in front of his neck, ready to stab at any moment, the man's eyes were filled with murderous intent and he opened his mouth. "How dare this wretched scoundrel speak so rudely to the young lady? Pay for your crime with your life." A chaotic scene immediately unfolded, forcing the girl to issue a command. "Chen, lower your weapon." Eric on this side simply laughed with enjoyment, relishing the sword fight unfolding before his eyes. How dare that guy flirt with a noble? Does he even have a brain in his head? Suddenly, Mephisto appeared close to his face and they immediately turned around, surprised again by what they felt. Chen on this side still had his sword at the throat of the man who had spoken rudely, trying to justify his actions. "But young lady." This damned fool, however, the girl firmly demanded that he lower his sword, and a moment of hesitation flickered across Chen's face as he was about to sheath his sword. Eric's voice unexpectedly cut through the scene. "Everyone run?" Chen looked at him in bewilderment. The two men who had just been mocking him also turned to look. "Hey!" Chen drew his sword and blocked. Instantly, dozens of attacks rained down on him. Manhwa and the others were aghast, seeing one of their group struck by an attack leaving a large hole in his body. Chen shouted loudly to the other team members, "Protect the young lady." With trembling bodies they shielded the girl. Eric on this side shouted, "This reminds me of that den," and then he moved quickly. Seeing dozens of arrows continuously flying towards him, Eric couldn't help but exclaim, "Why are there so many?" He watched them pour down on him, getting closer and closer, and only now did Eric use magic, shouting a one-word incantation. Block. Immediately, a shield was generated, fending off the incoming attacks. Eric broke out in a cold sweat, scanning his surroundings for the other team members. What happened to the others? Chen's group desperately held their ground to protect the girl, while the ordinary people were almost directly hit by the attacks. They continued to groan in pain. Cough. They continuously exchanged attacks and cried out, "Help me, help me." They kept falling. "Gah!" Eric frowned at this unsightly scene. Mephisto on this side also glanced aside. The space was instantly enveloped in a strange red light, and it didn't take long for Mephisto to recognize the identity of this group. Those idiots from the Bloodblade tribe. Eric ran into the forest, his eyes wide with vigilance. ECH. Very quickly, yellow dots representing enemies appeared before his eyes. As he got closer, the dots became even clearer, and Eric recalled hearing that the group usually traveled in packs. What appeared before his eyes now were giant, fierce beasts. Eric's eyes widened in shock, and he unconsciously gritted his teeth, thinking, but there can't be this many. Chen on this side had already charged in, commanding, "Wipe them all out." A monster attacked, followed by a fierce battle between man and monster. Mephisto observed from the side, casually saying, "A bit difficult for a first fight." Eric approached him and called out softly, "Mephisto." Mephisto, full of bluster, continued to disdain Eric. "Looks like you're scared now that it's time to fight, aren't you? Humans are all the same." And in an instant he had to regret those words, because Eric cast a spell on him. "Shut up," Mephisto shouted in surprise. "Huh?" But Eric kindly reminded him, "This is no time for nonsense. The Demon King seems to be a little unconscious." At the same time, Chen quickly charged in, a single thought in his mind, "They are truly amazing." His eyes were wide and sharp blades continuously shot out. Meanwhile, Eric observed him, secretly admiring. This is how a knight optimizes. A good sign. Eric reminded himself once again that he wanted to see more from him. But now is not the right time. The Yeti's ambush is really a problem. Eric turned his gaze towards the monsters hiding in the forest, calculating inwardly. But this isn't all. There's another group lurking for an opportunity to ambush us. If I make the wrong decision now, everyone could be in danger. He began to manipulate surrounding objects to execute the plan he had just thought of. But if I attack first, the story will be different. A red set appeared on Eric's body, and he cast magic to remove the transformation and enhance his armament. In an instant, Eric successfully leapt over the heads of this group of monsters. It seemed to prove useful to record enhancement magic using memory. They were constantly moving, and one of them sensed Eric's presence and lifted its head. Its eyes widened towards him. I'm not sure if my attack will be effective, but my speed is getting faster and faster. Eric's foot stomped right in the middle of the monster's head, to the astonishment of another monster beside it. The other monsters also gaped in disbelief. Eric remained silent, saying nothing. He was completely focused on the plan before him, and at the very least he could slow them down. He jumped into the middle of this group of monsters, then activated explosive magic, turning the surrounding space into a dazzling fireworks display. Eric glanced to the side, noticing one monster charging to attack. He retaliated with burning magic. Immediately, a wall of fire was erected, preventing this group from approaching Eric any closer. Subsequently, ice shards appeared from both sides, flying and transforming into blue sword shapes. While the foolish group of monsters understood nothing, Eric cast his next technique, penetrate. He swung the glowing sword, striking down into the group below. He successfully took down a few more. Their bodies exploded behind him like New Year's firecrackers. The surviving monsters trembled in fear as Eric opened his mouth. Phew, only 2 left. He glanced at them and said softly, "Where are you going to run?" After that, with a smile on his face, Eric raised his hand and used a binding technique. Eric, standing alone in the middle of the group of monsters, said tiredly, "I'm not too bad myself, am I?" He stepped on one of the monsters and began to command, "Oh, let's talk, Mephisto, Mephisto." Eric continued to tease the speechless Mephisto beside him. "He, still here. Come on, talk." As soon as the prohibition was lifted, the first words Mephisto uttered were curses. "You damn bastard, you really." At this, Eric simply spoke one word. Mouth. Immediately, Mephisto stopped and no longer dared to speak recklessly. Now Eric coldly demanded, "No time, quickly translate." His words greatly confused Mephisto. "What are you talking about?" After that, Eric used Mephisto like a translator to talk to the monsters. He told them that if they revealed where their tribe was, he would spare their lives. Mephisto repeated the words. It said that it would release the bindings. But Eric replied very calmly and handsomely, "Do you think I'd trust that?" Suddenly, Mephisto became very serious and said coldly, "In this situation, you should negotiate through dialogue instead of threats." Left with no choice, Eric had to follow his lead. "All right, I've released it. Tell it to speak quickly." Mephisto whispered forcefully into the monster's ear. Its expression immediately changed. Doubt arose in Eric's mind, and he quickly used a translation technique, realizing that Mephisto was helping the enemy on this side. "Now I'll pretend to cooperate with this damn guy." Eric softly reminded, "Hey friend." The monster suddenly roared fiercely. This was followed by a deafening sound. Eric struck it down with a single blow. Magic shot from his fingers, and Eric's expression couldn't hide his shock. That was close. He looked at the 2 beings desperately fleeing before him, then gave a cold smile and demanded, "So let's talk again." No one knew what they talked about. Only someone's miserable screams continuously echoed. A moment later, Eric said to Mephisto, "That innocent Yeti almost died because of you, friend. Thanks for showing me the way." Mephisto still resisted him, saying, "You all die." Suddenly, Eric clutched his chest and his body also began to tremble. Feeling his heart pound, he thought to himself, "The dragon's heart contains the magic of both the dragon and the demon king. I can only exert 3 of its power here." Eric calculated inwardly. If he exerted all of that strange magic, his body would explode. He followed the monster somewhere. With my current skill, fighting like before is too dangerous. Eric's hands unconsciously clenched even tighter, but I can't back down. Eric's face showed determination. "If I give up now, how can I restore my family?" Eric's eyes suddenly glanced aside and he continued to think. Moreover, he unconsciously recalled that blue-haired girl. "Is that noble lady safe?" A vivid red wave burst forth, and Chen's sword and entire body were covered in blood. They were giving each other first aid, and the girl quickly approached with a very worried expression. "Chen, did you see the person who was just here?" At this moment, a simple thought flashed through Chen's mind. He probably ran away alone and died or is hiding somewhere. Nevertheless, he put on a smile and said the opposite. He probably escaped safely. The girl showed no doubt in his words. Perhaps he did. Her eyes turned towards the sky. At the same time, Eric was on this side on guard to confront something, completely unaware of the girl's quiet blessing. "I hope he's safe." Before him, a group of Yetis stood in a pack. Eric said with a serious expression, "Don't look at me with such bloodthirsty eyes. Let me meet your chief." The group of monsters before him snarled and all shouted loudly, making way for Eric. "Stefai." One of them slowly approached him. Eric's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him stood the chief of the tribe, a Yeti much larger than the other monsters. Eric maintained a calm expression and opened his mouth. "I have a few questions." The monster remained silent, not answering. In his hand, an attack technique was already prepared, ready to be unleashed at any moment. It would be best not to go this far, he thought with vigilant eyes. But if dialogue doesn't work, this will be the fastest way to take down this chief. At this moment, a voice came from the opposite side and a blue-eyed Yeti was speaking to him. "What is your name?" Eric paused at this action but managed to utter his name. "Eric Melvinzer." The Yeti was silent for a moment, then suggested, "Follow me." It headed somewhere with Eric. At this point it stopped and began to explain. Our tribe has an ancient legend. Eric opened his mouth again, curious. What legend? The Yeti said coldly to Eric's wide-eyed astonishment. A long time ago there was a great king who ruled this mountain. He glanced at Mephisto, who nodded slightly in agreement. The Yeti continued. That king was said to have recognized only one person as a friend. It recalled a meeting from long ago. He had blue eyes and bore the name Melvinzer. At this shocking fact, Eric's eyes widened in astonishment. An ancestor of my family was friends with the Yeti king, the monster continued to explain to him. Our chiefs have continuously managed their home according to the king's will. Eric's brow furrowed and questions burst forth. Where is that home? It looked at him silently for a moment, then pointed to one side. There was a bottomless, deep cliff. Both of them approached its side and looked down. Eric couldn't hide his astonishment as he looked down, thinking to himself, there's a house beneath this cliff. What returned to him was just a strange black color, and Eric became more and more astonished. But the most surprising thing was that he himself could actually confirm that there was indeed a house there. Truly insane, there really is a house down there. Eric's eyes were still fixed below, and suddenly some air currents surged up from there. Air currents, the air currents are increasing. Only then did the chief begin to explain. Once a year when the wind weakens we go down, but no one has ever returned. Mephisto beside him replied mockingly at this moment. So much magic and you couldn't get anything? But at this moment a question arose in Eric's mind. He himself stood beside the cliff. How? There's no one skilled enough yet. After that, Eric himself also replied. You're right, with my current skill it's really reckless, but if I just stand here I won't be able to move a single step further. His feet slowly moved forward. Besides, it seems my ancestors also want to see the skills of their descendants. Mephisto beside him asked again suspiciously, what are you trying to do? Without giving him any explanation, Eric immediately threw himself down. He looked up, smiled brightly and explained, I guess I have to follow their will. Seeing Eric throw himself down like that, Mephisto couldn't help but curse. This damn bastard. He continued to curse, and Eric was just falling lightly. Just keep falling like this? At this moment he realized the error of his decision. Damn it, the wind here is stronger than I thought. Suddenly, Mephisto also jumped down with him. Very quickly he flew alongside Eric's falling speed and reminded him, you lunatic, if you don't concentrate you'll die. At these words he came to his senses and felt somewhat relieved. Good. Just one more step. My face and entire body are stiff. I can reach it now. Very quickly the ground appeared before Eric's eyes and he shouted loudly, commanding, land? The scenery below the ground gradually became clear and Eric saw the shadow of a house. At this moment a yellow light appeared at his feet, and the light spread around to aid Eric's landing. Through continuous jumps, Eric finally managed to land. As he landed, dirt and rocks flew around. Eric looked around, his eyes flashing with cautious blue light. But at this moment Eric slumped to the ground and let out a long sigh. I really thought I was going to die. Suddenly, meaningless sounds echoed in this space. Hee, I did it, didn't I? I'm the best, aren't I? You think so too, right? I admit it too. Mephisto on one side could only admire this human's peculiar personality. A moment later he got up again and turned his gaze towards the house, mumbling, anyway it looks too ordinary, like a hut made of leaves. Eric's hand trembled as he tried to touch it, but what he touched instead was a pale purple protective shield. It seemed to be locked by ancient magic. At this point he said to Mephisto beside him, try a mana spell. As if waiting, Mephisto opened his mouth. Melvinzer. This was followed by Eric continuously touching it and reading the passwords that suddenly came to his mind. Magic nobility, demon king, demon hunter, entrustment, cookie-eating dinosaur. But none of them yielded any results, only plunging Eric into deeper thought. Mana doesn't work? Is it some kind of key? At this moment a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be? Eric slowly brought the seal in his hand to this door, placing it on the protective shield, and realized they fit together perfectly. As the barrier immediately absorbed the seal, the door slowly opened. Eric marveled, it truly is deceptive. The space inside this house was completely different from the outside. Wow, he reached out and touched a book, and as soon as he recognized it, his eyes widened automatically. He moved around as if possessed by madness, while Mephisto watched him with an annoyed gaze. Basic doctrines of magic theory, they're all practical books. Oh, there's even fairy and beast magic, even dark magic, are all kinds of books here? Observing his childlike over-the-top excitement, Mephisto mused, it seems this is where the Dongzu great figure lived. Eric was walking around and had to stop to clarify those 5 characters. Dongzu great figure. Mephisto fell into thought. That person and the Yeti King knew our ancestors, and it seems there's a hidden story behind it. Eric spoke as if realizing something. How this book, at this moment, a book titled History of the Melvinzer Family was in his hand. Eric, out of curiosity, flipped through page by page, mumbling a few words visible in the old book. Our family's mission is to eradicate demons. Old memories resurfaced. This is exactly what I saw in my dream. His hand touched the part of the book where the words were erased. What is this? This part definitely requires certain conditions. A deep green aura swirled around Eric's body, and he continued to read the mission bestowed upon his family. The words in the book seemed to dance in the air. If you can swallow demons, devour them, and properly digest demons. Eric considered dozens of possibilities, wondering if a new demonic path would find harmony. And then power suddenly erupted around him. Eric's eyes shone with an intense light, and the persuasive voice continued. Eat demons, swallow demons, drink demons. The seal also began to activate. It shone even brighter as if polished, and with it, a series of commands poured forth. Eat demons, swallow them, drink them. A blue light struck the seal and reflected outwards. Behind it followed residual images of the past. Then all demons will be contained within the body. Then a new mage will appear. The first descendant to swallow demons will pass the trial prepared by the demonic path. It would now begin completely. At this moment, Eric was lying on the grass. He suddenly came to his senses and wondered, "Where am I?" As Eric bolted upright, someone's voice was heard. "It seems you are a descendant destined to receive our arrangement in the distant future." A shadow appeared behind him, and Eric slowly turned to face it. A mustache and glasses. Eric stammered cautiously. "You are?" The person bowed slightly and introduced himself. "Otto von Melvinser," he solemnly stated. "I am the guide, the one to lead and test the descendants." Regarding this person, Otto von Melvinser established the Melvinser family's demonic magic system hundreds of years ago. Over generations, only a select few ancestors were able to bring honor to the family. He smiled, looking at Eric's current expression. "It seems you know me," Eric answered him with a blank question. "Surely an ancestor is the Dongzu great figure." Otto was momentarily at a loss for how to explain. "Oh dear," he answered him with another question. "None of my descendants knew this hidden name. Where did you hear it?" At this moment Eric recalled Mephisto. He confessed honestly to Otto. "Demon King Mephisto told me." "Where did that name go?" Otto looked at him with suspicious eyes. "Mephisto is the demon king of original sin." Eric didn't hide anything at all. "Oh yes, he's just a foolish demon." At this he approached and placed a hand on Eric's shoulder, saying, "Haha, so the first demon you swallowed was Mephisto?" Otto smiled, looking at Eric before him with satisfaction. "A truly outstanding descendant has appeared. Should I increase the difficulty of the arrangement?" Speaking of Mephisto, at that time Mephisto was constantly muttering, "Who dares to insult this king? I should tear him limb from limb." Eric at this moment focused only on what Otto was telling him. He wondered, "What is this arrangement? What do you intend to teach?" Otto gently stroked his head and explained, "You must have many questions." His eyes were very gentle towards his junior. "And you may record at your leisure, but why would you want to write such complicated things instead of just leaving the rest for later?" Eric's face inadvertently flushed, and he himself wondered why it felt so awkward. At this, Otto's hand spread wide and a light began to appear above it, gradually transforming into a magic circle. "We have prepared something similar to a magic wheel." He aimed it straight forward and muttered, explaining, "Once it starts spinning, it cannot be stopped. That's why I didn't entrust it to just anyone. No matter how long it takes, I must thoroughly test my descendants." Otto continued to kindly instruct Eric. "You have passed my trial, so from now on the choice is yours." There were magic circles in both their hands, and Otto posed a question to him. "Will you stop the magic wheel or let it continue to spin?" The magic circle was transferred to Eric, but he remained dazed. Eric did not know what the family's arrangement entailed. If he chose the wrong path, his life could be extinguished. Eric's hands unconsciously clenched. The invisible shackles shattered as he solidified his resolve. "Therefore, this is the last chance to escape." Otto solemnly said, "Very well, I respect your choice," but Eric firmly declared, "I will restore my family." These words surprised Otto somewhat, and Eric reiterated his resolve once more. "I will carry on the will of my grandparents. Like my great heroic ancestors, I will leave my name on this land as a great mage." Eric's momentum was soaring, and it was a dream he had harbored for a long time. Eric's hand pushed the magic circle forward, successfully creating an explosion, just as Otto had done. Eric did it not just once, but multiple times. Otto's eyes could not hide their surprise as he witnessed Eric's performance. He patted his shoulder and evaluated. "Well done. Oh, with such audacity our descendant can succeed." Eric groaned as if in pain. "Ah, that hurts." A vast field still lay before them, and Otto continued his explanation. "Very well." Eric's hands spread out to his sides, and with it, the weather instantly changed. In a flash, the warm scenery before their eyes was replaced by a snow-covered mountain with blizzards continuously pouring down. Eric, surprised, said, "This is," and tried to endure, trembling. Eric wondered, "Where is this?" Otto explained somberly, "This is where you will receive your first arrangement trial." He quickly understood his words. "So I have to take a trial here? If so, thinking of a future where I rule over everyone far more powerful than now." Eric's lips curved into a smile. "Perhaps I will become much stronger." This small gesture did not escape Otto's eyes. "You're smiling. That's a very good attitude for facing a trial." He led Eric and directed his gaze far away. "Now look over there." He asked back as if not understanding, "What am I supposed to look at?" But Otto simply continued to urge Eric without explaining. "Look farther." Eric followed his words, and very quickly he saw something. Looking deeper, a thick black aura was swirling. At its center was something whose form was difficult to discern. Eric couldn't help but wonder, "What is that?" The shadow of an extremely powerful being entered his eyes, and Otto answered, "The Snow Mountain King," he enthusiastically explained to Eric. He was the first and last individual to unite the Yeti tribes and the king who ruled this snow mountain. He was a figure who harbored the ambition of returning the Yeti tribe to a demonic race. The past story of the Snow Mountain King was revealed by him, but ultimately he was consumed by that ambition and discarded like a corrupted demon. Eric's face grew even blanker as Otto continued to mention the main purpose concerning that demon. "This Snow Mountain King is the second demon you must swallow," he exclaimed in surprise as if understanding 10 words after hearing one. So does that mean I have to confront that? Otto intended to correct him. No, to be more precise, you must swallow it. Are you perhaps afraid? After that, Otto's gaze turned towards where the Snow Mountain King was, and he entrusted Eric with a mission. Now you must swallow the demon and obtain its root, the seal. He asked again, as if not understanding. The seal, Otto kindly explained to his junior. Primitive and dark emotions such as fear, melancholy, and anger are what living beings emanate, and existence arises from a self created by the connection of dark thoughts and ideas within oneself. That is the demonic race. Eric's expression was momentarily surprised as he saw a seal appear in his hand. So each demon has its own dark thoughts, and that is the essence of their rank and symbol. A heart that harbors dark thoughts is called a seal. I could see the seal of Mephisto, the demon king of original sin. It gradually changed from black to blue before Eric's astonished eyes. This is the demon king's seal. Otto then explained his true purpose. From now on you must hunt the demonic race and seize its root, the seal. He painted a sweet future, like sucking milk if Eric swallowed demons, and Eric's face was momentarily blank. All their power will be yours. He looked at the Snow Mountain King's dwelling, calculating inwardly how strong he would become if he obtained the power of that terrifying monster. After that, Eric quickly made up his mind. I'll have to try it to find out. He moved using his technique. Flight. Otto did not forget to say from behind, remember this. At the same time, Eric had already used his second technique. Activate armament. As Otto's words echoed in the space, not to defeat it, Eric moved through the thick black mist, and with it, the final words echoed, but to swallow it. Eric thought inwardly as if not understanding. No, but what am I supposed to eat and swallow? What does that mean? Very quickly a black aura entered his eyes. The Snow Mountain King had already sensed Eric's presence. Is this magic power Mephisto Melvinser? The Snow Mountain King's gloomy voice echoed. Prove yourself. The reply to that was Otto's voice. Guide, cease. The Snow Mountain King's words were very suggestive, with eyes watching Eric move quickly. Our enemy. His eyes widened at something he saw. Black figures continuously moved quickly, acting on the Snow Mountain King's command. Kill them. An attack was made on Eric's leg, and he had to be vigilant. Simultaneously, a black aura appeared. The Snow Mountain King's subordinates all appeared before Eric. The warriors guarding the king. Eric scanned this group once, then began to assess them. At a glance, there are dozens of them. In some ways, they are different from the Yetis I faced before. His gaze stopped on a particular individual, and worry naturally arose, especially that one. Can I defeat it with my current abilities? Eric devised a plan. If I only use the seal of original sin, I might even be able to capture the Snow Mountain King with the Demon King's power. The more he thought, the more annoyed he became, and he swore, damn it, if I don't know how to use it, it's no different from drawing absurd pictures. At this, the leader of the group roared threateningly, and they all attacked Eric simultaneously, and he quickly had to decide on a countermeasure. But this is the first trial, so with the Demon King's abilities, Eric uttered a word before casting his technique. They won't call it a trick, will they? Now for an explosion. He immediately created a massive explosion. Its scale and firepower were by no means ordinary. But in an instant, Eric's eyes widened in fear. The enemy's spear had suddenly been aimed at his body. What the? Eric shouted loudly and took up a battle stance. A massive flame suddenly erupted in his hand and exploded. Immediately after, Eric powerfully threw the huge flame in his hand at the group. A large explosion occurred. Due to that explosion, the surrounding dirt and rocks flew high into the air. Everything was immediately shattered. Eric himself could not have imagined his power could be so great. He was slightly surprised by the explosion he had just created. Immediately after, another even larger explosion occurred, sending the warriors flying far away. Eric raised both hands into the air, drew a bagua, then raised and thrust it. Immediately after, sharp, colossal chunks of ice all surged from the ground. They rushed quickly towards the warriors, who had no time to evade. Eric's eyes also gradually brightened. He watched the warriors with blood-red eyes standing before him, completely unshaken. Eric spoke. I heard you once belonged to the demonic race but were abandoned, he said in a calm, emotionless voice. Then you already know that if you are weak, you will be abandoned? These words struck a raw nerve with the warriors. They looked at him with resentful eyes. Eric told himself inwardly, I need to get stronger. At this moment, the blizzard grew even fiercer, but Eric said without wavering, if I can become stronger than such trials. Immediately after, he raised his hand and began to summon power. His eyes began to brighten. Eric shouted loudly, if necessary, I'll break it 100 times over. Immediately after, the colossal fireball Eric created blinded the surrounding space with dazzling light. But immediately after, the flames of the fireball were suddenly cut into hundreds of pieces. The warriors swung their swords at Eric, and he had to retreat a few steps, losing his balance. He was slightly surprised by the warriors' strength. Immediately after, the colossal fireball shattered into pieces, causing a huge explosion. Its beams of light scattered in all directions. Eric, at this moment, was suddenly wounded in the abdomen and bled. The warrior sheathed its sword, and Eric's blood was still on its blade. Damn it! At this moment he collapsed to the ground exhausted. From below, the warrior approached him. I'll lose like this. Blood flowed from Eric's lips. No, I can't collapse on the first trial. but he did not give up and continued to stand up to fight, even though his body could no longer endure it. Blue smoke emanated from his body, and immediately after, a loud sound echoed. Eric regained his strength and continued to fight the warrior. He gritted his teeth, and an even more resolute expression was on his face. "I need to draw out more energy." The warrior did not change its expression, seeing that Eric still did not give up. Immediately after, it threw a punch at Eric. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Dragon's heart. A white beam of light suddenly appeared. Eric pierced the warrior's body with his sword, inflicting a large wound, and smiled, "Rejoice." Eric stopped and chuckled lightly. Black smoke emanated from his mouth, and immediately after he collapsed to the ground exhausted, letting out a long sigh. Eric's tightly closed eyes opened again. "Is this real?" He turned around and looked at his surroundings. All the warriors had turned into black smoke and disappeared into the air. No matter how he looked at it, the first round was too harsh. The black smoke grew thicker and more entangled. Eric also noticed that something was wrong. "Damn, my heart feels like it's going to burst." The soldiers began to reform. What should he do? Eric turned around. In front of him, a massive black smoke entangled together, forming a thick black barrier. He let out a gasp. "Huh?" Unexpectedly, the smoke enveloped Eric and swept him downwards. Eric looked down at his arm. This is a seal. In fact, the black smoke was being absorbed into his arm where a tattoo was etched. He looked at his arm and thought to himself, "It's fainter than the seal of original sin, but a new seal has definitely formed. I don't know what's happening." But the dragon's heart energy, which had felt like it was about to explode, was now stable. And this was why demons called their seals by their true names. Otto had been standing next to Eric for some time. He spoke. "So if you want to use their power, you must know their true names," Eric asked, puzzled. "How can I find them? They wouldn't tell me their names." Otto, still looking at the black smoke in front of him, said in a calm voice, "Don't worry, the soldiers have reappeared behind the black smoke. When the time is right, you will naturally feel it." Eric sighed and continued to fight, summoning his power again. "The Yeti's true name is evil. I can't explain it, but..." At this moment, a colossal blizzard suddenly swept across the sky, and the surrounding landscape transformed into a mountain range covered in snow and ice for thousands of years. The method for using the seal is... Eric stood firm in front of the horde, continuing to fight. "And what are their true names?" He smiled slightly and said, "Please be calm and ruthless." Then, Eric summoned his strength to hurl thousands of massive stones at the soldiers. The soldiers were not surprised at all and continued to attack Eric. Eric, slightly exhausted, stumbled and staggered back a few steps. It seemed he had used too much energy. Nevertheless, his face still bore an unyielding stubbornness. However, he looked around and the ground had already turned into massive chunks of ice. "Is this the power of the seal?" The soldiers began to laugh loudly as they watched the stones fall, having no effect on them. Eric fell to the ground in disbelief before losing consciousness, and he heard someone say, "Now it's just you." Eric was a little confused. "How why?" Before losing consciousness, Eric still asked himself, "How why?" The next moment, Eric suddenly sprang up, his face still etched with fear. He woke up in an old library, with thick books scattered on the floor. His face was filled with terror, and he stammered to himself, "What happened?" Mephisto floated beside him and said in a calm voice, "It seems you've passed quite a difficult test." Eric looked at him. Mephisto still floated beside him. "I hoped the mission would activate. You fell asleep when your necklace glowed." It didn't seem to be an easy task. Hearing those words, Eric finally realized the dream he had just experienced. "Oh, a mission. So I really didn't die." He touched the blue tattoo on the back of his hand. "I trusted the seal too hastily. I must have fainted after absorbing all the mana." And Eric recalled the events of his dream, but that power was much stronger than I thought. His hand still didn't leave the blue tattoo. "If the incomplete seal of evil is so powerful, how much more powerful is the seal of original sin? But how do I use it?" Mephisto suddenly interrupted. He cut off Eric's train of thought, saying, "Is it the seal of evil?" He seemed to know what Eric was thinking. "It seems the Dongzu great figure plotted quite a peculiar scheme." Eric regained his composure and asked him, "Mephisto, how do I use the seal of evil?" He didn't answer but asked Eric back, "I presume he told you my true name." Eric recalled the dream where the stranger had asked him, "Do you think I'd tell you?" Mephisto continued. His eyes subtly glanced at Eric. "No matter how much you insult me, you will never get anything from me." Eric scratched his head, flustered that his small plan had been exposed. "I was just asking. There's no need to get so angry." He looked at the floating Mephisto and thought to himself, "I knew he'd say that. After all, the seal is the most important thing to demons." He was now turned away, looking elsewhere. "If Mephisto allows me to use the seal of original sin, it's tantamount to taking away what's most important to him. What a misfortune, but I won't touch it for now." With this thought, Eric pulled down his sleeve to cover the tattoo on his hand. "Above all, the seal of original sin is the Demon King's seal. I can't even control the Yeti's power right now. There's no way I can control the Demon King's power." He approached Mephisto with a broad smile and extended his hand. "Mephisto, you said you knew the Snow Mountain King, right?" He turned around with a puzzled expression. "Why are you suddenly asking about that?" Eric explained to him. "This is his tomb, and it seems I have to capture him." He was slightly surprised to hear that. "Ha!" The next moment he turned around and shouted, "Otto von Melvinser, I know you're crazy, but how dare you send this guy to capture someone you yourself acknowledged?" Eric was slightly surprised to see him so angry. "So do you know anything about that incident?" Realizing he had accidentally blurted it out, Mephisto recoiled and replied coldly, "No." Eric continued to plead with him. Oh please, he's no longer part of the demonic race, you can at least tell me that much, can't you? Hearing those words, Mephisto grew even angrier. What are you talking about? Revealing the secret of a seal involves revealing the secret and weakness of their race. It's no different. Eric held up 3 fingers and began to negotiate. 3 days of cute action exemption. He closed his eyes and refused. Do you think I would compromise my pride like that? Eric continued to hold up the number 5. 5 days. Mephisto gritted his teeth and snarled. Are you despising me again? Eric, hearing that, had no choice but to say loudly, all right then. Unexpectedly, Mephisto put on a fake smile and accepted the contemptuous offer. But my generous heart is like the ocean, so I'll let it slide this one time, Eric teased him. Just for 5 days of cute action exemption. Haha. Immediately after, Mephisto's voice became serious again. Listen carefully. With the seal you currently possess, let alone completing the mission, you won't even be able to get close to the Snow Mountain King. Eric looked up at him. You. Mephisto interrupted him again before he could finish, but he smiled slightly, as there was a way. The scenery changed back to the 1,000-year-old Snow Mountain. Eric stood there, complaining annoyedly. I'm freezing to death. That's why I'm not coming back. In front of him still stood the hostile soldiers, but it seems I'll have to use the hint Mephisto gave me. Eric leapt and flew forward. He remembered what Mephisto had told him. Increase your grade. Seals can be classified into common, advanced, rare, unique, and legendary grades according to their rarity. Also, there's a grade level, which can lead to different levels of power within the same grade. Eric flew towards the soldiers, trying to evade their attacks. The Seal of Evil is a rare grade. It's definitely ordinary. But your grade level is only 1 star. On the other hand, the Snow Mountain King's seal was already trained to 10 star. Immediately after, Eric flew in front of the leader. So you must raise your grade level to 10 star or raise the grade to unique grade. With this thought, Eric realized his current situation. My grade level is only 1 star. He smiled slightly. Immediately after, Eric delivered a very strong punch to his opponent. The blizzard grew thicker and thicker, and Eric's feet were already deeply buried in the snow. Eric lowered his head and said coldly, "Finally met you, Snow Mountain King." He looked at the black shadow in front of him and thought to himself, no matter how many soldiers I defeat, my grade level is stuck at 2 star. In other words, to raise my grade level, I have to fight you? But with this thought, Eric swore in annoyance. Damn it, in front of him stood a colossal soldier's shadow. And it wasn't a shadow, but all of the demon's energy. What kind of being was it when it was alive to be so powerful? Eric, in fear, stammered and asked Otto, "Did you tell me to defeat that?" Otto stood behind him and gave him a thumbs up. "It's all right, you won't die." Eric continued to ask, "Is he really a respected ancestor of our family? Wasn't he our enemy?" The snow still grew thicker, and Eric said to himself, "Nevertheless, I'll try." He muttered, "It will be difficult, but if I keep trying." His eyes once again shone with determination. "I can definitely win." Mephisto on this side looked a little worried. Eric suddenly opened his eyes, and the scene before him returned to the old library. Eric couldn't help but laugh. After collecting all the seals and working myself to death, I couldn't move anything and just died. He lay there asking himself, "How can I win?" Mephisto flew closer to him. "Do you understand now? Just give up the mission." Eric still spoke. He still seemed unwilling to give up. "Still, if I obtain that being's seal," thump. Mephisto, hearing that, trembled with anger. "That brat is at it again." He got up and continued, "Oh right, this is a bit sudden, but the Snow Mountain King is a woman, right?" And he looked directly into Mephisto's eyes, expecting an answer. Mephisto also looked directly at him, then turned his head. The next moment, Mephisto pointed at him and shouted loudly, "Why are you looking at me like that, you? What's wrong with your eyes, you?" Eric, hearing that, thought to himself, "I see. There's something between the Snow Mountain King and Mephisto. I'll have to uncover it slowly." Eric tightly gripped the ice flower crystal ball in his hand. What's more important now is swallowing the Snow Mountain King's egg. He didn't know how to do it yet, but he resolved to keep it safe and told himself, "I'll definitely find a way. If I just knock him out." Eric then received a powerful attack and a voice said in his ear, "Die." Then the decisive attack appeared, simultaneously emitting a dazzling light. Eric was now frozen solid, unable to move like a statue. His eyes were wide open and white smoke billowed from his mouth. Nevertheless, a deep sensation still remained in his heart, and Eric recalled everything he had experienced before, shouting, "It hurts, my head feels like it's going to explode." The fight continued, and fortunately Eric was able to escape from the ice chunk. He charged wildly, attacking. In the process of attacking, a hideous face appeared, and Eric gradually approached, realizing he could finally see her face. At that moment, the Snow Mountain King's face turned hideous, and she snarled with a terrifying sound. Eric still charged desperately, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, "Now I understand the method for using the Snow Mountain King's seal of evil." Although it's difficult for someone who just obtained a seal to defeat someone who uses it skillfully, he saw the Snow Mountain King charging with murderous intent but still said firmly, "I'll still overcome it." Thus, Eric charged without the slightest fear. The moment their hands met, Eric seemed to understand habits, actions, methods, theories, and a colossal source of power. A moment later it disappeared, and Eric's hands still reacted, "Even if I have to take everything from her." Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred. Both Eric and the Snow Mountain King were sent flying far away. Another person observed the situation from a high corner. It was Otto. He observed with his eyes and said, if his ego continues to die, it's no wonder if he collapses. Otto looked at the satisfied smile on his face and exclaimed, but he's smiling. He not only has natural talent but also an unyielding will and an endless desire to perfect himself. Otto nodded and affirmed, yes, that child. The next was a terrifying attack that split Eric's arm in two. Otto could only exclaim, you will never appear even in our family. A part of his arm flew off and blood profusely splattered in the space, but immediately after his arm recovered. Otto also shook his head in admiration. What a crazy bastard. Eric, seeing this new arm, laughed and exclaimed, hee hee hee. I've reached 3-star. But his joy didn't last long. In front of him, the Snow Mountain King stood with a sword aimed at his head. She swung her sword without hesitation. Eric fortunately dodged the attack. He desperately counterattacked, continuously cursing under his breath. She doesn't even give me time to breathe. The Snow Mountain King suddenly let go of her hand, dropping her sword. Then a strange energy suddenly appeared from somewhere. Eric desperately tried to block it, but he was shocked to see walls of power rushing towards him. Then the Snow Mountain King launched an unexpected attack. It struck Eric head-on. Eric desperately resisted, thinking inwardly with rage, damn it, is this my limit? Taking isn't enough. To defeat the Snow Mountain King, I have to understand her. Eric looked at the Snow Mountain King, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, no, I have to do it. His body seemed to be changing and he shouted inwardly with rage, I have to become her. But the Snow Mountain King's dark power enveloped him. At this moment, the pattern on Eric's new arm suddenly glowed. A movement and strange sensation occurred in his body, and he asked himself inwardly, am I dying again? Just then a hoarse voice echoed, prove it to me. Seeing the familiar shadow, he thought to himself in surprise, Mephisto. Seeing Mephisto appear, Eric wondered, why is Mephisto here? But he still urged him, prove that you are worthy of becoming part of our race. After a moment of hesitation, Mephisto continued, Snow Mountain King. Hearing those words, Eric looked at his body and thought to himself in surprise, I'm the Snow Mountain King. At this moment his hand, etched with a unique pattern, moved slightly, and then a mysterious blue light flashed from that pattern. Eric then felt faint, and a terrifying face appeared before his eyes. Seeing the demon stroking the Snow Mountain King's head, Eric was horrified and asked himself inwardly, what on earth is happening? Someone's voice seemed to echo in his ears. The demon god has given us a prophet, our queen, the leader of the plateau. The young Snow Mountain King has appeared, and the voice continued to echo, this mountain range will be ours. I was born to be the king who rules the Snow Mountain. Note, they continuously use the masculine word king, but since the previous two lines referred to a female, I will continue to use it. Eric, hearing that, thought to himself in surprise. This was the Snow Mountain King's past. That person continued, however, the Snow Mountain King, who was the first in history to unify the Snow Mountains, could not be content with just the Snow Mountains. Then the Snow Mountain King's cold gaze appeared. We must reclaim our former glory. Listen to me. We were once part of the almighty demon race, and we will reclaim our place once more. At that, war broke out, and atop the Snow Mountains we forced countless humans and demons to kneel before us. The war was fierce and intense, and in the end we became part of the demon race again. Beyond that, I tried to become a demon king. But Demon King Mephisto, his hideous face and sinister smile appeared. Mephisto approached and lifted the Snow Mountain King's chin. In her mind the thought arose, the wall of the omnipotent Demon King is too high, and I can only taste the bitter flavor of failure. The Snow Mountain King paused and spoke again. But I never stopped, and I did everything to highlight my true name and strengthen the seal. She looked at Mephisto's shadow and said with a sigh, I've taken the first step, just a little more and I could gain Mephisto's approval. But suddenly, a loud, serious voice echoed, a rumble. In a black and white memory, the Snow Mountain King thought, I was blocked by a wall steeper than anything I had faced before. The Snow Mountain King's enraged face appeared. She gritted her teeth and said, unleash all energy. Immediately, one entity behind her vanished, but the area around the Snow Mountain King was filled with danger. Mephisto's eyes widened in admiration. What? Immediately after, a colossal monster rushed forward and attacked him, and a massive explosion occurred, and the creature standing nearby quickly vanished as well. At this moment, Mephisto heard a voice saying, Save me, I don't want to die. Behind him, a group of warriors was approaching. But before they could take any action, the warriors cried out in astonishment, I want to live. Just then, the Snow Mountain King appeared, holding one hand of the monster and a large axe in her other hand. The Snow Mountain King's gaze was sharp, as if it could swallow the monster. Mephisto saw it and screamed in surprise, Calm down, we are the proud demon race. There is nothing we cannot achieve. Let's show our fearsomeness to the enemies who stand in our way. But it was already too late. The Snow Mountain King attacked immediately, and blood splattered. Mephisto was horrified to see it and was choked, unable to say anything. Immediately after, screams erupted one after another. Wherever the Snow Mountain King went, blood stained the ground red. Mephisto witnessed it and still couldn't believe it. His eyes widened in shock and horror. At this moment, Otto von Melvinser appeared, and he slightly extended his hand. The Snow Mountain King stood alone in a sea of fire, thinking, we were defeated in the war against humans under his command and driven back to the Snow Mountains. Why? The Snow Mountain King snarled. Why? She looked at Otto with eyes full of resentment. You humans already have everything you desire. Are you saying we cannot even have one thing? The Snow Mountain King roared furiously at Otto. The pattern etched on her arm glowed, emitting a unique power. Thus, the Snow Mountain King charged forward like a beast in a faint state of unconsciousness. Eric stared blankly and asked himself, "This is your mission?" A thought arose deep in his mind. No matter how much despair and pain, he returned to the form of a young child. He looked blankly at the Snow Mountain King, feeling pity. Countless hardships. Eric carefully extended his small hand and whispered, "To reclaim your tribe's glory." Eric and the Snow Mountain King wept. A great mission. After that day, Otto von Melvinser remained on the Snow Mountains, watching over the Snow Mountain King. And after numerous confrontations, the two gradually came to respect each other and stayed together for quite some time. But despite this, the Snow Mountain King still said angrily, "We must reclaim our former glory." She could not fully escape the temptation of her ambition and eventually became a monster. Otto, thinking the Snow Mountain King was too arrogant, had no choice but to step in and imprison her. At that time, Otto's appearance was quite serious and terrifying. Later, the Snow Mountain King died at his hand. After a long while, Eric slowly opened his eyes and stood up, feeling weary and powerless all over. Suddenly a voice startled him. "You must be a descendant from a very distant future." Eric sat up and listened to the words. Before him was the Snow Mountain King. She smiled slightly and said, "Seeing you destroy a part of my mana and cut off one of my arms, he wasn't bluffing after all." Eric quietly pointed at the Snow Mountain King and said, "I'm sorry about her arm." The Snow Mountain King looked at him with a dark face, saying nothing. Eric was extremely afraid to see it. The Snow Mountain King also opened her mouth and said, "In the end I became like this because I could not abandon my ambition. I am a king and a warrior who commands a tribe," her gaze firmly stated. "I need no pity from my enemies." At this fierce appearance, Eric flinched for a moment and his eyes were filled with fear and astonishment. The Snow Mountain King smiled faintly and sinisterly. "It seems it's time to end this long drawn-out battle, to atone for my people and honor their sacrifices." Hearing that, his hand trembled slightly. The Snow Mountain King continued to ask, "Why was I so greedy to join the demon race?" She attacked once and said, "It was enough to live happily with my loved ones." Eric stood dazed for a moment, thinking inwardly. In the end, she was eroded by demonic energy. Later, his gaze changed to one of resentful sharpness, and he asked himself, "What should I do now?" Eric stood in a sea of fire, firmly determined inwardly. "No, focus. My opponent is the Snow Mountain King." He looked at the Snow Mountain King, thinking inwardly, "The king who unified these vast snow mountains, and the greatest warrior of the Yeti tribe, and the enemy I must swallow." He carefully extended his hand and magic also appeared. Eric pondered, "If I don't use all my strength to defeat her, it would be disrespectful to her." Thus he summoned immense power. Eric unleashed everything. "I will show her the great mission she established." Eric bravely charged at the Snow Mountain King. The light of the power he had just summoned suddenly flashed, and immediately after a clear blood red appeared. It mingled with that dazzling light. The Snow Mountain King was severely wounded. The axe in her hand also broke and fell. Seeing this sight, Eric wept once more. The axe in her hand was restored to its original state at this moment. The Snow Mountain King picked it up and attacked him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Become her." And Eric continued to fight the Snow Mountain King, combining his feet, hands, and power. As the battle reached its peak, a thought crossed his mind. That's strange. The Snow Mountain King's colossal feet slowly took one step at a time on the ground. Eric also stomped his feet with all his might and fought. In his heart, he felt that this was clearly a life-or-death battle for him. Subsequently, both of them attacked each other with all the power they possessed. Eric gritted his teeth as if resigned, and he blurted out, "But why is this so enjoyable?" The Snow Mountain King also attacked with all her might, blocking his attacks. And suddenly a massive explosion occurred, seemingly shattering everything around them. A dazzling light appeared as if the ground itself were cracking. Rocks continuously fell. Eric saw it and blurted out, "I can feel it." His eyes shone brightly, and he thought, days filled with happiness. The Snow Mountain King immediately heightened her vigilance, and her gaze like a bullet stared straight at him. Eric just looked and blurted out, "She was with Otto." Subsequently, she charged to attack him. He also fiercely countered, but seemed to be at a disadvantage compared to the Snow Mountain King. She continuously attacked Eric powerfully and fiercely, and he quickly dodged. Thus his and her battle was not yet over. Still at its peak intensity, Eric, as if enraged, stared at the Snow Mountain King, thinking, "Both of us have reached our limits. The battle will be decided by this final blow." With the technique that made countless tribes kneel, the Snow Mountain King charged. Seeing him with serious eyes at this final technique, Eric also repeated the same trump card, thinking that this was the Snow Mountain King's secret art. At the last moment, the two clasped each other's hands. Just then an astonished gaze appeared, and it was the reaction of Icebreaker, their final technique. After a moment, dark clouds and smoke gathered, and the colossal figure of the Snow Mountain King appeared, and the sky also returned to its bright color. Eric and the Snow Mountain King still stood there, and his eyes trembled slightly, as if an astonishing truth was about to appear before his eyes. The Snow Mountain King's body was cracking, and he had almost defeated her. At this moment, the Snow Mountain King smiled faintly. She barely managed to speak with her remaining strength. Finally, Eric, seeing it, just stood there blankly. He continuously bowed his head and gritted his teeth as if feeling remorse. Suddenly, the Snow Mountain King spoke in a gentle voice, "Thank you." Immediately after, the Snow Mountain King's calm and beautiful appearance emerged. She even shed tears of genuine emotion. The ground also changed color at this moment, thus the Snow Mountain King officially fell. Finally, sunlight began to stream in. It illuminated and warmed this land. The Snow Mountain King smiled peacefully at this moment. All living things here seemed to be receiving the warmth of the sunlight. Until the last moment of her life, the Snow Mountain King smiled happily. Immediately after, she gradually vanished from this place. Now only Eric stood there silently. He pondered deeply about life. The pattern etched on his arm also changed color. Just then, a newly sprouted shoot appeared on the ground. That shoot grew remarkably quickly. It bore 2 splendid flowers. The flowers thus bloomed, and their appearance was like a new beginning. Eric broke the silence and opened his mouth. Rest in peace. Thus his first mission ended. At this moment, Otto approached and applauded him. You really swallowed the Snow Mountain King. Amazing. Eric sighed, exhausted, and replied, I think the first trial was too difficult from the start. Hearing that, Otto also replied honestly, Our family is invincible. If you can't overcome even this, you can't call yourself a Melvinzer. Is this why the Melvinzer family is called arrogant? But I was truly surprised. He looked at him for a long time and continued, No matter how talented, I thought it would take him at least 1 to 3 years. But a guy who has only been learning magic for a few years defeated the Snow Mountain King in a month. Eric quickly corrected him. A month? Otto nodded and replied, Yes, a month. But Eric added, No, I've only been learning magic for about a month, or maybe 1 or 2 months. Otto laughed involuntarily and replied, Haha, are you joking? When Eric remained silent, he paused and cautiously asked, Is that true? Otto was quite surprised. He continued to ask, This isn't a Melvinzer-style boastful joke, is it? When he received no response, Otto approached and slightly extended his hand, smiling. My discernment of people is truly good. Seeing that unbelievable smile, Eric frowned and replied, I'll repeat exactly what you just said. No matter how talented, that's what you just said. Suddenly, Otto burst out laughing. This brat, ouch, your beard, your beard. A moment later, he and Otto silently gazed at the distant mountain range. He quietly asked, What was her last moment like? Eric answered honestly. She smiled. Otto heard that, turned to him and whispered, That's a relief. Eric then politely bowed his head and replied, Thank you for everything. Otto also nodded and replied, Yes, go back safely. He replied shyly, I won't be able to visit often. Otto replied with understanding, I understand. After all, the chief's position is very busy. As he left, Otto also calmly replied, All right then. Suddenly he was walking when he turned around and immediately headed back towards Otto. He scratched his head for a moment and asked, By the way, how do I get outside? Otto smiled and replied, You've already gone outside countless times, don't you remember? Hearing that, Eric blurted out in surprise, Thus the energy flow appeared before his eyes once again. Eric then calmly opened his mouth. Look at this. He lay stretched out on the ground and shouted, Damn it, respected ancestor, my face, my handsome face. At this moment Mephisto appeared and he smiled faintly. Ha, it seems that crazy Otto killed you, didn't he? Hearing that, Eric, unable to contain his annoyance, shouted, Who massacres people without saying a word? He looked up at him and asked, Did you swallow the Snow Mountain King? Eric rolled up his sleeve, revealing the pattern etched on his arm and said, I just finished. Hearing that, Mephisto burst out laughing, It's all thanks to my help. He didn't argue and nodded, saying, Yes, our great demon king is the best. This old man really likes to twist black and white. Mephisto's gaze paused at this moment, and he thought inwardly, Impossible, I only gave him a few words and this guy is already beyond genius level. He is a monster. Suddenly, Eric opened his mouth. I have one more question. You said you had quite a special relationship with the Snow Mountain King before, didn't you? Why didn't you allow her to become a demon? Hearing that, he paused for a moment, broke out in a cold sweat and asked, How do you know? Eric answered honestly, I glimpsed a bit of the Snow Mountain King's memories at the end. Why did you do that? Hearing that, Mephisto said, I am a demon king, and she was merely a lower-ranked demon. Nothing more, nothing less. At that time I was just a bit bored, and I heard someone from the Snow Mountain King's side say that she would definitely become a demon. So I went to see what kind of human she was. Then he carefully extended his hand and lifted the Snow Mountain King's chin, saying, She was a bit lacking to become a demon, but her ambition and skill were commendable, Mephisto continued, still arrogant and proud. If she hadn't met a true demon king like me, and had met scum like Azona or Lilith, she would surely have been reduced to ashes. Anyway, I told her to come back when she got stronger and left her there. Hearing that, Eric complained, Is that all? You never met her again? He said angrily, his neck veins bulging. Why should I meet her? The scene shifted to a snow-covered place. The surroundings were filled with colossal ice hills. In the past, the Snow Mountain King and Otto laughed happily together. Subsequently, colossal footprints were clearly imprinted on the thick snow. Mephisto stood there watching it and scoffing. He stared straight ahead. Eric clapped his hands, delighted. All right. Mephisto, hearing this, was bewildered and said, What? Eric began to reply. Do you know how immature guys bully the girl they have a crush on? Hearing this, Mephisto gasped and exclaimed, What, immature, a crush? Eric calmly explained, That's why you still fail even after 1,000 years. Mephisto, enraged, cursed loudly at him. You damned bastard, how dare you mock me? Eric teased Mephisto, calling him a mongrel. He was so furious at hearing that he felt like he was going to die. Just then a powerful fist was raised. It was Otto. He held up his fist and smiled calmly. He truly is an interesting junior. The scenery around him was also very peaceful. Blue leaves gently fluttered down. Otto was lost in thought at this moment. His face was filled with sadness. Otto opened his mouth and asked, "Don't you think so?" His gaze remained calm, and he continued to ask inwardly, "Aren't you angry with me?" The Snow Mountain King managed to reply in a trembling voice, "No, no." She looked at her two hands and said, "With these very hands." She looked at the surrounding battlefield and replied, "What is this?" Then Otto slowly approached and called out to the Snow Mountain King. Hearing the familiar call, she reacted. The Snow Mountain King furiously charged at him. Otto still stood there waiting for the Snow Mountain King to rush towards him. She ran, shedding 2 streams of tears, and pleaded, "Otto, please." The Snow Mountain King looked at him desperately and said, "Please kill me." Otto remained calm and in a firm yet gentle voice said, "I'm sorry." Following this, he began to cast magic on the Snow Mountain King. A moment later, everything was over and the space was extremely quiet. Otto's gaze was still calm, holding unutterable emotions within. At this moment he opened his eyes. After recalling that incident, Otto said sadly, "Ah, thank you." Standing in the middle of a green meadow, Otto poured out his heart. "Let your regrets and responsibilities pass on to that child and rest in peace. Let's meet again in the next life." He looked straight up at the sky and said, "I hope this improves upon the present." Mephisto suddenly opened his mouth at this moment and asked, "What are you rummaging through?" Eric, reading a book, feigned ignorance and replied, "I need to find something." He still asked as if he didn't understand. "Find what? What exactly are you looking for?" Turning the entire library upside down, Eric calmly didn't answer. Just then, Mephisto, seeing something glowing from Eric, said, "Wait, that's it." Eric took it out and Mephisto, seeing it, said, "It's an ice crystal." Eric held this ice crystal orb and said, "Take this ice crystal orb to the god Cornelia." Otto said, "What?" "Give it to Cornelia. She is the tea flower, right? He'll be your new guide." Eric went to Otto and scratched his head, replying awkwardly, "Is this a mission?" "That's right." Eric cautiously asked, "How long do I have to do this mission?" "I'll become a hunched old man at this rate." Otto frowned at the ice crystal orb and later calmly said, "Until you reach the level of our predecessors." Hearing this, Eric exclaimed in surprise, "Predecessors?" Otto still stood there and explained, "Of course you must have many questions, but they will always be willing to answer within a certain time. Our predecessors have accomplished everything and left much on this land." He looked up at the sky and gently continued, "We have prepared many missions to guide you to him, so all you have to do is diligently follow that path." Hearing this, Eric put the ice crystal orb in his pocket and replied, "Understood. I just wanted to make sure I brought this egg." Otto also replied sadly, "I'm sorry to burden you with this, but this path can only be walked by you, Eric Melvinzer, the one who will become the master of Melvinzer." Otto encouraged Eric. "Go, go," he firmly instructed. "Complete winter and return to the present." Eric picked up the ice crystal orb, observed it, and said, "I was told to take this ice crystal orb to the god Celia." Mephisto chuckled sinisterly and said, "The god Celia, it seems he's trying to create winter." Eric held the ice crystal orb in his hand and asked, "Winter, do you know what that means?" Mephisto nodded and asserted, "Of course, those dreadful 4 seasons." He frowned and replied viciously, "They tormented beings like me, a demon king." Hearing this, Eric showed a hesitant expression and looked at him with wary eyes. A moment later he abruptly stood up and said, "Explain in detail." Mephisto asked, bewildered, "Why should I?" Seeing that Mephisto didn't seem to agree, Eric demanded, 4 days rest." He frowned and replied, "What can 4 days rest as you imagine it accomplish?" Eric gritted his teeth in annoyance and said, all right, then how about lifting the silence ban?" "No more." Mephisto chuckled with delight and said, "Good, listen carefully." He began to explain. 4 lieutenants helped our ancestors establish the foundation of Melvinzer. Because their personalities and characteristics differed with each season, we demons usually called them the 4 seasons. Mephisto continued, recalling Otto. "Otto Han, one of them, corresponds to winter. In any case, someone will remain to guide such missions." Eric was startled and he solemnly continued, "Then what he intends to pass on is it the power he possesses?" Hearing this, Eric bit his lip tightly and thought inwardly, "If this mission is completed, I can receive missions from the other 4 seasons as well. Obtaining the power of the 4 seasons means obtaining power like a predecessor. If I can continue to swallow the seal of evil or even more powerful seals." Thinking up to this point, Eric chuckled slightly with joy. "I might be able to rebuild the family." He looked at the ice crystal orb again and said, "Then how important is this ice crystal orb to the god? Why does he need it so much?" Mephisto, hearing that, said, "An ice crystal orb." After a moment of hesitation, he continued, "The core of winter only forms deep within places eternally covered in snow. In other words, it is the egg of a god. Since tea flowers bloom in winter, there would be no better pot than an ice crystal orb." Eric, hearing that, asked with full of curiosity, "Then where do I go to meet the god?" He thought for a moment and replied, "He's probably in the Flower Temple. It's somewhere in the south." Hearing this, Eric said, trembling, "The Flower Temple? I've only heard of it in legends. Does it really exist?" Mephisto nodded and asserted, "Yes, that noisy damn bastard is definitely managing the temple." Eric was startled and fell into deep thought. From this moment on I could be sure after checking the records in the royal library. But he's getting too friendly, isn't he? What scheme is he cooking up this time? Eric looked at Mephisto, thinking warily. His soul aura seems to have grown stronger. Seeing him smile cunningly, Eric was startled as if he seemed to have noticed that his power had somewhat returned. "But even if you notice my power, there's nothing you can do." You'll have no choice but to carry out missions to grow stronger. Eric lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Carrying out missions to grow stronger, at the same time they could also make Mephisto stronger. I'll be able to obtain the great demon king who can make this entire world miserable. Seeing this face, Mephisto chuckled with delight and said, "What a truly agonizing face. Are you afraid? Of course you should be afraid. Although it's unpleasant to leave the Melvins or family's fence and grow stronger, I have no choice. A recovery process takes precedence." While Mephisto was immersed in joy, Eric suddenly chuckled cunningly. Seeing him, Mephisto was startled and said, "That damned bastard is laughing again." Eric, seeing Mephisto trembling and enraged, said, "What the hell is that damned bastard? Is he perhaps driven mad by fear?" Seeing his panic, Eric thought with delight, "Then I can even absorb Mephisto's power. In the end, he needs to grow stronger before he recovers his power and escapes from him." Mephisto said sadly and gloomily, "He's going crazy." Stop thinking for a moment. Eric thus bared his teeth and chuckled with delight. "All right, now that I've finished everything I need to do, should I return here?" Following this, teleportation occurred. During the teleportation, a flash of light suddenly appeared. Just then, Eric and Mephisto also arrived. Eric walked confidently and said, "A month ago it was truly difficult to go back there, but now it's a piece of cake." Seeing his confident arrogance, Mephisto scoffed, "You're truly too arrogant." Eric chuckled slightly and said, "Now that I have a guide, then should I head straight to the red-eyed tribe?" He smiled slightly and said firmly, "Perhaps because I've fought with Yetis for so long, or because I've swallowed the Demon King's seal, I want to see them moving vibrantly." While walking with joy, Eric suddenly stopped. He was startled by the bloody scene before him and exclaimed, "What?" Looking at every corner of this place one by one, he exclaimed in surprise, "What on earth has happened to this world?" Mephisto was also startled and thought, since they could have died instantly but were killed slowly, it must have been for the purpose of enjoyment. He narrowed his eyes and thought, "I don't know who the culprit is, but they have a far more cruel nature than most demons." Eric still stood there, choking, and exclaimed, "It's a little unsettling." He walked slowly, step by step, and thought, "Yetis are monsters, so they can die at any time. No matter how many Yetis I've killed, I will never treat them like toys." Eric trembled and gritted his teeth, thinking, "Is this unsettling feeling because I swallowed the Snow Mountain King's mission?" He sighed slightly and calmed himself down. "Calm down. I'm not the Snow Mountain King. I don't have the right to feel pity for Yetis." Suddenly he was startled and his eyes widened. Before Eric, a colossal sea of ice unfolded. He approached the thick ice step by step. He crouched down and began to dig into the thick layer of ice. His mouth was firm and he trembled from the bone-chilling cold. After digging for a long time, Eric finally found something beneath the cold ice. He frantically began to dig under this thick layer of ice. Snowflakes mercilessly scattered on Eric, after digging for a long time. Finally he found Manhwa beneath the snow. In the past he had walked proudly with joy and said, "An orphan, it seems a new person has arrived." Manhwa then burst into laughter. "From now on the path will be even more arduous, so let's eat something before we depart." Thinking up to this point, Eric flinched. Mephisto said nothing from behind. Eric looked around this cold place and said, "This is what that damned bastard did before, isn't it?" He nodded slightly. "That's right." Eric flinched at these words. He widened his eyes and asked softly, "Aren't they making me even more uncomfortable?" Under the dim light and gray sky, white snow stretched out like a cold carpet. Isabel was running with all her might. As time went on, Isabel's body weakened from the bone-chilling cold. Her lips trembled, and her legs, tired from running on the snow, gave out, and Isabel fell. Chen, who was chasing her, stopped and asked worriedly, "Young lady, are you all right?" He helped Isabel up. She panted, barely uttering words, "I'm fine, don't worry about me. We don't know when the assassins will return, so let's focus on finding that tomb," Chen suggested worriedly. "But you need to rest now." Isabel's eyes were firm, though her body was exhausted. "I am the child of the Blue Lion. I don't want to be a burden to everyone again." Chen heard her words but was still uneasy and tried to stop her from continuing. "Young lady," Isabel clutched the map and said firmly, "many people died because of the chasing assassins. I cannot falter here with their sacrifice." She unfolded the map, looked at it silently, and fell into thought. "It's already been a month. We've been searching for the tomb for a month." But Isabel stared intently at the map. Where in this world could it be? Her eyes suddenly filled with sadness, and she looked as if she was about to burst into tears. The weather grew colder and colder. Endless snow and ice covered the path. Father, recalling the past where Isabel lived, was a fortress surrounded by sturdy and magnificent stone walls. This was the great lion family, the Blue Lion family. Small whispers could be heard from inside to outside. "The only daughter of the Blue Lion cannot even wield a sword properly." Two guards were conversing. "Considering the rule that lions only follow the strong," the young lady. Before he could finish his sentence, the guard beside him cut him off. "Shush, what if she hears?" Isabel stumbled and walked in the darkness. Her shadow disappeared into the cold night's curtain. Isabel, filled with rage, cried out. She threw everything, as if to pour out all the anger she had accumulated. The sword fell to the ground like Isabel's own disappointment. "Why?" she blamed herself helplessly. "Why do I have no talent at all?" Isabel recalled everyone's criticism and blame, and she continuously crumbled. "The only daughter of the Blue Lion cannot even wield a sword properly. The future of the Blue Lion family is truly bleak. It's truly unlucky for the Blue Lion to have such a child. The family's beloved child is a daughter. She only receives good treatment because she's the Blue Lion's daughter. What do we expect from a woman? Lions only follow the strong. At least try harder." A scentless flower calls herself the child of the blue lion. Seeing his daughter sitting on the ground, approached. Isabel, she called out softly, seeing him smile kindly. Father, sat beside Isabel and continued to apologize. I'm sorry for burdening you, she comforted him. No, it's because I'm still lacking. Remained silent, consoling Isabel. Young lady, you don't need to follow your father's path and become a blue lion. He seemed to understand the pressure she had to bear. You may not be a genius, but you are still a proud member of the blue lion family. Isabel looked at her father, unable to say anything, but at a touching moment suddenly burst into laughter. And your father is still as healthy as an ox. Feel these firm muscles. Isabel was speechless. That's armor, father. Saying so, she again silently blamed herself. I'm sorry, father, look at me. Her father still smiled kindly and comforted her. Don't worry, the blue lion family loves you. Isabel was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes, and she silently listened to her father's words without saying anything. As always, I will continue to pursue my dream of becoming the greatest swordsman on the continent. She smiled happily in the moments she spent with her beloved father. In the cold, desolate castle, a faint light shone, and Isabel's voice suddenly echoed, Dad, why can't you wake up? Her hand tightly gripped Herman's. Aiden, standing by the bed, announced with a very serious expression, he's showing symptoms similar to obstruction syndrome. Herman lay painfully in bed. Aiden continued, his health has deteriorated due to recklessly using too much vitality. If not treated quickly, his muscles will atrophy. Isabel looked worriedly at her father battling the illness. The doctor sighed, saying the situation was not good. If his vitality could be restored, the problem would be solved, but it's almost impossible with human capabilities. He has lost too much vitality from his body. She quietly stood up. Aiden hesitated and continued, for now, there's no other option but to seek magical assistance. Hearing those words, Isabel decided to cure her father's illness. She got on her horse and thought with resolute eyes, I have to save my father. The magic tower was eerie, but it stored countless mysterious tools because ordinary items couldn't cure her father. I must risk my life to obtain advanced magical tools owned by the magic tower or the academy. One of the party members signaled to stop. However, Isabel and her group stopped at the gates of a kingdom. Their magical tools were also useless. This place was called Snow Mountain, covered in perpetual snow with the entire kingdom blanketed in white snow. I can't find anything that can cure my father. In a small restaurant, the conversation of two customers was heard. Hey, do you know there's a tomb in the Snow Mountain region that the Snow Mountain King once ruled? Isabel sat blankly in a chair and the two customers continued their lively conversation. Really, if it's the king's tomb, it must be full of treasures. There would also be countless magical tools that humans can't possess. If we get even one of them, we'll be rich. Should we go and try to get it? The conversation between the two caught Isabel's attention. What a fool. You want to be devoured by snow monsters for one of those legendary items? Even the waiter listened attentively. Don't waste your life, just keep drinking. After eavesdropping in the restaurant, Isabel set out to find traces of the mentioned tomb, and she slammed the table in anger. After trying my best to find that tomb, I found out that it exists and where it is. Isabel's plan seemed to have gone awry as rumors spread to an unwanted person. This person was very mysterious and was plotting something. The plan went awry when it reached this uncle's ears. With the plan exposed, Isabel and Chen and the others were being chased. Chen shouted loudly, "Young master, run!" The soldiers were massacred. Only screams for help echoed. "Help me!" Isabel flinched, seeing countless soldiers massacred when she looked back, and Eric had to drag Isabel away. My uncle Valix is waiting for an opportunity to seize the throne of the Blue Lion family and sent assassins to kill me. Because I am the heir. Recalling everything that had happened, Isabel couldn't contain her rage. She bit her lip tightly, and her lips trembled slightly from the cold. "How great is his cruelty," Chen defended with his sword from behind. "Young lady, run!" Isabel turned back, puzzled. "Why?" Eric grabbed her hand and pulled her up. As he carefully supported her, a familiar voice suddenly echoed. "We searched everywhere to find you all." Chen, hearing that voice, raised his sword with angry eyes. "We wondered what corner you were hiding in, but you appeared anyway." Hanun chased the three with his soldiers. "You are still members of the Vil family, so I'll at least let you leave peacefully." Hanun was the sixth blue wolf and an elite knight secretly sent by Valix. Eric and Isabel hid behind a rock, barely breathing with every word Hanun uttered. "If you're here, the young lady must be nearby," Chen shouted loudly and charged with rage. "Nonsense, Hanun, you'll pay with your life for the deaths of Isaac and Russ," he whispered softly. "Young lady, don't look back, just run." Eric grabbed Isabel's arm and stopped her intention. "No, we can't stop them alone." But Isabel firmly refused. "I have to go, otherwise Chen will die," Eric shouted at her in anger. "Chen is risking his life to buy us time to escape. You want to sacrifice him in vain." Isabel couldn't say anything helplessly, but she dared not look at the other side. Hanun shouted loudly, "Young lady," he stepped on Chen's body and said arrogantly, "Your loyal servant will die soon. Are you going to abandon him here?" Chen, lying on the ground, was suffocating to death but still forced out every word. "Foolish, the young lady has already gone far away." Hanun pierced Chen's body with his sword. He smiled sinisterly and thought, "She seems to have abandoned her loyal knight. Quite cruel." Hanun was covered in blood all over his body now. He uttered every word with extreme cruelty. I'll cut your throat. Isabel ran out from behind the rock and stopped. She cried out desperately, if you're after me, just kill me and let Chen go. Isabel's tears did not stop, but Hanun uttered cruel words. I'm sorry, but that's not going to happen. Her eyes widened in shock. What? He continued to utter sharp words. We've decided to kill everyone involved in this matter. Isabel couldn't believe Hanun's cruelty. Impossible. Dark memories of the past resurfaced. If you hadn't run away, everyone could have lived happily with their families. Isabel's eyes were filled with fear, and scenes of soldiers being massacred flashed continuously. Even innocent children were brutally murdered. Hanun smiled cruelly and said, unfortunately. Isabel felt as if she had fallen into a pit of despair with every word he uttered, and she was consumed by guilt. All these innocent people died because of someone like me. Hanun looked at Isabel and manipulated her psychology. End this. Isabel was helpless. All right. Suddenly a sound was heard and Hanun shouted loudly. Who is it? Water droplets hung on every branch. And as a branch gently swayed, Hanun felt curiosity mixed with fear. Eric scoffed from the branch. Just a passing demon. This guy. Eric's ancestor Otto gave him a snow egg. Previously, Eric was tasked with perfecting winter, and after completing his first mission he prepared to leave the snow mountain to carry out his mission. However, seeing countless snow monsters and innocent people being massacred, he realized that snow monsters and people had been brutally murdered. On the other hand, Isabel and her group were looking for a way to cure Hum's illness. Meanwhile, Isabel, who was on her way to find the Snow Mountain King to cure her father's illness, was being chased by a group of Blue Wolf assassins. Hanun was chasing Isabel and her soldiers with soldiers sent by her uncle, and at that dangerous moment Eric suddenly appeared. All right. Hanun stopped the hand he was about to use to eliminate Isabel. Who is it? Eric quickly moved from branch to branch, teleporting. Hanun looked back and Eric replied. Just a passing demon. Eric sat on a branch scoffing. This damn bastard. Hanun gnashed his teeth in anger and continued to curse. You demon, what foolish bastard dares to interfere in my business? Are you a demon worshipper? If you hadn't passed through here, you probably could have lived. Suddenly a branch gently swayed and Hanun's eyes gleamed with surprise. Eric leaped down from the branch with lightning speed. He braked on the ground, creating a long snow trail with his feet. Hanun, startled by Eric's actions, questioned him. What kind of monster are you? He asked Isabel, who was sitting below. Is everyone all right? She replied, quite surprised. I'm fine. But Isabel approached Eric, seeing him fall. Are you all right too? She stopped him with her hand. Eric sat on the ground and replied, of course. Hanun scoffed, seeing him fall. Do mages usually land like that? His subordinates also chimed in. Didn't he just fall? Why isn't he getting up? How shameful. Eric stood up, quite embarrassed. If the snow hadn't been slippery, I could have impressed them. Isabel looked at his face and felt a familiar sensation. Isn't he that person, the missing person? She recalled Chen talking about the missing person. Isabel was flustered. I can't just leave him to fight alone, and she shouted loudly to warn him. Run, you can't defeat them. Hanun stood and threatened. Young lady, didn't I tell you I wouldn't leave any witnesses alive? He ordered to eliminate that demon. Hanun's subordinates rushed to attack Eric. Isabel's scream echoed. No, he stared straight ahead without any emotion. Yes, pity is just a waste. An energy source burst from Eric's eyes. Damn bastards like you are truly a waste. He used magic to send the soldiers flying into the sky. His hands became as cold as ice. Eric froze all the soldiers. He charged forward. Eric suddenly threw a punch, shattering the soldiers' bodies and melting them into the ice. Eric couldn't hide his astonishment. Damn! Hanun's face turned pale, as if he couldn't believe the sight before him. What the hell? He commanded in anger. What are you all doing? Hurry up and kill him. Don't give him a chance to cast a spell. Die. A soldier rushed forward to slash, but he caught it. Who permitted you? Eric observed with a sidelong glance, then raised his hand and used a penetration technique. Eric pushed the soldiers back. The soldiers screamed in pain as ice shards pierced their bodies. They couldn't help but scream as the ice shards pierced their armor and tore their flesh. Damn it, stop! The remaining soldiers begged for their lives and tried to run away. Help me, help me! The soldiers' blood splattered everywhere. Hanun was in a state of confusion as corpses lay around him. You, what kind of monster are you? You knew who we were, didn't you? Eric smiled contemptuously. I don't care who you are. Then why don't you kneel first? Hanun, hearing that, became even more furious and gnashed his teeth, growling. I'll kill you. Isabel observed everything, curious about Eric's identity. Who is that person? He defeated the Blue Wolf group too easily. No, that's not the problem right now. He's clearly a powerful mage, but he seems dangerous if I get too close. On the other hand, Hanun, already enraged, tried to stab Eric with his sword. Hanun's eyes turned bloodshot in a frenzy and he roared through his mouth, I must at least kill you. Eric was surprised by Hanun's speed. He's too fast. Isabel shouted loudly to warn him. Keep your distance from him. Eric's eyes were sharp and firm and he enhanced his weapon. Hanun held his sword and rushed towards him with lightning speed. Eric raised his hand and used a windbreak technique, and Hanun had no time to react. He created a giant block of ice on the ground to prevent Hanun from approaching. He laughed maniacally like a mad wolf. Do you really think you can stop me with this kind of magic? Hanun still cursed arrogantly as he flew towards the ice block in front of him. You're screwed, you damn bastard. Eric quietly watched Hanun. He used the ice as a shield. Dodged Hanun's flying sword and created an ice pillar. Hanun tried to break the giant ice blocks but failed. Hanun was surprised. Why won't it break at this moment? Eric merely smiled meaningfully. Do you know what's more important than that? He brushed his hair back and smiled like a victor. The fact that your neck will soon be buried in the ground. Hanun, hearing that, broke out in a cold sweat as if struck by lightning. What, you damn bastard? Eric walked like a hero, power surged from his body. The surrounding landscape turned white with snow. Eric walked swaying slightly. Eric couldn't help but feel respect watching his back. Unbelievable. He defeated the Blue Wolf group in an instant. Isabel beside him also couldn't help but express her admiration. I never knew there was such a powerful mage on this hill. Eric couldn't help but praise Eric. Amazing. Isabel watched Eric's every move without taking her eyes off him. He doesn't seem to be my age, but the appearance of Elle is vaguely visible in the air. And how can he be so strong, young and strong? Can he really be compared to Tassa Nares? Why don't I know him? He's truly a mysterious person. Eric's face was lost in thought. He closed his eyes and stood tall, looking up at the sky. Eric recalled Manhwa, who was smiling, and the chiefs who had been brutally murdered. He slowly opened his eyes and prayed for the deceased souls. May you rest in peace. The Snow Mountain King looked at Eric and Isabel, puzzled. Hey, they keep staring at you. Why aren't you saying anything? They're staring so much it's creepy. She greeted Isabel and Eric, but Isabel and Eric couldn't see the Snow Mountain King. Hello. Eric then remembered the two's presence and forgot to introduce them. Isabel stared at him blankly. Eric smiled brightly and said, "It's been quite a while." Chen looked at Eric with a suspicious expression. Even if he helped us, he's still a complete stranger. I shouldn't let my guard down too early. Isabel also stared intently at Eric with a suspicious attitude. If he has other intentions, he'll be as dangerous as them. Chen suddenly looked back at Isabel, and she suddenly knelt down, startled. "Thank you, our savior." Chen was flustered. "Young lady, why are you kneeling?" The person beside him was also surprised by her action. Eric stammered in embarrassment. His hands and feet didn't know what to do. "No, there's no need for that." Isabel called out their names. Chen. Eric also followed her and knelt down. "Thank you, our savior." Eric became even more embarrassed. He explained in a flustered manner. "Anyone would have done what I did, so please get up." The Snow Mountain King, who was standing with her arms crossed beside him, said, "Ah, she seems to know how to act, unlike those two damn bastards." Isabel stood up and approached Eric, looking at him with earnest eyes and pleading. "It might sound rude, but could I ask our savior for a special favor?" He looked at it and felt embarrassed. Where do I need to go?" She firmly gripped Eric's hand and exclaimed clearly, "No, I want to commission you." He flinched. My hand." Eric stared intently at Isabel. This was the top of Snow Mountain. Night had fallen, and the sky was filled with starlight and faint moonlight. The carriage continued to move without stopping. Inside the carriage, Eric sat facing Isabel and the atmosphere was quite stifling, and no one spoke. The Snow Mountain King mentally reprimanded Eric. "I can see you laughing mockingly, you damned bastard. Hide it immediately if you're preparing for something." He triumphantly laughed inwardly, having received a precious gift. "As I expected, I've received something very valuable. Just a moment ago, Isabel had given him a gold coin, the symbol of the Blue Lion family. This is a gold coin, and it's from the Blue Lion family?" Eric looked at her, unable to hide his curiosity, and asked, "Are you perhaps Miss Ville?" Isabel replied shyly. "Oh yes, how embarrassing." He looked at Isabel in a daze and admired her. "So that's why she's so beautiful." Even though Isabel's unparalleled beauty had captivated the crown prince, leading him to propose, she was abandoned merely for being a scentless flower, a person born without any talent. If she was the flesh and blood of a lion without fangs and sharp teeth, such a fate was well deserved. Isabel's beauty seemed to captivate Eric's gaze. "I heard she lived alone on her estate after her engagement broke off." Seeing the look in Isabel's eyes, he smiled and introduced himself. "My name is Rick. It's an honor to meet the only daughter of the Blue Lion." Isabel bowed her head, slightly averted her gaze, and stammered, "Why do you say it's an honor to meet someone like me?" Eric still smiled kindly. "You should be proud of yourself. In my opinion, your perseverance is nothing to be ashamed of for the name Blue Lion." Isabel blushed and thanked him. "Thank you." Suddenly, Eric seemed to recall something and turned back to Isabel, asking, "Oh right, you mentioned a commission?" She hesitated and replied, "Oh yes, I have nothing right now," but Isabel stammered for a while. "Could your highness escort us to the capital?" Chen cut in. "Young lady, we haven't found that place yet." Isabel turned around and said with a sad and choked expression, "Chen, I don't want to lose you because of my greed. First, I need to meet my uncle and negotiate." He tried to say something more but stopped. "Young lady." Eric listened to their conversation with curiosity. "Those knights must also be part of the Ville family. Is there some hidden secret in their family?" He stroked his chin, calculating something. "I heard the Blue Lion has a difficult illness to cure. It seems they're looking for a cure. Shin told me about it before." Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if an interesting thought had occurred to him. "Wait, couldn't I do a favor for the Blue Lion? The Melvinzer family is rebuilt and I earned the Blue Lion's favor." Eric began to imagine shaking hands with Herman, being praised as a savior, and exclusive news breaking out one after another. Exclusive, Melvinzer family rebuilt. Agreement signed with Blue Lion. Exclusive, Melvinzer cures Blue Lion's illness. Exclusive, Melvinzer and Blue Lion shake hands and smile. Exclusive, family ties strengthened. "It'll be a really good sight, won't it?" Imagining the achievements he would make, he laughed to himself with foolish delight. "I'm truly smart, always keeping a cool head." Isabel had to watch him with a huge question mark. She cut off Eric's train of thought and spoke, "It's true that it's difficult for us to receive your help. In that case I will give you double what I just offered as a reward after the commission is completed." Eric looked at the gold coin in his hand and said nothing. Isabel was slightly disappointed. "I guess it won't work." She tried to take the gold coin back. How embarrassing. Just then, Eric looked at Isabel and smiled. He took her hand, preventing Isabel from taking the gold coin. "I will safely escort you, young lady." Back to reality. While everyone was sitting in the carriage, the Snow Mountain King leaned back and looked out, satisfying her curiosity by asking Eric, "Shin, your den had so many treasures. Why do you need money?" He put his hand on his chin and replied mentally, "I've calculated everything." Moreover, Eric was lost in deep thought. "Don't say that, if you've ever been hungry before." The Snow Mountain King just quietly watched him. Eric sat facing her. "What should I do now when I don't have a single penny in my pocket?" "It might not matter to you, because you're a damned demon king, but humans need money to eat and sleep. Do you think you understand poverty?" The Snow Mountain King still said nonchalantly, "This is a human problem." He covered his mouth with his hand and smiled slightly. "By the way, this telepathy is quite convenient. I can talk to the desired person with just a little energy." She also leaned back and laughed with delight. "The reason I taught you is because I got annoyed whenever people around you kept silent," Eric said mockingly. "I see why you don't like being silenced. You talk a lot." Then the Snow Mountain King got angry. "How dare you?" She still hurled harsh words at him. "Just leave me alone. Are you just going to sit there like that for the entire journey? You look more disgusting than I thought." "What should I do now? I'm bored." Isabel saw Eric sitting still and didn't know where to start. He looked out the window unmoving. Isabel wanted to say something but didn't know how. "He doesn't say anything. It's not because I commissioned him." Eric sat blankly, unmoving. "But I need his help right now." All night long the sound of horses' hooves echoed, but Isabel's worries did not dissipate. "If my uncle sends stronger assassins, the three of us won't be able to escape them." Inside a tall tower a voice echoed. This was the Ville family's estate. Inside the room a man knelt on the floor, continuously bowing. The mysterious man sitting above held a lion head ornament. The sixth team was wiped out. HMPH. He trembled all over, bowing his head to the ground. The mysterious man was Valix, Isabel's uncle. He got off his chair. "If you apologize," his footsteps were full of authority, "you shouldn't have done anything in the first place. Don't apologize now." Red bloodstains flowed, drenching the ground and staining the area around the chair with blood. He turned around and asked Hanun, "Hanun, where do you think Isabel went?" He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, making him fearful. Since her traces were confirmed on Snow Mountain, she is likely returning to the capital, he guessed with curiosity. "If she's returning to the capital, does she want to negotiate with me?" he replied, avoiding eye contact in fear. "It's highly likely." He caressed his sword and continued to blame Isabel. "What a foolish child! How dare a talentless daughter try to negotiate with me?" Having said that, the man turned around, sat back in his chair and warned Hanun. "Hanun, you only get one chance." The sound of horses' hooves gently echoed on the road. Chen hurriedly looked back and announced, "Young lady, we've arrived at La Center." As the carriage stopped, a beautiful and rustic kingdom slowly came into view. Isabel massaged her aching shoulder and said, "We arrived in 2 days without stopping. It's too exhausting." Mephisto beside her continuously trembled. "My whole body aches." Eric saw this scene and thought inwardly with delight, "How even you, a floating demon?" Then he scornfully scoffed. "Doesn't he know that if your posture isn't correct, your nerves won't relax? Why is he upside down?" While lost in thought, something outside suddenly caught Eric's attention. He mumbled in a voice full of suspicion, "As expected, it's a different place." Hanun coldly ordered his subordinates to gather Blue Wolf Team 2. Hearing this, James asked in surprise. "Why?" He couldn't help but strongly retort. "Do we need to mobilize the strongest team to handle such a trivial matter?" Before he could finish his words, James's neck was already severed and flew off. A hound should act according to its place. And Hanun suddenly speculated with a sinister smile, "She must pass through La Center to get from Snow Mountain to the capital." Eric was so shocked by what he saw that his mouth hung open. Blue cloaks with the blue wolf emblem stood out at the commander's order. Countless sharp gazes turned in one direction. "Go to their graves." Inside the carriage, Isabel frowned unpleasantly. "I expected the journey wouldn't be easy because this is ruled by a lord, but I didn't expect it to be this bad." Chen anxiously asked for instructions. "Young lady, should we turn back?" She observed the situation and replied firmly, "No, we've already attracted their attention. Doing so would only make them more suspicious." After much thought, Isabel finally came up with a clever plan. "Let's abandon this carriage, escape secretly, and find another way." The person opposite her quickly refuted that idea. "No need," she hurriedly asked in disbelief. What do you mean?" The person smiled eerily. "Transform." The carriage quickly arrived at the checkpoint and the coachman also slowly walked forward. Under the gatekeeper's keen scrutiny, the air inside the carriage was frozen. Fortunately, they entered successfully without any problems. The light from the gate gradually dimmed. Isabel's group entered the kingdom and someone's foot touched the ground. Isabel asked delightedly, "What kind of magic did you just use?" Eric kindly clarified her doubt. "It's just simple illusion magic. It makes us appear different. It's no different from hypnotism that breaks with a light shock. So be careful." She sincerely thanked him. "Thanks to you, Sir Rick, we safely entered the city." "I sincerely thank you." He reminded her not to worry too much. "Stay here for the night. I'll go take care of some business and come back." Hearing this, she immediately agreed. Understood, please return safely. While walking, Mephisto continuously chattered. Why do we have to use illusion magic when we can just kill them all? Eric communicated mentally. I don't want to start a fight when I know nothing about the enemy. Plus, I need to conserve mana for emergencies. He directly exposed the truth unpleasantly. Your oaths and soul contracts for. Aren't you just being lazy? Then he approached, probing his next intention. Anyway, aren't you supposed to go to the academy or somewhere quickly? Eric replied leisurely. Yes, but there's something I need to investigate. As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled pervertedly. Quite a long time has passed, but he surely still remembers, right? Thinking about what he needed to do, he suddenly seemed to become even crazier. I need to find out Dean's situation and prepare to eliminate that old man. Mephisto seemed to pity that person. I don't know who it is, but it's truly unlucky to be targeted by a guy like you. Suddenly, he turned his attention to the children playing happily. Mephisto couldn't hide his curiosity. I'm curious about something. I felt something like mana from those nights. What is it? Eric looked at the opposite side. Oh, it probably didn't exist in your era. Or a chain. His words further confused him. Or a chain. Eric began to impart knowledge like a young professor to a student. It's very simple. Mana was originally a blessing for mages, but over time martial artists also developed a way to use mana in their bodies. While mages create magic circles in their hearts to use magic, martial artists accumulate aura chains in their dantian to strengthen their bodies. The dantian is a body part where ki gathers. Similar to mage's rank classification, 1 magic circle is a mage, 7 magic circles is an archmage, and 8 magic circles is a sage. Martial artists are divided into 1 chain for beginner, 2 chains for intermediate, 3 chains for master, 4 chains for strong, and 5 chains for peerless. Simply put, Lady Isabel's night is about at the beginner stage. Mephisto thought for a long time, then asked again. Only 5 stages, he answered honestly. Usually yes, but there are exceptions. Only one person can circulate more than 5 chains. His face suddenly grew cold. Who? Eric remained blank and silent for a moment, then later uttered the name Golden Lion. He's recognized as the strongest on the continent. Mephisto's words carried a hint of jealousy. An arrogant title only if judged by human standards, he firmly refuted. No, this time it's different. He could fight equally with our grandfather, one of the strongest people in Melvinzer history. He mumbled inwardly. Understood. Strange excitement appeared on Mephisto's face. I look forward to meeting him. Eric couldn't help but think inwardly, this old man is being stubborn again, don't mind him. The more important thing was for him to quickly change his attitude. Can I buy all the newspapers from the past month? His mind was full of plans. He needed to find out what had happened during his absence. Currently, in a certain castle, voices echoed. It's still not resolved. The subordinate knelt and continued to report. I apologize. The Nestor family is guarding the hospital like an impregnable fortress. The man beside him reprimanded in an angry voice. Damn Nestor's ungrateful wretches. To appease him, Revan showered him with good words, but thanks to the headmaster discovering the hideout that the academy's high-ranking officials and media were cultivating, the headmaster has an advantage over other candidates in the competition for the headmaster position. Ver grew serious. But if we can't secure the excavation rights, no one knows what will happen. I want an overwhelming victory. He smiled wickedly and said, Give me your orders. He remained silent as if thinking of some evil plan. Finally, Ver opened his mouth and ordered more pressure to be put on the Nestor family. At the same time, Shin was reporting on the progress of his work. Young master, the issue of transferring the excavation rights for the hideout of the Academy's high-ranking officials and media is under too much pressure. Moreover, this situation is no different from stabbing the senior professors in the back. The Academy's high-ranking officials are extremely angry. Shin burst into laughter, his body trembling. This caused extreme confusion among those around him. Young master, Shin couldn't hold back his tears. My sister harasses me every day and that damned L never contacted me. Readers must have forgotten him. I want to appear more, but I've already restrained myself. He immediately snapped out of it. I'll keep enduring. Eric was also continuously complaining at this time. Dean is still cunning and Shin is going through hell because of me. His mouth was smiling, but his face was filled with a bitter expression, and the more he frowned, the more bitter it became. He knows how to use public opinion, that old man Dean. Mephisto stared intently at him without saying a word. I'm getting used to that expression. Eric's hands clenched tighter and tighter. The higher I rise, the more spectacular my debut will be. At a moment of heightened emotion, he turned his attention to another problem. Anyway, I feel a little sorry for Shin. What can I do for him? In the distance, a bright yellow light grew larger and larger, and after reaching a certain size, it exploded, causing a huge shock. Mephisto and Eric turned their heads simultaneously. Horrible screams echoed in succession. Mom, somebody help me. Eric, without an ounce of hesitation, immediately ran outside, his eyes wide with terror. Before him, fierce red flames blazed. What the hell is that? Someone's questioning voice was heard. Milady, do you truly trust Rick? Isabel admitted without hesitation. He saved us, didn't he? Chen immediately presented another worst-case scenario. Even if he isn't Paul Ville's subordinate, couldn't he be an assassin sent by one of the other 7 lions to seize the main estate? Realizing there was nothing he could do, he gently advised. I can't be certain, but it's best to be prepared. A sense of unease rose in Isabel's heart. I understand Chen's concern, but he seems overly protective of me since the Snow Mountain incident. Thinking this, she turned and reassured him. Chen, I know what you want to say. He suddenly became anxious. Yes, milady, then, Isabel firmly reminded him. But don't say such things anymore. Doubting Rick is the same as doubting my decision. Hearing this, Eric and Chen stiffened, unable to speak. At this moment, Eric's image filled Isabel's mind. I trust him. That expression is one only an honest person can show. Chen, flustered, continued to ask. Understood, but wasn't he just a mercenary who only cared about money? She smiled gently. No, he genuinely wants to help us. Chen was still bewildered. What do you mean, milady? Isabel calmly clarified. He helped us without taking money. That's proof that he wouldn't help even if we asked. But Chen insisted on his intuition. As soon as he realized we were from the Ville family, his expression changed, she continued to analyze. He calculated that our family's reputation might be tarnished and deliberately humbled himself. Eric and Chen finally understood. Understood. He did that to protect the reputation of the Blue Lion family. Isabel's face suddenly turned red. Chen, before she could finish her sentence, red flames poured in. The arsonist gleefully watched his creation. The flames are truly splendid. Simonin, the third captain of the Blue Wolf, praised with delight. The magic scroll containing a Tier 4 magic spell, Primitive Heat Ray, is truly valuable. Beside him, Beskov, the second captain of the Blue Wolf, unpleasantly reminded him. Can you still laugh in this situation, Simon? He waved the burning scroll in his hand and mocked. Hey Beskov, you agreed with my decision just a moment ago, didn't you? Why are you suddenly so serious? You know how much I invested in this, right? Beskov cursed inwardly at his despicable face. He's an idiot, but I couldn't think of a better way either. Given Milady's personality, she would do her best to help people no matter what happened. Simonin crossed the line and continued. What should we do now? Should we burn more? Seriously stated his conjecture. Team 6 has already been wiped out. According to Han's calculations, there must be at least 3 or more enemies. Han also said there might be a mage among them, so we need to be careful. Hearing this, Simonin grew even more arrogant. Bah, even Team 6, I can burn them all in one go with my eyes closed. You and Han worry too much. Then he licked his lips, enticing. Since we came all this way, I hope they're strong enough to play with us. Beskov, unable to refuse, immediately agreed. Then let's begin. On the other hand, the commander solemnly ordered the soldiers. Find her. The flames burned with increasing ferocity. The cruel leader announced. Kill everyone except the leader's daughter. In a room full of fire and toxic gas, the servants kept urging. Milady, please hide quickly. If the Blue Wolves did this, their target is you. Isabel continued to cry out in vain. Chen and Ecker, are you two all right? She gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it, people's screams echoed one after another. Fire, fire, help me, ah, my shop, run. Their faces were now covered in blood. The fear and pain when relatives and friends unfortunately met their deaths were intertwined. Bay, is this true? What do you want? Suddenly, someone's shout caught Isabel's attention. Milady, be careful. The flames, like hungry tigers, devoured their prey greedily. Isabel desperately tried to stand up despite her body being too weak. On the opposite side, Chen, even though he was crushed under a heavy rock, worried genuinely. Please, please run away. Isabel fumbled for her sword, her mind filled with thoughts, her teeth clenched, her whole body filled with powerlessness as if something kept holding her feet. I want to confront this to save everyone, but Isabel panted helplessly. I don't have enough strength or talent to stop them. She gritted her teeth in determination. I don't want to run away. I don't want to live such a shameful life. Eric's encouraging words, in my opinion, your perseverance is nothing to be ashamed of for the name Blue Lion, gave Isabel more courage to fight. I want to be like him. With a determined attitude, she majestically introduced herself. I am a member of the Ville family who protects the Empire, even if death comes. Isabel fought fiercely like a brave soldier. Her eyes gleamed with a strong and indomitable will that no one else possessed. I will fight to the end. Another earth-shattering explosion occurred. Isabel closed her eyes tightly, her whole body continuously trembling. It was a long time before she dared to open her eyes again. What she saw at this moment were not fierce flames but cool blue light. What is this? What happened? At that critical moment, Eric appeared in time to save them. Everywhere engulfed in hot flames, cold ice currents approached, extinguishing the fire. People who witnessed this scene were endlessly happy. The flames are going out. We are saved. Isabel was still dazed at this moment. What the hell is going on? Tears welled up in her eyes from intense emotion. Eric at this moment looked like a god sent to save the world. Isabel hesitantly called his name. Rick. Only one thought was in her mind. I don't know how long it will take. She quietly followed Eric's every step. But if possible, Isabel was truly falling for him at this moment. Someday I want to stand beside him. Eric was very angry seeing the tragic scene before him. A knight killing innocent civilians? Mephisto softly followed, a sinister smile clearly on his face. Strong individuals are very good at suppressing anger. But once it erupts, it's hard to contain. This is a fact I know very well because I've confronted them in the past. Unlike ordinary people who lose their minds and make mistakes, they are calmer, crueler, and stronger. He crossed his arms and continued with an arrogant demeanor. It seems there are more and stronger opponents than when we met last time. Do you think you can win? Eric directly expressed his concern. It will probably be difficult. I don't know how long I can maintain my energy, and right now I can't use magic freely in front of civilians. Mephisto continued to ask. Then why aren't you running away? He honestly spoke the truth. Our family has a saying. He solemnly repeated the teaching. Those who possess power have a duty to fulfill their responsibilities. As soon as he finished speaking, overwhelming energy erupted from his body, creating a suffocating pressure. That's why strong individuals always stand at the forefront of every battle. To summarize the previous story, Isabelle decided to negotiate with her uncle Paul Ville. Eric, at Isabelle's request, decided to accompany her. Paul Ville also lost his subordinates at Eric's hand. He dispatched an elite Blue Wolf team. They set the entire city ablaze to find Isabelle. Isabelle was enraged and had to draw her sword, even knowing she might die fighting. And at that moment, in an unavoidable situation of death, a man's back gradually appeared and light shone upon him. He slowly turned his face and his features gradually became clear. Overwhelming power surrounded him, instilling fear in people. Eric appeared like a god on top of the tower. Simonin looked up slightly uneasily. The scrolls one bought with my hard-earned money. It should have been tier 7 magic. Where did this guy pop out from? Is he from the magic tower? Beskov, what should we do? We can't mess with the magic tower. Beskov was cautious. I know all the mages in the magic tower, but I don't recognize this guy, Simonin worried. No matter what, we have to be careful. Beskov's eyes were sharp. We just need to kill Milady and retreat. Simonin was slightly nervous about Eric. What if that mage interferes? Without a word, the two immediately turned their attention to a dark alley. Here Isabelle, though injured, still clutched her sword and defended. The two appeared before her with lightning speed. Beskov shouted, "Kill her!" Isabelle was surprised and couldn't react properly. Her legs gave out. In an instant, Eric shouted. Isabelle immediately after, he appeared before her and she said, trembling, "Rick." He looked back at her as if pitying her. Isabelle's face became resolute. One of them shouted, "They're running away. Battle formation A, Team 3, follow me." Eric held Isabelle and moved quickly. As he moved, he observed. They're over 40. Behind him, the entire group chased relentlessly. He thought to himself, I need to lure them to a deserted place. One of the team members blew a whistle, gathering everyone in one spot. Eric was surrounded by the entire Blue Wolf team. He stopped and began to unleash his power. Dazzling yellow light flashed around him. Isabelle, held in his arms, looked ahead and gasped in surprise. The entire Blue Wolf team, swords drawn, charged towards the two of them. As he turned, Isabelle immediately disappeared and he was left alone. His feet suddenly felt light and he stopped. The Blue Wolf team also stopped fighting. Silence enveloped the place. Suddenly, Simonin appeared. He mocked Eric. "Finally found you." His face was filled with excitement. "This is my first time hunting a mage, so it's a bit thrilling," one of the team members shouted in an angry voice. "Where did you hide Milady?" Eric calmly replied. "Do you think I'd tell you? You really are foolish." He spoke contemptuously, as if teasing a dog. "Of course you wouldn't know. You're all just chasing me like a pack of dogs." Simonin's laughter stopped. He gritted his teeth and said, "You want to die," he angrily commanded. "Bring me his head." Eric was slightly worried. "I used a lot of mana to extinguish all the fires in the city." He began to grow more and more anxious. "Dragon's heart mana has increased a lot after absorbing the seal, but if I push it beyond its limits like last time, my body won't endure it this time." He recalled the moment his body shattered. "Back then I could start over, but now, if I die once, everything is over." He thought nervously. "Are they 30 or 40? I heard they all come out even to deal with one person." As Isabelle said, there was no time to hesitate. He drew his axe, preparing for battle. He decided, first I'll kill their commander. Saying so, he ran towards where Simonin was standing. He swung his axe to cut him down, but two of his subordinates blocked it with their swords. He was surprised by the sudden attack. "What is this? My body isn't moving as well as when I fought the Snow Mountain King." A horned figure approached and sneered at him contemptuously. "Are you really sure you defeated the Snow Mountain King?" In his mind, he was still certain. "No, back then my body moved exactly as I willed it." The horned figure shouted, "Fool!" With that, he was hit and sent flying far away. Before he could pick himself up off the ground, his eyes gleamed as if he saw something approaching. Indeed, he was slashed by the horned figure's sword. Fortunately, he dodged. He said arrogantly, "Do you really think the game of chess Otto gave you is the same as reality?" Eric shouted angrily. "If you're not going to help, then be quiet," Eric shouted in an angry voice. "All of you get out of here." Everyone froze for 5 seconds. As he swung his axe straight down at Simonin, he dodged and smugly charged at him. "How foolish for a mage to engage in sword fighting. Why aren't you using your almighty magic?" Eric gritted his teeth in anger and immediately launched an attack. He swung his axe twice powerfully, sending it straight towards Simonin, who blocked with both hands in a defensive stance. He quickly blocked Eric's attack with his sword and said with a sneer, "Is that all you've got?" Isabelle gritted her teeth and frowned, but he didn't stop, continuously swinging his axe. But Simonin kept dodging, and instead he charged at him excitedly. "Make it more interesting." He quickly blocked the attack with his axe and continuously swung his axe to attack them. Simonin also didn't give up, dodging all his attacks. Eric's face at this moment showed a hint of worry and his mouth was wide open, panting. A series of fierce attacks caused a huge explosion and the place was too bright to see clearly. Silence fell for a moment. Simonin walked, dragging his sword. He looked contemptuously at Eric's faint figure in front of him, running away like a rat. His surroundings were completely surrounded by the group, leaving no gaps. Simonon said triumphantly. Now you're a trapped rat. Suddenly, Eric shot a lightning-like glowing flame that illuminated the sky, he said casually. Now let's end this. The beam of light flew higher and farther. Unexpectedly, it exploded, dazzlingly erupting like fireworks in the sky. Simonon trembled, seeing it. What the hell, fire? Eric smiled triumphantly. Around him, the light of that mighty power appeared again. He said triumphantly, You were all here, weren't you? Saying so, he shouted loudly to summon. The magic circle he had carefully arranged earlier shone dazzlingly. Simonon shouted in fear, Stop! Suddenly sharp eyes stared straight at him. He could only utter a short word. They were Eric's eyes. His two eyes shone like lightning in the night sky, as if they could strike down everything that stood in his way. It was as if they resembled the image of a fierce dragon, making people think of it. Simonon trembled, unable to believe the sight before him. How can a human have such eyes? He immediately ordered his subordinates. Kill him before he activates it. At this moment, Eric already smiled arrogantly, as if he had 90 of the victory. One with a sword clenched his teeth and charged at him. At this moment, the light within the magic circle began to shine dazzlingly. He said defiantly, You want to kill me? Going back to when Eric came to save Isabel, he turned and deliberately looked at her, and she also looked back at him resolutely. The two began to run away together, and one of them shouted, They're running away, Team 3, follow me. Eric held Isabel and asked, How do they fight? She honestly replied, They always fight as a team, even when killing one person. He laughed. Behind the two, the pursuers relentlessly followed. Eric marveled that they were like a pack of wolves, true to their name. Isabel shouted from his arms, So all I need to do is lure them to the plaza and wipe them all out. She added, It would be even better if we set traps. An idea popped into his head, and he chuckled lightly. Traps, you say? Eric's body suddenly stiffened. Isabel called out worriedly. Rick, Eric responded. Isabel, you came to me for help. I'm sorry, but may I ask a favor? What followed was a scene he meticulously orchestrated. Flames erupted. They quickly shot skyward and then exploded with a bang. Look at this. He strongly urged her to tear this signal magic scroll as soon as she heard the explosion. After evacuating the civilians from the plaza, his power exploded, and at that moment he looked like a grim reaper, delivering a death sentence to the entire Blue Wolf team. I'll wipe them all out. He mercilessly struck down the enemies within the plaza, and large blocks of ice appeared in the circle. One by one they froze, unable to escape, and his face was filled with satisfaction. Magic circles are truly great for mana recovery. Simonon stammered with his remaining strength. Impossible, Eric scoffed. How foolish are you not to see me drawing a magic circle? He reached out his hand towards him to cast magic. He recoiled in fear. I won't die peacefully. Suddenly, he detected an intruder, and a member of the Grey Wolf team jumped in, separating Eric and Simonon. It was Beskov, he praised. Not bad, but your luck ends here. Eric glanced coldly, his eyes wide with vigilance. Once again he was surrounded. Beskov ordered Formation B. He quietly calculated, watching Eric stand still. He intended to lure us into the magic circle and kill us all, only possible with confidence and meticulous calculation. After the tense moment, Eric smiled again. It was completely different from Beskov's thoughts. He's smiling. He couldn't have known we were hiding and watching. He worried slightly. No, that can't be. If he knew we were here, he wouldn't have used the magic circle. After careful thought, he chose a safe approach. Hand over the young lady and I'll spare your life, Eric said nonchalantly. Oh really? But he lowered his voice and said, I have no intention of sparing you. At this moment he was surrounded by powerful ice magic energy. He glared at them with contempt. You shouldn't have done that. Corrupted knights will not be forgiven. One of the team members secretly drew his sword. He attacked Eric, protecting his body with spiritual energy while maintaining the magic circle. He reached out his hand towards the blade, casting magic to blunt it, but the blade remained unchanged and slashed towards him. He wondered why the lightning mana had no effect. The man, having finished his attack, quickly turned his body. From this side, Eric cast another magic to send him flying, but it seemed like a game. The man's sword still flew towards him. This time he was surprised, and the wind blast was much weaker. Is it because of the seal's curse? Is all magic other than ice magic weakened? He thought he could only use it if he acquired a seal of the same lineage. Even so, would the seal's curse be easy to use? He objected. No, it's incredibly difficult. Unlike the ice mountain full of ice energy, he couldn't exert all his power in the middle of the city, and the mana consumption was too great. He fought both with his thoughts and in battle, but all the mana he used seemed in vain. Ultimately he made a decision, but his two hands were facing each other, with different mana flowing in each hand. He mixed them and began to attack. The Grey Wolf team quickly blocked the mana with their swords, and gradually, the mana began to seep into the swords. Seeing that, he created an even greater chaotic mana. He thought to himself, there's not no way. He vigorously swung his arm and shouted loudly, Charge! The Grey Wolf team stood dazed in place. They didn't move, hunching their bodies to block as if facing a strong wind. One of them snapped out of it, raised his sword and shouted loudly, Block! The sword pierced through the layer of ice and approached Eric. He stood there, sweeping his two hands down, pulling the man's attack to both sides. Beskov continued to slash at him in anger. He used mana to evade the attack and approached Beskov. Small wounds appeared on his two hands holding the sword and blood flowed. Furthermore, scratches began to appear on his face as well. Eric's fingers moved smoothly forward, his eyes shone brightly, and the flow of mana enveloped him. He quickly swept past, unleashing mana at them. He said, "I've played enough. I don't have time to play with you, so I'll end this here." He turned his body to finish, saying, "I'll kill you all." Everyone was hit by mana and froze, stammering. Beskov was trapped in the spreading ice block. Eric explained triumphantly, "Just a slight touch of the poisoned ice will instantly freeze you. Your mistake was trying to block instead of charging." Beskov's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He stammered, "I've never heard of such a curse." Eric scoffed, "Why are you so surprised? I merely added a little curse to ice magic." In the midst of the chaos, Simonin fled. He laughed arrogantly. "Haha, the Team 1 commander is truly foolish. He shouldn't have sent only us." He glared at Eric with contempt. "I admit you're very skilled, but you'll soon regret daring to touch us." Then he opened his mouth wide and laughed. "You'll die by the commander's hand soon," the man beside him wondered. "So he is the one?" Eric's figure appeared, hinting at the person he was speaking of, the one who orchestrated this conspiracy. On this side, Eric didn't make Beskov wait long. He shot a mana ray at him and swore an oath of honor, "You won't be lonely on your way to hell." With a single glance, mana shattered Beskov and scattered ice fragments remained. "I'll send him to you soon." Simonin, standing on the city wall, witnessed everything, and he hastily searched for something and gave an order. "Grab his comrades by the chest. Go." "What is this?" He explained. It was a scroll containing a tier 6 fire magic circle. "We escaped from him thanks to Beskov holding him back." But he said gloriously, "Our Blue Wolf team consists of Sir Paul Ville's swordsmen. We will be the next Blue Lions and we cannot tuck our tails and run. We can do it." He began to mutter as if insane. "Run, run until your feet bleed. Set fire. And if that's not enough, burn yourself and run." His eyes were crazed and he burned the scroll in his hand. "It doesn't matter if the young lady dies. Use your life to burn this city to ashes," Mephisto reminded Eric. Hey, they seem to be doing something crazy again," he wondered. "What? Why?" Suddenly his eyes widened, as if he had discovered the core. He swiftly shot into the air without hesitation, cursing as he flew. "Damn bastards." A terrifying laugh was heard, followed by a voice. "In this world, the only race more manipulative than demons is humans." Eric moved frantically around the town as he listened. Simonin continued, "No matter how much they pretend to be civilized, this is their true face in the end." Eric searched frantically, panting slightly as if tired. "Currently, only 3 blue wolves remain. No one is visible. Moreover, the more dangerous thing is that the secret magic scroll is in their hands." The scroll in Simonin's hand also began to burn rapidly. Eric's heart grew more anxious with each passing moment. "It must be at least tier 6 magic. If I make even a small mistake, this entire city will turn to ashes." Simonin laughed triumphantly. "Let's see you stop this." Eric swept past the base of the tower and glancing up he saw Simonin standing on the tower's peak. Holding the scroll, he said arrogantly, "It's already too late." Eric began to cast mana but only spoke the first half verse. Simonin's hand, which was about to draw his sword, was blocked by Eric's axe blade. He swung the axe, severing the man's arm. The man's arm was instantly severed and flew far away. He shouted in surprise just once. "Ah, it's over." Eric landed gracefully. He curled his lips into a smile. "I already had a faint inkling in the mountains. You truly are fearless after all." At this moment, Isabel appeared and Mephisto chattered. "How dare he steal the item I gave him and run away? It just goes to show I'm an A-grade secret scroll maker." Isabel's eyes sensed a change. Indeed it had. Simonin, holding his sword with his remaining hand, rushed towards her and said in a low voice, "Die." He was immediately restrained by Eric's mana. Ice completely froze him. He approached him and praised, "You tried at least, but you're going to die anyway, so why bother? Why such an attitude, making a fuss over a severed arm?" Eric no longer prolonged his words. "I'm tired too, so let's end this now." But Simonin said with a slightly triumphant voice, "Is that what you think?" Eric couldn't understand. "What?" Simonin reminded him to remember 2 other people. A faint image of the village immediately appeared, and the village gradually became clearer. Simonin said smugly, "While you wasted time with me here, my subordinates have already prepared." His voice was mixed with a hint of pride. "I may have lost to you, but our Blue Wolf team is the Lord's strongest card, and we will never lose," he said triumphantly. "You mages were too careless. This place will soon become a hell full of resentment." Eric gave him one last joyful moment, and he scoffed, interrupting him. "I've already stopped them." His body trembled as he stammered. "What?" He intended to tease him. "Didn't you tell me to use that magic you always boasted about earlier?" Recalling that moment as he swept past Simonin on top of the building, he was using mana. He wore a cunning smile. He shouted the remaining words of mana loudly. Immediately, a mana ray shot out and split into 2. He was very arrogant. Behold, one beam struck one person precisely in the face, the other beam struck another person in the abdomen, and he couldn't help but open his mouth in pain. Eric was pleased. "You have no more trump cards left." Simon's smile completely vanished. Now he was as precarious as a lamp in the wind. He screamed, trying to find his last hope. "Impossible, it's a trick, it must be a trick." He glanced at Isabel and pleaded desperately, "Young lady, please listen to me. If you spare my life, I will speak well of you to Sir Paul Ville." He continued to persuade. "We originally only intended to tease you a bit and then escort you to him. I am the captain of Blue Wolf Team 3 and he will surely listen to me. Isabel could no longer listen, and she slowly drew her sword. She resolutely swung her sword at him. You will never tarnish the honor of the Ville family again. Thus Simonon's life ended beneath Isabel's sword. She flinched slightly. I'm sorry I was too hasty, Eric consoled. It's all right, I was going to hand him over to you anyway, and he gently asked. Are you hurt anywhere? She suddenly trembled and stammered. I'm fine. Eric reached out his hand to calm her. Her body must be in shock. I just need to wait a moment. At this moment she suddenly smiled. Rick? Eric gently replied yes, while transferring mana to Isabel. She pleaded, can you spare one blue wolf? She absolutely couldn't believe it. Knights from a family that didn't want to be associated with someone as talentless as me, even if they respected her, that respect was only because she was the Blue Lion's daughter, that was all. Sometimes the Blue Wolves respected her, but not otherwise. They always stared at her with cold eyes filled only with contempt, but she recalled that incident. A Blue Wolf soldier was kneeling before her. Why are you sparing my life? She answered honestly. Because we want to go back. You are a kind of message. She felt that the Blue Wolf soldiers were afraid of her. She commanded, tell my uncle that he will never become the Blue Lion. Returning to the present, she stood up and left. Of course, to be precise, they were afraid of Rick. She quietly left. Eric waved his hand in farewell from behind. If only I also had power. She turned her head and looked back again. He raised 2 fingers, praising her. She clenched her fists and resolved inwardly, no, I need to get stronger. What's the point of self-reproach? To gain power, I must break free from this weak nature. Eric wondered, where are you going now? She smiled. I will go to various places. Father is planning the future there. He wondered, do you intend to expand your influence? She didn't object. Yes, I will ask for help from old acquaintances who owed father favors in the past. He praised her. A wise decision. No one will dare to set foot in the Blue Lion's territory. She fell into thought for a moment. Yes, because the Blue Lion is there, but if father can't wake up, it will be a truly difficult battle. If Rick helps us, maybe. But lions should not get involved with mages, she muttered with a hint of regret. Besides, I already owe Rick too much. I don't want to ask for his help anymore. It was time to say goodbye. Eric handed her a bundle of documents. Take this. She wondered, what is this? Documents. His voice was sincere. I apologize for being so sudden, but I heard that the Blue Lion's illness is similar to obstruction syndrome. I'm not sure if it will help. He chuckled awkwardly as if it were a medicine to cure the illness. She cried out in emotion. What? While Eric was treating Chen, he asked painfully, what do you mean? Chen sat beside him, saying suspiciously, obstruction syndrome. Thanks to Eric's treatment, Chen's injuries quickly recovered. He looked at his arm in disbelief. Suddenly, Eric stood up and said, allow me to introduce myself. Isabel, feeling shy, was about to introduce him instead, but Eric raised his hand. He raised his hand and a brilliant beam of light appeared in his hand. My name is Eric Melvinzer. Isabel's eyes sparkled. He was indeed a member of the Melvinzer family. He took out his necklace, and a light flashed before his chest. Duke Starlight briefly explained. Starlight was a title bestowed upon Eden Melvinzer, the Night Star Archmage. A title granted after a great victory against the demon race, symbolizing his shining heroism on the battlefield. A title is merely a title, but his name alone was enough to create a title that was a symbol of glory. He was the Night Star Archmage. Isabel asked curiously, are you referring to the person in a coma at the Imperial Magic Hospital? But he is already, he gently explained. I cannot explain everything, but I too once suffered from obstruction syndrome. Then she looked at the paper in her hand in surprise. Now let me continue. What you hold in your hand is the medicine that cured me of my illness. The Blue Lion's condition seems similar to this illness, so perhaps it might help. He encouraged her, and she stood there dazed. Didn't he want revenge? It would be a pity if the lion couldn't witness that scene. At that moment she stood dazed before shedding a single tear. The tear was filled with gratitude. She trembled and sobbed. How can I ever repay this kindness? He gently stroked her head. It's all right. He smiled and said, I'll ask you to return the favor later. The two said nothing more, just stood in silence. He looked at her with tender eyes, and she shed tears of happiness. She smiled at him. She offered, then to repay you even a little this time I will help Sir Rick. No, Sir Elric. She chuckled softly and said, shall I help you become a hero, sir? Their conversation ended, and now the villagers were busily recovering from the chaos of the war. One person shouted, make way for the patients. Another loudly called out, hey, come here and help. Fisto asked, slightly uneasy, are you sure it's okay to reveal your identity like this? It would be a lie to say he wasn't worried. Eric thought to himself, that scoundrel Paul will find me no matter what, he told himself. I've killed so many of his blue wolves, he must be someone who hates losing intensely. He was anxious. Furthermore, his magic was very special. So he thought that if he turned the academy upside down, his identity would surely be exposed. Mephisto said sarcastically, so prepare your play, it'll be revealed anyway. Everyone who had finished their work waved goodbye to him cheerfully. He mumbled to himself, since I helped the Blue Lion, this will be a good stepping stone for the Melvinzer family's revival. He too waved back cheerfully. Mephisto praised, not only did you achieve excessive fame, but you also established a firm footing for the future. I thought you were just good at magic, but you were calculating everything meticulously. A woman holding a baby looked regretful. "Are you leaving? Why don't you stay longer?" he replied awkwardly. "I think I've overstayed my welcome, so it's time for me to return to my life." She looked at the baby sleeping peacefully in her arms. "Thank you. If you hadn't killed those bad guys, we would probably be waiting for Chen to appear somewhere. You've worked so hard, I don't know how to repay you." Eric frowned unpleasantly. "Why do you look so apologetic? As I said, I was just doing my job." Unexpectedly he sat down and said seriously, "Sir Chen, Knight of Vil, will never forget this kindness." While Eric at a loss said, "I told you there's no need," Mephisto laughed sarcastically. "That guy is just doing it for the future." Eric reluctantly asked, "Stop it." He quickly changed the subject and asked, "What are you planning to do now?" Chen said, "Although the wrongdoing was Paul Vil's doing, it is still the sin of the Vil family." His face became determined. "So I will gladly help these people to the end. And then I will go to meet the young lady." Mephisto crossed his arms and scoffed. "So you're trying to win public favor and simultaneously expand Paul Vil's bad reputation. She may seem innocent, but her means are endless." Eric said coldly, "Responsibility." Mephisto frowned and glanced at him. He looked at the cheering people. "That is the responsibility of a noble." People's voices continued endlessly. "Thank you, mage. When I grow up, I want to be a mage like you too. Please visit us again next time." "Thank you very much." Mephisto sighed deeply, looking at the smiling faces of the people. Not only did he despise things like responsibility, but he also sneered, "It's just an excuse." Eric walked away contentedly. Now he was heading towards the magnificent Academy Castle. "Should I go meet Dean?" Inside, Valix's subordinates were trembling and bowing their heads. He shouted, "You!" He pointed at him with an angry face and growled, "I told you to get the excavation rights, even with the Nestor family blocking us. What the hell have you done?" The subordinate, sweating, stammered. "I apologize," he said irritably. "Nestor, why is that guy blocking the path of leadership? I'll make sure he never steps foot in the academy again." And he gritted his teeth. "By any means necessary, we must seize it. Bribe the media, bribe the superiors, find a way no matter what." Immediately, the subordinate closed the door and disappeared in fear. On his desk, articles about scandals were piled high. Damn it, he burned all the newspapers with mana in anger to vent his frustration. Only 3 days left until the election for headmaster. If I don't get the excavation rights by then, I'm finished. A moment later, the pile of newspapers turned to ash. His face seemed a bit calmer. Suddenly, a man's voice was heard from inside the room. "Could you repeat what you just said?" he scoffed. Valix turned his head in surprise. He saw Lazuli sitting on the sofa and he wore a complacent smile. "Have you finally decided to cooperate?" Previous summary. Eric defeated the Blue Wolves sent by Paul Vil and protected the city. After the problem was resolved, Eric revealed his identity to Isabel and told her the cure for mana obstruction syndrome, and they decided to go their separate ways. Eric was praised as the hero of Le Center and headed for the capital bar. However, not only welcome awaited him. Here, Valix was talking with Lazuli. "If you're going to make me headmaster, how exactly do you plan to promote me?" he replied calmly. "All preparations are complete. All you need to do is agree. Have you made your final decision on whether to cooperate with us?" he said incredulously. "How can you do what even we can't?" he scoffed and said indifferently. "If you don't trust us, then it seems we have no need to negotiate with you any further." Dean, his voice held a slight threat. "You're not the only candidate for headmaster, you know." He became anxious. "I trust you, so what do you want?" His lips curled into a sneer. "It's simple. Support us, Siesta." He widened his eyes. "Isn't that much simpler than what you want, headmaster?" He widened his eyes slightly in surprise. "That's all?" Lazuli gave an evil smile. "That's enough." His surroundings gradually blurred and disappeared. Eric's story had already spread throughout the capital. Their conversations were heard everywhere. "Did you hear?" "Hear what?" "About the small city Le Center. I heard the Blue Lion family caused a big commotion recently. It's just an internal struggle. It's not uncommon for the Blue Lions to openly use violence without caring about us civilians. The tavern didn't know yet. I heard many people died and houses were burned this time. It was truly cruel." Eric's story was good fodder for tavern discussions. "But I heard a mage appeared and killed all those damn scoundrels." "What? There was such an amazing mage? Who is it?" He was frozen stiff inside, listening to people's stories. "Rumor has it he's knowledgeable, young, and quite handsome," another agreed. "I heard they're going to call him the hero of Le Center from now on." Mephisto leaned against the tavern table, his arms clasped behind his head, scoffing at Eric. "Since we came to the capital, all we hear are stories about us. People are really obsessed with hero stories." Eric's face was filled with a forced expression. He thought, why is Mephisto saying that? But he just said, "I'm starving too. It's been a long time since I came back to the capital. I told her to cover this story up, but she kept making a fuss." Come to think of it, Isabel had asked him then, "Shall I make you a hero?" Eric didn't understand. She explained to him, "Hero stories are the best for boosting public favor, aren't they?" Her smile turned cunning. "I'm sure this will be a great help to you. That reputation will be a great asset to you later." She gave him a reassuring thumbs up. "Of course, thanks to this, I'll also have a firm footing to pressure my uncle Paul Vil." Only in the tavern did he realize that what Isabel had said was that she would help him. Young lady, was she really trying to help? The tavern was now no different from a market. "I even heard he saved the scentless flower. The Blue Lion's daughter was almost the crown princess, you know. Everyone, have you heard about the hero of Le Center? I heard he's heading for the capital." Oh, so they're dating? Then what will happen? I wonder who it is. I also heard the Crown Prince still likes her. I heard it's a disgrace to a prestigious magic family. Is it a love triangle? Rick praised the love triangle story they made up. They were turning a hero story into a love story, but she was truly skilled at gauging the moment and setting the stage. He couldn't help but stand up. I should eat somewhere else, and he consoled himself. Whether it's a hero story or a love story, it's all good for promoting my name. Eric stretched wearily, thinking, if only I had the talent to revive my family like Isabel. I wonder if she reached a safe place. He looked back and called Mephisto. Get up, Mephisto, let's go somewhere else. Suddenly someone shouted, he's here, and appeared before Eric like lightning. He wordlessly threw a powerful punch at Eric, and mana enveloped them. Outside, people were blinded and couldn't tell what was happening. What is it? Another guessed. Is there a fight? People guessed, seeing the rising smoke. Surely Paulville isn't causing trouble in the capital again, another shouted. Everyone stand back. Inside, Shin was throwing punches at Eric in the faint smoke. He quickly dodged and realized something. He thought to himself, this mana scent. Shin missed his attack. Anger reached its peak. How dare you? He dodged. Eric teased his long unseen acquaintance. Long time no see, but your joke is a bit too much. Shin didn't stop, and mana emanated more strongly from his hands. Do you know how much I had to suffer because of you? If you have any conscience, you should at least take one punch when you come to the capital, shouldn't you? Shin said in an angry voice in the darkness. Don't you think so, you damn traitor? The brightly glowing mana flow revealed Shin's face, and his face was veined with blood. He growled, friend. Eric raised his hand as if to reassure everyone. Oh my god, look who it is, my handsome friend, my lovely friend. Only then did Shin realize. What, we're just greeting each other as friends. Shin wasn't enjoying it at all. You damn bastard. The two sat together and talked, and Shin said irritably, please, in a situation where I have to clean up after a scoundrel like you, what more can I expect from someone with such irredeemable morals? Mephisto scoffed at Eric. I like your friend, Eric retorted. If I'm irredeemable, why don't you buy me a beer? Shin was still displeased. Are you still freeloading off me even after getting married? Shin said with slight irritation. This is the last time, you damn bastard. He also asked curiously, what exactly is your relationship with the Blue Lion young lady? Eric was slightly embarrassed by the invitation. Ah, nothing. Shin raised his hand to call the waiter and said, it's fine, put it on my tab. Eric explained about Isabel. We don't have that kind of relationship, Shin said, pretending to be mature. I'm not easily fooled. The waiter approached, and Shin skillfully ordered from the menu, we'll have an iced tea and beef, crispy oil pasta, and smoked meat. Eric looked at him with a bitter smile. This damn bastard must have felt my other mana aura, but he's not asking anything. He's probably waiting for me to reveal it myself, Shin said with a disgusted expression. Why do you look so serious? It's not like you, it's disgusting. Can't you stop doing that? Mephisto beside him agreed. He's right, your expression is really disgusting. Shin pointed to the table full of food. The food's here. Eat it before it gets cold, friend, Eric retorted. Disgusting? Don't you know I've been getting a lot of compliments on my good looks lately? Shin didn't care. He replied, you still owe me one punch. His voice grew serious. Yes, besides that, the play is being prepared as instructed in the letter. Are you really okay with this? What if you lose everything because of this? Unlike Shin's worries, Eric was calm. Don't worry. There are only two things important to me now, dragging Valix, who tried to kill me, to hell, and the powerful revival of the Melvinzer family, Eric said confidently, and I'll accomplish both simultaneously. Shin didn't refuse either. All right, then I'll continue preparing what you asked for. Suddenly, Eric's eyes sharpened. But you must have really suffered because of that. Shin's face became anxious. Damn it, it's truly the worst. Our mage family must have heard the rumors too, Eric asked curiously. Mage, you mean Tasha? Shin shivered even though it wasn't cold. Yes, that's right. If she hears the rumors, that dragon fanatic will go berserk. The scene shifted to Shin's mage family street. The castle inside, contrary to its appearance, was not peaceful. Shin thought to himself, our plan is going to be ruined. Tasha paced back and forth in the room wearing dragon-shaped shoes, each step urgent. Has the promotion order been delivered to the academy? Hannah replied. Yes, it has been delivered to Dean Valix of the Elemental Magic Academy, she said angrily. How could this happen? Let's go to the hospital immediately. Tasha suddenly stopped and turned around. Hannah, give me a brief report. Yesterday's newspaper only had insulting articles about that damned scoundrel, but now it's different. Hannah stammered. All newspapers are writing like this. She read the newspaper in her hand. Dean Valix, you have received a promotion order and have regained your wings. Order to postpone the appointment of Academy Headmaster. Declaration regarding the Nestor family's promotion order. Pressure is expected to be put on the Hexagram family. Tasha said softly, even if the Hexagram family puts pressure on us, Father won't let it slide. Then what about Shin? Hannah replied. The young master has no specific reaction. Tasha's body trembled with anger. What? She frowned, annoyed and angry. That so-called friend was prattling on, but now he's silent. Mana enveloped Tasha, changing her into different clothes. A new idea struck her. We need to change our destination a bit, Hannah, sweating, replied. Yes, she immediately changed her clothes and glanced at Hannah, who was standing there blankly. Still don't understand. The promotion order isn't ours, nor is it the Academy's, she said coldly. How dare they deceive me? Should I go meet those cunning scoundrels? In Eric and Shin's tavern, Eric seemed to sense that something was wrong. The position of Academy Headmaster might seem like the top position in an ordinary magic academy, but its importance and power are immense. Not only is it a status equivalent to a marquis, but this title also holds great influence in academia and politics, allowing one to stand shoulder to shoulder with the master of the hexagram tower, and other titles such as the Imperial Magic Knight Commander. Among these was the honorable title of Star Mage, bestowed upon the descendants of Eden Melvinzer. Today was the election day for the Academy headmaster. A gentle voice echoed, "I thank all those who have traveled far for the future of our academy." Ver proudly pounded his chest. "As you know, the discovery of the Jade Dragon's lair may never happen again, and I, Ver, was at the center of this historic event," he passionately declared. "If you choose me, we will build a system that can continue these extraordinary discoveries." No one heard a sigh. He thinks the academy is already in his hands. He's starting even before the other candidates have arrived." Shin's face was etched with worry. Eric, can he really pull this off alone? He couldn't help but worry. Recalling their last conversation, Eric, Headmaster Ver's approval ratings are far ahead. "I know you've devised an elaborate plan, but it won't work against Bot's supporters." He worried, thinking tomorrow then. But Eric just smiled nonchalantly and said, "HMPH, let him do as he pleases." Back to the present, Rowley praised Ver's excellent speech. "Headmaster," Ver smiled humbly. "Ha ha ha, I haven't even been elected yet, so why are you flattering me so much? I merely follow Siesta's will, don't worry, you don't need to act like this." Then he indirectly said, "Let's talk later as the other candidates are giving their speeches." Rowley's brow furrowed. "Then I will trust you." Ver, however, had other thoughts. "Good. Then you will become headmaster and you'll have nothing to worry about. I had no intention of helping you in the first place." He paid no mind to Liam. "I will soon stand shoulder to shoulder with the master of the hexagram tower." Why did he think I would help a baseless group like Siesta? He was very pleased with his grand plan. "Once I become headmaster, crushing you all will be as easy as pie." Unfortunately, he couldn't see Liam's sly smile. He chuckled, satisfied with Ver's choice. Time passed and all 7 candidates had finished their speeches. "Please take your seats as voting is about to begin." Eric was restless. A list of names appeared in the air. He suddenly spotted a familiar figure and his eyes widened. He shot up from his seat in surprise. "Sister, why are you here?" Iris complained. "Don't you know where this is? The Nestor family's young lady. This isn't a mental hospital. Voting seats are only allowed for the head of the hexagram," Tasha replied as if it were obvious. "Do you think I wouldn't know? I know very well. I am attending on behalf of the head of the Nestor family. I believe I am that person." She put her hand on her cheek and took her seat. With an evil smile, she seemed to know best what was about to happen. Leon was confused, not knowing where to hide. "She couldn't have seen me. What does she know?" A small cough from the microphone. Ahem, everyone, please pay attention," Revan interrupted. "Before the election meeting begins, I have an announcement regarding the voting. Please all be seated and quiet." Therefore, he could only remain vigilant and silent. The moderator continued to explain the rules. "Everyone has been given a magic stone. You can use this stone to check the candidate's information," he articulated clearly. "Please vote for one of the 7 individuals. Once all votes are cast, the results will be announced immediately." Ver stroked his beard, thinking to himself, "I've waited for this day. My promises will capture the attention of everyone involved with the Academy, and I'll secure opportunities for cooperation with the Magic Tower and the royal family." He was extremely satisfied. "Besides, I've already spoken with all the election proxies. Everything is already decided." The judge declared, "Now I will announce the results excluding the Melvinzer family's vote. The person with the most votes is Ver." He rested his chin on his hand, waiting for his name to be called. The first syllable began. "Var?" Just then, a loud voice cut in. "Wait," everyone murmured. "What's going on? Who dares to interrupt this sacred election meeting?" All eyes turned to the source. I smiled with amusement, cheering inwardly, "Go, Eric." The gem shone brightly under the light. The person spoke loudly. "The master of the Melvinzer family, Eric Melvinzer," his voice imposing. "As a duke and star mage and an election proxy, I am here to cast my small but important vote." Everyone was surprised by the name Eric Melvinzer. Some recognized the disgrace of the noble magic family. Everyone was taken aback. "What's going on? Wasn't he in a coma?" Revan also couldn't believe it. "Eric," under the light, Eric slowly approached Revan. His appearance was not at all like that of a sick person. Ver was stunned. How did that scoundrel get here?" The crowd booed. "Apprentice Eric, what's the meaning of this? How dare a mere apprentice disrupt the headmaster election meeting?" But he walked on nonchalantly. "Are you disregarding imperial law at this moment? I am not an academy apprentice." His cloak transformed into a magnificent suit in the blink of an eye. And he was the Duke of the Empire and an election proxy. The empty chair in the center is the Melvinzer family's chair. Is the master of the Melvinzer family not allowed to congratulate the new headmaster? Ver maintained his composure and questioned. "I am delighted that the master of the Melvinzer family has recovered, but I wonder why you are acting this way after the election meeting has concluded," he said ambiguously. "Unfortunately, the election meeting is already over." "The announcement," Eric interrupted. "Eden Academy Election Law, Article 2, Paragraph 2. His voice was calm. "If suspicion regarding a candidate is raised before the conclusion of the election meeting may be reconvened with the consent of the majority of its members." Stepping onto the stage in his shining attire, he was met with gazes of doubt and judgment from everyone. Eric calmly patted Reven's shoulder. "Ah, Duke Eric Melvinzer, the star mage," his voice shocked everyone as he exposed headmaster candidate Ver. He smiled congenially and accused, "He is disqualified as a candidate due to suspicions of forging important documents and attempting to assassinate Duke Eric Melvinzer, the star mage." Ver's plan was ruined. Ver cleared his throat. "It seems you don't understand the gravity of the situation. Can you prove that I am a criminal?" He spoke without fear. "Since you participated in the election as a representative of a prestigious magic family, you must follow the procedures as you said." He turned and said loudly, "My dear election committee members, would you believe baseless words?" His voice was cold. "Eric's, the master of the Melvinzer families?" Ver was confident. "Eric Melvinzer, he still seems to be hiding something, but no matter what you do, the outcome won't change." He was confident in his prepared cards. "How dare you cross me, you brat?" He inwardly despised him greatly. "I'll show you what true politics is." No one spoke. Ver said seriously to Eric, "Then I assume no one agrees with you. What will you do now?" He chuckled lightly. "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not too late to decide after you've heard me out." Ver pretended to be honest. You seem to want to continue making mocking remarks during this sacred election meeting." Suddenly his voice echoed. "Did you truly say there was a dragon's lair there?" Eric scoffed and pulled out a crystal ball. A voice emanated from it. "No, dispose of Eric as planned and take his magic necklace as a souvenir." Ver was shocked. "That voice is—" He widened his eyes in disbelief. From then on, Eric smiled and said, "Contrary to popular belief, Headmaster Ver provided no assistance whatsoever to Headmaster Nestor in my great discovery. Instead, he attempted to eliminate me and plunder my family's heirloom," he said in a calm voice. "Does anyone still believe my words are baseless sophistry?" A sharp gaze swept across. Ver trembled, trying to explain. "No. He's slandering me. How dare you deceive everyone with cunning magic?" Eric put his hands behind his back and asked seriously, "Deceive? How could I deceive you? A tier 7 mage? Do you think you're a tier 8 mage?" Everyone agreed. "That's right, there's no way a mere trickster's magic could deceive everyone here, is there? It's even more ridiculous to think that a patient with seal syndrome is a tier 8 mage." They were all shocked by this fact. "So the headmaster really tried to kill the star mage?" Ver's world crumbled. "That crystal ball was the one I gave Reven when I ordered him to kill that guy in the lair." "How did he get it?" A low voice came, and he immediately knew the culprit. "That damn Reven." Reven pretended to be professional. "Now, cough. The election committee members are having an important discussion. Guests, please be quiet." Ver was extremely furious right now. "Damn it, Reven. How dare you betray me?" Then Shin provided information. "Oh, by the way, last night we caught a suspicious individual loitering around the hospital. It was Reven." Eric felt a pang of pity then. Really? That dog Ver must have ordered him to do something again. Poor guy. Again he heard Shin deny it. "No. This time he seemed to have something to say. He said he had something to give you and would wait until you woke up. He was a little curious." "Really?" There was also a huge uproar on the Academy's side, and they tried to seize it by any means, even bribery of the media and high-ranking officials. Ver madly tried to obtain it. He chased one person out and shouted in the room, "Those damn bastards keep harassing me. Even that damn Reven, truly useless fellows." His insults weren't heard by that person, who hastily fled. And so the current situation unfolded. Fortunately, Reven kept the evidence safe. Of course, the evidence he had was enough to ruin Ver, but this made the job even easier. At the same time, he wondered, but why did Reven record the conversation just in case? Perhaps it was worth saving him from the lair. He added, "This is not all. According to the law, ownership of a dungeon like a dragon's lair belongs to the first discoverer, but Headmaster Ver attempted to seize the excavation rights without my consent." This information was even more shocking. Therefore, he is guilty not only of attempting to assassinate the star mage, but also of attempting to plunder the Melvinzer family's heirloom and the excavation rights to the lair, he proudly declared. "I demand not only the disqualification of Headmaster Ver as a candidate but also punishment for his crimes." Other members whispered, "What should we do? Is there nothing to ask? If he doesn't have the excavation rights, Headmaster Ver will be worthless." Iris had a question, "But I can feel mana from you. Are you no longer suffering from seal syndrome?" Others chimed in. "I also heard you were in a coma, but you look fine. Representative of the Nestor family, you seem to know something. What's going on?" Tasha, looking very pleased with this drama, casually replied, "I don't know if the Melvinzer family's representative and my brother are related. And it doesn't matter, does it?" Ver continued to try to explain. "Surely that crystal ball is manipulated. If I analyze it, it will definitely be revealed." He was still consumed by ambition. "Damn it, the headmaster position will disappear along with my head at this rate. First, I have to deny it and seek Siesta's help." One person couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Ver turned around and saw a mocking expression on that person's face. "Rowley, why is he with Shin?" he suddenly realized. Seeing it with his own eyes, he bared his teeth and took off his glasses. That scoundrel, and it revealed the true faces of Shin's comrades. Eric and Shin had planned all of this from the beginning. Anyway, Shin was suffering greatly because of that incident. You can't call him clever. He vented his stress by harassing Ver, and that name Siesta wasn't so bad either. Ver turned to Eric, furious. "Did you plan all of this from the start?" I Ver was deceived by a scoundrel like that again? He turned around with delight. Dear election committee members, everything seems to be taken care of. A bright smile was on his face. We can have a re-election. He was very excited. Anyone want to buy the headmaster position? After a moment of blankness, one person was chosen. Thank you for entrusting me with this glorious position, Headmaster Eaton. Mephisto was speechless. I have nothing to say. I never thought you'd be so brazen as to commit fraud. I don't know if you're brave or crazy. Eric laughed triumphantly. If not for moments like this, how would I get my share? I had to postpone academy patrols and scholarship awards. HMPH, what do you know? He glanced disdainfully at the new headmaster. Besides, are you going to keep that kind of person in charge? He looks too embarrassing, Eric said nonchalantly. Oh, that bald old man? He couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, that smile made one person's legs stiffen. Eric deliberately teased. Oh, I apologize. Did you receive my telepathy? I didn't send it intentionally. I apologize. At this, he laughed excitedly. Even though you're bald, you're a tier 7 mage and you can even hear my telepathy. That's truly amazing, but why aren't you saying anything? You can use telepathy, can't you? Nothing was as refreshing as teasing a dog. Perhaps just hearing it is amazing. Ah, I see. It wasn't because he had the ability to hear it. Eric's lips curled up to his ears. It was because he had no hair that he heard it. An ancient incantation was uttered and lightning struck above his head. Ver couldn't endure the insult. That brat, how dare you mock me? Suddenly, everything became silent. What's happening, Headmaster Ver? Everyone fled in a panic. Ver gritted his teeth, holding a grudge. Die, Eric smiled resolutely. Intense lightning struck where he stood. Eric had a faint smile on his lips and the tattoo on his right hand glowed. Bang, in the blink of an eye, a magic circle appeared and shattered the lightning. The entire plaza seemed to tremble, and fear was etched on everyone's faces. Above their heads a colossal snowflake had bloomed, they knew not since when. A tier 5 magic circle. Who blocked it? Ver continued to attack like a madman. The figure disappeared. In the blink of an eye he appeared before him and the two magic circles clashed. Sparking Iris said in disbelief, that person from the center. He can block a tier 6 lightning magic circle. In the chaos, others also noticed something. Wait, this person, they cried out in shock. He's a magic family dropout. How can such a disabled person use magic? Meanwhile, Eric was very excited. I thought he'd be easier to deal with because he's old. Still, he's a tier 7 mage, so it'll take some time to take him down. But a powerful attack came again. He was waiting. He seems to have forgotten where he stands. Dean Flames poured down, a beautiful voice echoed. If this old man keeps being so troublesome, the space will become hot with heat and someone will remove him like an eyesore. I'll take care of it. This time, people were truly shocked. The Phoenix is a magic firebird. Eric calculated inwardly. The youngest tier 7 mage can summon a Phoenix. I don't know if that sister over there is involved in this, but the fight is about to begin. All the members stepped forward in unison. From now on, all your actions will be considered acts of terrorism and face punishment. Dean Ver continued. Stop now. He seemed to have another plan. The 6 great families and all of you. Revan was confused by the situation. A cacophony of confused voices erupted. The master of the Melvinzer family was attacked. Seize Ver immediately. Mephisto, after this incident, mused with admiration. I wonder if it's right for me to call myself a demon king. He clicked his tongue and said, truly, if you had been born a demon, you would certainly have become a new demon king. At that moment, Eric's lips curled into a smile. Don't you know, everyone? The bound one writhed in the ashes. This is the fate of those who dare to block my path. From that day on, everyone talked among themselves. Did you hear any news from the academy? About Ellis Melvinzer's commotion? You mean the person who was in a coma? What could an illegitimate child of a magic family possibly do? This person passed the news to that person. No, you fool. Do you know who Eric Melvinzer truly is? What nonsense are you talking about? The rumors spread far and wide. I heard he's the one who saved Lacenter. Many found it hard to believe. What, there was such an amazing mage? Who is it? Newspapers reported that Dean Ver was expelled from the academy, arrested and charged with murder. Eden Melvinzer's grandson, Eric Melvinzer, the mage who guarded the Demon King. They all wondered how he could have cured illnesses previously thought incurable. Did he perhaps enter the dragon's lair and discover some secret? Eric Melvinzer ensured that the Nestor family received their just punishment. One person read the newspaper word by word. The Melvinzer family is slowly regaining its honor. Though ridiculed by many, a hero has appeared. Stop your complaining. Why do I have to read this to you? Eric replied nonchalantly. I'm a patient after all. The spot where Ver hit me still hurts. Outside the mansion, reporters swarmed. Please let us meet Sir Eric Melvinzer. Nestor family, open the gates. We have a right to know. Damn it, you're just a faker pretending to be a hero. Can't you see how much trouble our mansion guards are in? The poet Mephisto scoffed as he watched him stretch. Those reporters should know the truth about this impostor. You just pull off minor pranks and yet you're already a legend in people's mouths. Where did you learn such things? Eric scoffed. Do you think I was just playing around for the past few months? In Lacenter, the lady of the great lion family. He suddenly paused, blushing as if something had come to mind. He smiled faintly and mysteriously. You don't need to know. The poet Mephisto was still skeptical. Besides, you're not planning to cause any more trouble, are you? Eric replied with a laugh. I don't know yet, he warned in a low voice. I don't know what you're planning, but you should do it later. Our father wants to have dinner with you. As everyone knew, the poet Mephisto's father, the head of the Nestor family, was one of the 9-tier mages, an archmage of immense magical power and the leader of the magic tower. Even Eric's own grandfather had tried to take him as a disciple. Eric couldn't help but acknowledge that this person was a genius among geniuses, and this place made both him and Mephisto tremble. "Damn it, you truly are a wicked fellow," the poet Mephisto said in confusion from the side. "How what?" Eric's voice trembled. "I knew you were rich, but if I had known it was this grand," he looked at the magnificent buildings before him, feeling wronged. "I would have stolen everything from you long ago. Truly a golden spoon duke. Is this a house? This is an entire castle, that's right." They stood before the Nestor family's main residence. To the bone, the colossal gate led to another dimension. So this is the Nestor family, along with the magic tower. Eric's lips firmed and his steps were steady. He would have to pass through here someday. He bravely walked into the mist. Once again on the day of the Academy headmaster election, Eric returned gloriously. He ruined Ver, who had tried to kill him, and made a spectacular debut under the name Melvinzer. Not only that, but he also received an invitation from the Nestor family, one of the 6 families representing the hexagram and leading the magic tower. The poet Mephisto suddenly realized, "Oh right, your sister came here too." Eric was startled. Why are you only telling me this now?" the poet Mephisto complained and handed him a letter. "Do you know why I've been so busy lately? You should have contacted her earlier." His hand trembled as he opened the letter. "My dearest brother Eric, I heard you're going to the Nestor family's estate." The elegant handwriting on the paper. "Don't cause them any trouble until I arrive. And prepare yourself." That person was coming with a warning. "If you run away." Beads of sweat formed on Eric's forehead. "I'm dead." He lowered his head in despair. "I'm ruined." "I'm dead," Mephisto exclaimed in admiration. "It seems there's a demon king the first don't know about in the Melvinzer family. Because that person is terrifying even you, who are worse than Satan." The poet Mephisto scoffed at his suffering. "If you don't cause trouble, she'll be like an angel. Have you forgotten that she worked herself to death to get you into the academy?" Mephisto nodded. "I know. The problem is with you." Eric rolled his eyes. "Of course I'm grateful to my sister, truly, but if you saw her true self you wouldn't say that." The poet Mephisto scoffed. "HMPH, your sister is much better than my sister. Do you know why that damn old hag is suddenly called a witch?" He sighed with a sneer. "Her personality completely turned to hell after being praised as a genius. You wouldn't even consider her human anymore." A beautiful face interjected. "I believe I told you I would give you several deaths, didn't I?" Tasha said softly. "If you wanted to be hit so badly you should have told me earlier." But those words sent shivers down the poet Mephisto's spine. The sound of physical contact resounded loudly. Now it was Eric's turn to laugh. "Grow up quickly." The poet Mephisto's face twisted. "I don't want to hear that from you." Eric also expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your help during the headmaster election, sister." Tasha stared blankly at the house opposite. "You could have handled everything yourself." "Am I wrong?" the poet Mephisto, with one cheek swollen, still stubbornly asked. "But why did someone as stubborn as you do such a thing? Are you perhaps interested in Eric?" she said softly. "Was that last hit too light?" The two continued to bicker. "Is it okay to act like this in front of a friend?" "Oh, who was it who lied to their sister first?" Eric simply smiled, watching the two siblings. Suddenly he felt something. The two warned Eric, "Beyond this Ramujingu labyrinth you can go to farther. There are traps set, so don't lower your guard. Follow us carefully." Tasha said that this place was difficult for even a tier 6 mage to escape from. But when the two turned back, no one was there. Eric was confused at this moment. The light in the space slowly faded. "What, sister?" He ran in a panic. "Where did that damn Mephisto disappear to? He's useless in a situation like this." Suddenly a light appeared before his eyes. "Where am I?" Eric arrived at a place with colossal eyes and he couldn't help but be surprised. Magic can reach such a level. Is the Nestor family really that strong? All the elements filled this space. He evaluated those eyes. Some places were powerful, some gentle, some sharp, and some painfully dense, patterns intertwined with each other. They all seemed to be different magical elements. There was no commonality between them, but thanks to the wind element they harmonized at one point. Eric stood there dazed. "I don't know where this is, but if I just study it, I think I can make it my own." Suddenly, a voice was heard. "Little one, you're looking at something quite interesting." Eric was startled. "Is someone watching me?" It was as if the space had changed. "Do you know what you're looking at, or are you just looking at something you don't understand?" Eric's entire body stiffened. "I'm definitely lost, but stealing someone else's magic without permission is a crime punishable by death. If that person is controlling this space, they must be at least a tier 7 mage. What should I do?" The other person, hidden in the fog, laughed loudly. "Haha, can't you hear me? You definitely reacted. Little one, can't you hear me?" His mind raced. "Objectively speaking, this is the Nestor sisters' fault. They didn't tell me the way properly. So there's no reason for me to be reprimanded. I'll just pretend I don't know anything." At this moment he had only one thought: to escape this labyrinth. The other person teased him playfully. "How are you trying to ignore this old man and run away?" He could almost hear the gears turning in Eric's head. Eric quickly used stealth magic. The mysterious old man was surprised. "My surroundings are filled with darkness. I can't see anything in the labyrinth." Did he use my mist to cast stealth magic? He found it intriguing. "Eden, you died too early. but it seems you left behind quite an interesting child. Eric now wanted to hurry and escape. If it weren't for that old man I would have already deciphered it. But unfortunately, staying here longer could lead to big trouble. He suddenly felt something coming. The space began to warp. A strong wind blew, pushing him backward. Everything was just getting interesting, and you're already trying to leave? You coveted what wasn't yours, so you must pay the price, right? Outside, the poet Mephisto was in a hurry. Sister, what should we do now? We have to tell father. Someone approached. The Ramu Jingu has opened. The father of the two, the head of the Nestor family, he appeared. What happened? The poet Mephisto called his father in a small voice. No, lord, he said solemnly. Did you not show him the way properly? The poet Mephisto seemed to fear his father. He disappeared before we even entered the entrance, he frowned. He disappeared before he even entered the Jingu? A hexagonal pattern remained on the ground where Eric had disappeared. It seems the great-uncle had a hand in this, the poet Mephisto stammered. Why, great-grandfather, he sighed. His illness must have worsened again. The poet Mephisto closed his eyes and said, we can't just stand here and watch. He's a guest who came to the Nestor family in the name of the Melvinser family's master. He said firmly, if anything bad happens. A snickering sound was heard. You're truly cute. He was startled. What? Tasha smiled faintly. That kid made my brother, who is indifferent even to his own family, worry like this. Her eyes were filled with greed, the vision of brilliance of this generation. Now I'm even more curious, the poet Mephisto weakly retorted. What kind of monster is worrying? He also continued. I'm curious too. I'm a little surprised. The poet Mephisto was extremely worried. His quiet emotions resurfaced. The new master of Melvinser, as a prestigious magic family, holds a position equal to the magic tower. How strong is he? The Nestor family head's great-uncle was shrouded in darkness. The Ramu Jingu is the result of my long research. Someone appeared and bothered him. But he not only deciphered it, he even destroyed the magic circle and reused it. He found it interesting. Eden, you died too early. But it seems you left behind quite an interesting child. From within the space, a voice as mad as the Melvinser family whispered, go mad as you wish. Immediately after, the illusion broke and he was transported to a frozen place. Before that, the space had shaken, and Mephisto, Otto Hahn, and that old man. Eric irritably rubbed his hands together, using magic. Why are all the old men around me crazy? Hexagonal blocks continued to appear. He tried to compose himself. Calm down, first understand the situation. A wind of death swept through. There are various attributes of mana here, but the characteristic of the Nestor family is the wind attribute, Eric concluded. In other words, he used only the wind attribute to manifest the other attributes. The sight before his eyes was dazzling. Hot wind took on the fire attribute, turning moisture into steam, and gentle wind provided a place for mist to form. It was as if he could see through everything. And cold wind took on the ice attribute, freezing the mist, and strong wind permeated it, preventing the mist from moving. Eric gritted his teeth in annoyance. If that old man is strong enough to control the wind to that extent, creating a storm would be nothing. Did he manifest this rock mountain with wind? His fighting spirit ignited. He doesn't intend to harm me, but since he provoked me first, I must decipher what I couldn't finish before. I felt something similar in Le Center compared to what I've experienced, but all magic other than ice magic is too weak. He focused his power. I will use his method of transforming the mana flow and wind of this place. With my mana and ice magic. Eric's mind was very stable at this moment. And if I delve deeper and realign the connected mana flow, soul speed and seal to reduce mana waste, as his opponent prepared to attack, Eric jabbed with his index finger. Everything freezes instantly. He thought, won't I be able to use other attributes with ice magic too? The entire space suddenly brightened. A brilliant light erupted between Eric's two hands and everything seemed to collapse, but only one cold ice fragment remained intact. Eric reached out his tattooed hand and grasped it. With his other hand, he also created a bright white orb. The source of magic exploded. It was a power derived from an infinite symbol. The light chased away the dark and hazy black mist with hope. The white tiger-like tattoo roared. Melvinser I am. The other person still stood firm. Eric suddenly reappeared. The two siblings, poet Mephisto and Tasha, stared blankly at him who had just returned. Tasha said in disbelief, it takes at least 24 hours for a tier 6 mage to escape. It takes me 4 hours, but you did it in just 46 minutes, Mephisto observed even more sharply. Not only that, his seal of evil's grade has risen to 5-star. He looked at him as if he were looking at a madman. That's advanced magic that even I admired. And he not only deciphered it but also stole and developed it. Eric complained, what's wrong with everyone? I almost died and no one even asked if I'm okay? At this moment a calm low voice was heard. Truly astonishing, his gaze fixed on him. I should have gone to the headmaster election. I heard his seal syndrome was cured a few days ago, but he's already a tier 6 mage. The two siblings, poet Mephisto and Tasha, were even more shocked. A tier 6 mage? Really, Eric, did my record get broken by my brother? Eric ignored the two and apologized. I apologize for the late introduction. I am Eric Melvinser, master of the Melvinser family. He extended his hand for a handshake. I am he Nestor, master of the Nestor family. He said sincerely, please forgive what you just experienced. I'm sorry you suddenly went through such an unfortunate event. He smiled and replied, there's no need to apologize. It was a good experience rather. He smiled faintly, thank you for your understanding. Then, though it's a bit belated officially this time, welcome to the Nestor family mansion. Hurry, let's go, Eric, your mother and sister are waiting. Eric paused for a moment, a flicker of sadness crossing his face. Family, but he still moved his feet. Yes, I'm coming. Elsewhere, a person woke from a long dream. Dad, Isabel joyfully embraced her father. Dad, Herman laughed. Haha, why is my grown-up daughter acting like such a child? He gently stroked her head. How were you able to wake me up? Even the doctors couldn't cure my illness. Isabel moved, wiped away her tears. Sir Eric helped me. If it weren't for him, Herman was surprised. Eric, he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, as expected of a prestigious magic family. Yes, the Melvinser family has always been a light in the darkness. Isabel anxiously poked her head out. Dad, where are you suddenly going? You need more rest. Herman had already made all preparations. How can I prioritize my health now? If someone possesses such talent, I must find him, even if it means going to the ends of the continent, he said with a joyful voice. To think there's such a righteous child in this corrupted world, his expression was radiant. Otherwise, wouldn't I have more reason to go? Elsewhere, in a place filled with darkness, a figure on a platform spoke. Blue Wolf killed, Isabel escaped. His voice was filled with majesty. He was treated, and the Blue Wolf came back alive and exploded before my eyes. Was it all because of that mage? Numerous fragments were scattered on the floor. A servant reported, he must have cast a spell on his body. He asked, then that person, according to what we've heard, he is currently traveling with the Blue Lion, and he seems to be trying to contact Eric Melvinser. He is currently at the Nestor family mansion. The instigator was puzzled. The Blue Lion? He didn't immediately attack me and instead he first summoned his estranged brother. Ver contemptuously clicked his tongue. The Blue Lion must have weakened, he ordered. Hanun, you and that damned Melvinser must not meet. Kill him as soon as he leaves the Nestor family mansion. His cunning eyes gleamed coldly. Don't forget that the only reason I don't kill you is because of that trivial talent you possess. The wings in his hand ignited. I will remember, a magnificent and splendid mansion like something out of a fairy tale. Please guide the way. Let's go, Eric, your mother and sister are waiting. Eric followed. Suddenly he stopped, hearing a mumble. That damned bastard. It was Mephisto swearing. He frowned. That guy isn't human, is he? Eric thought with cold sweat. Asking mentally, what do you mean? Is he a demon? He denied it. No, his voice was filled with fear. But even if he's an ordinary human and not a Melvinser, how could he reach such a level? He stared intently at his aura and said, it has nothing to do with non-human beings. Eric breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. Do you think humans just sat around and played for the thousands of years you were sealed away? He grumbled. The other lords of the Magic Tower, the leaders of the Great Lion family, the Imperial Intelligence Agency, the Revolutionary Army, the Beastmen Alliance opposition. There are many. So do you know why people say this era is full of monsters? Mephisto seemed to have discovered a new continent. So you mean not only the Golden Lion, known as the continent's strongest, but there are many strong individuals like him, and even stronger ones? He suddenly smiled chillingly. Then this great Mephisto seems to have more reason to awaken in this era. Darkness ignited, and a wildlife where countless monsters devoured each other to become king. Mephisto was extremely excited, and the chaos and suffocation that came from them. He fell into a hallucination as if at the peak of his life, the joy of overcoming everything and moving forward victoriously. I, Mephisto, he said with an air of grandeur. I must push you to your limit so you can regain your power as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Eric walked straight ahead. Adults are talking to you. They entered a restaurant, and 3 people were already seated. A little girl pointed her finger at the boy sitting opposite and shouted loudly, Mom, this foolish guy dropped his food again watching Eric Oppa, the boy retorted. What, foolish? How can you call your Oppa foolish in front of Eric Hung? Shin was speechless. You two, can you be a little quieter? Mrs. Nestor couldn't help but smile. Why are you making so much noise in front of the hero of Center, whom you both adore so much? Didn't Mom tell you good children should be quiet while eating? The children quickly replied. Mom told us. I'll be good too. Eric felt as if he had returned to his family. Why are you imitating me? Do you want to be scolded? Eric, Mom. This foolish sister keeps trying to hit me. His mother also smiled warmly. Mom told you not to fight while eating, didn't she? His father took their side. Kids should play around a bit. His wife recalled Eric's boasting. When I become a grand mage, the first person I'll teach is my sister. His father silently wiped his mouth. Eric, today you have to read the 100 Philosophical Thoughts of Mages. He spoke easily, recalling his younger self. Today I'm playing with Dad. His words seemed forgotten. Today I'll leave Eric Oppa to Oppa. It seemed like a forgotten memory. Ella paid attention to him. Is the food not to your liking? Huh? Eric snapped out of it. Not at all, it's just so delicious that I spaced out for a moment. She smiled warmly. I'm glad you like it. I was worried that we hadn't welcomed you properly because you looked so sad. He put on an indifferent expression. Of course not. Swallowing tears had become a habit. Dining with others was truly enjoyable. The sunset dimly filtered through the window and hot tea was poured. At this moment they were having afternoon tea. He spoke. I heard you're going to transfer the rights to explore the Lair to us. Eric politely replied. Yes, I've been indebted to Shin for a long time. He quietly drank his tea. Eric watched his eyes. He spoke. Don't you hate me? Eric was startled by those words. Lord? Shin's face also hardened. Eric knew what he meant. The downfall of Melvinser. A family with thousands of years of history, a family that had led armies and won countless battles, could not have fallen overnight. Of course there was a vague whirlwind in his heart. The pressure from the imperial family, the political manipulation of the hexagram's 6 families, and the betrayal of those he trusted. The downfall happened under the name of politics, and if he asked himself if he hated them, he couldn't say. L's expression was difficult to describe. No, everyone has their own circumstances. He could clearly analyze that the Nestor family had not contributed to his family's downfall. They simply couldn't help due to political reasons. Could he blame them simply for watching? But if he were in their position, what could he have done? Mephisto grumbled beside him. How can a Melvinzer be so cautious in front of an ordinary Nestor? 1,000 years ago, the hexagram's 6 families were mere flies buzzing around the Melvinzer's tail, and they're both of the same rank anyway, Eric knew well. Yes, pride won't feed me. It's not their fault. Melvinzer lost its former power long ago. He clicked his tongue. It's surprising for you who lives for power. Is there a reason you came all this way? But Eric knew well where to stop. It's a friend's house, but it's also a place I must someday conquer. I need to confirm what kind of people the mages and their masters are. The Nestor family head's calm voice echoed. Tell me what you want. Eric's eyes were filled with vigilance. The man in front of him had expressed support. The Nestor family will fully support the Melvinzer family. He was slightly puzzled. He said. Don't worry too much. It's also because of the exploration rights, and it's a gift to my son, Mephisto admired. Oh, he's quite a shrewd one too. Is he trying to use this opportunity to get close to you or help the struggling Melvinzer family? Eric wavered for a moment. It's a good thing for me. If the Nestor family supports me, my foundation will be even stronger. But the other members of the hexagram and others will surely reprimand the Nestor family if they support me. But he couldn't let down his guard. Why is he trying to help the weak Melvinzer family? He might even incur losses. He had no idea what he was thinking. After a moment's thought, Eric spoke. Lord, then does no one know what happened in the middle? The explosion was aimed at their tea table. Everyone froze, their gazes fixed on the flashing light. Eric was horrified. What the hell? What madman would do such a thing in the Nestor family's house? The attacker appeared cloaked in black smoke. He recognized this person. No way. His face turned slightly pale. It's that guy. A hooded man entered and said, "Be my disciple." Several words came to Eric's mind. He had heard Shin once say that his father was so greedy for money that over 100 people lived in the main house as guests, not retainers. The scene was truly chaotic, and the Nestor family's true power lay in the Elder Council fighting alongside those monsters. People rushed in from outside. Elder, this is the Lord's study. Such behavior is very rude. Retreat immediately. Eric's heart pounded, and he knew the Elder Council leader was about to see a sight he couldn't forget. The great master who taught all the mages of the Nestor family, the white sage Augustine Nestor. That was this old man's nickname. Eric could feel that he was very strong, probably even stronger than he, Nestor. The old man opened one eye. Oh, I was too hasty. Excuse me, Lord. He wasn't too surprised. No. It's all right. Why have you come all this way? Augustine pointed at Eric. As I said, I'm here to take this impertinent fellow as my disciple, he replied thoughtfully. Are you referring to the child standing next to Shin? He is one of the 4 dukes of the empire, Duke Melvinzer. It seems it will be quite difficult to take him as your disciple, Eric suddenly cut in. Duke Melvinzer? Amidst everyone's surprised gazes. Eric Melvinzer, he bowed to Augustine. I pay my respects to Master Augustine Nestor, head of the Elder Council of the Nestor family. Mephisto was unexpected. You? Shin's 2 siblings were flustered. Eric, what are you doing? Augustine was intrigued. Oh, you recognize an old man like me? Eric politely said. How could I not recognize the great elder of the Nestor family? He poured out compliments. My late father often mentioned you before he passed away. He said that if our family had a pillar like you, it wouldn't have fallen so easily. Augustine was puzzled. But your father had no connection with me, he replied. What's so strange about that? You're famous, aren't you? Augustine stroked his beard and praised. You have a sharp tongue, you cunning fellow. The two conversed nonchalantly. Isn't that why Master wants to take me as a disciple? I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. Augustine seemed satisfied. You cunning fellow, now that you know who I am, it'll be easier to talk. So will you become my disciple? Eric smiled as sincerely as possible. How can the master of the Melvinzer family become the disciple of the great master of the Nestor family? I am far too unworthy of that offer, so please withdraw it. Augustine trembled. Didn't you receive my teachings in my mist labyrinth? He quietly replied. That was just something I learned by chance while escaping, so please understand. The old man couldn't believe it. After taking my magic without permission, Eric retorted without hesitation. Besides, wasn't it Master who first caused me trouble? Elder, please don't be so stubborn, Augustine suddenly shouted. Quiet. The old man stomped his foot and a bright light burst forth. He said irritably, You should listen to your elder's words, you talk too much. No one could stop the old man. The entire room instantly turned white and bright. Eric was surprised. The night sky? He quickly denied it. No, it's too white to be the night sky. Before he could think further, he was hit on the back of the neck. Eric barely made a judgment. Teleportation? No, his consciousness gradually faded, and it was merely a physical movement. This was not the speed a mage could reach. Augustine quickly grabbed his collar. Before anyone could react, the old man laughed loudly. Ha ha, you're mine. The light slowly faded in astonishment and everything passed like the wind. I only then came to my senses. Hey, what are you doing? Your friend is being kidnapped. Why are you just standing there? But Shin knew too well. Sister, don't you still know what kind of person Eric is? That damned bastard will be the death of me. These words confused her. Why are you fighting? He was annoyed. He keeps using me. Mephisto smiled faintly. You've rendered me speechless again. Another sacrifice seems destined to inherit me. You're brave to choose that monster of an old man as your master. He was truly surprised. No, soldier. His eyes felt heavy. Eric blinked slightly, clearing his head, and an old man with a bushy beard came into view. You've come to your senses. He jumped back in surprise. What the hell? Eric still hadn't grasped the situation. Where am I? His back was already falling into the void. Augustine reacted with lightning speed and grabbed Eric's collar. His body dangled precariously in the air. Be careful, the old man said nonchalantly. I almost lost my first disciple in 90 years. Tens of thousands of deer seemed to be stampeding in Eric's mind. He had planned to thoroughly use this great master of the Nestor family, but he never imagined that while he was making the old man find reasons for him to become his disciple, the old man would kidnap him. He realized he was standing on a sheer rock mountain. Did I mess with the wrong person? He took a deep breath, trying to calm down, and tried to move his mana, but realized that no mana was moving at all. It was as if he had returned to his days with obstruction syndrome. Augustine's joyful voice echoed. You've already noticed. Your senses are very keen. Eric was surprised. What did you do to me? The old man spoke as if it were someone else's business. I'll explain in detail as we go, so don't rush. What do you see down there? He tried to answer vaguely. I don't see anything. The old man let go. Then go see for yourself. It took him a second to realize he was falling. That damned old man. To summarize the previous story, Eric visited the Nestor family and gained enlightenment in the Mist Labyrinth. Meanwhile, Paul Ville, who had lost the opportunity to become the Blue Lion due to Eric's interference, sent Hanun, the Blue Wolf captain, to prevent the Blue Wolf from meeting the awakened Eric. On the other hand, Eric was kidnapped by the old man and thrown into a dangerous place with his mana sealed. The old man unexpectedly dropped his first disciple and even joyfully blessed him, saying, "Have fun." Eric screamed like a madman. That damned old man, a joyful voice echoed in his ears. Finally, you seem to have met your match, he was surprised. Mephisto, how did you get here? He proudly said. Finding you is child's play for me. Do you finally realize my importance? But it's not very important right now. Forget that story and save me. If I die, you die too. Mephisto nodded. Seems so. How can I help? Eric urgently said. The true seal curse, you have to teach me that so we can escape from here. Mephisto scoffed. Who are you trying to fool? Your mana is sealed, but you can still use the mana in the air. HMPH, his body regained balance, and a sphere of white light formed in his hand. Air currents stopped his free fall. He was furious. Once fooled is enough. Do you think I'll fall for it again? The distance to the ground grew shorter and shorter, and his falling speed increased. Eric plummeted directly to the ground, his heart chilling. I almost died and my mana is sealed. It feels just like when I had obstruction syndrome. He gasped for breath, his head throbbing with blood. By the way, where am I? I know all the geography of the continent, but there's no place like this. It's similar to Ramu Jingu. The old man's voice was heard. This is Ramu Labyrinth. Ramu Jingu is only a part of it, the old man kindly praised. Furthermore, even with your mana sealed, you can use the mana in the air to cast spells. It seems I've chosen quite a talented fellow. Eric was absolutely furious. I almost died. Why did you do that? You said you wanted to take me as your disciple, Augustine kindly reminded him. Still do, but I won't teach you what belongs to the Nestor family. However, as you said, I cannot teach you Nestor family magic. Eric looked up. Then what exactly are you going to teach me? His next words surprised him. I am the head of the Nestor family's elder council, but I'm also the principal of a school called Grassland. The old man said that the magic was passed down to only one person and had no relation to the Nestor family. You wouldn't object to learning it, would you? While Eric was still confused, Ross, I've never seen that name in any history book. Mephisto beside him exclaimed. Grassland, he said with nostalgia. I can't believe it's still operating. Those damned fellows are truly persistent, he asked softly. Have you heard of it? I've never heard of it. Mephisto's lips moved. They came from the West and they were quite a nuisance back in my day. They used martial arts magic instead of regular magic. It was the first time he had heard of it. Active 1,000 years ago from the West, is that all? What is martial arts magic? Is it like the martial arts of martial artists? His gaze swept over him. Similar. It's a combat technique that strengthens the body based on the flow of mana, he said directly. In short, I'll teach you what you need most. Grassland is now a specialized school for fusing various magic, so it's perfect for fusing the chaotic mana within you. Eric put his hand on his chest. I don't know what to do with the chaotic mana in my body, but this is truly a benefit. I was lucky to find a master. The world is truly unfair. So that's why the old man sealed my mana. Feeling his heart pound, he couldn't believe he could learn knowledge perfect for him, without being indebted to the Nestor family. There's no better opportunity than this, he decided. Then will you teach me Grassland's martial arts magic? Augustine admired. To know about martial arts magic which isn't even recorded, you surprise me again, the old man said. Then let's begin right away. You are in the territory of the Coke Wolves. They are 3 times stronger and larger than regular wolves. Eric could feel them too, the old man's voice scattered on the wind. You know that Grassland's martial arts magic is taught through practical experience, right? So survive, that's my last word. After that, countless wolves poured out of the darkness. Nevertheless, Eric couldn't accept it. This crazy old man, he sealed my mana. What am I supposed to do? A person behind Augustine said. Master, is it alright to keep watching? I heard he's a rookie who's only been learning magic for half a year. The old man replied softly, you've come. He's a rookie in terms of experience but not in skill. Oh, thank you for lending me your coke-wolves, another person said worriedly. If they taste human blood it will be a big problem, seeing Eric get hit again. Doesn't it seem like Master's disciple is in trouble? He was flustered. He's going to die. But Augustine simply said, keep watching. A faint blue light emanated from Eric's hand. Eric broke the tooth of one of them. Augustine nodded. Didn't I tell you he's very different, the old man added. He will pass my test and achieve Grassland's ambition for 1,000 years, a faint breeze rustled. But he's still weak, the old man demanded. Junity, you will have to step forward as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Even the Empire's intelligence agency couldn't fully ascertain the identities of the Revolutionary Army. Their actions, together with the great masters of the Magic Tower, existed to free the continent from the Empire's tyranny. He was the most notorious terrorist and the former leader of the Revolutionary Army. If that is Master's request, I will do so. Beast King Bayako approached, his wings spread wide. But the old man was very excited to have a new disciple. Junity Tens was sitting on Bayako, and a UHU was sitting on his shoulder. Are you all right with losing him? Augustine explained. This is the territory of the coke wolves. They are 3 times stronger and larger than regular wolves. It was as if he had expectations for Eric. You know that Grassland's martial arts magic is taught through practical experience, right? If so, the old man gave him a mission. Hunt all the coke wolves that live here. Even taking down one wolf was extremely difficult. Mephisto said, last time taking down one was just luck. It'll be tough this time, especially in your current state. He clicked his tongue. HMPH. They'll be even more wary after seeing their kin die. You can't rely on luck now. Eric panted, glaring at the wolf in front of him. He's right. Mana absorption only works once or twice. This crazy old man. How am I supposed to kill this barehanded? I wish I had the weapon I used in the snow mountains. I should have trained my body if I had known earlier. He suddenly paused. Wait, body training, that's right. Body strengthening arts, research that tests various elements to strengthen the body. The body strengthening arts I learned were exactly that, physical training. Eric's lips curled up slightly. Then shouldn't I just follow it? He recalled the content written. Body strengthening arts, a physical enhancement technique passed down among the descendants of the Tiger King, hardens bones like steel, amplifies strength many times over, and teaches how to use that power. Eric took a stance. The Tiger Man, the king of all monsters, once said that the body is a microcosm of the world created by God. His feet moved like a tiger, flowing like natural water. Vital energy flowed through every corner of his body. Human bodies change according to how they breathe and think. His breath stopped and countless subconscious minds opened from the thoughts swirling in his mind, and one of them was instinctively chosen. Eric took a stance against the wolf, his body moving according to his intuition. He emptied his mind. I expect nothing. I simply accept this world as it is, the instinct to unconsciously avoid attacks and intuition. It was a combat technique that existed on the border between the two. Eric seemed to be hypnotizing himself. No plan, no reason. He raised his fist. I just know this choice is right. He shattered the pitch-black night. The Tiger Man's combat technique. Mephisto was frozen by this sight. He couldn't help but exclaim, this madman. Eric launched a furious assault. He was simply confused. How is a human trying to fight like a monster? The wolf's sharp fangs opened wide. Wait! But at this moment, Mephisto was witnessing an unbelievable sight. Eric acted almost proactively. How can he do that? The next wolf fell and he gasped for breath. Augustine admired, just like my disciple. He's taken down 2. I need to increase the difficulty of this game, the old man kindly advised. But since you seem to be struggling, I'll give you a hint. You'll see a few moss clumps in the shaded areas of the cliff. Go collect them, Mephisto frowned. That old man is crazy too. He seems excited by your current state, he complained. Don't equate that old man with me. But he still had to be dragged along, damn it. Eric gripped his blood-stained shirt. He probably wants me to hunt all the wolves, right? His will is truly strong. We'll see who wins. Another attack. Wolves charged one after another. Eric fought tirelessly. 10 short days passed like that. He arrived at the spot Augustine had told him about. Is this a mana healing flower? Mephisto also didn't understand. Yes, I don't know why it's here either, he admired. It's truly beautiful. A red flower. It's the revival grass, a plant from the demon realm. At the same time, he wondered. If it heals mana, will eating it restore energy? Mephisto was perplexed. It has no effect on humans other than a slight medicinal property, but I don't know about you. You are the owner of the seal, he suddenly thought. No, it might even help increase the seal's resistance. Something strange? There must be a reason why that old man brought you here. But why did this appear here? This place might be related to demons. Eric inwardly rejoiced. What a truly rare opportunity, but I'm still angry that the old man put me in such danger. He stood atop a pile of wolf corpses and said, but thanks to that, I've increased the seal's resistance and recovered a lot of energy. My footsteps are getting firmer, and I've mastered body-strengthening arts. On the rough rock, Eric's voice was low and hoarse. This commotion is finally over. Before his eyes was a wolf with a glowing pattern. Are you the last one? But he suddenly noticed something different. He looked up. A human? He really heard footsteps. You surprise me again. There was also a tiger clinging to the rock, but the voice didn't come from the tiger. I heard you're the strongest at Eden Academy, a person sitting arrogantly on a wolf said. But I didn't expect it to be this terrible. Juniti leapt down in front of him, and in his wary gaze he said, I've decided. If you can defeat this Coke-wolf, his shining golden eyes gleamed, I will take you as my disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud noise echoed. This madman, a person leapt between them. Augustine pointed at him in disbelief. I just found him. How dare you try to take him from me? Eric was flustered. Master, the two argued. Juniti complained, I should be saying that. Do you know how hard I worked raising Coke-wolves because of you, master? They were massacred. I had to go to the southern tip of the dragon's land to find wolf pups, and then feed them revival grass for 5 years. And then, Mephisto was speechless. It's not that I hate you that much, is it? Eric said nothing. I can't say that, he said unpleasantly. Shouldn't you ask for my opinion? Juniti hastily said, I apologize. I was too hasty seeing your shining potential. You know who I am from the bounty poster, right? Do you want to become a disciple of this beast king? To his words, will you accept? Eric firmly refused. Although Master is a bit eccentric, I am already Master Augustine's disciple. Mephisto was incredulous. What's wrong with him? Augustine was moved. You, Eric refused again. So I cannot become a disciple. Suddenly, Juniti said, I will teach you the Eye of Clarity. He laughed and pointed. It's a technique that allows you to control magic beasts at will. And it's also what earned me the title of Beast King. You saw me control Bayako and the Coke-wolves, didn't you? Eric immediately changed his attitude. Serving only one master is an outdated social rule. If you don't mind, I will accept your teachings. Juniti laughed heartily. The Melvinzers are truly honest. I like it very much. Augustine trembled all over. This damned fellow. Mephisto sighed and patted his shoulder. I knew it. He knows nothing of respect, poor man. Eric smiled professionally. Then please teach me the Eye of Clarity. But Juniti wagged his finger. No, he turned and stroked the large wolf. Didn't I say earlier, if you can defeat this Coke-wolf, I'll take you as my disciple, he said excitedly. Mana control ability is very important for someone with the Eye of Clarity. Martial arts magic efficiently utilizes mana flow to amplify the Eye of Clarity's abilities. He added happily, it seems you've been replenishing your mana by eating revival grass, but this is the final test. If you can defeat this guy with only martial arts magic. The wind brushed past his head and the wolf was already flying. And the person who landed the precise attack was Eric. One was happy and one was flustered. Mephisto wasn't too surprised. Eric shrugged. Isn't it over? Juniti replied weakly. Yes, a person approached. Eric looked at him. The person who enjoyed my suffering has finally appeared, he said seriously. Are you satisfied now? His face showed no enjoyment at all. Augustine quietly looked at him. The old man suddenly put his hand on his shoulder. Well done. Golden light emanated from his hand. Finally, Eric seemed to feel some emotion. Augustine continued, I can now teach you about the hatred of the Night Chronicle. Shaking flowers shyly, Eric was transported elsewhere. It was an old place covered in nameless flowers. Where is this? The old man explained. It's the temple of the Night Chronicle. Eric was flustered. A temple, he frowned. A gloomy and sorrowful mana flow. Isn't this demonic energy? Mephisto was also surprised. How can there be demonic territory here? He opened his eyes wide. Demonic territory, isn't that an area only a demon king can create? Mephisto's face grew serious. No wonder revival grass, which only grows in the demon realm, was here. Is this that guy's territory? But as far as I know, he mostly occupies the east, Augustine said. Do you feel it? The old man knew clearly. A descendant of the demon hunter Melvinzer family can surely feel it, he asked honestly. Yes, but why is the Temple of the Night Chronicle demonic territory? Letters appeared on his bandaged hand. As you know, the Night Chronicle stretches from the far east to here. They stepped inside, and Eric was even more surprised. Eastern architecture, and isn't that an Eastern language? Augustine introduced. The founder of the Night Chronicle was originally an alchemist searching for herbs in the east. The big painting over there is his great history. One day he lost his wife and daughter to a demon king and eventually chased that damned fellow all the way to the west to get his revenge. The next step drew an 8-trigram symbol. Because the demon king was very strong, the founder changed his plan. He not only combined Eastern knowledge with Western magic knowledge, he even indiscriminately combined demonic powers to become even stronger. Eric couldn't understand. So the founder's hatred has been passed down to this day, Augustine replied. That's right, it's been almost 1,000 years. Eric thought there must be a reason. Since he accepted me as a disciple, it means the revenge hasn't ended yet. But his voice was low. No, the revenge has ended. Eric was startled. Ended? Who accomplished it? Augustine calmly said. Isn't it already too obvious? Upon entering the next room, Eric's eyes widened. Inside a room covered with talismans, Augustine admitted. It was I. Mephisto also conceded. His origin was ordinary, but he was quite strong, more than I expected. I can't believe he managed to capture him. That bizarre fellow must have been quite something. Eric was stunned. If he was a demon king, even Mephisto acknowledged he must have been incredibly powerful. So how powerfully did my master defeat him? Augustine humorously continued. This isn't a story to boast about to a disciple. The battle that day had so many possibilities that it was hard to tell who the victor was. He turned his gaze towards it. Though like our founder I set a new goal, the predetermined promise with that demon. I will decide the victor of that day's battle, through a disciple who will one day inherit my position. His low voice echoed, my disciple, you will decide the outcome. Will he be stronger, or will this old man's teachings be stronger? The four stood side by side looking ahead. Eric asked, so you're saying I have to fight that? While his complexion grew worse, the old man calmly said, that's right, to be precise, you have to fight that seal. Augustine turned his head and smiled faintly. To be able to obtain a monster's seal, even as a human, Eric was completely stiff and filled with discomfort at this moment. How dare you? Mephisto was bewildered by this sight. The old man gently raised his hand to calm them. I know what you're worried about. There's no need to worry. Why is my master revealing my disciple's secret? Eric still gritted his teeth, but his heart wavered slightly. Glancing sideways, Mephisto also turned his gaze away and remained silent for a moment. Augustine slowly unwrapped the bandages on his hand. All right, there must be trust between master and disciple, so take a look. Juniti was startled. The old man, hearing this, didn't seem to mind, revealing the scribbled lines on his hand. Every mage has secret arts that cannot be revealed to others. I am no different. Augustine removed his cloak. For me, at this moment, one side of the old man's body was revealed to everyone. His left arm was like a mutated black magic cursed fairy's arm. Black magic fairies were different from the fairies who lived in the forest of light. They lived deep underground in the lands of darkness and were followers of demons. They were considered demons and were exterminated by the Empire's conquest. Mephisto grinned and Eric barely managed to hide his surprise. The old man continued, you know that grafting body parts from other living beings is forbidden black magic, don't you? The punishment is even more severe for demons. Having finished speaking, Augustine put his cloak back on. No one but Juniti, not even the Nestor family head's family, knows this secret. Now that we know each other's weaknesses, are you relieved? The old man again slightly opened one eye. When you fainted, I searched your body and discovered your secret. It was for the sake of teaching, but if you dislike it, I apologize. The more Augustine spoke, the more Eric frowned. But now that I know you can absorb and activate demon seals, I can't let you go just because of this hatred. The two stood facing each other. But the presence of others is just air, it's merely that old man's greed, so now do as you please. Baiko gently rested his head beside the old man, smiling benignly. He had a satisfied expression now. Eric truly had to deliberate. Greed. That's right, it might just be his greed, his craving for satisfaction over what was lost. Looking at Augustine again, Eric continued to wonder, but is greed a sin? Isn't it having a goal? Like me, my master also has his own goals. Thinking up to this point, Eric casually opened his mouth. How can I refuse someone who pursues a goal? He took a step forward, clenching his hands. Eric bowed his head at a 45-degree angle and solemnly said, I, Eric Melvinser, master of the Melvinser family, pay my respects as a disciple to Augustine Nestor, who carries on the Night Chronicle of the Nestor family. Eric smiled, and his eyes also held a smile. The old man was extremely pleased to hear this. Thank you, my disciple. At this, Eric hurriedly turned his head and went straight to the point. Then do I just absorb the Demon King's seal? What's its name? Augustine looked at him with gentle eyes and replied, I don't know the exact name either. It changed names every time it appeared on the way from the west to the Empire. The old man lowered his voice. But we call it the Mad Beast. Mad Beast. At this, Augustine finally opened both eyes and looked at Eric with a piteous wrinkled face. Eric spoke firmly. His gaze was sharp enough to tear paper. Then I shall begin, Eric thought to himself. You is a demon king, even Mephisto acknowledged. If I can absorb the seal of such a creature. Eric hesitated for a moment, looking at the complex vines before his eyes. It's something I have to do? He stood there blankly. Eric used telepathy to ask, Mephisto, how do I absorb the seal? Mephisto angrily said, I've been talking about it all this time and you still don't know how. Eric continued to send telepathy without a voice. How can I refuse when he asks? You said demons grow stronger by taking each other's seals, right? So how do I do it? Mephisto gleefully lectured. Do you learn how to eat before eating? Taking seals is like eating for us. How can I teach you? Eric's eyebrows tightened into a thin line. This is serious. Normally magic doesn't react, but with evil seals it happens naturally. Suddenly Eric's eyes widened. A ray of hope flashed. Could it be? He used his own energy to absorb it. Everything around him continued to shake. Even Juniti frowned. Eric maintained a firm stance. Once everything was under control, Eric's lips curled into a smile. During this training period, what I primarily learned was not just martial arts magic or body-strengthening arts. It was how to control various forms of mana within my body. A triumphant expression was clearly etched on his face. I experimented by connecting my seal and soul magic. It worked just as I expected. A moment later, the surrounding scenery changed to a forest. He looked around. Is this my mental world? Like with the Snow Mountain King, do I have to pass a test and earn recognition? Eric cautiously took each step, examining everything in detail. Is there something here? If it's a swamp, there should be insects or birds, right? But there's nothing. I don't think it's simply because it's a mental world. It's too quiet, as if everything has been devoured by something. His steps moved slowly and carefully, feeling the rustling wind in the swamp. The sound of leaves rubbing together was mixed with something abnormal. It was dark but intense at this moment. Eric had already switched to running mode. There was a predator here, difficult to approach. There was a change that made Eric wary. He quickly turned his gaze in that direction. The light turned red. He didn't stop moving. Did something move? He frowned. He couldn't play around anymore. Is it in the forest or in the sky? No, he was too surprised to close his mouth. I can't feel it anywhere. Just then, a colossal creature appeared before his eyes. Its body seemed to cover the entire sky. There's an interesting human here. Eric had become a disciple of Augustine and Junie T after passing their tests and was given the mission to absorb the Demon King Yu. After learning the Night Chronicle martial arts magic, but the Demon King's sharp teeth were aimed at Eric's neck, and Eric had to face the colossal monster alone. The monster's shadow and teeth were faintly visible in the sunlight filtering through the leaves, and the rest was endless darkness. Nevertheless, Eric decided he had to fight the same way he defeated the Snow Mountain King. He was in intense psychological conflict. No, I don't know how to absorb Yu's seal yet. I need to observe the situation first. There might be another way. I'm not sure if I can win, Yu said. Melvinzers usually attack first and report later, but you're quite patient. Eric clenched his hands and they trembled slightly. He gritted his teeth. Yu continued. That's not the only strange thing about you. You carefully examined his every detail. A normal human with a seal and even Mephisto's seal. Eric grew more and more anxious. I can feel the predator's hunger from his voice. You continued to probe. And despite being a lower rank, you have another seal. The dragon's heart. Do you also know how to use soul magic? He thought to himself. I'm just prey. Finally, Eric made a decision. All right, keep it coming. Until I attack him. You glanced slightly. Very good. If you were an ordinary human, I wouldn't have cared. But he casually stared at you, and you opened his mouth wide, as if he could swallow everything he disliked. You're quite valuable. Melvinzer child, keep craving. You made Eric more and more difficult to understand and unpredictable. You continued to fan the flames. Keep craving. Satisfy your greed and ambition. Eric surprisingly found that his body couldn't move. Yu's eyes glowed. If you do that, you will meet me again. 1 second later, Eric was back in that room. His suspicious posture remained unchanged. Mephisto said in disbelief, It's over already, Augustine calmly replied. I suppose so. You don't understand anything. So it was you. Mephisto flew over and unpleasantly said, That crazy bastard. He said his real name. Eric stared at his two arms, his mouth agape in surprise. Is it normally this easy to get a seal? No way, right, Mephisto complained. That's all the choice he had left. He had to keep the seal from dying for a long time, so he was already at his limit. He paralyzed your body, making you return to your previous state. Tisk, he gave you a much lower grade seal than the original. Eric looked at the tattoo on his arm and said everything he heard. He said if I keep craving, I'll meet him again. I mean, do I have to upgrade this seal to its original form? The two continued to exchange words. You have a new family, Mephisto. Shall I tell you his real name? HMPH, I won't tell you the name of someone who humbled himself to survive, Augustine interjected into this conversation. Yu's real name is Gaki. The old man approached and said, Since he lost to me, his grade must have fallen. It must have been quite intense. The other two weren't very pleased. This human is crazy. Why is he interrupting when no one asked? He even knows the value of real names. He must be possessed by something. Eric paused for a moment. I was going to ask my master if Mephisto wouldn't tell me. But why him suddenly? Augustine, despite being severely insulted, laughed refreshingly. Eric slightly lowered his eyes to see what would happen. The old man stood before Eric, smiling, and said, The seal of evil, and Augustine's expression turned serious. Yu's original name is Gaki. They were demons at the bottom of the food chain, always greedy due to the fear of dying at any moment and their perpetually hungry nature. The more the old man spoke, the more Eric was dazed. That's why when you obtained Yu's seal, you could sense danger like a Gaki. Find the enemy's strengths and weaknesses faster and counterattack. Augustine's mouth opened wide and tears flowed. The awakening of the sixth sense through mana circulation, what martial arts magic always wanted to imitate, that feeling of a pounding heart and heightened senses. The old man was truly crying. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. I call it Gaki's sense. The Night Chronicle finally obtained Yu's seal and Gaki's sense. Now all I have to do is upgrade this seal and fight you. The importance and usage of this seal were precious information not found in any book. How much did the Night Chronicle's ancestors and my master struggle to obtain this knowledge? Augustine continued to shed tears, yet didn't stop speaking. For 1,000 years, the Night Chronicle's knowledge and dreams were solely for achieving this one goal. The tattoo on Eric's hand shone sinisterly, and his complexion darkened. He sensed the approaching energy. It's my turn to inherit this goal. Eric hesitated and sweat dripped down. Master, you said Gaki's sense makes your heart pound and senses heighten, right? Why did it suddenly activate? Just then, a new person appeared and shouted. Eric appeared in a hurry, covered in sweat. He wondered, Shin, how did you get here? Shin hastily said, That's not important. Something big has happened. Outside, the other two were comforting each other sadly. Eric's face turned pale at what he heard. At the mansion. A servant hurriedly reported, Lady Tasha, you must come out and see this. Tasha rested her chin on her hand, looking bored. What is it? Is the training over? Tasha's whole body trembled at the words. Her 5 senses were messed up. Her eyes flashed, and she immediately ordered, "Stop them first, I'll go myself." Shin appeared with a travel bag at this moment, smiling as if apologizing with a bowed head. "I apologize, is my younger brother Eric Melvinser here?" No, Eric and Shin were racing against time. Eric hastily said, "Shin, you should have stopped my sister Tasha earlier." Shin inevitably, angrily but hastily said, "How can I stop that crazy witch? Besides, why are you blaming me? It's your fault." He frowned. "Lord Hajong, the situation is really bad. My sister's ceasefire temper has flared up again because of you." Eric flew and prayed, "I hope nothing happens." A joyous light again flashed across his face and he casually smiled faintly. Shin said that the Duke's sister had sacrificed her life for him. In other words, his sister, who had no magical talent, was suffering because of her brother with Seal syndrome, and it was truly difficult for talent to emerge from a collapsed family. Eric asked himself, is the Duke's true identity someone his sister fears most? It can't be simply because she's his sister, right? I wonder what kind of person she is. At the same time, Tasha appeared at the castle. "Shin, I apologize, as my younger brother Eric Melvinser here." She was small, but she carried a travel bag twice her size. The guard stopped her. "The Duke is here, but you cannot enter without an invitation." Tasha bowed her head slightly and asked, looking flustered, "I apologize, why? Can you call the third son for me?" "No, they'll know I'm here." They were very firm. "No, besides, we've been instructed not to let you in." "Shin's sister, why her?" Just then someone interjected, "Nice to meet you." She turned around, frowning slightly. Hazer immediately introduced herself. "I am Hazer Nestor, daughter of the Nestor family. I've heard a lot about you from Eric and your brother." A moment later, she seemed like a completely different person. Bringing her face closer, Tasha tilted her head back and laughed. "I heard you're as strong and charming as a flame, and the rumors seem to be true. It's an honor to meet you." Tasha trembled slightly at this unexpected remark. "Thank you." Hazer, with her magically glowing golden eyes slightly open, asked, "But excuse me, may I ask why you stopped me? I can't seem to understand the reason." Tasha, as if speechless, replied calmly without even blinking, "This is the Nestor family's main residence, the foremost of the 6 families that manage the magic tower. It's not a place anyone can just enter carelessly, is it?" She bowed her head again. "Sadly, while blonde hair and blue eyes are characteristic of the Melvinser family, you might be disguised, and even if you truly are Duke Starlight's sister, there are still some procedures to follow." Hazer stopped and asked, "Then how do I prove myself in such a case?" Tasha frowned angrily. "If you truly are Duke Starlight's sister and therefore a member of a magic family, I will only believe you if I defeat you in a magic duel." She created a circle with the power of her eyes. "Unfortunately, I cannot use magic." Hazer's face darkened, and her energy enveloped the surroundings. "Then what about aura?" she said in a challenging voice. "You'll get hurt." Tasha did not back down. "I'm curious about that." With a snap of her fingers, "This is simple." Everything around them exploded, and one side shone so brightly that nothing could be seen clearly. "It's a procedure to verify your identity." Shards scattered everywhere, and the 2 guards stared at her as if frozen. She bit her lip and smiled slightly. Hazer pulled out a massive hammer and asked, "Are you sure you can withstand that enormous thing?" She simply asked quietly. "Have you ever played hide-and-seek as a child?" Then Hazer leapt towards the bouncing rocks. Excitement was evident on her face. "It's been a while, hide-and-seek, but I played a lot with Shin when I was young." She extended her hand, cast a spell, and then pointed her hand at her opponent. "I've never lost at hiding. What about you? Are you good at this game?" Hazer on the other side gripped the hammer handle tightly. "I can confidently say I've never lost, but it was due to her relentless desire for victory." She curled her lips into a smile and raised the hammer high above her head. Hazer swung her hammer full force straight ahead. "I always caught Eric." At this, Tasha's face stiffened, her pupils contracted, and she threw her head back, baring her teeth in a laugh. After the final attack, Tasha broke out in a cold sweat. She thought to herself, "It's surprising for a member of a magic family to be a martial artist, but to swing a 100 kilograms hammer as lightly as cotton without using aura is unimaginable. Truly befitting a Melvinser. That mark is the Black Lion. Duke Starlight's sister is a member of the strongest mercenary troop." Hazer narrowed her eyes and smiled with satisfaction. "The score is 1-0, right?" Tasha's eyes also gleamed. "I won't go easy on you this time." The 2 suddenly stopped moving. She was startled. "What's going on?" Hazer, even calmer, whispered, staring into her eyes. "Everything is getting better and better." That hand swiftly grabbed Eric's neck, and immediately after, Shin came running without stopping. He wasn't in a very good posture, but he still wore a confident smile. "Sister, you still look healthy. Tasha, and you seem to be having a good time. I hope I'm not interrupting. Now calm down and let me go. There'll be repair costs." Hazer, holding Eric by the neck, called his name. There was a snapping sound, her face darkened, and her voice turned eerily cold. "Let's talk for a moment." A short while before the 2 met, Tasha was in her room, frowning and concentrating on what she was reading. She carefully gripped the paper and examined it. Tasha asked, "Is this correct?" The paper read, "Melvinser, unidentified." The servant, holding a bundle of papers, frantically replied, "I am sorry. According to the information gatherers, the information is very thoroughly protected." She clasped her hands together, tilted her head slightly, and exclaimed with admiration, Just as I expected. After all, the Black Wolf is the strongest shadow mercenary organization. Since the number of their enemies is proportional to the number of completed missions, I'm sure their identities are also classified by rank. Her words became increasingly hard to understand. Very good. I'll seize this opportunity to make a friend. Tasha had a calculation in her mind. Members of the Black Wolf are very difficult to meet as they only associate with the Grey Lion family. What if the Melvinser lady is a member of the Black Wolf? The more Tasha thought, the more satisfied she became, smiling slightly. This is reason enough to forge a close relationship with the Melvinser family. Because of Duke Jady, but the Nestor family certainly has nothing to lose. It seems we've chosen the right path. She vanished with a whoosh. Good, back to reality. They kept gesturing. Are the two still playing hide-and-seek? Eric shouted in extreme urgency. Sister, please, let's talk. Hazer's face darkened and her voice wasn't very pleasant. You seem to be doing very well with your fame. Can you use magic now, and now you've learned how to resist? He frowned and couldn't speak. Then she dealt a fatal blow towards where Eric had been standing. He bounced off the ground. Eric gritted his teeth and thought, if it weren't for Preta, I would have really died. Sister has always been like this since I was little. Every time I caused trouble, she'd break my leg so I wouldn't fall and get hurt, Mephisto commented from the side. This is the first time I've seen him struggle like this. She's truly a Melvinser, but I seem to feel a rather different aura from a Melvinser. Eric broke out in a cold sweat as if he had realized something. This is the first time I've seen such an interesting spectacle. Hazer showed no signs of stopping. My foolish brother, let's see if you can avoid this attack. He raised his hand and concentrated all his energy on defense to block it. Eric created a protective barrier around him. He used all the muscles in his body to endure. Sister, are you serious? Eric closed his eyes and nose, sweating profusely. He couldn't believe reality. How can my sister expect me to avoid this kind of attack? His body trembled, but suddenly paused for a moment. Eric slowly opened his eyes and stole a glance at her. She had stopped the hammer right in front of his face and was no longer attacking. Sister, Eric leaned back in a relaxed posture. I was a little relieved to hear you've made some basic progress. Hazer hadn't looked back at her brother from beginning to end. I know you've had a hard time with Obstruction syndrome, but you still tried your best, so I wanted to support you as much as possible. She questioned him relentlessly, putting him in a difficult position. But what about now? You rush into danger, lose control, and are unconscious for days. And after you wake up, you disappear for months without a word about where you're going. He bowed his head and asked softly, when was the last time I contacted my sister? Half a year ago. My sister has been out of touch with you for half a year. Do you know how worried I was? His heart was somewhat shaken. Sister has always been overly protective of me. She always scolded me that everything I did was dangerous and she was always by my side. Eric realized I didn't like that overprotectiveness, but I understand why my sister did it. After our parents passed away, she had to grow up too early to take care of a troublemaker like me. Her personality was a bit excessive. He regained his composure, and his eyes shone with determination. I found our family's mission. Both when I lost consciousness in the dragon's lair and when I disappeared after waking up, it was all for our family's mission. Hazer slowly stopped crying. Honestly, sometimes I wondered if there was a need to rebuild our fallen family. I wondered what the point of my efforts was when it had already collapsed. He continued to speak with conviction. But after going through many things, the thought that this world could be covered in disaster again at any moment crossed my mind. With every word my brother spoke, her face changed color. And as a Melvinser, it would be disrespectful to our mother, father, and ancestors who fought for us to avoid it, he said firmly. I'm going north. There's a mission left by our ancestors there. Hazer couldn't contain her flowing tears again. No matter what mission it is, no matter how dangerous my path is, I will pursue it, just as our ancestors did until this world and every place I set foot on shines. Eric's eyebrows almost touched and his eyes gleamed like stars. She stood there blankly after hearing his whole story. Then Hazer smiled, truly happy and relieved. She gently scolded, if you sneak away again, I'll really break both your legs. Understand? Eric was puzzled. Huh? The two siblings were putting on a melodramatic family drama and the person next to them felt useless. Didn't my sister get emotional? Yes, Eric, you're all grown up now, so your sister won't interfere in your affairs anymore. Shouldn't my sister say something like that? Mephisto cruelly said. How shameful. She should have hit him a few more times for me. I was hoping for his death anniversary around this time next year. Luckily, she found a way to escape my control. You're saying something pretty good this time, but considering everything you've done, how can I trust you? Setting that aside, humans are so easily moved by small things. For Lord Azella's revival, 3 months later, Eric was meditating on a foggy rock. A crow flew in like a rocket. He was in a state of deep concentration. A blindfold covered his eyes and his lips were slightly pursed, yet one eye covered by the cloth shone. Eric received the eagle. Junie T spoke from behind and the eagle was bewildered. You learn quickly. He raised his head and said seriously, I didn't expect you to complete the nightshade so quickly. Something suddenly attacked Junie T. He had already teleported there, but Augustine had intervened first to block it. The old man smiled with satisfaction. It seems you've mastered the Gaki's sense. You've learned everything you can here. From now on, practical experience will bring you enlightenment faster. Eric took off his blindfold and plopped down on the ground, scratching his head and laughing. "Huh, so it's finally over, we won't meet again?" His two masters stood before him in completely different states. Augustine seemed quite pleased, as if Eric had been begging to become his disciple just yesterday, while Junie T was very displeased. "Honestly, you are truly a troublesome disciple." He slowly dusted himself off and stood up, saying, "Have you forgotten that you used training as an excuse to torment me? Anyway, thanks to both of you, I learned a lot. Thank you, masters." The old man's expression was hidden by his bushy beard. "Are you laughing at us, damn it?" Junie T's eyes gleamed. "Didn't you say you're going north soon? You have to bring us souvenirs, okay?" Eric smiled, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Souvenirs, my foot. Let's not meet again." He hesitated for a moment, but the two quietly waited for his next words, and Eric disappeared so quickly that not even a shadow was visible. "Both of you, stay healthy." The space became even quieter. The old man was the first to speak. "Doesn't this make you nostalgic, leader, about the days when I soared with the three of them?" Augustine also recalled the past. "Every day was filled with joy, when I still had power. Now I'm just enduring my remaining short days here." Junie T glanced at it and asked, "What would the three of them say if they were still here?" "He would scold us for sitting around like old men waiting for death. We're not even 100 yet." They continued to talk about old times like that. "My goodness, we're not that old, that's right, compared to him. We're only middle-aged. Setting that aside, how could that brat abandon these wonderful masters and go north alone? That disciple needs to learn manners again." At this moment, Eric went to meet Tasha. She meticulously reviewed the documents and asked again, "You directly transferred the rights to excavate the dragon's lair to me?" "Yes, thank you very much," he replied nonchalantly. "I transferred it to you, sister. Why are you suddenly speaking formally?" Eric had already planned everything carefully. "I've prepared a carriage to take you north. It's at the entrance. I'll help you with your academy registration, so please be careful on your way." The paper read, "Agreement on the excavation of the Diamond Dragon's lair between the Fire Brothers family and the Melvinser family." Melvinser family. Eric Melvinser. Fire Brothers family. Tasha Nestor. He evaluated Tasha's beast-like appearance inwardly. "I transferred it to my sister because she's always been known for loving dragons, but I didn't expect her to be this happy." Her eyes gleamed. "Finally, I get to touch a real dragon's artifact. Everything is good." He frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. "Anyway, since the relationship with the Nestor family will be strengthened, it will benefit everyone. Come to think of it, there's still someone who owes me. Lady Isabel said she'd contact me once she arrived at various places. Surely she hasn't forgotten her debt. Anyway, I'll get in the carriage first." She sheathed her sword in the forest. "That fellow Pow really hurt me." Corpses lay on the ground and the smell of blood permeated the air. "Even if I'm weakened, I can't believe he thought he could kill me with this." Suddenly a voice was heard and Han paid attention. "He's probably getting impatient. He's weakened after losing too many blue wolves." The person approached step by step and he couldn't take his eyes off him. "And he knows he'll be in danger if he joins the Melvinser family." Blake and Onder happily lured Isabel. "My niece is really smart." "She's right, brother. How about we quit this game and go kill Paul?" "Yes, let's the three of us go together." She grumbled, "I told you not to treat me like a child." He ordered Herman to release Isabel. Herman nodded slightly, narrowing his eyes, and said, "As I told you, I will solve the Ville family's problems. The three of you just protect Isabel." Herman became serious. "I will personally meet the Duke and thank him." The others, including her, stared at him as if deciding how to deal with Paul. After sunset, Aiden stood with his back turned and asked, "Hasn't Paul been appointed as the Blue Lion yet?" Another person replied, "There's a small problem, but don't worry. There will be no glitches in the plan," he said. "I thought it would be easy to eliminate the Blue Lion with mana obstruction syndrome, but I also thought that the declining Melvinser family might interfere." The two stood mystically close. "Anyway, it's not time to deal with the Melvinser family yet. Quickly appoint Paul Ville as the Blue Lion, Han, captain of the Blue Wolf Team 1. As soon as he becomes the Blue Lion, his body and power will be stripped away." His eyes changed color, and one pupil was stained with blood as if offering a small tribute to his master Abe. "I told you not to worry. The carriage is already perfectly prepared." A scream was heard from inside. "No," Eric trembled all over in the carriage, helplessly clutching his head. "I plan to go north secretly." He lowered his head and continued to complain. "Thank you very much for preparing such a large carriage, but I don't need a carriage." The person introduced himself first. "My name is Coachman." "You are more like a coachman than a coachman." Eric became more and more depressed. "Shin is enough. It's not bad to travel with friends sometimes." He crossed his arms and said irritably, "I'm only accompanying you because my father asked me to." "Right?" Eric turned back to Hazer and lamented, "Sister, you should be resting at home." "Why again?" She lowered her head and smiled. "Why, my brother doesn't want to go with his sister." He forced himself to say words that made his heart uncomfortable just to hear. "No, it's fine. I'm already ecstatic to go with my sister." Eric still couldn't lift his head. so tired. Master, old people should sit still. The old man clicked his tongue. Tis, can't old people go out and play? Augustine sat with his legs spread and his hands on his knees as if meditating. I guess I'll get some northern air and reteach you how to act on the road. Juniti also looked angry. You hurt our feelings when you abandoned us and left. Mephisto appeared at some point and said irritably, It's going to be a noisy trip. I hate being bothered the most. He couldn't help but tremble all over and forced a smile. Wow, this is really fun. Ha ha ha, 7 people, a perfect number for exploring. Then Eric opened one eye and looked. Does he think this is a family trip or something? The room was as vast and splendid as a castle. They greeted each other in turn. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Augustine, Eric's master. I'm Hazer. Thank you for taking care of my brother. He's so weak he needs help from a cute animal like this white tiger. Does she think the Beast King's species is cute? Interesting. Can't you stop frowning? Eric, did I say I went voluntarily? Shin rested his chin on his hand and couldn't relax his facial muscles. The white tiger stretched lazily and yawned. Juniti laughed with delight at this sight. Augustine also sneaked a glance. At this moment his heart softened and his eyes sparkled like crystals. Perhaps this is what family is like. He sat quietly in the room turning his coffee cup, lost in thought. And he placed the coffee cup on the table. Well then, he glanced coldly at the person beside him and asked, Has everyone gone north? Corian closed his eyes and replied briefly, Yes. He asked with curiosity, Is something good happening to the head of the family? He turned his gaze out the window and narrowed his eyes. Isn't it interesting? Look at that carriage grandly speeding outside. That ridiculous combination. Hazer narrowed her eyes and said softly, Eric, I told you to be polite in front of adults. Look at Shin, that's an exemplary masculine man. At this moment he was laughing so hard he almost cried. Eric crossed his arms looking very displeased and sighed contemptuously. An exemplary man, what a joke. She laughed even louder. I'm trying to educate this damn brother, am I interrupting? Augustine seemed to enjoy this situation quite a bit. No, just leave them be. Juniti also held his stomach and couldn't stop laughing. That's right, family customs should be taught by family. Hazer regained her composure, placed her hand on her chest and bowed slightly. Thank you for your understanding. A hand was quietly placed on Eric's shoulder. Seriously, at this age do I still have to learn family customs? She appeared behind him with a terrifying face baring her white teeth. Eric, shall we go for a walk? He was startled, his 5 senses disoriented. No, if we're going for a walk, leave that scary thing behind. Before he could even resist, Eric was dragged away by his ear. Ack, let go, let go. Mephisto suddenly stood up at this moment and laughed sinisterly. He. I never thought I'd see Eric being dragged away, he laughed triumphantly. Truly amazing. The carriage was still moving leisurely. Chen noticed something strange at this moment and stopped the car. The carriage wheels slowly came to a halt. He immediately poked his head out and asked curiously, What's wrong? In front of him 3 people, old and young, stood blocking the road. He. The old man stuck out his tongue and licked his knife. The person said, You have a lot of guts to step into our territory. He stepped forward, brandishing his knife and threatening, Hand over everything. Eric's group stood dumbfounded for 5 seconds, unable to understand what was happening. The village chief also stared blankly at them and sweat trickled down his cheeks. He still maintained a blank posture and the old man shouted in annoyance, You damn bastard, do you want to see blood? Cornered, Eric jumped out of the carriage, thinking inwardly, Annoying. Juliet grabbed his shoulder. Eric, he stepped out of the carriage with confidence. Don't worry, I'll handle it. This is an opportunity. Juliet had already made a plan in her mind. It's an opportunity to show Elk how amazing Master is. At the appearance of the white tiger, they retreated a few steps. Ack, the old man's face turned black and he couldn't move. Tiger, his eyes glowed red. Eric watched closely. From now on I'll show you why I'm called the Beast King, he shouted. Freeze immediately between the 2 groups. Bright and dazzling chunks of ice erupted from the ground. Ack, the 3 fell to the ground, trembling all over. Juniti looked at him with eyes full of disappointment and sadness. Eric, I could have handled it. Why did you interfere? Then he asked coldly. Were you planning to turn this place into a sea of blood? Eric quietly looked at what was in front of him with an unenthusiastic expression. They're not bandits but just poor wanderers from a nearby village. Suddenly, the person collapsed to the ground and the 3 of them bowed their heads together, continuously shouting, Please save us, we have families at home, please save our lives, he said. If by chance we were incompetent and powerless good people. Eric's eyes gleamed coldly and his voice was icy. Would you have continued to beg like this? The village chief and the old man looked at each other, not daring to speak out of fear. He hurried and didn't say a word, just watched quietly, but the old man bowed his head again. Mage, you're right, village chief, keep that posture, close your eyes and tell me. But they were forced by me, so please punish only me. He looked uncomfortable. Village chief, why would you say that? You only did it for this village. That's right, Shin also agreed. It's not the village chief's fault, punish us too. Narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. All right, let's see if your words are true. Under the scorching sun they walked a long path to a place with only dilapidated old buildings. The village chief guided the way and explained, Our village has had a very hard time for the past few years due to drought and famine. We thought it was better to become bandits than to starve to death anyway. He suddenly realized, wait, this energy. It would take 5 days and nights by carriage to reach another village. Moreover, we couldn't leave the village to find work because our livestock were starving to death. The village chief covered his face and blamed himself. It's all my fault. Augustine stroked his beard and looked with one eye. Unfortunately, the law of this country does not extend this far. Eric, whether they committed a crime or you forgive them, they had good intentions. He pursed his lips and looked around. The old man added a few words of advice when he didn't soften. Isn't it our noble responsibility to take care of our people? Hearing this, his heart ached and his nose turned red. That's right, this isn't entirely their fault either. The village chief bowed 90 degrees. Thank you for your grace. He reached out both hands and clasped them with a regretful expression. We will never rob again, it's all right. Mephisto was continuously circling around at this time. He was curious about this sight. Mephisto, why do you keep circling? He bared his teeth and made a mysterious expression. Though very faint, I can feel demonic energy around here. Demonic energy. Eric also made a serious expression and felt an ominous premonition. In the end, Elk and his companions arrived at their destination. But at the sight before them, even old Augustine had to say, this land is too barren. Before them lay only dry sandy land with no human shadows or a single green tree visible. Augustine used his power to look around and said, Disciple, I don't feel anything. What's here? Eric also found something suspicious, but he didn't know how to express this feeling. It's right here. But suddenly Mephisto appeared in air form and said, I clearly buried it somewhere here. As he finished speaking, his face suddenly became anxious. Since I helped you, you have to give me the magic potion as soon as you find it. Eric gritted his teeth and retorted, As I expected, you tricked me. He immediately started working without delay. First, I need to dig the ground. Everyone stand back. Blue flames erupted from his hand. Eric focused ahead and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Everyone was terrified by this sight. My goodness, he dug such a big hole in the blink of an eye. Eric was completely different. He was very confident and knew exactly what he was doing. He jumped down from a high place and found a strange box. He quickly examined it closely and recognized the box. Old Augustine also jumped down after him. What did you find, disciple? He replied. Yes, it was a box buried deep underground. As soon as the box was opened, a dark energy emanated. Eric and Mephisto widened their eyes at the box in their hands. Old Augustine was also dumbfounded. Demonic energy. After a long while, the black energy slowly dispersed, revealing the object inside. It was a statue. Mephisto frowned, curious. Why is it here? Speaking of this object, one must mention the 4 great demon kings, descendants of the demon gods and rulers of the demon realm. Besides Mephisto, there were Satan of the Apocalypse, Lilith of Revolution, and the tyrant with the largest demonic army among the demon kings, Izal, the demon of madness. Izal was described as a very greedy demon who wanted to gain the human world. During the invasion of the human world, he not only destroyed 12 villages, but Eric also speculated that this was a symbol created by Izal's followers. Mephisto continued, this was specially made for human sacrifice. Mephisto was startled. Wait a minute, why? Even before knowing about Izal, Eric knew the facts very well. I read about it in a book in the vault. Combining it with what Mephisto just said, it was all about human sacrifice. So those villagers were all sacrificed to summon Izal? Mephisto did not conclude. He looked around and observed the state of this village. The desolate land further confirmed his guess was correct. Perhaps that's the most reasonable guess. Eric was angry. What are demons hiding and plotting in the human world? Mephisto beside him continued to grumble. Now that you've absorbed the magic, give it to me as promised. Augustine appeared from somewhere and said, Disciple, investigating the traces of demons that were eliminated 30 years ago is a very dangerous thing, the old man suggested. I think it would be better to hand it over to the Magic Council members. Of course, Mephisto disagreed with this. Nonsense, but unexpectedly, Eric smiled and agreed. Good idea. Mephisto was immediately flustered. Hey, you promised to tell me. Eric helplessly feigned a sigh. He said he's handing it over to the Magic Council, so what should I say if I absorb this demonic energy? Mephisto couldn't refute. Damn it. He tried to trap Mephisto in his own trap and make him confess. If you tell me how to use the Mies seal, I might try. Mephisto shouted loudly, No way. But seeing the object in old Augustine's hand, Mephisto was both fearful and regretful. Old Augustine was already holding the box ready to hand it to Seung. Seung, send this to the Magic Council immediately, Mephisto stammered in confusion. No other requests, anything but telling me how to use the seal. Augustine also did not forget to tell him to send this object as quickly as possible. Just then a mysterious voice echoed. Delicious. Light erupted from his hand, and it headed towards the 2 people. To be precise, it was the box in the old man's hand. The light transformed into the shape of a dragon and swallowed the entire box. Mephisto's scream echoed. No, my magic, Augustine asked blankly. Disciple, what's going on? Eric scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. He didn't know how to explain this situation. Oh, it seems this thing tricked me. The evidence I worked so hard to find is gone. Mephisto was filled with rage at this moment. No one but Eric could see him. You damn bastard, how dare you steal my stuff, Eric said calmly. He focused on his master. Perhaps this village didn't turn into a desert just because of an animal's hiding place. Let's look for something else just in case. On the other hand, inside a dark cave there was only the faint light of a candle. A group of people were performing a ritual in front of a statue. The leader clasped his hands and bowed his head, a flash of lightning passing through his mind when the person standing behind asked, "What's wrong, priest?" He stood up and said, "Some heretics dared to interfere with our Lord's summoning ritual." At these words everyone became restless. Oh dear, what kind of heretics would dare to do such a thing? His eyes turned cold, as if he would devour alive those who ruined the ritual. He stood below and loudly declared his loyalty to the statue. "Archpriest, we will deal with those heretics, so please do not be angry with us. It seems they are related to the statue in the box." The priest shouted with all his might, "We will surely realize your great will on this continent. We will resurrect you." Then he turned to his comrades. "Before heading north, deliver my orders to Joda." His expression was grim. "Meet Gale and proceed with the summoning ritual." Returning to Eric, he and the others stood beside a lake. He slowly watched the sun set. Eric, deep in thought and with a slightly joyful expression, said, "Why does no one pay attention to what the demons have been doing for so long?" Everyone who saw the river restored could not hide their joy. "Now we can farm." The water level is rising rapidly, but there were also people crying because of the evil actions of the demons. They had taken many innocent lives. Augustine patted his shoulder, comforting him. "Since we have submitted the evidence to the Magic Council, they will begin an investigation soon. Moreover, everything that happened will be the responsibility of the local lords." The old man also understood his feelings now. "I too want to cut off the heads of those bastards who orchestrated all of this, but it seems that is beyond our capabilities." Eric said nothing, thinking to himself, "Master is right. Since the council will intervene, those bastards will act soon. And the first thing to do is to find the contaminated artifacts scattered throughout this entire region." He decided to punish the evil on behalf of the people and crush those bastards who perpetrated all of this. A villager approached, speaking on behalf of all the villagers. Thank you very much," he said, tears of joy streaming down his face. Eric told the people, "The drought is over, so please take good care of the villagers. We must go." As he was about to leave, someone stopped him. "Wait a moment." He turned around and said, "Could you at least tell us your name, mage?" It was nothing important, so he confidently and loudly spoke his name. Eric Melvinzer. The people immediately remembered Duke Starlight, the hero of Marin. As expected, that name seemed to be deeply etched in their hearts. Melvinzer, the stars of the Empire, were shining again. The group sat in the carriage and continued their journey. Suddenly a voice echoed, "Eric, I think you should go outside for a moment." He poked his head out. "What is it this time?" the butler stammered. "This?" He pointed at the people approaching with an angry momentum. "They are from the Imperial Inspection Department." All the inspectors wore masks. Suddenly, Pachin spoke. "Are you Eric Melvinzer?" Eric was annoyed by this tone. How presumptuous. These people were from the Imperial Intelligence Agency, for the Emperor, for the Imperial family. For the Emperor and the Imperial family, everyone knew they were monsters in human skin, willing to resort to kidnapping, coaxing, and even murder to accomplish their missions. Of course, their power could not be ignored. Their combat capabilities were on par with those of the Magic Tower and the Great Lion family. Eric inwardly speculated the reason for these people's presence. Given that even a place like this is unaware of the demons' whereabouts, it's not surprising they've rushed all this way before I could analyze anything or send a report to Totem. A sigh escaped him, but Eric was not at all afraid. Even if the Emperor backed them, starting a conversation like this was too informal. He replied nonchalantly. "Yes." The other party was slightly taken aback by his attitude. "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, their eyes sharpened like blades. "How dare you speak so insolently?" Pachin in particular clenched his fists and raged. "We are special agents of the Imperial Intelligence Agency. As a commoner, you should show us proper respect." Eric didn't care at all. He was completely indifferent. This angered Pachin even more. "What did you just say?" Eric glared at him with murderous intent as if warning him, and replied, "No matter how great an intelligence agent you are, you alone are at most equivalent to a viscount." A powerful aura erupted, throwing the inspection department members into a panic. Some clutched their stomachs in pain while others complained of dizziness. What? Pachin was no different. And Eric's voice still echoed in his ears. Since when did an official have the right to be disrespectful to a duke? Eric seemed to have made the surrounding air cold. Behind him there was a demon in the shape of a dark dragon. Pachin finally surrendered and knelt. How in the world can he do that? His face was blank. His skill is almost on par with a mage. He looked back at his comrade. Receiving his signal, Pachin nodded. Finally he spoke. "I apologize, Your Grace." He removed his mask, revealing his true face, and bowed deeply. "I apologize for my rudeness." Mephisto quickly flew over to watch, saying, "You always know how to teach others manners." Eric replied to him mentally, "If I had just let it go earlier, they would have underestimated me and acted even more presumptuously later." He gently stroked him. Meanwhile, Eric approached the inspection department members and warned, "Next time, if you make such a mistake again, I will speak directly to the House of Lords." Pachin, still bowing, said, "I will keep that in mind, Your Grace." but in his heart he had already sworn revenge for this humiliation. How dare a mere duke speak so insolently to me? Damn it, you arrogant fool! Suddenly a voice was heard. Just consider yourself lucky. The owner of the voice approached Pachon, turning him pale. How dare you be rude to my disciple? The person who had arrived was old Augustine. If I were you, your head would be rolling on the ground by now. Pachon clutched his chest in pain, gritted his teeth, and looked at the person before him, and he recognized him. White Knight, Augustine Nestor. He remembered what old Augustine had just said, and he had seen the two of them conversing happily from afar. He's the disciple of the Magic Tower's strongest person? That's impossible. Pachon swore that he would replace all the intelligence agents as soon as he returned. Time passed and Pachon spoke. Allow me to reintroduce myself. At this moment they had created a room in the middle of the forest. Pachon introduced himself. I am Pachon of the 4th Intelligence Department. Eric was familiar with this name. The 4th Intelligence Department was the faction that sided with the Crown Prince in the fierce power struggle at the palace. Had the Crown Prince noticed the recent events? Pachon continued, it seems I am wasting His Majesty's time, so I will get straight to the point. Eric listened dismissively, saying that is also a waste of time, so just speak. Pachon could only hide his true feelings with a smile. This arrogant fool, he reported. For a long time we have been secretly tracking demon corpses, and recently we discovered a demon group with unclear information. As soon as Eric heard this he knew. Ah, Wriggle, Pachon's jaw dropped in surprise. How do you know that? Eric deliberately repeated. Has your intelligence agency forgotten which family I come from? Pachon was once again annoyed by Eric's words. Melvinzer. He forced out the name of Eric's family. The archenemy of demons. Pachon went straight to the point without beating around the bush. According to the report, 9 artifacts were found, but only 1 has been handed over. Where are the remaining 8 now? He spoke the truth without hesitation. I have them. Naturally, the inspection department members disagreed with his actions. This is illegal. He reread the law to them. According to Imperial Law Article 11, Paragraph 2, all Imperial family members must retain all demon-related items as evidence. But he quoted Article 8, Paragraph 1, cutting them off. According to ownership law, if the administrative department permits, one can possess demon-related items for research purposes. He did not want to hand over the items to them. I have received permission from the administrative department. Doesn't the intelligence agency know that? Pachon continued to ask. Then I have one last question. Pachon was very curious about how he knew the location of the artifact so precisely. Eric gave the same reason as before. Didn't I tell you, I am a Melvinzer, really? Pachon knew very well that he was being deliberately evasive. The answer was too vague. How could he tell them he was getting help from the demon Mephisto? Expose his family's secret to the intelligence agency? Pachon was angry but could do nothing. This cunning fellow is truly ill-mannered. He continued to use the old reputation of his family as an excuse. Eric no longer wanted to continue the conversation. He waved his hand and said, I think I've answered enough, so let's stop here. They could do nothing but return, harboring resentment. Thank you for your cooperation. Eric watched them leave one by one. Suddenly a voice came from behind. I respect your courage. You're truly amazing. You even stood up to the almighty intelligence agency. Your sister is very proud of you right now. Well done, Eric. If you had just stood there and taken it earlier, I would have smashed their heads one by one. Shin sighed, clutching his head at her attitude. My goodness, these siblings are truly alike. But Juniti had to warn him. Eric, the intelligence agency is very stubborn. Once they bite, they never let go. Are you sure about this? Eric knew very well. No, I'm not sure, but given Eric's personality, you know. I am not someone who finishes things so easily. Shin felt an ominous premonition. What kind of trouble is he going to cause this time? Eric, as expected, was a vindictive person. I am not someone who will let slide someone who acts hostile towards me without a just cause. Old Augustine laughed, seeing the nature of his beloved disciple. As expected, only you dare to prevent those people from leaving so easily. Instead of the evening glow, moonlight rose in the forest and night fell. The rustling wind and fireflies glowing in the corner. At this moment Pachon knelt and said, I am truly ashamed. I apologize. Diem, who was sitting on the chair, spoke. Raise your head, Agent Pachon. A shining ring was on his hand and his clothes were also changing. You are not a tiger. In an instant his true face was revealed. His true identity was the Crown Prince. He said to Pachon, the one who should be ashamed is I, the Crown Prince. They did not know that a bat hanging from a nearby branch was watching all of this. And the one controlling the bat was none other than Eric. He smiled. Finally, a big fish has been caught. The Crown Prince spoke. Agent Pachon, raise your head. He honestly admitted his mistake. The one who should be ashamed is not you, but I, the Crown Prince. All of this was my attempt to meet the Melvinzer family. I too was blinded by jealousy and underestimated my enemy. It was I who acted carelessly. Pachon was surprised and stunned by these words. Your Highness, the Crown Prince continued. I caused you humiliation because of my incompetence. Pachon was slightly afraid. Your Highness, please do not say such things. But before he could finish, the Crown Prince raised his hand to stop him. But everything that had happened so far was personal. At the same time he reiterated the main mission. Our top priority is to eliminate the hidden remnants of demons. Pachon received the order. Yes, Your Highness, but the Crown Prince still had some doubts. You said Viscount Garreau was one of Gregory's subordinates? Pachon recounted everything again. Yes, we confirmed it. They are all demons, and everything related to the artifacts is connected to them. To gain an advantage in the struggle for the throne, we must succeed in this war against the demons. As soon as he said this, the Crown Prince became cold again, leaving no room for error. Pachon swore he would not make another mistake. Yes, Your Highness. He looked at the Crown Prince's back and recalled recent events. He could not forget his former fiancée, Lady Isabel. He had no choice but to choose politics over love to secure the throne. He also understood why he had hidden his identity and was now revealing it. He probably wanted to see for himself what kind of person Eric Melvinser was, the person who saved Lady Isabel. Pachon completely understood the Crown Prince's actions. He probably wanted to put his mind at ease, even just a little. But now we have created a reason for him to do what he always desired. That is, to completely eliminate the demons. He deeply respected the Crown Prince and was wholeheartedly loyal to him. He is the son that will lead the Empire in a good direction. And of course, to do that we must avoid interfering with Eric Melvinser. Moreover, this problem cannot continue. In other words, we must thoroughly eliminate Eric Melvinser. The bat controlled by Eric witnessed everything from beginning to end. The next day, Pachon summoned all the inspection department members and commanded, "Listen, Imperial Intelligence Agency. This is the territory of demons, and demons are overflowing throughout the forest." He shouted slogans loudly. "Search every nook and cranny of this place, leaving no space untouched, and eliminate them all." A vibrating explosion had just occurred in Garreau's territory. Eric and his companions, dressed in the same uniform as the inspection department members, stood on a high vantage point, looking down. "It seems they've started. Now we should move too." Eric was the first to step forward. He lightly leapt, and Shin and Juniti followed right behind him. Eric recalled what he had seen through the bat. Sending someone to spy on the intelligence agency was indeed the right choice. Thanks to that, he had obtained more information than expected. Most importantly, the additional information that the Crown Prince was hiding within the intelligence agency was quite interesting. But knowing the demon's stronghold was the most valuable information. An endless, arduous battle, fighting until the ground was stained with blood. The intelligence agency and the Viscount's family, two forces confronting each other. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to reap a windfall. The specific plan was that while the demon remnants and the intelligence agency were approaching each other, he would seize the artifacts and escape the area, and outside his masters would open an escape route for him. Eric and the two, wearing masks, entered. "Mephisto, let's go eat." Inside, the battle was still raging, filled with flames and dust. The three entered as quickly as possible. It was only a matter of time before the intelligence agency attacked this place. "We need to infiltrate the mansion as quickly as possible." Shin looked back at the people inside the castle as he ran. After a long while he replied, "Understood." After that, the three headed straight for their target. "Eric, you have to create another explosion with your power, break through this wall and pass through." Immediately, arrows were generated and at his command flew straight into the mansion's door. The door shattered into pieces. The soldiers watched it in fear, sweating. "What? The wall is breached. Has the intelligence agency already reached here?" Eric leapt high and shouted loudly, "Watch closely." The arrows rained down again like raindrops, and the people inside the mansion could not escape. But strangely, they felt no pain at all. Suddenly, one of them transformed, a demon in human form. This was what Eric wanted to learn from Shin. Don't be deceived by appearances, because what's inside is real. He also reminded Shin that his masters would protect the good people here. The demon, seeing its prey, immediately charged. "Die, human." Eric encouraged Shin from the side, saying, "Don't hesitate, pour out all your strength." Shin reached out his hand and created a wind blade. Wind swirled, tearing the demon's body in two. Other demons also vanished instantly beneath Shin's wind blade. Inside the mansion, demons continued to pour out, blocking the humans. Just then, Hazer charged forward, wielding a massive hammer. After all, wasn't it just about smashing the heads of every enemy that came into her sight? She moved lightly, sending 3 demons flying. Eric was already accustomed to this. He looked up and back, seeing Shin's eyes wide with surprise at her power. Once the cleanup was done, Hazer lightly rested the hammer on her shoulder and said, "Eric, leave this place to Sis and everyone else. Go quickly." She uttered 3 words in a small voice like a true demon. "Go fast." Eric didn't hesitate and plunged straight inside, ignoring the sounds of demons trying to block him. Deeper within the building, demons were moving a statue, and their leader commanded his subordinates, "Be careful." He paid attention to the statue and looked back. "Even the intelligence agency will have trouble finding this place." He still seemed calm. "While they're looking for this place, we'll take the artifacts out through the secret passage." But that calmness ended with a thump from above. Hearing this sound, a man looked up, and the result was joining other demons in the underworld. The dazzling red color filled the space, so viewers should avoid looking. Eric emerged from behind the dust cloud. "See, Mephisto isn't so bad, right?" The demons were terrified of him. "How did he find this place?" Eric, on the contrary, approached with gusto. "We've been lucky enough to be invited to another lavish feast." Flames instantly engulfed the entire mansion. A bang echoed. What was that sound? Wriggle listened to the report, doubting his ears. The inspection department found the underground vault. His subordinate reminded him to escape as quickly as possible. My lord, we must leave this place at once. Viscount Wriggle was still in a state of confusion. This place is known only to my closest associates. How did they find it? He still insisted the news was false. A spy, and then a loud explosion rang out, scattering fragments across the ground. The subordinate from earlier was long gone from this world. All that remained were the footprints of the one who caused the explosion. I wonder who Viscount Wriggle is. Pachan and the intelligence agency team appeared, a sword in his hand. So it was you after all, huh? He called out another name. To be precise, it was Wriggle's name in his demon form. Gagyabacha rejoiced that the trap had succeeded. This rat, always thinking of running away, now we've got you. Gagya clutched his body's wounds and gritted his teeth, saying, Pachan, you not only planted a spy among my subordinates, but you also raided my vault. Who's the rat? Pachan didn't understand what he was talking about, pointed his sword at him and asked, Vault, what nonsense are you talking about? Gagya shouted in an enraged voice, don't pretend you don't know. As soon as he finished speaking, he extended his newly formed claws. His entire body exuded arrogance, as if he had received VIP treatment. I'm sure if I cut off your limbs and torture you, you'll confess everything. Pachan was not to be outdone. He held his sword, his eyes gleaming. Now in the name of the Empire I execute the traitor Gagya. As soon as he finished speaking, both sides engaged in battle. The atmosphere between them was extremely tense. The moment the two approached each other, an explosion occurred. The shock of the explosion reached Eric's group as well. Shin mistakenly thought Eric had caused another problem. Hazer thought for a moment without answering. Then suddenly someone called her. Eric rushed out from inside the mansion. He signaled that it was time. Shin looked at his expression and said mockingly, how can you smile in a situation like this? All that was seen was Hazer spinning her hammer a few times in the air. A chilling laugh followed by the sound of a wall crumbling. The demons inside also sensed that something was wrong and quickly rushed outside. The mansion is collapsing. We need to get out of here fast. Taking advantage of the chaos, the three quickly escaped. Let's go to Master. Everyone silently headed towards the entrance with all their might. In the distance, old Augustine and Junie T were visible. Master, Augustine suddenly laughed mockingly. There are even disciples in this world who dare to order their master. Junie T also agreed. I wonder who said it was fun to mock the inspection department and acted like a hero. Everyone gathered and got into the carriage. Old Augustine wondered what Eric's next plan was. Eric, the residents have all been evacuated, so what will you do now? Eric placed his hand on the door and stepped up. What else? It's time to leave. The next morning, Viscount Wriggle's house was reduced to ashes. Pachan was furious. Wriggle, that bastard, was crazy. I didn't think he'd commit suicide and take everyone with him. What made him even angrier was that Wriggle had outside help. That damn bastard. Just then, a subordinate ran up and reported, Lieutenant, we found the vault you mentioned. Pachan received the report and headed to the surveillance location. The mansion's collapse complicated things a bit. My mission is to find traces of the Demon King and offer them to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He planned to use this opportunity to earn merit for the Crown Prince's ascension to the throne and to be promoted within the inspection department. Watching the underground vault slowly open, he grew even more pleased. If I can find the fake traces left by Eric and implicate him in this incident, he smiled sinisterly, I'll be able to bring an end to the Melvinzer family. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Lieutenant, please look this way. Pachan was startled and rushed over. What's wrong? The subordinate stammered, pointing to the empty vault. Pachan lowered his voice and shouted, Damn it, did the demons raid this place? The subordinate didn't know how to explain the situation. I don't know. Then, recalling Wriggle's expression, Pachan was sure that Wriggle had no idea about their surprise attack. Wriggle must have suspected they had planted a spy. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Wait a minute, he finally understood. That's right, there was a demon spy within the inspection department. While someone was saddened by the failed plan, Eric was laughing merrily. Old Augustine was also puzzled. So amusing, he replied. It's so funny imagining the inspection department making up stories after seeing an empty vault. Augustine smiled helplessly. Those damn inspection department bastards picked a fight with the wrong person. As expected of my disciple. Mephisto was still angry about being teased by him. Eric sighed and asked, Mephisto, are you still angry? He shook his head. I let you absorb demon mana as promised. What else are you dissatisfied with? How can a great demon king be so petty? He enticed Mephisto again. If you had told me about your seal, I would have made it easier for you. Returning to the mansion, Eric was dazzled by the gleaming treasures. Wow, there are so many here. Amazing, he sang with joy. Mephisto reminded him, if you don't keep your promise this time, there will be no more deals between us. Eric didn't want to anger him further. All right, he lifted the treasures into the air with his power. He waved his hand and said, absorb them. Mephisto wept tears of joy as if eating something delicious. Finally, I've got demon mana. It's a Zal, so it's truly delicious. But before he could even finish eating, Eric stopped him. What? Why are you taking it back? Eric lightly rotated his wrist. Hey, this isn't our first deal. There has to be give and take, he smiled cunningly. How to activate the seal of original sin? Give it to me. Then I'll give you this demon mana. Mephisto was furious, as if he would explode. How dare you? To this day, Mephisto had not calmed his anger. He's truly despicable. Eric didn't care. This is a profitable deal, an exploitation, he thought to himself. To use the seal one must be qualified, and to be qualified one must understand the seal. Recalling the tattoo on his hand, to understand original sin one must first accept that seal. The problem was that Mephisto didn't know who his subordinate was besides himself. Since the emblem has a wolf pattern, I should look for clues there. He suddenly noticed something strange. He looked out the door, and a black energy was coming inside, and that energy was coming from an uninvited guest. He approached Eric's carriage step by step. That person was Viscount Wriggle. That bastard isn't dead yet. His face turned slightly pale. It's him. The hooded man quickly fled into the darkness. His voice was filled with hatred. Inspection Department Pachon. Wriggle fled, thinking to himself, I'll never give up so easily. He suddenly leapt into the air, radiating killing intent throughout his body. Wriggle was sure. The stolen item has a scent that only I can detect. He tore his clothes, revealing a grotesque pattern tattooed on his arm. Wriggle threatened in an enraged voice, Once I absorb the item and strengthen the seal, I'll tear you to shreds. On the other side, Augustine said, crossing his arms. A demon that can walk in the sunlight. It seems someone is angry. Hazer volunteered, standing up. I'll go check it out, my lord. The old man ordered her. Sit down, child. This is not for you to handle. Hazer was surprised. I apologize, my lord. What I mean is, wouldn't it be best for the person who invited him to go out personally? Sitting on the opposite sofa, Eric chuckled, holding the item in his hand. That's right, Hazer, you called him here. I thought I could exploit him for more. She was startled. You're not after the seal, are you? Eric said triumphantly. It's impolite to refuse a piece of cake in your mouth, isn't it? A few hours later, Wriggle found the carriage stopped at the edge of the forest. He said contemptuously, An imperial carriage without guards? Can you believe they'd try to deceive me with this? These idiots. Wriggle decided, I'll get my item back. Just then, a voice in the distance interrupted his thoughts. I was worried you wouldn't come, but you did. Eric approached, wearing a mask, and provoked him, holding up the item. Wriggle, you came here for this item, didn't you? He was wary of Eric. Who are you? He touched his mask. Me? Eric removed his disguise, a mischievous smile on his face. It's me. Wriggle was horrified, looking at the mask in his hand. That cheap mask. He was startled. Impossible. Wriggle gritted his teeth. How dare you? He lost control and lashed out in anger. How dare you deceive us? Wriggle rushed at Eric, attacking him. I'll tear you to shreds, Mephisto reminded him. Is it okay to make him angry? Even with one arm gone, he's a demon with a powerful seal. Wriggle put all his strength into his fist and shouted, Die! As if an attack had descended from the sky. Eric dodged by leaning his body. He admired. Fantastic. I always wanted to know how much stronger you've become since I left. Wriggle immediately changed his attack, and sharp claws swept across Eric's heel. But he jumped up in time, making the claws cut through the air. Eric mumbled, And I've decided a few things to do. He calmly landed and activated his seal. I will annihilate the demons. Bright beams of light enveloped Eric's wrist. He loudly shouted, Breakthrough. Eric summoned countless light stones from thin air to attack Wriggle. Wriggle's pupils gleamed red. Wriggle gathered power in his palm and shattered all the incoming light stones with one powerful swing. He rejoiced. Do you think such magic can stop me? Wriggle charged straight at Eric. How dare a mage like you approach me? He snarled as he threw a punch at him. You're finished, you damn bastard. Eric also retaliated without hesitation. The two fists collided with immense force, and the entire space immediately exploded violently. Wriggle was shocked and took a few steps back. How can a mage be so strong? As the dust slowly cleared, his figure appeared on the empty ground. Eric looked at his hands, covered in a sticky liquid. Horrified, his pale skin slowly turned purple, and the poison had deeply infiltrated his veins. He thought to himself, this could be very dangerous while fighting him. The poison mixed with his demon mana will seep into every tiny opening in my body. Eric quickly froze his poisoned arm. Is this the power of his seal? I have to freeze it to prevent the poison from spreading further. But this was only a temporary measure. I must be careful not to be exposed to more poison. Wriggle scoffed at this sight. Trying to stop the spreading poison by freezing it? Ridiculous. The grotesque pattern on his arm faintly glowed. If that's the case, Wriggle shouted loudly. Try this. He spread his wings wide and unleashed a storm on Eric. Let's see if you can freeze the poisonous wind. As soon as he finished speaking, a poisonous gas suddenly erupted from Wriggle's body and spread everywhere. Eric not only found it extremely difficult to resist, but he also couldn't approach his opponent. He cursed. Damn it, his poison is seeping into my body. This isn't the kind of poison I can block by freezing. Eric suddenly had a thought. There's still a way to break through this attack. He consecutively used the techniques of freezing, reversing, and finally, uprooting. Eric's eyes hardened. I'll return this poisonous wind to you. All the power combined into a massive beam of light that engulfed Wriggle. He deftly parried Eric's magic and scoffed. How foolish, do you think the magic I use will affect me? But glancing at where Eric had been standing, he was suddenly startled. What? How did he disappear? He grew anxious. Where did he go? Eric suddenly appeared behind him, and he successfully used binding magic to chain Wriggle in one go. Wriggle was horrified. Wait a minute, Eric scoffed. Hey, it's no fun if it ends here. Taking advantage of his opponent's inability to move, he struck him directly in the chest. It's been a while since I used this technique. Very next moment, with the secret technique of the Snow Mountain King, Eric fatally pierced Wriggle's body. Thud. He fell to his knees on the ground. Wriggle clutched his chest, gasping for breath, and asked, How can a human use the power of the Snow Mountain King? He quietly grabbed the top of his head. Eric refused to tell him. You don't need to know. As soon as the sound of absorption was heard, Wriggle screamed in agony, and his entire body shattered. He stumbled and fell, no longer showing any sign of life. Once everything was over, he frowned and looked at the corpse at his feet emotionlessly. Mephisto, standing behind him, crossed his arms and calculated. Annihilate demons? How dare he say such a thing in front of me? He suddenly smiled sinisterly. That means, although we have no choice but to work together now, we will be enemies who must fight in the future. Ah, an immense joy surged in Mephisto's heart. This is truly wonderful. I thought so too. Eric looked at Wriggle's cold corpse indifferently. Suddenly, a metallic taste welled up in his throat. Eric fell to his knees, vomiting blood. Hazer and Augustine rushed over in surprise. Eric, his face was pale and he gritted his teeth. The poison is accumulating in my body. Seeing Eric's entire body trembling, the old man used magic to extract the poison from Eric's body. Hazer gently took Eric's hand. He staggered to his feet. Augustine asked worriedly, Eric, are you all right? Eric replied, feeling dizzy. Yes, I think I'm better. He painstakingly asked the old man, were demons always this strong? Augustine nodded. Yes, of course, the old man emphasized. If that fellow had been in optimal condition earlier, Augustine declared seriously, you probably would have lost. Eric smiled triumphantly and said, no, I still think I would have won. The old man was slightly surprised. This child has immense confidence. Watching Eric stretch out tiredly, Augustine muttered to himself with satisfaction. HMPH, I suspected this child would find a way to defeat the enemy, no matter how disadvantageous the situation. The old man was momentarily flustered inwardly, but then loudly chided Eric. Didn't I tell you not to be caught by arrogance? You must change. Eric slightly raised an eyebrow and was speechless. But Augustine, why are you making that face? Despite scolding him, the old man's face was beaming like a bright spring day. Indeed, he was his disciple. On a full moon night in a desolate clearing, Eaton complained to Liam. What does the captain want us to find here? He replied. I don't know either. Why does he keep telling us to find traces of a third party here? Liam sighed. Damn it, I've been looking all day and there's no trace. If this wasn't an order. Suddenly, a bare hand pierced through his chest from behind. Liam gasped, spitting blood, and couldn't react. When Owen suddenly appeared and withdrew his hand from Liam's body, he collapsed. With a large black hole in his stomach, Ethan froze at this sight. Owen said, Hey, what's going on here? He stepped back in alarm. Who's there? Come out. Before he finished speaking, a hand seized Ethan's head. Owen lifted him into the air. Ethan struggled violently. Owen made a disgusted face. His voice is annoying. A strange black cross pattern appeared on the back of his hand. Owen muttered, I'll have to find out for myself. He gave Ethan no chance to resist, using assimilation magic to turn him to ashes. Ethan's arm drooped lifelessly at the last moment, and at the same time the pattern on his hand burst into strange purple flames. Owen returned to his human form, looked up at the sky and sighed. Failed, Owen continued. A third party, neither the intelligence agency nor my kin was involved in this. He suddenly smiled sinisterly. This is truly an unexpected harvest. His pupils turned red at the thought that the Crown Prince himself was involved. Moving on to another scene in the courtyard of a desolate mansion, dozens of subordinates in black knelt before the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince stopped them. That's enough. And everyone trembled in fear amidst the tense atmosphere. The Crown Prince sternly reprimanded Pachin. Remember the wounds you received today for the rest of your life and reflect on yourself. He slammed his head hard against the solid ground. I will bear it in mind, the Crown Prince questioned Pachin. The conquest plan, which had been years in the making, has been completely ruined. What do you intend to do now? Blood flowed from his knees to the ground. Pachin answered obediently. According to my report, Viscount Garreau is not Gregory's only follower. Fortunately, our agents sent to other branches were able to gather information about the headquarters. The Crown Prince confirmed coldly. Does that mean the plan for this place hasn't completely failed? He replied. Yes, Viscount Garreau's plan was merely a mistake by our Team 4. The Crown Prince turned indifferently and left. All right, Pachin, clean all this up and head to the rallying point. Suddenly, a flash of light and the Crown Prince's eyes widened, frozen. A scream of ambush was heard from the surroundings. Demons. Pachin hastily drew his sword and stood up. He ordered everyone form up. As demons poured down, the subordinates quickly fended them off. Pachin, shielding the Crown Prince, shouted irritably, You fools, protect His Highness first. In the middle of the chaotic battlefield, a dark energy suddenly streaked across the sky. Its target seemed to be the Crown Prince. Everyone immediately stopped fighting and rushed to protect His Highness. The rush towards His Highness. Pachin was flustered too fast. As the dark energy was about to strike the Crown Prince's back, he risked his life to block it. Owen appeared and exclaimed, Quite good, human. Pachin swung his sword, sending Owen flying. You piece of trash, how dare you? Owen calmly pointed at him and said, You are the Crown Prince. Those words incited the nearby demons. They loudly surrounded the two. It's the Crown Prince. He's the Crown Prince, Pachin, covered in wounds, shouted to the others. I'll hold him off, protect His Majesty. The subordinates immediately took the Crown Prince and shielded him. Please follow us. Left alone, he furiously unleashed his power. I, Arthur Pachin, will execute these enemies who dared to harm His Majesty. Owen gleefully created 6 hungry mouths. He scoffed, That fellow looks delicious. Shall we start moving too? The next moment, both sides clashed violently, causing an earth-shattering explosion. On the other side, the demons protecting the Crown Prince and his loyal subordinates were attacking each other. You said we could get a seal if we brought the Crown Prince's head to the lion? How many more seals could we get if we brought the Crown Prince's torso to the lion? A subordinate rushed forward, sword in hand, to finish off the monster. How dare a mere demon insult the future ruler of our empire? He shouted loudly. Your Highness, I will clear the way. But before he could finish, the demons scratched him twice with their blood-stained claws. The subordinate died instantly. The demons laughed heartily with delight. Ha ha, you'd better hand over the Crown Prince to us. The seal is mine. The Crown Prince's face turned pale. At this desperate moment a voice echoed, who dares block the lion's path? Tens of thousands of sharp light rays poured down from the sky onto the demons. Annihilating all of them instantly, a banner with a lion's head emblem fluttered. Owen held Pachun's severed arm. He licked his lips slightly. You were lucky, someone stammered. It's the Blue Lion. Han has brought reinforcements, they shouted with joy. The Blue Lion is here, he majestically shouted. My soldiers, annihilate the enemy. The soldiers swung their swords, cutting down the demons. The Crown Prince's subordinates cheered. We are saved. The Crown Prince froze. At that moment he accidentally saw Isabel passing by. Isabel. After everything ended, the Blue Lion Corps and the Crown Prince's faction stood in two opposing lines. Pachun said, with the Blue Lion's help we were able to annihilate most of the demons, but he bowed his head and confessed his sin. We failed to annihilate the demon leader. The Crown Prince nodded to Herman. Thank you. Herman also slightly nodded to the other party in return. I'm glad His Majesty is safe. Your Majesty, I would escort you to the palace, but since you already have the intelligence agency, I will withdraw, the Crown Prince told Herman. You must be busy. Please continue with your duties. He replied. Thank you for your consideration, the Crown Prince asked. But may I ask where you intend to go? Isabel, standing beside him, blushed. Herman cheerfully announced, I am looking for Eric Melvinzer. The Crown Prince observed her upon hearing that. Understood. Isabel, embarrassed, said nothing. The Crown Prince turned and left. All right, farewell. His face suddenly darkened. Eric Melvinzer, that fellow again. Elsewhere, a carriage was pushing through a thick blizzard. Inside, Eric poked his head out the window, admiring the falling white snowflakes. Before long, they arrived at their destination, the Great Wall. He exclaimed, It's much bigger than I heard. Eric thought to himself, the Temple of Flowers must be somewhere behind this Great Wall. At the entrance of the Great Wall, soldiers suddenly appeared and stopped the carriage. Please stop, he explained. You seem to be border guards. We wish to cross the border. One person raised a hand to interrupt him. He said he was sorry, but they couldn't pass. Logan raised his hand to block them. I'm truly sorry, but you cannot pass beyond this point. Eric got out of the carriage and asked curiously, What's happening beyond the Great Wall? He explained. Monsters outside the Great Wall have recently been causing a commotion, and unexplained phenomena have also begun to appear. So the border guards are on high alert. Eric looked up at the faint traces lingering in the sky. As expected, the energy emanating from beyond that wall had to be suspicious. He smiled excitedly. Still, I'm not giving up yet. Eric told the people. Give them the pass, he replied loudly. Understood. He rummaged through his clothes pocket. He pulled out a rolled-up paper and handed it to Logan. He handed over the tightly bound paper. Logan nervously unfolded the pass. What is this? After reading it, his face gradually trembled and showed confusion. The Nestor family and the Melvinzer family? Logan, flustered, returned the pass to him. I apologize. I didn't realize you came from such important families. Normally, even with a pass, you couldn't get through. But since you're from the Nestor family and the Melvinzer family, I'll allow you to pass specially. He earnestly urged Eric, if anything happens, please go to the highest shelter, in case of any unforeseen circumstances. He wondered, if I hide there, who will come to save me? Logan stated firmly, no one will come. He even fiercely threatened, if so, it would be easier for us to find your corpse. The screen switches to another scene. A desert worm opens its mouth filled with sharp petal-shaped fangs. It snarled at Eric. The desert worm suddenly retracted its fangs and puckered its mouth like a pistol, then charged at Eric like an arrow. Just as it was about to devour him, Eric activated low-level magic. He summoned an ice shard and accurately pierced the monster's vital point. Eric gritted his teeth in annoyance. These desert worms charge like electricity. A second desert worm suddenly appeared behind him. Eric immediately blinked in caution. He bent down and leapt high. Meanwhile, his brain had started working since the last battle with the demon. It feels like I can't truly master what I've gained, Eric thought to himself. If I acquire more seals in the future, my mana quantity will be a hindrance, and I won't be able to use them to their full potential. As soon as a sound of praise was heard, the desert worm was impaled by numerous ice shards. It collapsed and died instantly. He lightly landed beside the monster's corpse. I need to create a magic just for me, a completely new magic, Eric decided. Only then will I be strong enough that no one can look down on me anymore. Footsteps were heard from behind, followed by a complaining voice. Are you finished? He looked back, and Shin and the others were approaching. He shivered and pulled his cloak tighter. Even though I've wrapped myself in mana, damn it, it's too cold. My mana is almost depleted, Eric suspected. This place should clearly be a hot desert, but I didn't expect it to be this cold and windy. Could this be one of those strange phenomena they mentioned? This place is called the Black Snowfield. The name Black Snowfield is merely a metaphor. The land here has already been contaminated by poison and turned black. This place resembles a black snowfield. That is the hidden meaning behind the name. This place is also filled with monsters, and even the Empire has given up on conquering it. He rated this place as a forbidden zone where even an 8th-tier mage would not be safe. Suddenly a hand was placed on Eric's shoulder. Shin put his arm around his shoulder and sighed. Eric, is the Temple of Flowers truly a place abandoned by the gods? He was very confused. In fairy tales, the Temple of Flowers is a peaceful garden where the god of flowers lived happily with humans. But does this place look like a flower garden? Eric nonchalantly brushed Shin's hand away. The Temple of Flowers exists. I can confirm its existence through records left by the imperial family's ancestors. Augustine was startled. Then you know its exact location? I thought the information in the records alone wouldn't be enough to find its location. He stated his opinion. I plan to seek out the half-beasts who guard the Temple of Flowers, the old man doubted. Half-beasts harbor deep hatred for humans. Do you think it will be all right? Eric confidently replied. We'll be fine. I have a way. Augustine stroked his beard deep in thought. I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm looking forward to it. It would be even more amusing if I knew what you were up to. The old man was slightly curious. But how do you plan to find the half-beasts in such a vast area? He replied. I'm still thinking about that. Mephisto crossed his arms and asked Eric, isn't there a map or a sign? We can't search this entire snowfield. He hesitated. No, there's nothing. At least a compass would have been helpful, Mephisto suddenly reminded Eric. Hey, the ice essence is glowing. As soon as he heard it, he hastily put his hand into his robe and pulled out the shining ice essence. Eric was flustered. Why is it suddenly glowing? The ice essence suddenly floated from his hand, and Shin was startled by this sight. What? The ice essence floated in the air and suddenly shone a luminous aura onto the ground. Eric instantly understood. The light from the ice essence is opening a path for us. He cheerfully announced to everyone, I found it. I found the way. Midnight arrived, and the moon rose in the sky. The sound of wind rustled through the leaves. The carriage headed deeper into the forest. Eric suddenly said, stop. He faithfully obeyed the command. Yes, young Master Eric, Shin asked curiously. What's wrong? He stared at the ice essence in his palm and speculated. The ice essence stopped glowing as soon as we entered the forest. We need to search the surroundings. In the desolate forest, faint lights flickered from 4 directions in the darkness. The light came from the torch in Shin's hand. He said worriedly, can we really find anything here? I don't see anything. Junichi, standing beside him, his 2 eyes glowing, agreed. I'm searching from above with my familiar, but I don't see anything. Eric glanced at the ice essence. Really? He clenched his fist tightly. Ultimately, he urged everyone, let's go back to the carriage. The ice essence will continue to guide us. A scream from somewhere interrupted their conversation. Everyone was startled and froze blankly. Shin and Eric exchanged glances and nodded implicitly. The 3 men immediately rushed towards the source of the scream. The 3 ran through the forest, and he warily widened his eyes. There's something. Upon arriving at the scene, the 3 quickly hid behind a tree and quietly observed the situation ahead. Goat-headed monsters seemed to be surrounding someone. A half-beast woman. Mephisto identified her as a cat tribe half-beast woman. The goat-headed monster roared, and the entire pack immediately lunged to tear the cat beastkin apart. She screamed, crying out in terror, Is anyone there? Please help me. Eric didn't hesitate to cast a spell. Whoosh, the cat beastkin shut her eyes tightly, waiting for death. But when no movement came, she opened them wide in surprise. The 3 monsters that had been about to attack were frozen, turning into 3 large blocks of ice. When he snapped his fingers, the 3 ice blocks vanished into thin air. Eric appeared and gently comforted the cat beastkin. Are you all right? Eric swept back the hair from his forehead, offering a warm smile, and extended a hand to her. You must be quite shaken. Mephisto sneered at him. Terrible acting. Eric cleared his throat awkwardly. If you're hurt anywhere, I'll treat you. He asked the cat beastkin if she could stand up herself. She suddenly looked up fiercely. The cat beastkin slapped Eric's hand away and shouted, I don't need help from a human. As soon as she finished speaking, beastkin archers in ambush leapt down from the tree branches. Simultaneously, warriors with spears surrounded Eric's group from behind, slowly encircling them. The cat beastkin gnashed her teeth and said, Foolish humans. If you don't surrender, I'll kill you all when I count to 3. She slowly counted. 1, 2. All the beastkins aimed their bows and swords ready to strike. In this critical moment, Eric remained completely silent, and Shin anxiously watched his back. Eric, what's your game? Eric suddenly flashed a knowing smile. He raised both hands high and declared, I surrender. Eric raised both hands high and brightly smiled, saying, I surrender. The entire group was utterly disappointed in Eric. How dare you? He sighed and shook his head. He cheerfully shouted to the beastkins, I surrender. Mephisto smirked. He's truly cunning. A little while earlier, when the white cat beastkin was surrounded by monsters, Eric and his companions were hiding behind a tree. He assessed the situation and chuckled. It's definitely a trap. Such an obvious trick. His eyes gleamed, and he informed Augustine. There were soldiers recently too, the old man asked, puzzled. Eric, what are you going to do now? Eric replied with a sly smile. What else? If they want to play, we'll play along. He clearly declared, we'll let them lead us to their den in the beastkin kingdom. A wagon carrying prisoners passed by. Leading the way was the white cat beastkin and her soldiers. Inside the wagon, Eric's group sat quietly waiting. Mephisto crossed his arms and questioned Eric. Hey, do we really have to go this far? He sneered at Mephisto. Foolish, Eric said with a sly smile. Only with so much sacrifice can we trick them. Mephisto was speechless. Those foolish beastkins will fall for such terrible acting. Just then an angry expletive erupted from outside the wagon. Damn humans, the beastkins standing by the roadside murmured, spewing angry curses at Eric's group. They were trapped inside a cage. Why did the search party bring humans? They must have bad intentions. Kill them right now. He was astonished to witness this scene. I expected it, but their hatred for humans is truly profound, Mephisto analyzed. You humans took their habitat and drove them here, so it's only natural for them to be angry, isn't it? It won't be easy to calm the anger passed down through generations. A fleeting look of contemplation crossed Eric's eyes. The wagon suddenly stopped and the white cat beastkin turned around. She introduced herself. I am Irina of the Royal Guard of the Kingdom, Irina warned. If you value your lives, you'd best behave. Eric slightly raised his head. Before him was a dark castle. She threatened them because our great king will interrogate you. The gate swung open and Irina led the group inside. They followed her through the castle corridors. Mephisto frowned and asked Eric, you definitely have something up your sleeve, right? That's why you're entering the heart of the enemy's territory, isn't it? He replied energetically. Of course, the beastkins won't refuse me. In the great hall, beastkins in ceremonial robes stood in 2 lines as they passed. He whispered to Mephisto, because I possess the power they've yearned for centuries. The combat technique of the former beastkin king, the Tiger King. Eric emphasized divine possession. He mumbled. The tiger tribe guarded the throne for generations, but now they are all extinct. What would happen if divine possession, the symbol of the king's majesty, reappeared? Eric, with an excited expression, dreamed. Imagine how valuable it would be. He was so despicable that even Mephisto couldn't help but say he truly wants to sell it for an astronomical price. As soon as they reached their destination, Irina immediately bowed. She said solemnly, to His Great Majesty the King of Andromorph, I have brought the prisoners. The one on the throne praised, well done. A hand with soft orange fur and sharp claws was revealed. That person rebuked them. Humans, why have you entered our territory? Eric was surprised. Is he a tiger beastkin? As he spoke, 4 small fangs were visible inside his mouth. If you lie, he was flustered and couldn't continue. Eric's face stiffened. The king of the beastkin kingdom, the Tiger King, was a young beastkin boy. The fair-skinned boy appeared with a stern voice. You will not leave this place alive. He was speechless. He's just a child. Shin's face was flushed with excitement. He's so cute. He's just so incredibly cute. Mephisto sneered at Eric. The Tiger King is too young, so you might not get as much profit as you thought. He stood there blankly, unable to refute his words. It's good that a descendant of the Tiger King is alive, but he's too young. Eric approached with uncertain steps, gambling on luck. I'll try it first, and if things go wrong, I'll just escape, he nonchalantly asked. Are you the king? A short-tempered rat beastkin hurled an insult. You rude, insolent wretch, how dare you ask our great king that way? Eric arrogantly cut him off. Hey, old man, don't interrupt. The rat beastkin's fur bristled with rage. Old man, you presumptuous brat, soldiers, drag this prisoner out at once. His words didn't reach Eric's ears. Eric boredly picked his ear. What a noisy rat, the Tiger King suddenly interrupted. The rat beastkin flinched, but the boy sternly rebuked, are you defying my orders? The rat beastkin fell silent in fear, lowered his tail and returned to his place. The Tiger King calmly asked him, so, do you have something to say? Eric thought to himself with interest. I thought he was just a childish kid. The blood of the tiger tribe still flows in his veins. It might be easier to persuade him than I thought. Do you know divine possession? Eric asked the boy. The Tiger King asked, puzzled. What? Eric deliberately changed the subject. If I were to say I would sell it, how much would your majesty buy it for? The beastkin ministers were immediately enraged. What nonsense is this? You damned wretch, how dare a trivial human like you mention divine possession? Soldiers, cut off this insolent human's head at once. The Tiger King, flustered, calmed them down. Everyone calm down. As soon as he finished speaking, Eric broke his chains. He complained, shouting loudly, honestly, it's noisy. The surrounding beastkin guards quickly drew their swords to protect the Tiger King. The prisoner broke his chains, protect the king. Before long, Eric's group was surrounded from all directions. Iron bars fell in unison. Augustine gently moved his wrist and reminded him, beastkins are not easy opponents, should I help? Eric confidently replied, no need, master. I'll handle it myself. He revealed his power and approached the Tiger King. I need to show them my abilities for them to trust me, a beastkin shouted a warning. What are you doing, Royal Guard? Subdue these wicked humans at once. The next moment, dozens of guards rushed to subdue Eric. However, his companions seemed completely uninterested, and Shin even sighed, saying, the way here was too quiet, so I thought something was strange. Hazer chuckled. Eric, if you touch my lovely tiger cub, I'll eat you. Junichi smirked. It's really nice to see such a chaotic situation. A beastkin charged to attack Eric, and he moved his wrist joint, then lunged without hesitation. Just before the two collided, Eric swung his hand. He activated the divine possession technique, fierce tiger charge, and skillfully performed a series of barehanded moves to knock down the beastkin. The beastkins standing nearby were astonished. Impossible, how can a human know divine possession? One person commanded. Royal Guard, all transform. In an instant, the guards' uniforms tore and their bodies transformed into furry wolf humanoids. The pack of wolf humanoid guards growled, glaring at Eric. One of them roared and initiated an attack, and all of them pounced on him simultaneously. They smirked. You're finished. Eric shifted his left foot sideways and used divine possession. Tiger claws, delivering a series of punches to subdue them one by one. The fallen wolf humanoid guards landed hard on the ground and writhed. Another beastkin guard witnessed this scene, and his face turned pale. Eric continued to unleash the divine possession black tiger hunting stride technique, knocking down that beastkin with a single kick. Irina, who had been watching the entire situation from the side, trembled with rage. Irina resolutely drew her weapon and charged at him, risking her life. "How dare you?" a voice echoed. "Stop!" Eric stood calmly, watching the blade stop inches from his neck. Irina stopped before she could reach him, looking at the person who had just spoken with a flustered expression. Irina said with a trembling voice full of disbelief, "Your Majesty." The Tiger King had risen from his throne. He stared at Eric with sharp eyes. He gently pushed Irina's blade away. "Now that I've shown you that the power I possess is real, do you believe me?" Eric flashed a provocative smile at the Tiger King. "Now do you believe me?" As soon as the Tiger King stood up, Eric asked with a provocative voice. "Your Majesty." As he gently pushed Irina's sword away, the corners of his mouth curled up arrogantly. "Now that I've shown you I possess some skill, do you believe me?" The great hall instantly fell silent. The Tiger King gnashed his teeth in anger. "How do you know divine possession?" "Something even we don't know." As soon as he finished speaking, the beastkins below suddenly screamed in pain. Blue lightning appeared from somewhere and struck them. The owner of the lightning, Eric, declared with a knowing smile. "That is magic," the boy asked, flustered. "Magic," he explained. "Magic flows through all things, always existing in this world. It reveals the mysteries of nature and harmoniously integrates all principles within it." The Tiger King was astonished. "Then divine possession was always preserved through magic?" Eric triumphantly replied. "Indeed." Simultaneously, he waved his hand, creating a blue light to show the boy. The Tiger King's eyes glowed with interest. Mephisto, with his arms crossed, grumbled to Eric. "What magic? He's tricking them again," he smirked. "Anyway, the beastkin race has a slight connection to magic. If we show this as charming and mysterious, they'll fall for it." Other beastkins also witnessed this scene and began to murmur. Eric boasted to Mephisto, "See, not just the king, but the others are starting to believe it too." He made a scornful face. "Beastkins are too naive," he softly sighed. "That's why they're perfect to exploit. Now it's time to finish the final game." Before the Tiger King, Eric voluntarily bowed his head. He spoke pretentiously. "Divine possession is a secret treasure of the royal family. Even if I obtained it through magic, its true shining power rests in the hands of its true owner." The Tiger King's ears perked up slightly, and he looked satisfied. Eric continued to bluster. "Therefore we wish to use this negotiation to build a new foundation for the royal family and its people." A voice suddenly interrupted him. "That's enough." The Minister of Finance of the Noru's kingdom approached. He exposed. "Simply put, you want to sell divine possession to us at a high price, don't you?" He secretly narrowed his eyes in caution. "This old man might have seen through my real intentions. This old man is not easy to deal with." Eric spoke firmly. "Indeed, what I need is information," he persuaded Noruz. "I want to know the way to the Temple of Flowers." The other beastkins were extremely confused to hear that. The Temple of Flowers? Why would a human want to go there? And right now, that place, he cut off his words. Noruz approached Eric. "We understand your desire in this negotiation, but more discussion is needed, so please excuse yourselves for a moment," he ordered Irina. "Captain of the Royal Guard, escort them to the outer manor to rest," she replied obediently. "Yes, your Majesty." Eric's group left. He looked back at Noruz one last time. That old man ruined a negotiation that was almost successful. He made an annoyed expression. He realized Norris's true nature. That old man is a demon. As Eric's group disappeared, the great hall descended into chaos. The rabbit beastkin firmly argued, "Of course we must accept the negotiation. This is an opportunity to restore the Tiger King's bloodline and reclaim our tribe's former glory." The rat beastkin retorted with an angry voice, "These damned wretches are quite cunning now. They are a greater threat to us than the humans outside. If we gather the will of the Tiger King and the people to threaten them, they will obediently comply." One person immediately stepped forward to end the argument. "They are right." Lucas approached the Tiger King and said, "Divine possession symbolizes the unity of the beastkin race. After its disappearance, many tribes were divided, and many races were no longer of one mind. This is an opportunity to reclaim it. Possessing it can eliminate the reason why the rampant tribes do not recognize a Tiger King without divine possession." The boy nodded. "Good, if everyone thinks so." Noruz suddenly interjected. "We cannot do that." Lucas expressed dissatisfaction. "Minister of Finance, Noruz, if we lose the symbol of the royal family like this, we will never." He coldly glared at him with demonic eyes. Lucas was immediately flustered and fell silent. Noruz calmly analyzed, "I am well aware of how important divine possession is to our tribe and the Emperor." His eyes suddenly glowed silver. But Noruz shouted loudly, "Have you forgotten, beastkins, the reason we must exist in this cursed place, the suffering we endured?" He reminded everyone, "Humans lured us with sweet bait, then treacherously stabbed us in the back, driving us into this situation." Noruz persuaded the Tiger King, "Your Majesty, if we accept this negotiation, we will once again become puppets of humans, and the historical days of suffering will repeat." He emphasized, "That is why we must not join hands with humans. We must be cautious of them." These words resonated with the Tiger King's psyche, making him waver and hesitate. The scene shifts to the Tiger King standing before a colossal statue. Lucas behind him pleaded earnestly, "Your Majesty cannot miss this opportunity. It's the only chance to regain divine possession." The Tiger King remained silent, staring at the statue of the former king and muttering, "Let's rebuild the royal family." The Tiger King said to Lucas, "If we want to achieve the former king's aspiration of uniting the tribes, we will need divine possession," he said anxiously. "Then we must call those humans here and reach an agreement." He cut off his words, saying he couldn't follow Minister Noruz as he must have valid reasons. Besides, humans had tricked them many times. Lucas admitted that Noruz was a wise man called the Black Sage, but he worried that due to his old age he might misjudge the current situation. The Tiger King hastily warned him to watch his tongue. He is someone who has dedicated his life to the kingdom since the time of the previous king. I do not doubt his judgment. We must be cautious of humans. Lucas bowed his head in fear and admitted his mistake. I apologize for my imprudent words. In the end he gave up and withdrew from the chamber. Left alone, the Tiger King quietly turned his body. In the long shadows cast by the sunlight in the corridor his figure held an indescribable solitude. Noruz, I believe your judgment is correct. In an outer manner of andromorph, a man walked in leisurely, and the person who opened the door guided him inside. Inside the reception room, Eric leaned back in a chair and clicked his tongue. Oh, look who it is. What wind brought the minister here? Eric deliberately called the Minister of Finance Noruz by name directly. Noruz did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I have come to reach an agreement with you. Eric coolly extended his hand and pointed to the opposite chair. Oh, you're a guest, please sit. After sitting down, the two began to negotiate. He spoke first. It seems you've accepted the agreement I proposed. How do you intend to compensate us? He negotiated. I will give you what you desire, and I will open the way to the Temple of Flowers. He rejoiced and released his hand. Good minister, you are truly generous, just as I expected. Now it was Norris's turn to make a demand. He smiled maniacally. Divine possession, sell it to me. Eric buried his head in the table and sighed. I guess no one is coming, he grumbled. I don't understand. Do they think they can seize the throne with just divine possession, and everyone keeps repeating the same thing? Augustine was puzzled. He knew that the Tiger King's bloodline had long been extinct and that divine possession was needed for revival, but he hadn't expected the situation to become this complicated. Then to whom do you intend to sell it? Eric replied, the Minister of Finance is still offering the highest price. The old man was surprised. That Minister of Finance, you mean? He suddenly waved his hand, creating a faint golden flash. Eric said, noon. In this case, beams of light covered the room's ceiling, shimmering like an incandescent mist. Eric questioned the air. Too many customers are pursuing divine possession, making it very expensive. May I ask what the royal family intends to do with it and how they plan to compensate me? When the light disappeared, a familiar shadow appeared and purple eyes glowed ominously. Its master seemed very angry. El's tone turned mocking. Tiger King. A shadow slowly walked out from the darkness. Tiger King, this is Balance, the Tiger King Balance, with fierce and sharp eyes, Mephisto exclaimed with a slight surprise. The power wielded by the king is slowly declining. If it were me, I would have beheaded those obnoxious subordinates. Anyway, I'm not as foolish as them. Balance trembled slightly and widened his eyes, saying, why is the Minister of Finance acting this way? Something is definitely wrong. Eric appeared from somewhere and said, I told you beforehand. He wore an extremely confident and triumphant expression. The minister will witness some very interesting things. Hazer, who was listening nearby, didn't understand his words at all. She shouted loudly, Eric, how can you say such things in front of someone so hurt? Eric, speaking extremely seriously from the side, said, politics isn't child's play, sister. Would appeasing the minister change the current situation? Hearing that, Hazer merely turned her head and said nothing. Eric widened his eyes and continued seriously. As you know, sister, no matter how splendid and beautiful gold is, without strong backing it will soon be regarded as trivial. As he displayed such an attitude, she was slightly flustered and said, Eric, Hazer genuinely thought, we who were originally called a family of mages went through considerable hardship and danger in our childhood, my brother and I, but the two still held each other's hands firmly and said in unison, but when we lost power, all the ministers, nobles, royalty, and even the magic tower abandoned us. At that time, Eric was a child, and he couldn't hold back his tears at the sight. Now Eric walks confidently amidst cheers. He is the hero of Lecenter. He is the son of a family of mages. Look at me, Melvinzer. Now his gaze gradually grew cold. Cheers still resounded around him. Hazer now spoke softly. Only after you became the hero of Lecenter did those who scorned you and called you a disgrace to the family completely change their attitude. He still looked at her in balance, saying, in the end, power is what moves the world. Eric looked at him and seriously commanded, Your Majesty, sharpen your claws. Balance looked up at him and quietly asked again, my claws? He knelt and respectfully explained, Your Majesty must sharpen them in secret and at the last moment. Use them to seize everything you desire, he continued in his low voice. I will assist your Majesty throughout this long journey. Seeing his sincerity, Balance was moved to tears. Eric said with a serious gaze, Look at those angelic eyes. He seems completely touched. Mephisto, standing nearby, looked at him mockingly. It's as if he's about to sell his soul to you. He ignored it and continued to look at him kindly. I have to do this to go further. Mephisto scoffed in reply. Did you think I wouldn't know? You're just trying to provoke his fighting spirit, aren't you? His eyes gleamed ominously as he said, No matter how much you help him, only he can resolve the current situation. No one knows if he can become as majestic as the figures of the previous era. Balance asked with a slightly melancholic expression. Do you know about Tiger King Yun? Eric replied, startled. Tiger King Yun, you mean the most powerful Tiger King who led the Beastkins to their peak? Balance recalled Tiger King Yun's appearance and said, I will willingly sacrifice all the assets left by Tiger King Yoon, including all the research materials for restoring divine possession. Eric continued to listen to his words sincerely, but the Temple of Flowers was sealed by the Eastern General. Balance spread his hands and said, "You will be absolutely necessary to open that gate. I will personally guide you there." His eyes glowed with fighting spirit. "So hand divine possession over to me." Hearing that story, Eric took Balance's hand and replied sincerely, "As you command," and he stood up and said softly, "Let's sit together to discuss this in more detail." Balance followed him step by step, slightly worried in his heart whether this decision was truly correct. "No, I shouldn't doubt my decision. I am king, as he said, if I just sharpen my claws. Everything will return to its original place." Suddenly he shouted loudly, "Oh no!" Thankfully Hazer. She ran from behind and caught him just in time. Balance turned around and carefully said, "Thank you, I tripped over my feet." But she embraced him directly. Balance exclaimed in embarrassment, "How rude, even if I'm young, I'm still king." Hazer gently stroked his head and said, "It's all right to cry if you want to." She comforted him by stroking his head. "It's not good for a child to suppress their emotions." Hearing those words of comfort and encouragement, he was touched and his eyes moistened. Hazer held him gently and softly said, "Laugh when you're happy, cry when you're sad." Hazer asked with a kind smile, "Are you all right?" As soon as Balance finished speaking, her shoulder was already soaked with tears. Balance's tears continued to flow and his clawed hands trembled as they gripped Hazer tightly. Later he cried loudly as if releasing all the emotions he had suppressed. Eric chuckled at the sight and said, "He looked like a real king earlier, but now he's just a crying child." Mephisto, standing nearby, also laughed and said, "Anyway, he's still too young to sit on the throne and bear such heavy responsibilities." After a while Eric coughed a few times. He glanced at Augustine and said, "Master, you said you would personally take me there." Hearing that, Hazer asked again, "Then are you thinking of leaving Andromorph?" He nodded and replied, "Yes, Tiger King." Eric frowned and said in an extremely serious voice, "If my guess is correct, we must leave now." "Hey, are you listening to me? If we waste any more time here, I don't know what the Minister of Finance and other departments might do. I must quickly summon the Royal Guard and leave the palace." Balance shook his head with a firm expression. "We don't need the Royal Guard." He specifically emphasized that Irina, the captain of the Royal Guard, was the adopted daughter of the Minister of Finance, and the minister had only placed her in the guard to monitor him. Hearing that, Eric exclaimed in surprise, "Then the Minister of Finance already knows you're here?" Balance calmly replied, "I left the castle quietly, but now they probably know too." Just then, Shin pushed open the door and shouted loudly, "Eric, the Beastkins are gathering outside the palace. Their numbers are immense." Hearing the unfavorable situation, Eric hesitated for a moment, thinking inwardly, "Then we can't leave this place quietly." Suddenly he widened his eyes and realized, "Wait a minute, do we really need to leave quietly?" He looked at Augustine, Junity, Shin and Hazer with questioning eyes, thinking that with the current members they could easily overpower everyone and leave through the main gate. At that moment Junity clapped his hands. Eric said with a confident expression, "All right everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room changed and silence fell. Balance immediately stood up and said, "It's an emergency signal." He ran to the window and said, "Did the Noruz tribe send troops here?" He blankly thought to himself about the Noruz tribe. As Balance observed from above, he also followed suit, thinking to himself that the Noruz tribe was a Beastkin tribe that had a major conflict with Andromorph. Eric secretly glanced at him and said, "If they're here, they'll surely try to prevent King Balance from leaving Andromorph." At that moment the outside was truly chaotic, and the entire city seemed to be engulfed in flames. It was truly bad timing, and Balance widened his eyes. He looked as if he had witnessed a terrible sight. In the flames, two figures slowly ran towards them. Eric loudly announced, "The enemy is attacking." No, Shin and Junity also took up fighting positions and said, "Quickly prepare for battle." At that moment a voice echoed softly, "Eric." As soon as he heard that voice, his body stiffened, and Eric, as if realizing something, said to Shin and Junity, "Everyone stop." The two also slowly revealed themselves. Shin and Junity were surprised when they saw these two. At that moment, as the two revealed themselves, Eric said as if about to cry, "Isabel." Eric was surprised by Isabel's appearance and inwardly asked, "What is she doing here?" Meanwhile, Mephisto hovered around Herman, observing him. He pointed at him with his hand and asked, "Who is this monster?" Eric bowed his head respectfully and politely replied, "It is an honor to meet you, Sir Hermanville the Blue Lion." He also replied in a polite and gentle voice, "I am merely an ordinary warrior with the title of Count. There's no need to be so formal." The Duke seemed to be in love. Eric extended his hand and respectfully said, "Let's go inside first." Isabel nodded. "Thank you." She went in first and gently said to Herman, "Dad, come down slowly." Eric walked and asked, "How did you know I was here?" He smiled gently and replied, "I wanted to personally thank our benefactor. You not only saved my daughter but you also cured my illness." As soon as he finished speaking, he approached him step by step. Herman smiled gently and said, "So I went to the capital only to find that you had already left." Hearing that, he just scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Oh, I should have left a message about where I was going. It seems we just missed each other." Herman also calmly replied, "No, we should have sent a letter first. I came without informing you beforehand because I wanted to surprise you. The fault lies with us." He stopped and slightly glanced to the side, saying, "But," Herman looked at everyone and replied gently, "I've met some familiar faces here." He looked at Hazer and said, I didn't expect the hunting dog of the Grey Lion to be in a place like this. She seemed displeased by those words. Hazer replied honestly, I've told you many times that I am not their hunting dog. Eric approached and asked Herman, do you know my sister? He was slightly surprised and exclaimed, she's your biological sister? And Herman stroked his beard and said, I have a friend with a rather bad personality. I ran into her a few times when I met that friend, but I didn't know she was the daughter of the Melvinzer family. It's a small world. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes glowed and he glanced slightly. He saw Augustine standing there and said, it's rare for an eccentric old man from the Nestor family to appear in a place like this. The old man looked at him and grumbled, I remember telling you many times not to call me that. He scoffed in reply, what's wrong with calling an old monster like you an eccentric old man? What else am I supposed to call you? Hearing that, Augustine and Herman approached each other and their 4 eyes glared at each other with killing intent. Eric saw the situation tense and thought in fear that they would soon start fighting. Just as he was about to rush in, the two suddenly shook hands warmly. Herman gently said, all the members of this group are truly astonishing. Balance and JDT continued to listen to their words. There's also the leader of the Revolutionary Army and a monstrous person. He saw that the current situation was not good and approached to mediate. Come on, everyone calm down. Herman stepped back, his eyes still fixed on him, thinking inwardly. So now I want him even more. He looked at the remaining people and thought inwardly, those who attract talent will one day soar to the heavens themselves. Herman also looked at Isabel's expression and said, it was the right choice to ignore the crown prince whom she disliked and come here. Eric suddenly asked Isabel and Herman, but how did you two get here? Isabel replied first, I heard you pass through the wall, so we did the same. A knight scouting the forest said, we saw you being dragged away, so we came to help you. She continued, looking worriedly out the window, our people are creating a commotion to distract the monsters. If we want to leave, now is the best time. The flames outside were still fierce at this time, as if trying to swallow everything. Eric glanced at Balance and thought inwardly, this must be our chance for a smooth escape from here. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, thankfully it wasn't an invasion by the Noruz tribe. Then Eric approached the window, placed his foot on the sill and asked with intense eyes, has your desire to leave this place not changed? Balance bowed his head, but his eyes still held conviction. I want to leave, but if I abandon the kingdom in a crisis, my retainers will consider me a traitor and the city will fall into chaos. Hearing that, Eric patted his shoulder reassuringly, his eyes gleaming as he said, you don't have to worry about that. I've come up with a very good method. Outside it was like hell. The flames spread further, incinerating everything around them. Someone was walking step by step on the grass near the fire. It was Irina and her comrades. Han followed, asking as if something was bothering him, Captain, shouldn't we protect the castle? Irina shook her head firmly. No, the purpose of the royal guard is to protect the king. She clenched her fist, showing strong resolve, and said, currently His Majesty the King is with those abominable humans. Irina added loudly, explaining, once His Majesty's safety is secured, we will eliminate them all. She glared, snarling, all humans. Irina's group saw Hazer and Shin walking out and cried out in surprise, those humans are coming out. She quickly approached and blocked their path. Irina glared and snarled, asking, damn you, where is His Majesty the King? Shin replied cunningly, who knows, who knows? At this answer she was enraged, and killing intent emanated from her entire body. Are you trying to pick a fight with us? Everyone transform? As soon as she finished speaking, the others also revealed their true forms. Everyone was in the terrifying form of a beast. Then Shin was subdued by Irina with a sharp object. He gritted his teeth in fear. She glared and warned, I don't know what you're trying to do, but if you don't return our king immediately. Just then, the rest of the group also appeared. A heroic voice rang out, stop! Eric appeared, carrying Balance. Upon seeing him, Irina's group all replied, Your Majesty. Eric, holding Balance in his arms, threatened Irina's group, if anyone moves, your king will die. At his menacing words, they whispered in fear, Your Majesty, what is that madman doing? Damn it, get your dirty hands off our king. Eric, holding Balance in his arms, asked with a triumphant expression, are you sure this method will work? Now everyone has seen that human holding His Majesty with divine possession. He finished speaking with a satisfied smile. Noruz also appeared. He stood there, arms crossed, listening to Eric's words. No one will dare to act rashly. Then Eric waved his hand as if to cast a spell. Before he could do anything, he was terrified and exclaimed in horror. Irina took the opportunity to warn, if you want to save our king, clear the way immediately. Seeing her trembling with rage, Noruz approached and quietly called Irina. Then he whispered a few words to her. Irina's hands trembled with anger after hearing Noruz's words. Then she loudly commanded, everyone clear the way. So they obeyed the order. Shin passed by them, constantly looking at them with fearful eyes. Isabel and Herman also kept their guard up. After everything was over, Irina commanded again, we have opened the way as you demanded. Release our king immediately. Hearing that, Eric smiled contentedly. Then Eric, holding Balance tightly, leapt high. He sneered and mocked Irina. How can I trust you? I will only release His Majesty after we safely leave the castle. If you pursue me, you know what will happen to His Majesty, right? With that, he flew high into the sky with Balance in his arms. Irina's group could only follow with their eyes. When he didn't return Balance, they covered their heads in horror and fear. In the sky the flames spread further, and below screams of "Come quickly and help, we need to put out the fire" were heard. At this moment he and Mephisto were flying forward and Balance was looking down, deep in thought. Eric noticed his gloomy expression and asked, "Do you want to go back?" He shook his head. "No, I said I want to leave. I need to open the way to the Temple of Flowers for you." Eric looked at Balance and asked again, "Let's put that story aside for a moment. What I want to ask is," after a moment's hesitation he quietly asked, "do you want to return here or do you want to leave this place?" Balance, still with a sad expression and complex eyes, replied, "Right now, just thinking about the castle suffocates me." Balance continued, remembering his poor people. "But my people are different. They are all good people who trust and support me. If I abandon them, the entire castle will fall into chaos, especially if we are under attack." Mephisto, looking straight ahead, said, "Hey, I don't think we have time for such leisurely chatter." He opened his eyes wide, his two eyes gleaming, and replied, "Mephisto, what did you see?" At this he opened his eyes wide and scrutinized what he was looking at. Before his eyes was a whirlwind of immense intensity, a black sandstorm. Balance, trembling, cried out upon seeing it. "No," he said loudly in fear, "that is General Winter." Eric, startled by the approaching black sandstorm, thought to himself, "That is the disaster that destroyed the north." Eric worried that if he got caught in it he would be torn to shreds. Mephisto beside him added, "Hey Eric, that's not all." He grinned, showing his teeth, and continued, "It seems there are some troublesome fellows accompanying that whirlwind." He confirmed with his eyes again and asked, "What?" He focused all his vision to confirm. Besides the black sandstorm there was another group below. Eric exclaimed in surprise. "That is," he looked up at the flag there and thought to himself, "the nine-tailed fox." At this moment Ma, sitting high up, majestically ordered them to charge at full speed. It was the Noru's tribe. The nine-tailed fox flag still fluttered in the sky. The Noru's tribe was Andromorph's sworn enemy, a monster alliance that had turned its back after the loss of the Tiger King's divine possession. The Noru's tribe yearned for dominion over Andromorph, but until now there had only been minor skirmishes, never a full-scale war. Upon seeing the Noru's tribe, Balance cried out in confusion, "What are the Noru's tribe doing here?" He sighed and replied nonchalantly, "It seems some traitors in the castle have leaked information about divine possession to them. Despite being betrayed so many times, your Majesty is still so naive." Balance glanced at him and replied, "That's truly preposterous." Hearing that, Eric raised an eyebrow and asked, "Otherwise, why would they suddenly invade Andromorph? And where I, the wielder of divine possession, am located?" Hearing that, Balance fell silent, bowing his head with an expression of injustice and caution. Suddenly he witnessed a surprising new scene. Eric pushed Balance forward. At this action he asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Eric said seriously, "Will you answer the question I just asked immediately?" Eric asked in a very serious tone, "Will you abandon this place and leave the city with me, or will you return to the city?" Hearing that, Balance's face darkened and his voice mumbled. After a moment's pause he remembered his beloved people, and thinking of them seemed to give him strength. "I will return to the city and protect my people." Hearing this answer, Eric was pleased and replied with satisfaction, "I knew it." Balance also replied shyly, "But I am too weak and I have nothing to give you. I can't ask for anything more." Hearing this, Eric hit him hard on the head as if to give him enlightenment. Balance rubbed his head and replied, "Oh." Then he said seriously, "Your Majesty, friends don't care about such things." He asked in confusion, "Friends?" Seeing his puzzlement, Eric said, "Just ask." He added softly, "Just ask for help. Then your friends will go to the ends of the earth to help you." Seeing Shin appear, he turned his head and asked, "Right?" He didn't understand what was happening yet, but still enthusiastically replied, "You're right." Balance put his hand on his chest and asked, "Can I be your friend?" "What's so hard about being friends?" Eric grinned, showing his teeth, and replied, "Your Majesty can be my friend, as long as you like my existence." Shin also laughed and agreed with his opinion. Hearing that, Balance's eyes gleamed with emotion and joy. Eric, looking at the approaching black sandstorm, said, "If my friend needs help, how can I turn away?" "Right?" he asked the people. He smiled triumphantly and said, "I'm changing the plan." At this moment the Noru's tribe was charging frantically. The leader of the ferocious monster squad commanded, "Increase speed." They charged, constantly saying, "Andromorph is in sight." Adjutant Hugo beside him said to the leader of the ferocious monster squad, "Boss, divine possession is really in Andromorph." Hearing that, Ma asked again, "Are you doubting that a mere human possesses divine possession?" Hugo nodded, affirming, "Yes, it's hard to believe that such a lowly race has such an astonishing secret art." Ma still led the way, continuing to ask, "Even if the information is wrong, we cannot miss this opportunity to invade Andromorph. Especially in our current defeated state." Hugo flew behind him, nodding in affirmation. "That's right." Seeing him nod, Ma said triumphantly, "If the information is accurate, we cannot allow the Tiger King family, who lost divine possession, to regain it." At this moment the Noru's tribe had gathered in immense numbers, standing and waiting for the order to attack. A sharp claw appeared in one hand and he said, 40 years ago, if that blonde green-eyed mage hadn't blocked the way, we would have built a great empire on the Tiger King's corpse. Even so, if I obtain divine possession, I can regain my lost tail and finally return to the four-tailed form I've always desired." It was the Blood Wolf King. He appeared with a fierce expression and said, "No one can stop me," he majestically declared loudly. "Soldiers, bring divine possession to me. Let's rebuild our honor and glory. Once successful, I will make the whole world kneel before me." Now Ma took the lead and commanded loudly, "Our king, the Blood Wolf King who inherited his majesty's heavenly mandate, I will protect the blessing of the tales bestowed upon us. Immediately draw your swords and take the lead. Brothers, advance and behead the Tiger King." They shouted fiercely, "For the Blood Wolf King!" Everyone drew their swords and charged towards the castle. "Go and drink the blood of the enemies." As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of energy appeared from above and the sound of freezing was heard. In an instant, some of the Noru's tribe were hit by the attack. Some were frozen and trembled, while others were bewildered by the sudden ice attack. At this moment a voice rang out, "Stop!" One of them bared his sharp teeth. Then he immediately attacked, causing blood to gush like water. After that, a fight broke out among themselves. One grabbed another's head and clawed at it. Another kicked an opponent to the ground and continued fighting. At this moment Ma approached. He held his sword and snarled, asking what just happened. Just then Eric with his mysterious arm appeared. "Oh, everyone's gathered." Shin also followed, saying, "Why do only we have to fight?" Hazer, holding her hammer, said, "My sister even thinks this is fun." Thus Eric, Shin and Hazer bravely walked into the chaotic atmosphere at the main gate of Andromorph. Junie T asked Augustine beside him, "Are you going to stay outside?" The old man replied nonchalantly, "The number of enemies isn't that great." Augustine stroked his beard, looked up at the sky and said, "Eric asked us not to intervene." The old man comforted Junie T, saying, "Don't worry too much. Let's see what he can do." Eric now smiled triumphantly. His face was full of confidence. At this moment, everything around them was almost frozen. Eric, Shin and Hazer walked on the ice one by one. The Noru's tribe asked in confusion, "What is this? Have the gods abandoned us?" At this moment, Hugo opened his wide mouth and commanded, "Everyone focus, you fools, the gods haven't abandoned us yet. This is just human magic." Hearing that, others also shouted, replying, "That's right, we heard that the humans of Andromorph used magic. I can't believe they allied with the humans who trapped us here. Damn traitors," Hugo still continued to reply. "That's right, they are our enemies. We will kill all the damned humans and conquer Andromorph." Hearing those philosophical words, the Noru's tribe also snapped out of it. They drew their swords and shouted with righteous momentum. At this moment one of them was glaring at him. He frowned and thought to himself, "That blonde, green-eyed mage." He gritted his teeth, recalling the past, and thought to himself, "I can't forget the appearance of that damned bastard 40 years ago. That monstrous human who annihilated our entire unit alone." Now that he met Eric again, he thought to himself, "But he's different from that human 40 years ago." He grinned triumphantly, showing his teeth. "Is it a coincidence or is he mocking us right now?" At this moment Ma approached from behind and commanded, "Hugo, bring me their heads." He nodded and replied, "Understood, Commander." Then Hugo commanded loudly, "Bird Demon Legion, advance and show the greatness of the beastkins to those lowly humans." He opened his wide mouth and shouted heroically, "Begin." As soon as the order was given, the Noru's tribe continued to charge. Hugo commanded from behind, "Use the iron bowls to turn them into sieves." Then the Noru's tribe charged frantically and attacked. They aimed at Eric, who stood alone. But there was no trace of fear on his face. Just then a huge whirlwind called Storm appeared. Storm swept away all the nearby Noru's tribe members. Hugo, watching the scene from above, was startled. He froze and cried out, "What magic?" Eric, at this moment, exclaimed in admiration, "Oh Shin, well done." Shin stood tall like a hero and replied, "Although I cannot compare to His Majesty, I am still the third son of the Nestor family." Mephisto beside him laughed and said, "I didn't understand why you brought him along. I thought he wouldn't be able to do much, but it turns out he has skills too." Hearing that, Eric just laughed and replied, "That's why that family is considered the most powerful in the magic tower. More importantly, the Nestor family's magic element is wind, and those birds are just prey for Shin." Shin still charged enthusiastically, saying, "Let me catch my breath for a moment." He snarled and asked, "Do you know how painful it is to be a supporting character?" Then Shin focused all his strength and created an overwhelming power. Hugo was startled and shouted, "Run away immediately." Shin chased after them, saying, "Not so fast." At this moment someone used a wind-slash technique to attack Shin. Fortunately, he was able to avoid that large hammer. With that immense power, please focus on the one conspicuous individual below, who holds a massive hammer in his hand. He is an ogre. He scoffed at Shin. "That fragile thing is useless against us ogres." The ogre then ordered his subordinates to kill them. Just then a hand reached out and lightly tapped his back. Oh, Hazer approached and said softly, "It's my first time seeing a cow wielding a hammer." The ogre turned around with sharp eyes. Hazer, still unfazed, asked, "Care to play with me?" The ogre scoffed, "How dare a lowly human?" Before he could finish speaking, he was struck by Hazer with a blow he would never forget, and with a single swing of her hammer, the ogre was sent flying far away. He flew a great distance, hit his head against a large rock, and lay motionless. The subordinates who witnessed this spectacle exclaimed, "My goodness," and froze. Hazer chuckled lightly. "I guess I hit him a bit too hard by mistake." The subordinates immediately charged in a rage, shouting, "You human woman, we will avenge our commander." But Hazer easily dodged his hammer. Following that, she lightly swung her hammer, attacking them. With each strike, one person fell, and blood continued to gush. Eric was momentarily stunned, watching Hazer enjoy herself while fighting the ogre's subordinates. Mephisto laughed heartily. "Now I see why they fear her. I can't believe she's smashing other people's skulls with a smile on her face." She has the potential to be a demon king. At this moment Ma, filled with rage, charged forward with his sword. He swung his sword and shouted loudly, "Break the ice and attack!" He saw Ma leading the army and rushing towards him and stood up replying, "You've come just in time. I was waiting for you." He rolled up his sleeves and using the power of the pattern engraved on his hand said, "I'll take care of all of you." They charged madly saying, "There are only 3 of them. Kill them all." At this moment Eric summoned the power of freezing. Ice shards accurately targeted and attacked them. Ma, covering his face in rage, shouted loudly, "Damn it, where's all this ice coming from? I can't advance anymore." At this he looked up and saw Eric summoning ice with one hand. Sharp ice shards appeared. He widened his eyes and shouted, "Ice rain!" Then as Eric swung his hand, ice shards poured down from the sky like rain. The Noru's tribe members had their skin and flesh pierced by the ice shards and screamed in pain. From a high vantage point he observed the situation below and exclaimed, "How so many survived?" Immediately after, Eric landed below. He widened his eyes and smiled eerily. "I'll show you the magic I created." He thought he would gather all his power, combine the seal of ferocity and savagery, and wrap his body with dragon's heart magic. Then he would freeze everything he touched. He charged forward fiercely like a beast, destroying them. A Noru's tribe member saw this and commanded, "Stop, raise your magic shield." Eric continued to charge with immense power in his hand, and the flow of mana enveloped the Noru's tribe's divine possession. Fierce tiger impact. He easily defeated Ma's subordinates with just a few basic boxing techniques. Eric smiled with satisfaction. "Truly amazing." At this moment Ma appeared and said in an angry voice, "Enhanced techniques and magic." Eric was stunned and the monster behind him warned, "He's dangerous." Eric was also dazed and inwardly cursed. Truly that much spiritual energy. Eric looked at the aura flowing around Ma's body and thought in surprise, "A tier 4 mage, a monster mage." He grinned slightly and said, "An interesting human." Ma glanced at him and said, "So you're?" He held his sword, pointed it directly at Eric and continued, "The one responsible for this chaos." Eric comforted himself and calmed down. "He's not someone I can easily defeat. The fish I just caught escaped. What a pity." Eric gritted his teeth, thinking he couldn't waste any more time here. Ma charged at him madly, attacking and shouting, "How dare you try to escape from me?" Eric narrowly dodged, but Eric was filled with surprise and admiration. Fast, following that he charged and attacked with a titan's fist, thinking that nothing was unstoppable. Ma blocked his attack with his sword. This was slightly difficult. Eric was pushed back by the force and sent flying far away. In this situation he gritted his teeth and thought, "Both his speed and strength are astonishing. If this continues." Ma still held his sword in his hand and grinned, glaring at him. The sword was slightly chipped, but it still reflected his strength and appearance. Ma approached him step by step, scoffing, "It seems I can't let you go." Eric retreated slightly with some difficulty, inwardly cursing, "Really, now he's in his territory. It'll be hard to escape with flying magic." Ma glanced back and commanded, "Hugo, lead the army into Andromorph." He widened his eyes and snarled, "I'll behead him and pursue." So Hugo led the army and charged at him. Hugo commanded in a booming voice, "Monster Legion, charge towards Andromorph." The Monster Legion passed over him with immense force. Eric found this situation somewhat difficult. As soon as it was over he frowned and cursed, "Damn it, that bear complicated everything." Mephisto added from behind, "You underestimate monsters too much. There were times when even demons wouldn't dare fight them." Now only Eric and Ma stared at each other. Eric spoke honestly and seriously, "Although their tribe has weakened, there are still strong ones among them. That's why Andromorph built walls and constantly guarded against the Noru's tribe." Ma replied indifferently and calmly, "Now it's just the 2 of us." Eric activated his power and thought he had to use all means to defeat him quickly. Then a ferocious and savage beast was summoned behind him. As soon as this beast was summoned, a confident winner's smile was clearly etched on his face. The sword in Ma's hand trembled slightly, and he said, "Forget the humiliation of 40 years ago. I have trained day and night." He held his sword and snarled, letting out a ferocious and hostile roar. "Even if you are not him, I will tear you to shreds and unleash my rage." Hearing these words, Eric smiled slightly and replied calmly, "In that case, I'm afraid you'll need another 10 years of training." These words angered him even more. Ma shouted angrily, "How dare you mock me?" Just then a strange sound was heard from somewhere. This sound made even Ma cautious, and he glanced slightly in that direction. It was Herman's appearance. He fought Ma with his sword, and Ma asked in slight surprise, "Who are you?" He replied humbly and gently, "Herman Vil, also known as the Blue Lion of the Empire." After that, Herman said to Eric, "Leave this place to me, keep going." Eric quickly fled after hearing those words, not forgetting to reply, "Thank you." At this, Ma smiled slightly and asked the lion. He struck Herman once with his sword and scoffed, "Do you think an ordinary lion can fight a bear like me?" Herman was not to be outdone. Herman honestly challenged, "Then let's see." At this moment, Eric fled with Mephisto behind him. The sound of battle loud enough to tear ears echoed. The sound momentarily left him dazed. Eric thought with slight concern, although he hasn't recovered all his strength yet, Sir Blue Lion isn't someone who would easily lose to a bear. He was also a little curious about Hazer and Shin. "Are they all right?" He went and saw Shin and Hazer still fighting in perfect sync, not missing a single beat. Eric sighed, seeing that the situation was still okay, and replied, "Phew, they're truly perfect battle partners. But they can't stop the beasts scattering everywhere. That's why I wanted to gather them in one place and take care of them." Just then, Eric saw something that left him dazed. He was surprised to see the Blue Lion Knights charging with their weapons, and inwardly exclaimed, The Blue Lion Knights, he heard that the Blue Lion Knights were all exemplary. The Blue Lion Knights looked very happy, laughing loudly at this moment. Following that, the Blue Lion Knights unleashed a powerful attack. He laughed, looked up at him and said, "Right, leave the rest to us, son-in-law." Another person also replied excitedly, "We won't miss a single bug, son-in-law." Hearing these words, he felt a chill and his mind was confused, thinking he had just heard something strange. Suddenly he was dazed and thought, "Now that the Blue Lion Knights have joined the battle, I just need to deal with the remaining bastards." Eric looked at the Noruz tribe with curiosity. Since when did they go so far? He flew over Andromorph Castle and watched for a moment. Eric stood there thinking, what are they doing inside Andromorph Castle? There are no guards. The inside was truly chaotic. People continued to argue. This isn't the time, we need to make a plan right now, he thought. Can I send the Noruz tribe outside the castle and persuade them? Lucas heard this and asked angrily, so you're saying we should just sit and watch? Noruz, who seemed to have heard the argument, approached with an angry expression. He frankly stated, let's surrender. These words startled Lucas. He shouted in a rage, Minister of Finance, what are you saying? Noruz also frankly retorted, then what can we do? If you have a better idea, tell me. He still firmly believed they should fight to the death to defend this city. Everyone in the room also expressed their opinions. I agree with him too. See, I do too. I don't want to die like this. That's right. Seeing most people agree, he trembled and inwardly said, everyone has gone. Lucas, enraged, lost control and said, see, you're putting everyone in danger? He went further, emphasizing that they thought the enemies would leave their people alone. If they surrendered, they would all become food in the bellies of those beasts. Seeing Lucas lose his composure and ramble, Noruz approached and said, stop, he calmly said. I have heard all opinions. One of them, who had grasped the current situation, replied, the Minister of Finance is right. Hearing these words, Lucas became even more frightened. He continued to back away and tremble. Noruz commanded, those who agree, come here. Lucas, trembling with fear, shouted loudly, Prime Minister, what are you doing? But he said nothing, widening his eyes and trembling with fear. Immediately after, the Dark Knights surrounded Lucas. This caused him to tremble with fear, and his face turned pale. Prime Minister Noruz, he shouted angrily, are you truly abandoning the kingdom and its people? Hearing these words, a dangerous, murderous glint flashed in Norris's eyes. He snarled and commanded, kill that traitor. The Noruz tribe knights scattered like a beehive and charged madly towards the sturdy castle wall before them, shouting, Andromorph is within sight. The commanders at the front, holding their swords high, continued to move, giving firm orders. Suddenly a huge ice mountain fell to the ground, blocking their approach to the kingdom. They were dazed by the sudden appearance of the huge ice chunk and hastily shouted, stop, stop, to those behind them. Before they could even collect themselves, Eric's voice suddenly rang out, startling them. Oh, you've stopped well. He had just finished speaking, and immediately after, they saw him free-falling from the sky. As soon as he landed on the ground, Eric unleashed an explosion on the beasts, sending dust flying everywhere and people being thrown meters away. Those around who witnessed this spectacle immediately covered their faces in fear. He leisurely walked forward, extending his hand to reveal a glowing blue seal. It's a bit of a shame I didn't get to play enough with that bear earlier. Shall we have some fun with you now? They trembled all over in fear. They held their ground firmly, but inwardly they were filled with doubt. How can that human be here? Surely the commander didn't lose to him by now. Baron was standing behind them. He reassured everyone. Don't be afraid, a commander would never lose to him. He stood confidently before everyone, pointed his sword directly at him, and scoffed. He's just a coward fleeing from the commander. And Baron commanded in a powerful voice, kill him, we will tear him to shreds and attack the city. At this threat, Eric calmly raised his hand and brought his fingers together to summon sharp tiger claws. He gave them a sharp look and inwardly chanted, divine possession. Then, as he swung his hand, a tiger suddenly appeared and pounced on the beast. They shouted in fear, Tiger King. Seeing them react so violently, he smiled with satisfaction and glanced at the immense power in his hand. It seems the Tiger King's aura and this technique intimidated them. Mephisto, with his arms crossed, was very pleased. Of course, the Tiger King is a powerful being to beasts after all, but he didn't forget to ask Eric what he would do next. So, how do you plan to deal with these beasts? He confidently gathered his power into a sphere of blue light. This divine possession technique is perfect for dealing with such a large crowd. Then he fired the sphere of power at the Noruz tribe. A wave of power pierced through them and they were helpless. Taking advantage of their weakened state, he activated his freezing technique, instantly freezing them. In an instant, all the beasts within Eric's attack range turned to dust and scattered in the wind. He stood proudly, watching them being swept away by a single attack. Just one area attack is enough. He eliminated a significant portion of the Noruz tribe, but he still slowly approached the remaining ones. Lowering his voice, however, the remaining ones did not lower their guard, trembling all over and retreating with their swords drawn. Eric scoffed, charging at them, his fists clenched. It's better to fight directly. Elsewhere, Commander Ma, cornered, was desperately blocking Herman's attacks. One blow sent him flying far away, leaving a long sword mark on the ground. He gasped for breath, unconsciously clenching his hands. Perhaps it's because I've just recovered from my illness. My body isn't moving exactly as I want it to. Ma thought he was being mocked and gritted his teeth, filled with rage. Is he trying to deceive me? Herman had no such intention at all. He looked directly at him and said sincerely, no, I truly suffered from an incurable disease. It occurred when I tried to reach the next stage of martial arts I was pursuing. he sincerely thanked Eric. My son-in-law, he immediately said, thanks to that child I regained my life and enlightenment. After that, Herman's eyes changed. He exuded a heroic aura and declared, I'll show you the result of my enlightenment. He also decided not to be outdone and to engage in a decisive battle to test their skills. A warrior of a great tribe would never back down from a fight. The two fought with equally matched skills, and at this moment the atmosphere was extremely tense. Herman looked at him and softly whispered before engaging in battle, beware of the lion's claws. On the other hand, he scoffed and disdained, do you think the claws of a mere creature like you can harm me? As soon as he finished speaking, the two exchanged fierce attacks without hesitation, testing their skills. Their battle shook the entire ground, and with just one sword the surrounding dirt and rocks cracked. It was unknown how much time had passed, but Ma eventually spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to his knees. Herman, who had not fought against someone of equal skill for a long time, couldn't help but marvel. Mao, on the other hand, was unable to hide his surprise, as it was his first defeat at the hands of a human. As the sky turned dark, Mao painfully uttered his last words. Blood Wolf King, I'm sorry I couldn't complete the mission. Then he quietly pulled out a small bomb from his body and mumbled, may His Majesty's plan succeed. Herman finally realized his plot and rushed to stop him, but it was already too late. Mao pulled the safety pin from the bomb and lit it. The bomb shot into the sky and exploded in a bright flash. Herman helplessly watched the explosion paint the night sky red. Fatigue from the battle and a sense of resignation passed through his eyes. Too late, I couldn't stop it. Eric was also startled by Mao's signal flare suddenly bursting in the sky. He covered his eyes with his hand against the dazzling light, wondering, is that a signal flare? The Noru's tribe soldiers all recognized it as a signal flare from Mao. The commander has fallen. He has given his last order. They suddenly changed their demeanor. Their eyes turned red, glaring at Eric with hatred. They suddenly swarmed, trying to tear Eric to shreds. We will sacrifice our lives for the Blood Wolf King, for the Blood Wolf King. Eric was flustered by their sudden attack. What? They continued to pour in, shouting that they would risk their lives for the Blood Wolf King. Eric quickly regained his composure and activated his penetration technique to prevent them from having their way. Sharp ice arrows pierced their bodies, breaking through the first line of defense. However, that did not deter their fighting spirit at all. The following hordes tried to break through Eric's ice defense. Baron, leading the charge, loudly commanded, Vanguard, keep charging, we will clear the way for the main force. The Noru's tribe was not far from the city walls. He ran, shouting to completely destroy Andromorph. We will bring down the Tiger King family, destroy the city, plunder everything and kill all who oppose us. He ran towards the city gate filled with joy. Now it's time to send the signal from inside. Baron smiled with great satisfaction, thinking that the Andromorph government had decided to follow the Noru's tribe's will, even if a human mage was blocking the way. The outcome of the battle was already decided. A moment later, he recognized a signal being sent from inside. That's the banner hung on the city wall, a sign of victory. As he was lost in thoughts of victory, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, what is that? Baron couldn't believe his eyes and was in intense psychological conflict. Impossible. It can't be. Other soldiers also stopped, seeing what was hung there. What? No way. Minister Noruz declared from atop the city wall that all those cowards had been executed. He calmly looked at the monsters rampaging below and commanded, Tiger King warriors, heroes of Andromorph, all soldiers of the kingdom, aim your bows at them. Let no traitor of the Noru's tribe invade this place. Hundreds of arrows rained down upon them, covering them. Baron took a painful blow and could only close his eyes and endure. Damn it, as arrows pierced their bodies, blood gushed and they fell to the ground one by one. Arrows continuously poured from the city wall. As he watched this scene, a voice called Eric. Lord Melvinzer. Balance came looking for him with a bodyguard. Eric asked, puzzled, what's going on? Why is the minister helping us? Eric already knew but still pretended to be innocent. Oh that? His face under the moonlight was full of calculations. I made a deal with him. Let's go back a few days. Inside the castle, Norris's voice echoed, sell me divine possession. Eric was speechless and wore an annoyed expression, secretly assessing him. Damn it, even that old man says this. Truly I can't trust anyone. Suddenly, the old man spoke seriously first, then stood up and made a suspicious offer. There's something I want to show you. Would you mind coming outside with me for a moment? Eric noticed someone secretly eavesdropping on their conversation from behind. It was Balance. Eric, realizing his intentions, agreed to the offer. All right. He led Eric to a certain place. It was a large room filled with colossal statues. Eric looked at it and wondered, are you talking about this stone statue? Only then did Noruz reveal his thoughts. There are many spiritual creatures in the Andromorph mansion. He sincerely asked Eric for help. Please. Then he turned to Eric, hoping that he would fulfill his mission of protecting his king from them. Noruz bowed his head before Eric, hoping for their help. Please. Eric asked Mephisto about his strange behavior. Why is he suddenly talking like that? Earlier he seemed to be betraying the king. Mephisto was also speechless and didn't understand why. How should I know? Noruz raised his head and left everything to Eric's decision. I will pay any price. I will give you all the wealth I gained and the secret of divine possession. Eric was surprised by Norris's words and reconfirmed. Even the secret technique, he continued without hiding anything. That's right, but Noruz confessed honestly to Eric. Only one part remains. We have lost the first half and the second half. Eric clenched his fist, secretly assessing his abilities. My technique is still incomplete. If I can learn this secret technique, I can complete it. However, he wondered why Nowruz chose him. But why do you trust me? I'm human. The species you despise the most. Nowruz closed his eyes and sighed deeply, asking back. Eric was startled by his words. Do you know that you resemble your grandfather greatly? He slowly walked somewhere, constantly explaining. Even that blonde hair and blue eyes. Nowruz suddenly stopped and placed his hand on the statue's base. When we saw your eyes, we called them jade-colored eyes. Suddenly, he pressed a switch on the stone statue. This caused the entire room to shake. A fantastic light appeared from somewhere through the open doorway. The one with those eyes will bring light and hope to the world. He didn't know there was such a place in the palace. Eric quickly covered his eyes with his hand against the light, and behind the wall was another space. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils contracted in surprise at the sight before him. In the room full of warm light there hung a portrait of his grandfather, and it was his grandfather's eyes. The portrait showed his grandfather in his youth looking at Eric with a warm smile. Eric stood there blankly. He didn't realize the two were so similar. Nowruz slowly approached him. He came to this castle wearing the same necklace as you. Eric unconsciously touched the necklace around his neck and stared at it. He was alone, but he helped us without asking for anything in return. He smiled softly, expressing the kingdom's deep gratitude to his grandfather. If it weren't for his grandfather, the Tiger King probably wouldn't exist in this world. He suddenly recalled a memory from that time and said to Eric, "Do you know what he said when we asked him why he did it?" Eric was also curious about his answer. Nowruz smiled very happily as he said those words. "Because we are friends." He told the story of his benefactor who remained in his memory. When we asked him why we were friends, he said that the Melvinser family had always been friends with the Beastkins. Eric thought, is this that story? Nowruz looked at him, seeing that he had no reaction. It seems you also know this story. Eric rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. I've seen it in the family records. However, Nowruz calmly replied as if he knew what he was thinking. That's right, it was 300 years ago. We couldn't help but be surprised when he considered us friends. His eyes were filled with regret. He also said that the events of that time resurfaced in Norris's mind. All forces retreat. Immediately withdraw from Andromorph. At that time the Nowruz tribe also swarmed, and he and Eric's grandfather fought together. Suddenly his grandfather spoke. I'm sorry, such a thing would never have happened before. This startled him. His grandfather looked back at Nowruz with a sad face and jade-colored eyes. You came too late. Returning to reality, Nowruz looked at Eric and calmly said, so when someone exactly like him came here, how could I not recognize him? He placed his hand on his chest and clenched it. The guilt that had lingered for a long time resurfaced. When I realized the problems the Melvinser family was facing, I knew it was too late to go and help you. He spoke to Eric with words that came from the depths of his heart. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you during those difficult times. How long had it been since he felt true affection? Eric gently placed a hand on his shoulder. He forgave and forgot everything. I know the Beastkins are also facing difficulties now. I understand your words. Nowruz rejoiced at being forgiven. Thank you. However, his trembling hands clenched even tighter and his voice held a hint of despair. I know I shouldn't ask for any more help from you. But as the light shone into the room, he once again asked Eric, the descendant of the Melvinser family, for help. Please help us one more time. Returning to the present, Eric told Balance everything. Now, while the leaders eliminate the traitors inside the castle, I will protect His Majesty. He watched Nowruz eliminate the invaders. He was still standing there fighting the enemy because of the aforementioned events. Eric realized that he had misunderstood Nowruz. He looked at him with tear-filled eyes. I'm sorry, Minister. Eric ran with the other excited people to deliver the news. Eric, the Eastern Beastkin army has retreated. Balance wiped away tears of joy. This is good news. Eric looked ahead with a joyful smile. Now everyone, let's end this war. Then he unleashed all his power and charged at the enemies, and the place was covered in dust. The Nowruz tribe panicked, shouting for mercy to each other as they retreated. The two fought back to back, and now corpses lay strewn around them. They stood together like invincible beings, and Eric couldn't help but marvel. The minister is truly strong. Nowruz looked at his claws. I may be a little old, but my claws have never dulled. From the sky Irina came to them, holding Balance. Minister, Lord Melvinser. She placed Balance down, bowed her head, and stepped back. As he approached, the two bowed respectfully. Nowruz glanced at him and signaled, Your Majesty. He nodded slightly in agreement. Balance walked proudly past the two towards the castle gate. Before all the Beastkins living in the kingdom, he turned around to face them. Suddenly raising his fist high and sending a resolute gaze, he shouted to show His Majesty and declare to all his people. We won. Everyone cheered in victory. Eric watched them, greatly pleased that he had successfully changed the fate of this kingdom. For some reason, Balance suddenly approached Eric, stood before him and extended his hand. He wanted to express his sincerity. I want to thank you. However, unlike usual, under the starry night sky, he formed a new relationship with Eric, not as a king but as a friend. After the battle with the Nowruz tribe ended, peace returned to the kingdom. Everything went back to normal. Inside the castle, everyone gathered to watch Balance talk with Nowruz sitting on the throne. His eyes welled up with tears and his young voice trembled. Minister, forgive me for not trusting you. Nowruz looked at him with gentle eyes, choosing to forgive everything he had done. It's all right. First, I apologized to His Majesty for not informing him of what was happening. He knelt before him, took Balance's small hand and expressed his joy. Your Majesty has become a great king. Noruz looked at the kingdom's benefactors with satisfaction. Your Majesty has also made wonderful friends. Now your Majesty can do everything on your own without my help. He slowly let go of his hand. His voice suddenly lowered. I have been disloyal to your Majesty, so I resign from my position as Minister of Finance today. Balance hurriedly gripped his hand tightly. No, he sincerely begged him. Don't leave. I still need you, Minister. Noruz once dreamed of watching him grow up with his own eyes. Stay by my side for a long time and help me. Noruz was slightly moved and his words caught in his throat. He couldn't say what was in his heart. I also want to stay by your Majesty's side for a long time. He also once dreamed of regaining the glory of the Tiger King with him. To proudly watch Balance become king, and for him to always stay by his side and regain the glory of the Tiger King family. However, Norris's dream quickly faded before the cruel reality. But by then I will not exist in this world. He clearly knew that his time was running out. The power of darkness was consuming him. My body has already reached its limit. It's best to keep it a secret from His Majesty. The demonic wolf tattoo on the back of his neck was consuming his entire body, waiting for the day it would completely take him over. Suddenly a question that struck Norris's sore spot echoed. Why did you choose to ally with demons? He lacked the courage to face the truth and bowed his head to hide his fluster. Lord Melvinser, what are you talking about? Demons. Balance was even more worried about what was to come. The minister's body will soon be consumed by a demon. Eric approached him and exposed his lie. Is that why you said you couldn't stay by His Majesty's side for long? As soon as he faced him, Mephisto became wary of him. He's a demon. This made Eric incredulous. There are other demons besides me. The minister is a demon. Mephisto confirmed it to him. To be precise, seeing the purple demonic energy emanating from Norris's body, he knew. He was a demon with a ring around his heart. When he looked back at Eric, Eric could see the true demonic red eyes in him. Since the assimilation of that ring in his heart had progressed considerably, he would soon become a demon. Returning to reality, Noruz was flustered as Eric exposed everything he had deeply hidden. Eric wondered how he had come into contact with demons, how he had met them. Noruz could not meet Eric's gaze and turned away, revealing his true feelings. After the former Tiger King passed away, I could no longer see any hope for Andromorph. He clenched his fists in despair. I needed power. Power to save Andromorph at any cost, and as if by an invisible providence he found what he desired. That's when I accidentally discovered the demon tree. This was unbelievable. Mephisto exclaimed in surprise. What? The demon tree? Eric couldn't believe it could still exist. Isn't that the tree that creates demons? As far as I know, my family destroyed almost all of them. Noruz shook his head slightly, denying it. It seems your family didn't check it in the black snowfield. Only then did Eric realize. Then you ate the fruit of the demon tree. Eric's words were true. He recalled how terrible that time was. Yes, I ate all those fruits to gain power. When I reached the last fruit, my body felt like it was exploding with some strange force. After eating them all, I gained the dreadful power of a demon. The things inside my heart are eating away at my life and growing bigger and bigger. They have slowly permeated and grown in every cell of my body over the years. My mind will soon be devoured by them. And then I will transform into a true demon. Norris's eyes flashed red with every word. So I was going to leave this place and die. Because if that happened, the damned demon inside me would die too. Balance truly worried about him. Minister, how can you say such things? He had no choice but to bow his head and admit his fault. Your Majesty, that is the only feasible way. Seeing them doing so, Eric deliberately interjected. What if there's a way to cure the minister and I can assure you that I can give Noruz a new chance? What would you do then? He pleaded with him, as if the shackles in his heart had been broken. Eric, can you really do it? I will give you anything. Please cure him. He couldn't believe he could be cured and stood up abruptly, carefully reminding him. If you're going to do something useless, stop. If you mess things up, we'll be in even greater trouble. Eric glanced at him without rushing. Mephisto, are you sure? He replied calmly. Of course, if you can delicately control magic to sever all soul connections and expel the demonic energy within his body with an immense amount of mana. He looked at them and calculated quietly. If I have enough time, I can do it, but I don't think his body will be able to withstand it. To keep all risks within the plan, he turned and said, Then there's only one way. Eric proposed to his master first. Master, may I ask you for a favor? The old man smiled with satisfaction. Did I say you could ask me for anything? Is now the time? Pleased that Augustine had accepted, he immediately bowed and thanked him. Yes, it's a cure that only you, master, can perform. The old man willingly agreed to Eric's wishes. Good, tell me what I need to do. Noruz still couldn't believe it. He tried to save face for him. Is it really possible? This cure would be difficult for most mages, he quickly reassured him. You don't need to worry. Eric turned his gaze to the old man. Even my grandfather is no match for my master now. Noruz looked at Augustine walking in a shining aura with awe. The old man knew he was calculating something and quietly sighed, accepting the situation. He consulted the old man in advance. If master can sever the connection between the soul and his heart, I will handle the rest. Augustine warned, I know what you're trying to do, but be careful. Eric was unwavering in his decision, and without wasting time the old man immediately cast a spell. Good, let's begin. Beams of light enveloped Noruz, leaving him bewildered. Is this White Knight? He looked at the energy flow suspiciously. Is this really the power of one person? Suddenly, something startled Noruz. Augustine suddenly transformed into a giant and reached out to grab him. The old man tightly held him in his hand like a toy and decisively extracted the demon's soul from Norris's body. The demon raged fiercely, scolding the old man. I was about to possess his body. Who dares interfere? The demon annoyed Eric. Good heavens, this demon talks a lot. He immediately grabbed the demon's neck and cast an absorption spell. The entire demon's soul was absorbed into the tattoo on his hand. Eric smiled with satisfaction. With this I can recharge my demonic mana, and Andromorph will owe me a favor. He returned to spirit form and waited excitedly. It's been a long time since I've eaten such delicious demonic mana. He glanced at him and reminded him mockingly, enjoy your meal but leave the seal behind. As soon as he finished speaking, he swallowed the demon's soul whole. Thank you for the meal. The tattoo on his hand also slowly changed. The seal of the wild finally evolved from ferocious to savage. Suddenly, something strange happened. The scenery around Eric suddenly turned red. As his eyes opened, a shadow suddenly appeared. What happened? At this moment he could clearly see. Standing on the corpses of those demons was Mephisto. Mephisto trampled on them and declared fiercely to the demons below, all mysteries and absurdities begin with me. He frowned and introduced himself. I am Mephisto of original sin. Thanks to the absorbed soul, Eric didn't know he could enter another person's mind. Are we in Mephisto's memory right now? He had many questions in his mind. I just absorbed demonic mana as usual. Why did this happen? Mephisto stood alone on a high place. Other demons continued to roar in defiance at him. He suddenly floated lightly and flew through the air, and a wave of dark power sent Mephisto flying through the air with his sword. He quietly scoffed at the demons below. Arrogant and foolish beings. And then he pointed the tip of his sword straight down. The power of the sword created a pillar of light that pierced straight into the ground. With just one attack he could wipe out all the demons. Mephisto, eyes flashing with anger, gripped his sword tightly and swung it at the remaining demons. He angrily annihilated them one by one. Do you think you can kill me with just that? Eric watched him move skillfully, slaughtering them one by one. He had long forgotten Mephisto's identity. I always thought of him as a familiar I used, so I forgot. But this is the true power of Mephisto. He killed them one by one in the name of the greatest and noblest demon king. He fumbled and clasped his hand to his chest. For some reason, I could feel Mephisto's emotions. He wore a mad smile, and it sent shivers down one's spine just hearing it. Looking at Mephisto, he felt something was wrong. It was as if this situation was not what he wanted. He wore an evil smile, and he was merely acting that way. Because it was his destiny since birth. For Mephisto it was his reason for living. Punishing everything was his nature, as natural as breathing. Black energy swirled around his body, and that was the only reason he was known as the Demon King of original sin. He slowly spread his wings and returned to his true form. So this was Mephisto's true nature. Suddenly, a bizarre gaze pierced Eric. What are you looking at? He suddenly woke up from Mephisto's illusion. Oh, when he woke up, Noruz was lying on the floor. Eric found it difficult to breathe, and the old man worried. Eric, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? He quickly composed himself and raised a hand to reassure him. Eric, it's nothing. I'm fine. Seeing him collapsed on the ground, he sighed. It seems not much time has passed in reality. Suddenly, Eric felt a chill down his spine. Mephisto must have seen my memories just as I saw his. He recalled that everything had happened so normally back then. Why did this happen? The demon I just separated from the minister was absorbed into this magic seal. He raised his hand and looked at the seal, and then I was suddenly sucked into Mephisto's memory seal. He suddenly replied, what else could it be? Your soul is now connected to mine. Eric was startled to hear him read his every thought. You can hear my thoughts, even though I didn't say them aloud. Mephisto also sighed helplessly. I was shocked by that too. It's unbelievable that a connection can form between me and a human, even in spirit form. He asked him worriedly. Do you know what happened? He scoffed angrily, showing his displeasure. Don't you know I'm not omniscient? The seal you absorbed. Mephisto alluded to the tattoo on his hand. I can only guess it's because that seal is of a lower rank than mine. The demon monster's soul reappeared before him. A lower ranked seal than yours? No wonder it looked like a wolf. But why don't you know where it came from? He was angry at Eric. Didn't I tell you I was born at the pinnacle of the demon race? Why should I care about the rank of a lower race? He playfully waved both hands at Eric. Are you sure it's not because no one wants to play with you? He laughed brightly and cheerfully. Then what did you see in my memory? Did you see anything embarrassing? But what he got in return was an evasive, sidelong glance. After successfully separating the demon's soul from his body, Noruz lay in bed for several days. As soon as he woke up, he clasped his hands tightly. His face brightened and he sincerely thanked him. Thank you, truly thank you. Eric looked at him with gentle eyes. Please focus on your recovery and get well soon. Noruz was very happy to owe him his life. Understood, I will rest more and watch His Majesty grow. He smiled gently at him. Seeing the two people standing by the bedside, he thought to himself, now it's time for me to receive my reward. Mephisto, who was behind him, scolded him. I thought you were acting so kindly, but you're so greedy for money, Eric replied calmly. Surprised? I've always been like this, he shouted in a rage. And please stop eavesdropping on other people's thoughts like that, pervert. He quickly flinched and retorted, do you think I wanted to listen? Suddenly, Balance presented him with a box. He returned it to Eric as promised. This is the treasure map of the former Tiger King, and the research results on divine possession. He picked up the small box in his hand with curiosity. Is this from the former Tiger King? Upon opening it, he was startled by what was inside. He calmly instructed him, please look at what's under the cloth. Eric didn't understand and followed the instruction. Upon lifting the cloth, he was horrified by what lay beneath. Wait, isn't this a rare herb from the eastern continent? Your Majesty, why are you giving me such a precious thing? Balance quietly recounted a past story. One detail is mentioned in the legends of the Beastkin tribe. The kingdom's ancient legend was passed on to Eric. He said confidently, I believe you are the hero king mentioned in the legend. He suddenly remembered something and muttered, winter passes. What Otto said and the phrase winter passes were the same. Only then did he connect all the events and realize then what was mentioned in that prophecy wasn't a coincidence. I apologize for coming so late. So his grandfather went there because it was part of the family's plan? Balance returned it to him. Therefore you are worthy of receiving the royal family's fresh herb. Eric also willingly accepted. Good, thank you, your Majesty. At dawn he set off with everyone. Now I will guide everyone to the Temple of Flowers. Elsewhere, in a cold, dark place, Hugo shivered, prostrate on the ground. His voice broke with fear. I am sorry, your Majesty, Blood Wolf King, I will not fail next time. Suddenly he detected an unusual movement, and the Blood Wolf King decisively dealt with Hugo. Because you failed. He slammed his hand on the table with a painful sound and then decapitated him in one swift blow. I will regain my tail. The Blood Wolf King gnashed his teeth in rage. The Melvins are family again. He asked his subordinates for their whereabouts. Where did they go? He respectfully reported to him. The Temple of Flowers. The Blood Wolf King thought, the Temple of Flowers is the path my successor took. He decided to issue an edict to burn them to death. Sitting on the throne, he resolutely declared that they and the temple should be burned to death. By the time Eric's carriage arrived at the black snowfield, it was already dusk. They gathered in the palace room and chatted noisily. Balance was playing happily with the white tiger. Reach out your hand. But the white tiger ignored him, completely disheartening him. How dare you disobey the Tiger King's command? It was very amusing to see these two little ones chasing each other and having fun. Before long he became distracted and searched for Eric everywhere. When he saw him and the others, he wondered what they had been talking about. He put his hand on his sword as if to draw it and smiled slightly. Then he extended his hand to him and suggested, do you intend to learn swordsmanship in the future? Eric calmly accepted the invitation. Swordsmanship, he wanted to recruit him. You can learn any martial art very quickly. You can even improve upon it. It's no exaggeration, you are a rare genius. He didn't make a hasty decision, resting his chin on his hand and thinking for a moment. He offered Eric a condition. I think you will need swordsmanship. When you fight against people with physical enhancement abilities, I can teach you a few things. Augustine quickly intervened between the two. Don't be so hasty. The old man approached him aggressively. He was surprised and wary, gripping his sword. What's wrong? Juniti stood before them and warned. You two better stay still. They looked at each other in confusion, seeing the worms crawling on their necks. He threatened, seeing the worms glowing. With just one wrong move, he scoffed and glanced at them. Your head will explode. The two combined and created chaos across the entire sky. Should we do that? The blizzard outside was very strong, perfect for burying someone. Hazer hugged him and reassured him. He quickly diffused the situation. Please calm down, there's a child here too. The two who had been so aggressive just a moment ago were now a little calmer. As the worm flew away, Jack sighed in relief and touched his neck. He sincerely said to Augustine, I'm not trying to steal your disciple. He wanted to maximize Eric's talent. He fights in a very different style from ordinary mages, so I think he could become even stronger if he learned a few more martial arts. The old man replied coldly. Don't listen to him. But the old man's eyes glowed red, exposing Hugo. Did you think I wouldn't know your tricks? He didn't want to lose to Augustine. I've heard that old people sometimes tend to worry too much. Are you worried I'll steal your disciple? The carriage was moving leisurely along the road in the darkness. Suddenly, the old man bust out of the door and overturned the carriage to one side. The old man fought Herman in midair. Augustine reached out his hand and cast a spell. You damned fellow, I'll show you what manners are. Seeing him unleash such a powerful magic attack, Herman also drew his sword. Too pathetic, his eyes gleamed blue. He's truly a conservative old man. The light illuminated the entire sky. He quickly rushed towards the old man. Below them, Juniti was fighting on the white tiger. He provoked Herman's subordinates. The Yulong Legion, perhaps I should teach you a lesson too. They rushed forward without hesitation. You know monster hunting is our profession too. They were all in a mess from the fight and the whole ground was covered in dust. Mephisto watched them fight, unable to understand. I don't understand why they're fighting each other. Eric, full of self-admiration, struck a pose with his hand raised. Of course my talent is so great that sometimes being too good is tiring. He immediately exposed him. You're eavesdropping on their conversation right now, aren't you? He honestly admitted. It would be a bit rude to directly read other people's minds, wouldn't it? Eric is my disciple. Don't you dare try to steal him from my hands, Mephisto sighed and asked Eric. Are you going to let them fight like that? Those two stubborn old men's words are getting more and more venomous. Herman's voice echoed. You're nearly at death's door yourself. Why be so greedy and selfish? Eric used suppression magic to calm them. Everyone calm down, he declared firmly. I will learn swordsmanship. Back in the palace, they confronted Eric. Augustine regretted his departure. Why, we still have so much to teach you, Juniti agreed. Exactly, I still have even more powerful techniques than spiritual sight. Eric looked down, lost in thought. It's because I want to become stronger. Eric revealed his true feelings. I realize that no matter how much I train my body, I can't get stronger without a foundation in martial arts. Demons are very powerful. If I learn swordsmanship, won't my chances of winning against them increase? He reassured the two. I will not neglect my magic training just because I'm learning swordsmanship. Swordsmanship will only be a supplementary tool for my magic. Herman also looked at them and said helplessly, I never said I would lead this child into the world of swordsmanship and make him neglect magic. I just want him to become stronger. Eric raised his hand and promised, if the two of you don't agree, I won't learn swordsmanship. I am your disciple after all. Juniti and Augustine looked at each other and nodded. They couldn't stop him, and there was no reason to refuse this offer. Anyway, before you're our disciple, you're the head of the Melvinser family. After fighting them, I found their swordsmanship wasn't so bad either. Eric said, deeply grateful to them. Thank you, both of you. The old man looked at Herman, who was standing in the distance watching them. The old man urged him, take good care of him. Herman agreed with a friendly smile. I'll pour all my passion into it. But in his heart he sneered, old man, I won. Augustine's veins bulged in anger. I'll let you win just this once. It was. Eric frowned, deep in thought. This is a golden opportunity to have the Blue Lion, one of the continent's most powerful swordsmen, as my master. He suddenly flashed a dangerous smile. I must make good use of this opportunity. After the training he collapsed, completely exhausted. All the food that day was opened for Eric. I feel like I've died and come back to life, Herman with his sword on his shoulder taunted. I didn't realize your stamina was so weak. Eric wiped his mouth and retorted. Where is there an ordinary person who can swing a sword 10,000 times a day without using mana? Herman laughed excitedly. All the children in our family have to do that as soon as they start walking. Mephisto, hearing this, bowed his head and said, Eric, I've decided. He spread his arms, speaking of the distant future. The day I appear on this land and unify it, I will treat the Blue Lion Corps kindly. I will seat them to the right of my throne. Suddenly, Eric, as if playing a trick, jumped down, shattering that futile thought. He watched with satisfaction as Mephisto became a spectacle, and Mephisto screamed, Stop doing this, you damn bastard! Suddenly, the carriage braked sharply. The butler opened the carriage door and announced, Young Master Eric, we've arrived. Eric slowly stepped out of the carriage. Finally, we've reached the Temple of Flowers. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he noticed a problem. Eric was startled by the sight before his eyes and asked himself, What? Before me lay ruined remnants. Is this the Temple of Flowers? Eric was surprised by the sight before him. He stood dumbfounded. A ruined temple appeared before his eyes, its architecture so collapsed that its original form was unrecognizable. Is that the Temple of Flowers? Balance looked at Eric, laughed, and replied, It's temporarily sealed due to general winter. I told them we were coming, so the door will open soon. Mephisto appeared beside Eric and said with an interested smile, Speaking of the Temple of Flowers, could it be the place I'm thinking of? It's still here. Eric caught his point and asked, What do you mean? Mephisto looked at the ruined temple before him and replied, A place born for the apocalypse, a kind of archway. He curled his lips into a sneer and said, Humans, dragons, and giants all feared the army of the great arch-god. They planned to start anew here after the world was destroyed. Saying this, Mephisto shrugged and said, Of course, the Melvinser family stopped that army. Eric listened to his words, looking down as if deep in thought. He held the necklace around his neck and thought to himself, Dragons, giants, and arch-gods. Eric recalled the sight he had witnessed in the dragon's lair, and a question arose in his mind. What connection does the apocalypse Mephisto speaks of have with what I saw? Just then, the ground where Eric stood suddenly began to shake. The ground and stones beneath his feet shook violently. Eric had a question mark in his mind, still not understanding what was happening. Balance suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed, Eric, look at that! The door, which had seemed about to collapse, suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Balance pointed at the door, overjoyed. The door has opened. Eric and Mephisto looked towards the door simultaneously. Mephisto bared his teeth and laughed excitedly. There will definitely be a very familiar face inside. Before he could think further, the door shone with an increasingly dazzling light, directly illuminating where Eric's group stood. Suddenly, someone walked out from inside the door. That person walked directly towards Eric's group. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and with her eyes closed introduced herself. I am Hyoka, the guardian who manages the Temple of Flowers. You can call me Guardian. After speaking, Hyoka extended her hand and invited Eric's group inside the temple. It's cold and windy outside. Everyone please come in. Eric and Balance met each other's eyes and nodded simultaneously. Eric took the lead and stepped forward. Eric's group walked straight towards the light-emitting door. As soon as they passed through the door, they were transported to a completely different place. There an endless field of flowers and a warm landscape bathed in soft sunlight unfolded. In this fragrant place, a magnificent temple appeared. Hyoka introduced herself first. When winter comes, the Temple of Flowers goes into slumber. She stood before Eric's group, clasped her hands in front of her chest and continued. Normally we don't receive visitors during this season, but due to the Tiger King's earnest request and because you have always helped us, you are an exception, Hyoka urged. Everyone please follow my instructions. The god is in slumber, so please be careful with your actions. Just then, someone suddenly spoke. Humans? Eric turned around upon hearing that clear voice. His gaze landed on a mischievous fairy fluttering in the air, flapping her wings. She smiled friendly and continued. So many people. It's been 40 years since I've seen them. It's really exciting. Eric was surprised. Fairy folk? Before he could think further, Hyoka introduced. This is Diaphora, the god of daffodils. Eric was even more surprised. Not just a fairy, but a god? Diaphora flew to Hazer, smiled and praised. The young lady is too pretty. Hazer blushed, covered her cheeks and replied with a laugh. Oh, thank you, you're very pretty too. Diaphora flew back towards Augustine. Her expression immediately changed. Monster, monster, you look old and miserable, Augustine said without any decorum. You've lived for 1,000 years and you're calling me old? As soon as he finished speaking, he laughed. The next moment, Diaphora flew to where Isabel stood, flapping her wings and laughing happily. You must work hard on your unrequited love. She's so pretty. And the most fragrant. Isabel blushed and seemed to be steaming from her head, embarrassed that her thoughts had been exposed. She replied with difficulty, Thank you. Diaphora now comfortably flew to Eric. Eric glanced at her, thinking discontentedly to himself, she's a god, but she's noisy. Suddenly, Diaphora covered her nose, showing disgust on her face, and screamed. She froze, trembling, pointed in one direction, and loudly exclaimed, Scary, there's too much dark energy. At the same time, Mephisto spoke. Who is it? Seeing Diaphora's trembling hand pointing at him, Mephisto crossed his arms and sneered, Seeing something so ugly, is it a pumpkin flower? No, or is it Jasmine? Eric was surprised and thought to himself, Is she seeing Mephisto? Diaphora, angry, glared fiercely at Mephisto and shouted, I am the god of daffodils. I'm not ugly. That young lady said I was pretty too. Mephisto shook his head, showing disdain. Do you really think people were genuinely complimenting you? Are you really a god? Seeing Diaphora and Mephisto arguing fiercely before his eyes, Eric couldn't help but think, I can't believe she can see Mephisto. Just then, Herman spoke. What is the god of daffodils doing? His face was clearly perplexed. Augustine asked blankly, Is there something there? Seeing their reactions, Eric worried Mephisto might be exposed. Before he could find an excuse, Hyoka suddenly said casually, It's Diaphora. She's just playing alone. Augustine was dumbfounded. Oh my, how pitiful, Herman said empathetically. I understand why she's lonely. Eric escaped the crisis and quietly let out a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Diaphora suddenly screamed excitedly at Hyoka. I'm not lonely, you ugly guardian. Hyoka pretended not to hear and looked calmly at Eric. Why have you come to our temple? Eric finally remembered. He put his hand in his coat pocket, searching for something. The next moment he pulled it out and showed it to Hyoka. I have come to give this to the god of tea. After a moment, Hyoka took the lead and Eric followed. The two entered the temple together. Eric observed the temple as he walked. He quietly said to Mephisto, The temple must have suffered a lot of damage because of General Winter. I thought this place was like heaven from fairy tales. Just then, Mephisto spoke. This place was originally built as an archway to counter the archgod's attack. I can't believe it ended up like this because of General Winter. Eric was slightly surprised and asked, Why has General Winter become so stubborn lately? Mephisto looked straight ahead and said with a serious expression, As that beast human said, perhaps his personality has changed, or it might be related to some plan of your family's. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly glanced at Eric, and his face strangely darkened. Don't you think everything is too coincidental? Mephisto voiced his suspicion. Everything seems prepared, as if waiting for your appearance in the north. Hearing this, Eric was startled. He suddenly felt everything becoming clear. He thought of his ancestors and himself, and a suspicion arose. Could this be part of the plan my ancestors mentioned? Before he could think further, Hyoka opened the door before them and said, We've arrived. Inside the room, gods representing various flowers sat in a circle. They heard the sound and turned to look towards the door where Eric's group stood. Aurelia suddenly asked from inside the room, Who is it? Bione sat beside her, curious. Why have you come here? Lavender frowned. What do you want with the god of tea? Pons rested his chin on his hand and looked at Eric. Why do you want to give her the ice crystal orb? Eric looked at the gods here and thought to himself, the god of tea hasn't arrived yet. He placed his hand on his chest, bowed respectfully and introduced himself. I am Eric Melvinzer. Aurelia suddenly flew to him excitedly. Melvinzer, blonde hair, blue eyes. Bione looked at him and said cheerfully, We've been friends for 40 years. Eric was surprised and asked, Did my grandfather come here? Bione clapped her hands, laughed, her eyes curving like crescent moons, and replied, Yes, he visited here. Aurelia added from the side, New Eden is our friend. Lavender, with a less friendly attitude, crossed her arms and asked him, Then why have you come here? Eric took out the ice crystal orb, showed it to them, and replied, I have come to give this ice crystal orb to her according to my grandfather's will. Where is the god of tea? Hearing this, the gods representing various flowers suddenly fell silent, and sad expressions appeared on their faces. Eric and the gods headed to a place where countless ancient coffins were laid out. Eric's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he stared intently at one spot. The coffin had the name of the god of tea engraved on it. The other god said with expressions full of sorrow and depression, She has withered. Eric remained silent and asked again, Because of general winter, several gods each spoke a word. Winter was too long and spring never came. Everyone withered, all the winter flowers went into slumber, and we too don't have much time left. Eric suddenly sat down and placed his hand on the god of tea's coffin. His hand suddenly trembled. He thought to himself, if I can't give the ice crystal orb to the god of tea, this visit will be in vain. Eric gritted his teeth and frowned. Then I won't be able to rebuild my family either. Mephisto, flying around on one side, suddenly spoke. I didn't know these gods withered because of winter, he then added pitifully. How pathetic. Aurelia excitedly pointed at him and shouted, Demon King, shut up. Lavender steamed with anger. We only let you in here because of our friend. We didn't want to meet you. Mephisto immediately bristled and growled. How dare you speak to me like that? Diaphora casually delivered a blow. You're just a thing of the past now. Aurelia glared coldly at him and shouted, Are you angry? Lavender casually delivered another blow. It's no use being angry. Just then, Eric suddenly realized everything. Wait, they only withered, they didn't die. Thinking that, he opened the coffin lid. Inside, a single seed was neatly placed. Eric was surprised and thought, there really was this seed. He placed the ice crystal orb beside the seed. It will probably work. Eric raised his hand and gathered mana in his palm. He stared intently at the seed and murmured, Be born. The next moment, the mana in the ice crystal orb suddenly moved to the seed inside the coffin. The mana in the ice crystal orb purified the black energy inside the seed. A dazzling light suddenly spread, surprising everyone. The motionless seed suddenly began to crack. A tea flower sprouted from the seed and it grew rapidly. A red light suddenly erupted violently. Eric was startled and collapsed to the ground, and the other gods all quickly stepped back amidst everyone's surprised eyes. The red light slowly transformed into a person, her voluminous and splendid skirt gently swaying. She spoke, You've come. Her wings moved slightly. As promised, she appeared before everyone like a beautiful flower in the midwinter snow. She calmly continued, Melvinzer. Eric looked at the god of tea and introduced himself. I am Eric Melvinzer, Eden Melvinzer's grandson. May I ask what promise there was between my grandfather and me? The god of tea twitched her lips and the other gods shouted excitedly, Celia! They happily flew to the god of tea, Celia, and each said a word. Celia, long time no see. I missed you. Did you sleep well? Celia trembled at their barrage of questions. Hey, listen up. She crossed her arms, frowned irritably, and shouted loudly. Everyone be quiet. We're having an important conversation, so please be quiet. Why is everyone so noisy all day? The gods, scolded by Celia, all drooped and looked sad. Eric was slightly surprised and thought, Goddess Celia is a bit different from what I heard. She's much more mature. Mephisto looked at Celia and sneered, Where did your arrogant attitude go? She raised an eyebrow and said with an arrogant attitude, Even after so much time, your ugly face remains the same. The only thing truly worth seeing was the true original sin, but now even that has become a ghost, hasn't it? Mephisto growled in anger at her words. I am king, Comelia scoffed, showing no courtesy whatsoever. My ass is king, she sighed dismissively. You don't even have a throne who would acknowledge you as king. As soon as she finished speaking, Comelia no longer paid any attention to the furious Mephisto but looked at Eric, smiling warmly, and said, You said your name was Eric, didn't you? What a wonderful name. Eric bowed politely in response. Thank you, Comelia asked with a hint of curiosity. How did you awaken me? Eric replied with a smile. I sensed a demonic aura hidden within the cold that lay dormant in the seed. He recalled what had just happened and explained again. So I thought that if I absorbed that cold through the seal and the eternal ice crystal orb, I could awaken your majesty. As you can see, I succeeded. Celia watched Eric for a moment, then praised him. You seem as clever as you are handsome. Eric humbly bowed his head in response. Thank you. Celia suddenly asked, Have you ever thought about marrying me? Eric froze in place at her words. He stood there dumbfounded. Mephisto crossed his arms and sighed contemptuously. Here we go again. You're still flirting with any handsome man you see. Comelia shot him a sharp glare. Your vulgar habit of always meddling in other people's affairs hasn't changed. I have nothing to say to that ugly demon king, so get out of my way. As soon as she finished speaking, Celia looked at Eric, smiled kindly, and asked, What do you think? It would be an honor you'd never receive again. Eric broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, Normally I would have replied with something like, What nonsense are you talking about? But I can't do that to my family's god in this situation. Once his thoughts were collected, Eric politely clasped his hands and seriously declined. Thank you for the offer, but as the representative of a family that needs rebuilding, I cannot marry so rashly. I apologize, but I have too much to do right now, Comelia said regretfully. Oh, what a shame, it's been a long time since I felt such excitement. She suddenly turned her back to Eric and said, I think we've talked enough. You want to know about the promise between Eden Melvinzer and me, don't you? Eric replied honestly. Yes, Comelia bowed her head. He said that one day his grandson would come here. She repeated his words as if Eden's shadow stood before her. He will lift the winter that plunged this place into darkness and bring spring. Eric was startled by Comelia's words. He clutched the necklace around his neck, thinking to himself, Grandfather, how did you know? Comelia suddenly turned and looked at Eric. Eric Melvinzer, grandson of Eden Melvinzer, can you lift this long winter and bring us the spring we yearn for? Eric bowed his head and picked up the ice crystal orb from the coffin. I don't know if I can lift the winter. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly continued, "But my grandfather told me to give this to your majesty." Mephisto looked around as if searching for something. Eric didn't pay attention to his strange behavior. He looked at Celia with sincere eyes, then showed her the ice crystal orb and continued, "I came here to erase the winter." Celia lowered her eyes, a deep sadness evident on her face. The ice crystal orb, so it was indeed that annoying human's words. She looked down at Eric, who stood below her, and said, "Nevertheless, this is what connected everything." Camellia suddenly slowly raised her hand. "From now on you shall go to this place." Red camellia petals suddenly fluttered. Celia picked up the camellia petals in her hand. Eric felt mana flowing around him. He was surprised. The necklace around his neck suddenly glowed. He heard Celia tell him to learn how to lift the winter. He didn't know how much time had passed. Above a beautiful flower garden, Eric looked up at the blue sky and thought, "It's been a long time since I felt like this." Eric suddenly stood up. He mumbled with a slightly uncertain voice, "Is this the Temple of Flowers?" Before his eyes was a blooming flower garden stretching to the horizon, exactly as he had imagined. He was bewildered. "Where is the temple?" Suddenly the wind blew, scattering leaves. Eric blocked the wind with his hand, and his gaze suddenly fixed on something, making him turn his head. Eric was surprised to see the blooming flower garden suddenly split into two parts. On one side a beautiful flower garden still stretched, but the other side had turned into a cold snowfield. Several large trees, unable to withstand the cold, had become bare branches without a single leaf. Eric stood there dumbfounded. What happened here? Someone suddenly spoke behind him. "This is the black snowfield." Eric was startled and turned around. The person had their back to him and said, "This is the place to test your skills for the second trial." Eric's eyes widened and something seemed to click. Could it be? The person turned their head. It was Otto. He smiled and said, "Yes, long time no see." Eric happily ran forward to Otto. "Yes." Otto looked him up and down. "You've grown a lot since I last saw you." He admired the seal pattern on his arm. "It seems the seal and ferocity have found their rightful place." Eric was still very surprised. He asked, "Why are you here?" Otto's eyes curved as he laughed. "After you resolve the winter, I'll follow you around and torment you." Eric covered his head in fear, and the terrible memory resurfaced. Otto immediately burst out laughing at his reaction. "Ha ha!" He suddenly looked in one direction and said with a serious expression, "All right, we don't have much time, so I'll explain right away. Look over there." Otto turned his back to Eric and explained, "This place was once a land of life full of blessings. But when that appeared, death covered this land." Eric frowned and mumbled, "General Winter." In the distance, a massive whirlwind like a waterspout pulled everything towards the sky. Otto replied, recalling the one behind all this, "That's right, it's what the demon god left behind after passing through this land. A remnant of the past and a curse." He glanced at Eric. "So my successor," Otto seriously emphasized, "from now on I will teach you how to swallow General Winter." Eric was dumbfounded and surprised. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, slightly disbelieving, "I'm supposed to swallow this massive disaster." Looking at the giant whirlwind before his eyes, Eric felt doubtful. "Can I do it? But if I can swallow it, I'll gain immense power." Thinking that, Eric couldn't help but smile. "I'll become much stronger than I am now." In the distance, Otto was still watching, waiting for his answer. Eric raised his hand, looking at the seal pattern on his hand, and asked, "I just need to use General Winter and the ferocity seal as before, right?" Otto replied nonchalantly, "That's right." Eric shifted his shoulders, thinking to himself, "This is the second time, so the opponent will definitely be much stronger than the Snow Mountain King." Eric stood straight, his gaze firm. "I'm ready. Do I have to fight like I did with the Snow Mountain King?" Otto suddenly handed him a seed. "Take this." Looking at the seed in his palm, Eric was surprised and thought, "It's Celia's seed." He asked with a slightly puzzled expression, "What should I do with this?" Otto smiled and replied, "Grow it into a tree within 100 days. When it blossoms, the trial is over." Eric looked at Otto, and he didn't seem to be joking. He stood there dumbfounded, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Huh?" He was a little flustered. "I have to plant a tree." Otto adjusted his glasses, looked at Eric, and asked, "Why are you making it so difficult?" Eric stared at the seed and honestly said, "First, planting a seed in this desolate land is the problem. But I don't know what this has to do with dealing with the winter disaster." Otto smiled mysteriously and said, "Well, you'll know yourself when the time comes." Eric had nothing to say. More of those meaningless words. He glanced at Otto. He still wondered if he could threaten him into explaining more clearly. "What am I supposed to do with this meager information?" Just then, Otto suddenly said, "Don't worry." He suddenly snapped his fingers. Immediately, a magic circle formed in the air. Otto looked at Eric and said, "I will assign you a perfect guide." Eric was astonished by the magnificent sight before him. The dazzling light emanating from the magic circle prevented Eric from seeing properly. He instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand, and just then, someone suddenly said, "Can you just not bother me now?" Eric opened his eyes and looked at the person who had just spoken. His pupils were filled with surprise. The guide Otto had summoned with the magic circle was none other than Celia. Camellia continued unhappily, "I've told you many times not to wake me up." Seeing the familiar figure, Eric couldn't help but exclaim, "Goddess Celia." Camellia finally turned her gaze to him, and a large question mark appeared in her mind the next moment. She suddenly changed her expression, then looked at Eric with interest and said, "Oh, how do you know me, handsome little one?" Eric frowned in surprise, thinking to himself, her appearance is clearly goddess Celia, but the presence she exudes is completely different. Eric felt as if a giant camellia tree had appeared before him. She wasn't tall, but she gave the impression of a colossal tree. Camellia stood tall like a mountain, and the giant camellia tree behind her added to her majesty. It was a tree large enough to easily cover the entire sky. Eric suddenly realized, then this person is a true god. Otto extended his hand to Eric and smiled. "Allow me to introduce him. This child is my descendant." Camellia swept her long hair back and admired him. "It's a shame you're a Melvinser, but since you're handsome, I'll let it slide." As soon as she finished speaking, she winked at Eric, then asked the familiar question, "Have you ever thought about marrying me?" Eric was speechless, but her personality is the same. Seeing Eric's reaction, Celia suddenly erupted in anger. "Oh, Eric Melvinser, you once refused my proposal, didn't you?" Eric broke out in a cold sweat and laughed. "Is she connected to the Celia goddess outside?" Camellia suddenly changed her expression, then flew around Eric, smiling, and said, Never mind, growing a camellia tree is very difficult. Are you sure you can do it?" Eric looked at her and replied, "I'll do my best." Camellia crossed her arms and looked down at him with an arrogant posture. "I'll just be by your side and give you advice. Planting the tree is entirely up to you." Eric looked at the seed in his hand and replied with a smile, "Then that's fine." Otto approached Eric holding something in his hand. "My descendant." Eric looked up at him. Otto handed Eric what was in his hand and explained, "This is a communication device that will let you know the actual status of the seed." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly created a magic circle. He looked at Eric with eyes full of trust. "You will gradually discover other uses for it." The next moment, Otto manipulated the magic circle and flew forward. "All right, I wish you success." After Otto disappeared, Celia guided Eric. She said, "This place, also known as the Curse of the Demon God or the Iceland, has existed for 400 years. You must find and use the ingredients and items I tell you." Eric silently looked around, wondering if the environment in this era was better than the black and white world outside. He suddenly looked up at Celia and asked, "What's the first thing I need to do?" Camellia replied, "Find a place to plant this seed, a suitable place here." Eric began to walk across the snowfield. He wondered if purifying this land would be faster than searching the snowfield. Camellia suddenly remembered something important. She reminded him, "Oh, this is a spiritual realm, so the environment here is exactly the same as the black and white world outside." Eric suddenly heard a loud noise, frowned in surprise, and turned around. A giant monster suddenly charged at him from the sky. Eric reacted quickly and jumped aside to avoid it. Camellia then casually continued, "And you also have to be wary of monsters." As soon as she finished speaking, a swarm of winged monsters suddenly flew from somewhere. A blue light flashed. The swarm of flying monsters suddenly froze. The very next moment, the blocks of ice suddenly shattered and scattered on the ground. Eric stood there, maintaining the posture he had just taken. The monsters that had just died turned into fierce afterimages, baring their teeth and glaring with wide eyes. Eric absorbed them into the seal pattern on his arm. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "I didn't expect there to be a monster feast here." Camellia put her chin in her hand behind him, smiling, and praised him. "You have talent, indeed like a Melvinser." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly spread her hand. "Do you think you can find that land in this vast snowfield?" Eric frowned and thought seriously. If it was an open terrain with small trees, there would be a water source nearby, and it would be a place that could be easily defended from monsters. Connecting all these points, Eric suddenly had a thought. He turned his head, looked at Celia and asked, "Camellia, if we're in the past 400 years, would Andromorph be nearby?" Celia also seemed to understand. "Are you thinking of Andromorph? By this time, the city would probably have finished construction." She flew behind Eric and said, "This terrain is very different from what you know. How do you plan to find it?" Eric smiled confidently. "It won't be that difficult." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately threw himself and disappeared from that spot. Eric flew high using flight magic and looked down at the terrain below. He could see a fiercely flowing river. Generally, canyons or high hills don't change much for 400 years. Eric took the lead and guided the way. Camellia followed closely behind him. Eric said, "If I use such places as reference points, I can roughly estimate the location." He didn't know how much time had passed. Eric finally arrived at a desolate place where strange creatures lived. "Here it is, I found it," Camellia praised and laughed. "You paid attention to and remembered the terrain around Andromorph. A wise choice, indeed like a Melvinser." Eric raised his hand and mana concentrated around his arm. He laughed excitedly. "All right, now it's time to cut." Celia narrowed her eyes at the immense amount of mana gathered in Eric's arm. A dazzling blue light spread. After a moment, Eric asked, "Is this enough to plant the tree?" Camellia broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the sight before her, and replied, "I don't think enough would be the right word." In a short time, Eric created a giant ice wall that covered all this land. Celia continued the rest of her words. "The quality of the soil is good and most monsters won't come near here." She looked at Eric flying before her and thought to herself, "I knew he was a Melvinser." Eric suddenly flew to the center, knelt and placed his hand on the ground, then, using terms, he remade this place. Comelia thought to herself, but for a human to use terms so perfectly. She cupped her cheeks and looked at him with captivated eyes. What should I do with this child? After leveling the ground, Eric stood up. The plate Otto had given him suddenly glowed yellow inside his pocket. He exclaimed in surprise. Celia! Celia flew towards Eric. He fumbled in his pocket for the stone tablet, then chuckled and said, "Judging by the tablet's reaction, I think I've succeeded." Eric held the tablet dumbfounded. The tablet read in large letters. Mission failed, return to day 0. Eric was bewildered, filled with question marks. Before he could think further, the wheel of time restarted. Eric was back at the beginning, and he sighed in frustration. Starting over again, Comelia glared at him and said irritably, "This must be that perverted old man Otto's doing, right?" Eric rested his chin on one hand and replied unpleasantly, "Throughout the first trial, every time I died I returned to the starting point. This time, when the mission failed, it started over again." Comelia looked around and speculated, "It seems you've forgotten something." Eric thought so too. He asked, "Why do you say that?" Comelia looked at the snow-covered mountains before them and replied, "This is the black snowfield and there are countless reasons why planting a tree here could fail." Eric remained silently. Comelia suddenly stretched out her hand, opening a door, and said, as if it were obvious, "Besides, I believe I've given you enough instructions. I'll take a nap while observing the outside world." Eric was startled. "Where are you going?" Comelia replied. "I'm going somewhere safe. Focus on your mission until I return." As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped through the door. Eric hastily reached out to stop her. "Please give me a few more hints before you go." Before he could finish, Celia vanished from his sight. Eric lay in the snow gazing at the night sky, thinking, "It seems I'll have to figure out the cause of failure myself." He jumped up, trying to recall what he had missed. Eric's expression was serious. He unleashed an immense amount of mana to scan the area. "No more time to waste, I need to focus more." Eric closed his eyes and a yellow mana slowly spread around him. He suddenly sensed something unusual. What's underground?" Eric frowned. Trying to see more clearly, it seemed there was something there. Just then, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. He gasped, his eyes wide. Eric struggled to maintain his balance. Damn it, a colossal worm suddenly burst out of the ground. Eric hastily leapt into the air, avoiding the sudden attack. A passage he had read in a book suddenly came to his mind. Deathworms. They are large enough to swallow most large monsters. One of the most powerful monsters, even 3 or 4 6-circle mages would find it extremely difficult to deal with it. The deathworm opened its massive mouth filled with grotesque sharp teeth. If one were to encounter it by chance, the word flee was clearly imprinted on the page of the book Eric had read. Monster Encyclopedia, monster type, deathworm information. At the same time, the deathworm suddenly let out a thunderous roar, and Eric was startled to see it open its mouth wide, ready to swallow him whole. A deathworm, a monster that requires at least 3 6-circle mages to defeat. Can I really kill it? Eric quickly cast a spell, creating numerous ice arrows. His face hardened. It seems I won't be able to complete this mission. Eric created numerous ice weapons and controlled them to attack the deathworm charging at him. If I recall correctly, to kill it I first need to penetrate its tough scales. Numerous ice weapons rained down on the deathworm's body from above, but they didn't leave a single scratch on its body. Eric couldn't help but think its scales are too hard at this sight. He frowned. If magic can't do anything. Eric suddenly performed a magnificent somersault in midair and charged at the deathworm. He made a quick decision. I'll have to use the body enhancement secret technique. Just then, the deathworm suddenly puckered its large mouth. Eric was startled, his pupils contracting. The next moment, the deathworm suddenly spat a sticky green liquid at Eric. Eric hastily stopped and jumped back. He gritted his teeth and quickly erected a magic shield. Is it spitting poison? The next moment, the magic shield was instantly corroded by the deathworm's venom. Eric thought in disbelief, "This venom is so powerful it can even penetrate my magic shield." He broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the large hole in the shield. If I had approached it so defenselessly, I would have definitely been swallowed by this venom. Just then, the deathworm suddenly turned its body and tried to burrow back into the ground. Eric immediately fired an ice blade, blocking its path, and shouted loudly, "You won't escape." As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored everything, dropped his shield, and charged forward. "If it escapes, I'll miss the time to carry out the mission." Eric's attack peeled off a layer of the deathworm's scales, and its body crashed heavily to the ground, tearing the earth into several pieces. The deathworm suddenly lay flat on the ground, motionless. As Eric tried to approach it, it suddenly opened its large mouth, attempting to swallow him whole. He finally understood its intention. It was trying to lure me in. Eric jumped down from above and stomped on the deathworm's head. "You're more cunning than other monsters," he chuckled, a slight tension in his smile. "It seems I'm in danger." As soon as he finished speaking, the deathworm immediately spewed an immense amount of venom, trapping Eric. It suddenly moved violently, shaking his body. The next moment, venom suddenly erupted from the deathworm's body, and Eric hastily turned to flee. "Damn it, this venom is really nasty." The poisonous mist quickly enveloped the surroundings, leaving Eric nowhere to escape, and Eric's body was swept away by the deathworm and fell downwards. Immediately after, it spewed venom at him from above. Seeing the large mouth lunging at him, Eric worried, "If I can't kill it quickly, I'll have to restart the mission from the beginning. I guess I'll have to take a risk. Eric frowned and his eyes gleamed with a cold light. He chanted inwardly, "Release all power." The immense amount of mana in his body began to be released outwards. Eric braced himself, thinking, I still remember the combat techniques I learned from the Blue Lion. He gathered all his strength into his fist and raised it upwards, concentrating all his power into one point. Eric used the White Tiger Lightning Strike secret technique, and his fist charged forward like a fierce tiger. I will maximize the power of the attack and kill it. Eric unleashed his full power and punched the colossal worm. The colossal worm's tough scales finally shattered and clattered to the ground. At the same time, Eric's magic shield was also corroded by its venom. Eric gritted his teeth and screamed, and his body lost its support and immediately fell to the ground. Eric's entire body was covered in scratches. He broke out in a cold sweat, staring blankly at the venom on his skin. If I hadn't used all my mana in that attack, I would have probably died from the venom. Eric lay flat on the ground, exhausted, not wanting to get up. He let out a sigh of relief. If I encounter another one now, I'll die. Eric held the stone tablet in his hand. I succeeded. The stone tablet read, required conditions met. First seal released. Eric was surprised. A seal? What seal? He raised the stone tablet high. The stone tablet emitted a dazzling white light. The light suddenly transformed into an energy current and flew towards the pattern on Eric's arm. He lowered his head and stared at it blankly. What is this? Eric jumped up and stared blankly at his arm. The pattern on his arm was still faintly glowing. He thought to himself, I've already obtained the fourth seal. Just like I did with the Snow Mountain King, I can use this seal to break the cold of the Iceland. No, Eric scratched his head, frowned, and mumbled. But how? I don't even know its real name. Recalling Mephisto's contemptuous expression, Eric's face turned pale, and he mumbled, if Mephisto knows about this. He hastily waved his hand, shaking off the shadow of Mephisto in his mind. No, if I just go with the flow, I'll figure it out soon enough. Once his thoughts were collected, Eric immediately stood up excitedly. He clenched his fist, feeling motivated, and said happily, now that I've finally cleared this place, it's time to plant the seed. At the same time, someone whispered to him, be careful. Eric suddenly felt a strong vibration and exclaimed in surprise, no way. A warning from a book he had read flashed in his mind. Deathworms usually live alone, but very rarely. They live in swarms over a large area. Before Eric appeared a swarm of deathworms, all suddenly bursting out of the ground. There could be a few or dozens. They appeared from all directions and simultaneously charged at Eric, opening their large mouths to attack him. Eric's face fell in despair. Oh no, this is too ridiculous. The wheel of time spun backward again. Eric clutched his head and screamed madly. I don't think I can get out of this place. One was hard enough, but dozens. Eric frowned, gritted his teeth, and ran to one side. Why on earth would the Tiger King want to build his home in a place like this? He recalled the scene where he was about to be torn to shreds by the swarm of deathworms and thought to himself, only Master can defeat all these monsters alone, but where there are so many deathworms, the land must be really good. Eric flew to one spot, vowing to himself, I have to find a way anyway. He smiled brightly and said, a few more tries and a solution will emerge. Time passed. He didn't know how long. Eric was utterly exhausted, his eyes bulging, and he muttered in despair, damn it, the fourth attempt. Eric lay flat on the ground, unable to move. I've tried everything. He recalled the scenes where he vomited blood, his body was poisoned all over, and he died in various other ways, yet still couldn't kill the swarm of deathworms and despaired. Eric sat sadly in a corner. I need to try another location. From a distance his expression suddenly hardened. But the seed hasn't sprouted. Eric was surrounded by the swarm of deathworms. He asked himself, am I going to be trapped here? Eric lay flat on the ground thinking of Otto. Mephisto isn't here either, and neither is goddess Celia. My ancestors must be suffering and laughing at me too. Is no one going to help me? Suddenly he realized. Wait a minute. Even though the swarm of deathworms surrounded him, Eric exclaimed excitedly, I was so stupid. Why didn't I think of it sooner? They didn't forbid me from asking for help from others. Eric quickly composed himself and stood up straight. He smiled brightly and said, the Tiger King family. He recalled the Tiger King's majesty and immediately decided to ask for their help. Meanwhile, under a colossal tea tree, Celia was in a deep sleep. She was soundly asleep on a soft cushion, unaware of anything. At the same time, someone suddenly appeared where she was resting and spoke, you really sleep a lot. Comelia slowly opened her eyes at the sound. The person who had just arrived was Otto. He looked at her, his eyes curving into crescent moons as he chuckled. Comelia jumped up. How did you get in here? You shouldn't be able to enter without my permission. Otto laughed and replied, someone else wanted me to come in here. Comelia, hearing that, exclaimed excitedly, when did this happen? Otto looked at her in surprise. Did you forget what happened that day? It seems you've reached an age where your memory is starting to fail. Comelia sighed. I was once a queen and lived in the ice palace, but now I'm treated like this. It's truly exhausting. After lamenting, she elegantly crossed her legs and sat down, asking, so what's your purpose for being here? Otto looked at her and replied, as I said, someone else wanted me to come in here. He suddenly asked with a serious expression, are you all right? You had to sacrifice 40 years of your life to fight the curse. Comelia shrugged, not seeming to care at all. I'm fine, don't worry, but I hope you don't enter here without my permission again. After speaking, Celia asked with a slightly curious expression, so what happened to that young man? Otto waved his hand, creating a transparent mirror. You'll see. The two looked into the mirror and happened to see Eric being chased by a group of beastkins. The beastkins shouted loudly, That guy is our tribe's long-standing enemy. Kill that human. Comelia hastily rushed to the mirror and asked excitedly, what on earth is going on? Why is he being chased and killed by those beastkins? Otto still said calmly, his eyes curving into crescent moons as he chuckled. Isn't it fascinating? Comelia turned to him and shouted loudly. Are you still laughing? Hurry and help him. Otto still maintained a calm expression and said, don't make any more trouble. He's enjoying watching Eric. Otto finished the rest of his sentence. He must have a plan of his own. Eric looked back at the beastkin swarm behind him. The descendant of the Tiger King hasn't appeared yet. He leapt onto a clearing in one go. To solve the problem that arose in the mission, I need to find help from the people who built a city in this land full of death worms. The beastkin swarm behind him was panting exhausted. Finally caught that guy, that crazy bastard. Someone immediately rushed forward and suggested biting him. Eric calmly thought to himself, finding the descendant of the Tiger King in this vast black snowfield is truly a difficult task. He suddenly smiled mockingly. The next moment, he activated the body enhancement secret technique, Black Tiger Stealth, and a giant tiger's shadow appeared above Eric's head. He thought confidently, I have the body enhancement secret technique, a secret technique of the Tiger King's descendant. The beastkin swarm looked at him in surprise. Impossible. How can a human use the body enhancement secret technique? Eric looked proudly at the beastkin swarm behind him, his expression cold. I've increased my strength with this body enhancement secret technique. Do you think you can let me go? A cold wind swept across the black snowfield, and with a thump a section of the black snowfield suddenly exploded, the shockwaves spreading outwards and startling the people. The beastkin swarm was caught in the aftershock of the explosion and sent flying far away, and a dazzling yellow light shot straight into the sky. A werewolf still had some consciousness left and struggled to get up. That guy, we can't let him escape. At this moment, Eric stood on a dead branch looking down, thinking to himself, now that I've destroyed 6 beastkin cities, it's about time they reacted. Eric rubbed his chin, his eyebrows raised in thought. Or have the rumors not spread enough yet? He suddenly lowered his center of gravity and sat on the branch. If I stomp on a few more remaining villages, they'll appear. Before Eric could act, a giant tiger claw suddenly appeared behind his back. A shout of dodge echoed in his mind. The very next moment, the claw swept past, and the giant tree Eric was standing on was immediately cut clean. Eric hastily jumped to the ground and backed away quickly. He frowned, breaking out in a cold sweat. If my senses hadn't been quick, I would have died without even being able to breathe properly. In the forest, an imposing figure slowly approached Eric from a distance. Your senses are much better than I thought. Eric looked at him warily with sharp eyes. Eric had heard of the man who had just arrived. He gathered the beastkins scattered across the black snowfield and rose to become the great monarch of the north. He was a being who had instilled fear in the empire. His amber eyes gleamed. He was the great ancestor of the Tiger King family and the first leader of the Beastkin Alliance. Just then he suddenly spoke. A mere human dares to learn the body enhancement secret technique. An imposing aura emanated from his entire body. He snarled, "Who are you?" His face was cold and emotionless, terrifyingly dark. Eric knew he was Tiger King Yoon. Tiger King Yoon stared directly at Eric. "You are clearly human." Eric backed away cautiously. Yoon looked down at him from above, "But I can't understand what's going on." Just then someone screamed. Tiger King Yoon, the Beastkin group chasing Eric, gathered there and asked in surprise, "How are you here?" Yoon glanced at the Beastkins and asked, "Why do you ask that? Did I come to a place I shouldn't have?" The Beastkins, sweating in fear, fell silent. Eric looked at Yoon's back and thought to himself, the Tiger King has conflicts with other Beastkin tribes. He suddenly realized, this must be before Tiger King Yoon unified the Beastkin tribes. In that case, he probably hasn't reached 5th tier combat power yet. Feeling the invisible pressure emanating from Yoon, Eric was puzzled. "But why do I feel such cold pressure?" Just then, Yoon suddenly said, "If you don't intend to fight me, disappear." Overwhelmed by Yoon's aura, the Beastkins scattered in a panic. They shouted in rage, "Protecting a human, you are an enemy of the Beastkins. You will pay for this." Once all the Beastkins had retreated, Yoon propped his chin with one hand and picked his ear with the other, saying, "Finally, it's quiet." Eric was slightly surprised. "Did he protect me?" He suddenly chuckled mockingly. It was a wise choice to only cause trouble for the blind tribe, the Tiger King Yoon's hostile tribe. Lost in thought, Eric bowed his head to Yoon. "Thank you." Before he could finish speaking, Yoon grabbed him by the neck and squeezed him hard. Yoon glared at him fiercely and said, "How do you know our tribe's body enhancement secret technique?" Eric sweated profusely, his body dangling in the air from Yoon's grip. He struggled to breathe and quickly explained, "My master taught me," Yoon said in a low voice. "Explain in more detail." Eric trembled all over, sweating profusely, gripping his wrist and managing to say, "You must let me go first." Yoon's amber eyes gleamed, and just as Eric thought he was about to choke to death, Yoon suddenly let him go. "If you spout nonsense, I'll wring your neck." Eric rubbed his neck, which was sore from the grip, and said, "My parents were peasants who fled to the black snowfield to escape the Empire's oppression." He put on a pitiful expression. "But after my parents were attacked by monsters, I became an orphan and was saved by a beastkin." Eric acted with all his might, shedding touching tears. "That person taught me the body enhancement secret technique to help me survive here." Yoon's face hardened, showing no sympathy, and he asked, "What is the name of that beastkin tribe?" Eric bowed his head and pretended to be sad, saying, "My master said he had forgotten his name, and in the end he didn't tell me." He continued with a troubled expression, "I didn't want to stir up their painful past memories, so I just sincerely called him master." Yoon glared at him, and his pupils suddenly elongated vertically. Eric met his gaze, tears welling up in his eyes. He thought to himself, is he judging whether what I'm saying is true or not? Seeing his subtly trembling ears, Eric thought, the Tiger King discerns lies through heartbeats and muscle movements with his keen senses. He placed a hand on his heart. But now I'm regulating the flow of my aura to stabilize my body, so it should be easy to deceive him. Yoon pursed his lips and remained silent. After a moment he said, it seems you are a brother of our tribe. Eric thought to himself, perfect. Brother is a term for an heir who has mastered the body enhancement secret technique. In other words, he has acknowledged me. Thinking that, Eric pretended to wipe away tears, putting on a pitiful expression. Yoon suddenly patted his shoulder and said, brother, do you have a place to stay in this desolate land? A moment later, Yoon and Eric rode a wolf together, heading in one direction. Just then, a door suddenly appeared beside Eric and a voice came from inside. You really acted recklessly. Eric was slightly surprised and looked in that direction. Celia had returned. She sat on his shoulder and asked, why is there no sane person in the Melvinser family? Instead of answering, Eric asked worriedly, is it all right for you to appear like this? Celia replied, looking at Yoon's back, I cast a spell so others won't feel my presence, so don't worry. Then she asked again with a curious expression, but what are you going to do next? Do you really think he'll accept you as an ally? Eric smiled confidently. Of course he won't trust me yet, but he will keep me by his side. Hearing that, Celia was puzzled. Why? Considering the current complex relationship between Yoon and the other tribes, Eric replied, now is a time when tribal conflicts are at their peak. Any tribe will welcome a strong ally, regardless of their origin. Yoon and Eric finally arrived at his tribe's location. Seeing Yoon, the tribespeople shouted with joy, the chieftain has returned, everyone gather. At the same time, Eric finished his unspoken thoughts, especially an ambitious Tiger King Yoon. Celia still thought with a slight worry, but in this era the Beastkin's hatred for humans is still very strong. Will the tribespeople accept this child like Tiger King Yoon did? Before she could think further, the tribespeople turned their attention to Eric. The Beastkins opened their eyes wide in surprise. The next moment the Beastkins were enraged, pointing at Eric and shouting, it's a human, an enemy who killed our fathers, how can you bring a human here? Seeing them about to rush at Eric, Yoon stepped forward and blocked them. Stop, this one is one of our brothers. Beastkins bared their teeth in anger and said, brother, how can a human be a brother? How can a human be one of us? Yoon tried to calm them down. Calm down, everyone gather now. Eric looked at the tense situation before him and thought to himself, this is a time when the Empire's cruel oppressive regime was most brutal to Beastkins and humans. That's why their hostility towards humans is very strong. He sweated profusely, trying to come up with a plan. If I can't persuade them, all my plans will go to waste. But everything didn't go as he expected. The Beastkins who were just about to harm him suddenly grabbed him and burst into tears. Eric was bewildered. Ha, the Beastkins said in unison. Oh master, why did you leave us so soon? One of them suddenly grabbed Eric's hand and looked at him with sincere eyes. You are truly lucky to have been able to learn martial arts from such a person. Eric looked back at Yoon, who was standing beside him. Yoon just smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Eric tilted his head, not knowing what was going on. What on earth are you talking about? Seeing Yoon laughing heartily, Eric turned his head again. They were just about to tear me apart. Why did they suddenly become so friendly? Yoon was still smiling with satisfaction, praising. Eric couldn't help but think it must be thanks to Tiger King Yoon. Just then, Yoon suddenly slammed his fist hard on the table in a fit of rage. He said loudly in front of the Beastkins, so his master said this on his deathbed. Eric, standing nearby, rubbed his head embarrassed. Yoon, completely oblivious, trembled all over. His eyes filled with sadness and said, even though we face the boundary between Beastkin and human, I am happy that we will always be master and disciple, even if I leave this world. Yoon's raised hand trembled incessantly. Let's meet again in the next life. The Beastkins below shed tears, moved by those words. Yoon's face seemed to lose all color. He forced a smile, acting out a heartbreaking death scene. My disciples. Hearing those words, the Beastkins cried out in rage and grief. Damn it, open your eyes, master. It's truly cruel. How can your young disciple continue to live? Eric had a headache from the crying sounds and was speechless. Did I really say that? Yoon smiled and reminded him in a low voice, just act along. They're foolish enough to believe anything. Hearing those words, Eric couldn't help but genuinely smile. Just then, someone suddenly said, we won't believe what humans say. Eric was startled and looked back in that direction. He clenched his fist and asked suspiciously, what evidence do you need to believe? Eric was silent at his suspicion. Celia laughed and reminded him, those are the Black Wolf tribe, the Tiger King's loyal dogs. Eric was slightly surprised. The Black Wolf tribe, then are they Minister Norris's ancestors? Yoon stood in front of Eric and said, hey, are you disobeying my orders? The person who had just appeared was Raph. He frowned and explained seriously, I am not rebelling against you. He was enraged, pointing at Eric and shouting, even if he is telling the truth, how can our tribe accept such a lowly species? Hearing his words, Yoon suddenly exuded a terrifying aura. He said in a low voice, lowly species, I hope you haven't forgotten our beliefs. Yoon looked down at him and continued, I hope you haven't forgotten our beliefs. Raph sweated profusely, turned his head and looked elsewhere. Yoon's words echoed clearly in his ears. We were abandoned, driven out. Even if our species and bloodlines are different, we are still one family. Having said this, Yoon's expression immediately turned chilling. If you have forgotten those beliefs, I will tear your neck. Eric silently watched this scene from not far away. He suddenly approached them and said, "To break down the boundaries between tribes and unify all beastkins." Eric looked at Yoon and smiled. "I heard this is the goal of the beastkin tribe," Yoon asked in surprise. "You know us," Eric nodded in affirmation. "Yes," he said, "I heard it while wandering alone in the black snowfield." He looked at Yoon with sincere eyes and said, "Even though you have been antagonized by countless tribes for that belief, I heard that more and more people are being united by that belief." Eric suddenly extended his hand. "As an abandoned human, I received my master's kindness, and you accepted me as a brother." He clenched his fist and placed it on his heart, continuing, "I believe this is expanding the ideals you pursue." Celia, covering her mouth, chuckled beside him, praising, "Just like a Melvinzer, he speaks well." Eric looked elsewhere and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "I will not betray your expectations either. I believe I must prove my worth to accompany you on your journey." As soon as he finished speaking, he continued, "I heard that the hierarchy among beastkins is determined by strength." Raph asked irritably, "What do you want?" Eric faced him and proposed, "Let's fight. If I win, I'll become a member of the tribe, and if I lose, I'll leave." Raph was furiously provoked by him, trembling all over with rage. "How dare a lowly human challenge a great warrior of the Black Wolf tribe like me?" Eric laughed provocatively. "Why are you talking so much?" he said disdainfully. "Are you afraid?" Raph's veins bulged with anger. "You damned wretch!" Eric pointed at Raph and burst out laughing. "You're the damned wretch." Celia frowned in disappointment. Raph finally couldn't hold back and extended his hand, revealing sharp claws. His entire body was covered in a chilling aura. "I'll kill you." Eric released mana and laughed arrogantly. "Can you really do that?" Just as the two were about to fight, Yoon suddenly stomped his foot and the ground cracked. Eric and Raph were pushed back by his immense power, sliding to a safe stop. Then Yoon said, "I will ask both of you." Eric and Raph looked at each other. Yoon stood tall like a mountain looking at them. "Even if you face death, will both of you accept the outcome?" Raph stood up without hesitation and replied, "If that human wins, I will accept him as our family." Eric raised his hand seriously and said, "On my master's honor, I will accept the outcome." Yoon's amber eyes shone particularly brightly in the darkness. He said with a satisfied expression, "Good." The next moment he shouted loudly, "Begin!" Raph transformed into a giant wolf and charged at Eric. He swung his claws at Eric, who stood before him, and shouted, "I'll tear you to shreds." Eric quickly ducked to avoid the attack. He thought to himself, "The story I fabricated won't last long. I need to prove my worth to Tiger King Yoon." As Raph charged at him again, Eric suddenly lowered his center of gravity and reached back with his hand to gain momentum. Thanks to that, this is no longer a problem. Yoon opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs. Eric focused mana on his outstretched hand. He suddenly used the body enhancement secret technique, Fierce Tiger Charge, and swung his claws at Raph. Raph lost his balance and was pushed back. Eric said disdainfully, "Are you so surprised by just one hit?" Raph shouted in rage, "You wretch!" Before he could finish speaking, Eric suddenly threw another punch at his face. The next moment, Eric used the body enhancement secret technique, Destructive Charge, and landed numerous punches on Raph's body. The beastkins who witnessed this scene were astonished and speechless. Raph is one of the best warriors in the Royal Guard. Surely he's not being unilaterally beaten. Another person nearby couldn't help but say, "Surely a human can't use the body enhancement secret technique so skillfully." A beastkin called out to Raph in a panic, "Raph?" Raph's body collapsed to the ground, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Eric stood before him, towering like an insurmountable mountain. Just then, Yoon said, "The fight seems to have ended faster than expected." He looked back at Eric and continued, "With this, you are worthy of being part of our family." Eric turned around and approached him. The next moment, Raph suddenly opened his eyes wide and his eyes glowed red. He suddenly threw his head back and roared loudly. Eric was startled and looked back. Is it Berserker mode? When a beastkin's rage surpasses its limits, their power increases exponentially, but they can only fight by instinct. Seeing Raph charging at him, Eric couldn't help but think worriedly, it's too dangerous to fight him head-on. So Eric released mana on his arm without hesitation. He used mana to mentally shout "Freeze," and the mana immediately transformed into ice and flew towards the charging Raph. Raph suddenly flinched at the numerous ice blades. His feet, which had been leaping into the air, suddenly stopped. The next moment, he collapsed to the ground. In the sky, countless chains made of ice flew towards where he had fallen. Sharp ice arrows were attached to the ends of the chains. They flew towards Raph at immense speed. The next moment, the chains wrapped around Raph's body, binding him. Raph, transformed into a completely irrational beast, roared fiercely. Eric suddenly raised his hand high and brought it down hard on the back of his neck. "Be quiet." The next moment, Raph fainted and collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. The beastkins who witnessed this scene looked confused. Is that magic? That damned wretch was a mage? A beastkin standing nearby said worriedly, "Did he deceive us?" Eric stared intently at the ground and thought to himself, "I had no choice but to use magic to subdue him without killing him." He glanced at Yoon with a slight pang of conscience. They must have known this too. Seeing Yoon remain silent, Eric became even more nervous, recalling the story he had prepared for this situation. Before Eric needed to explain further, Yoon, who was standing before him, threw his head back and laughed heartily. He patted Eric's shoulder and praised him. "You're more interesting than I thought. I can't believe you know both body enhancement secret techniques and magic." Eric secretly let out a sigh of relief. "Now I don't have to worry." He clenched his fist and placed it over his chest, saying with a serious expression, "I was originally supposed to use only body enhancement secret techniques during combat, but I didn't want to harm someone who would soon be family, so I had to use magic. Yoon smiled in understanding. Whether he took the easy way or concealed his strength, the brutal law of the battlefield was that the victor was the strongest. As soon as he finished speaking, Yoon asked, "What's your name?" Eric replied with a smile. "Is it a human? I am Eric." Yoon looked around at everyone in the tribe and said, "According to the outcome of the battle, we will accept Eric as a member of our tribe. Does anyone object?" The Beastkins responded joyfully. "No," a Beastkin nearby quickly added. "Neither do I." Yoon clenched his fist and raised it high. "From this moment I declare Eric a member of our family." As soon as he finished speaking, the Beastkins surrounding Eric immediately cheered with delight. Two other Beastkins quickly helped up Raph, who had fallen to the ground unconscious. The stone tablet on Eric's chest suddenly began to glow, and he hastily pulled it out. Celia asked in surprise, "Is it a new message?" The tablet clearly read, "Required conditions met. Second restriction released. Reveal your true name. A plain shrouded in deep darkness. A place covered in white snow all year round. What is the true name of this seal?" "The seal that traps the sharp winds of the black snowfield." The pattern on Eric's arm glowed as a rare grade seal. The seal of the Great Sin of Wrath, identical to the seal the Snow Mountain King had given him, but he didn't yet know how to activate it, so he couldn't use it immediately. He put the tablet back in his chest and glanced at the spot where Celia had appeared. Goddess Celia had already vanished without a trace. "Isn't she going to teach me how to use this?" Eric walked forward. "Who cares? Anyway, now that I've been accepted by the Beastkin tribe, I can stay here. For now I need to focus on my own long-term plan." Inside the tent, Yoon and other Beastkins were already standing. When Yoon called him, he entered. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Now everyone, let's formally introduce ourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Eric and added, "From today, Eric will be a formal member of the Andromorph Royal Guard." Eric cooperated, placing his hand on his chest and bowing his head, saying, "Since I've been accepted into the guard, I'll do my best." Yoon smiled with satisfaction. "That's a good attitude. To commemorate your joining the team, I'll give you your first mission." Eric replied enthusiastically, "Yes, please give me your orders." The rest of the Beastkins in the guard gnashed their teeth. Yoon, undeterred by their attitude, smiled with satisfaction and said, "You said you came here after wandering the snowy plains. Based on your travel experience, help our tribe find a suitable area to settle." Eric couldn't help but be surprised by his words. He suddenly smiled. "Everything is falling into place." Thinking that, Eric said, "While wandering the snowy plains, I did notice one spot." Recalling the area he had chosen to plant the seed, he immediately explained, "It's surrounded by canyons and hills, making it easy to defend against external threats. There's a water source nearby, and with minimal soil erosion, the land is fertile." Eric honestly added, "However, there's one problem." Yoon and Eric said simultaneously, "A swarm of death worms." Eric looked at Yoon with a serious expression. It was previously considered a potential location, but due to that problem, no one lived there. However, finding another place like it in the black snowfield is extremely difficult. Yoon thought so too. He closed his eyes slightly. "What should we do?" Yoon suddenly realized and said with delight, "Ah yes, let's do this." Eric still didn't understand his words. A big question mark appeared in his mind. A scene shifted to Eric outdoors, with 3 disgruntled royal guards following behind him. Eric thought with a discouraged expression that he needed to find a way to deal with these troublesome individuals. Seeing Raph diligently picking his ear and the other 2 making annoyed faces, Eric comforted himself. Anyway, even if the Black Wolf tribe members have clashing personalities, their teamwork is the best. In fact, it's not that hard to understand them. But I have to work with this unfamiliar Black Wolf tribe, so they're probably trying to test me. Just then, one of the Beastkins said, "Fighting death worms is one of the most difficult missions." Eric turned to him, and he continued casually, "This mission won't be easy." He is the 3rd team leader of the Royal Guard. Raph, who was standing not far away, immediately interjected, "Exactly. If that strange guy hadn't said something useless earlier, we wouldn't even need to solve this terrible situation right now." Eric glanced at him with a displeased expression. Raph continued to laugh. "Honestly, what's so great about that death worm den? Some people just want to show off a few trivial tricks in front of the chief." The 2 guards behind him agreed and laughed. Eric was annoyed looking at those dog-like individuals. "Seriously?" Raph still chattered incessantly, saying that humans couldn't do it anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, Do didn't hesitate to slap his cheek, twisting his mouth. Do exuded a terrifying aura from his entire body. Raph slumped to the ground, trembling in fear, stuttering. Do said in a cold voice, "Don't bring personal feelings into the team. Didn't I clearly tell you not to ruin this atmosphere?" Looked down at Raph from above. "If you ruin the team's atmosphere again, I'll rip your neck off. Got it?" Raph's face flushed, unable to reply. The other 2 Beastkins stood rigidly in fear and shouted loudly, "Yes, we'll work hard." Seeing Do turn and walk towards him, Eric finally realized, Tiger King Yoon placed me on this team because he trusted him. Since he's such a trusted person, even if a conflict arises, he'll immediately quell it. Thinking that, Eric sincerely bowed his head to Do. Do pretended not to see, turning his face away. Eric smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "He seems to be saying he just did what he had to do. I like that." Eric looked at Do and said, "Captain, deathworms are creatures that hide underground at the slightest threat. Is there any way to lure them out?" Do crossed his arms and replied, "There's one way, but it's very difficult and time-consuming." Eric was slightly flustered. "Why is it so difficult?" Do glanced at him, recalling a certain red flower, and replied, "We need to acquire a precious plant called life grass. They are very sensitive to the scent of life grass. If we have it, we can lure deathworms out from underground." Eric's whole body flushed and trembled as he tried to suppress his laughter. Do asked curiously, "Why are you making such a face?" Eric tried to regain his composure and replied, "It's nothing, please continue." Hearing his words, Do didn't ask further and continued, "To lure out deathworms, that plant is needed. It's very rare and hard to find." Eric smiled brightly, confidently pointing to himself, and said, "There's no need for that. I can find it." Do silently looked at him. He thought to himself, confidence is good, but the environment where life grass grows is quite harsh. Finding it is one thing, but picking it is very difficult. He widened his eyes, a look of confusion clearly etched on his face. "It won't be easy, will it?" He didn't know how much time had passed. To Do's surprised gaze, Eric suddenly held a handful of life grass in his hand and raised it high. "Wow, a lot of people are picking them here." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked back at the other guards, whose faces were pale, holding baskets of life grass. Eric asked curiously, "What are you all doing there? Why aren't you putting them in the basket?" The guards finally came to their senses and looked at the flower baskets in their hands. They stammered, I didn't even know." Eric smiled, thinking to himself, "But I saw countless life grass in the labyrinth of insight created by my master. Now life grass is growing everywhere on the ground. That magic was so excellent that no matter how much I tried not to find it, I couldn't help but find it." Eric looked at the seal pattern on his arm and thought to himself, "If I absorb the magic of life grass." He activated the seal with a cold smile, his heart filled with excitement. "Let's go." Eric glared at the guards behind him and shouted, "Hey you dog-like guys, 1, 2, 3, I'm going even faster now, so stick close to me." The guards screamed as if their feet were being stepped on. "Is this guy really crazy?" they all accused in unison. "Captain, do you know what that guy just called us? Dog-like guys." Do remained silent, his expression cold, saying nothing. He directly kicked Raph. "You damn bastards, do as Eric says." Raph groaned lowly in complaint. "Captain." He slumped to the ground unjustly, crying. Eric looked at him with interest. Do at this moment looked at him with a benevolent smile. He didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, several barrels of life grass were collected. The beastkin stood densely, holding torches. Yoon crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and said with a smile, "To gather so much life grass in such a short time, your abilities are truly unfathomable." Eric humbly replied, "Not at all. It was only possible with the help of my team members." The person Eric mentioned was at this moment leaning against a tree stump, dazed and exhausted. Yoon muttered, looking at the three of them, "I suppose so." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and looked elsewhere. "Now enough chatter, let's begin." Upon receiving the order, the beastkins quickly threw the torches in their hands forward. Flames ignited, engulfing the barrels of life grass that had been placed beforehand. Suddenly a vibration sound came from under everyone's feet. Following that, the ground began to crack, and the cracks extended to where Yoon, Eric, and the beastkins stood. Deathworms burst out from underground, opening their mouths wide and roaring. When Yoon gestured, everyone began to attack. People shouted with slight worry, "Captain, we have a big problem." Yoon turned and looked at the beastkin. "What's wrong, unless it's important?" The beastkin stammered, "The deathworms are opening their mouths wide and charging fiercely." Yoon and Eric were startled upon hearing the beastkin's words. "The Noru's tribe is coming," Yoon asked back with slight confusion. "The Noru's tribe is coming? What do you mean?" "Explain in more detail," the beastkin hastily explained. "It seems they learned we were going to hunt deathworms, and they're attacking us by surprise right now." Yoon gnashed his teeth in anger. "These damn bastards!" He turned and faced the approaching swarm of deathworms. In the darkness of the night, a giant man with a double-bladed axe walked forward. His eyes glowed red, and he said in a booming voice, "Advance, Noru's warriors." His name was Nahiat, the second commander of the Noru's tribe. Nahiat led the Noru's tribe confidently, saying, "Today we will capture Tiger King Yoon. Today we will end all their hopes." As soon as he finished speaking, he headed to where the terrible battle with the deathworms was taking place. Yoon at this moment leaped high and rushed at two deathworms below without hesitation. Yoon easily split the deathworms' bodies in two with his claws. Nahiat, who was standing not far away, watched this scene and thought to himself, "Tiger King Yoon is as expected. His skills are at the pinnacle of the beastkin race, but today I have prepared magical artifacts that were used in the battle against humans." Nahiat pushed his soldiers aside and moved several cannons here, his heart filled with even more confidence. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to withstand the firepower while he's tied down. Thinking that, Nahiat smiled coldly. "I will make you kneel and become the king of the beastkins." Just then a wind suddenly blew where the Noru's tribe beastkins stood. Nahiat was slightly flustered. "Where is this wind coming from?" He raised his head to the sky and sensed something strange. "Is this the scent of life grass?" Before he could think further, the deathworms, having smelled the life grass, immediately burst out from underground and rushed at the Noru's tribe beastkins. A loud explosion was heard, and the deathworms lay prostrate on the ground, no longer moving. Yoon stood on their corpses, laughing loudly. Who would have thought they could be destroyed so quickly? He turned to Eric and said with a smile, "To use magic to create wind, send the scent of life grass to the Noru's tribe and use deathworms to destroy them." The Noru's tribe destroyed the deathworms, and we were able to deal with them too. Yoon couldn't help but admire. "To come up with such an idea is truly impressive." Eric replied with a smile, "I thought you'd return the favor similarly." Upon hearing his words, Yoon was even more satisfied. "I suppose you and I think alike." Eric lightly leapt, stepping on the Deathworm's corpse. Now shall we go deal with the remnants? On the other side, Nahiyat was frantically swinging his axe, cutting down Deathworms. He shouted, "All survivors assemble!" One of the Noru's beastkins stammered with a terrified expression. "Yoon, it's Tiger King Yoon." Bang, a loud explosion was heard and a golden flash struck the ground from above, causing a tremor. Yoon and Eric appeared together before the Noru's beastkins. Nahiyat gnashed his teeth in rage. "Yoon," he swung his axe and growled, "to ambush us so despicably." Nahiyat charged at him madly. Yoon stood still, not moving an inch. The next moment a terrible wave of power strongly struck his body. Red blood splattered on Yoon's face. He glanced back and said in a cold voice, "Royal Guard. Capture all survivors." Yoon commanded his tribesmen. "Kill anyone who resists." As soon as he finished speaking, the guards immediately rushed forward. They gripped their weapons tightly and shouted in unison, "Yes?" The Noru's beastkins also didn't back down and charged fiercely. "Don't retreat." The two tribes plunged into a fierce melee, the sound of weapons clashing deafening. Eric stood between the two tribes, frozen. He was surprised to see Yoon striking down many beastkins with a single attack. "That's the Tiger King's top-tier body technique," he smiled, the corners of his mouth turning up. "Just by watching, I can understand the pros and cons of my body technique." Just then, Eric's attention was suddenly drawn to Raph, who wore a cold smile. Raph used his bow and arrow to sweep away the beastkins blocking his path in one go. Eric praised him with a laugh. "That's pretty good." Just then, one of the beastkins who had been lying on the ground playing dead suddenly threw a hidden weapon. The hidden weapon flew straight at Raph and embedded itself in his neck. Doe anxiously looked back at Raph. The hidden weapon was poisoned and it gradually spread throughout Raph's body. His vision began to blur. The next moment he closed his eyes, cold sweat pouring down like rain. His arrogant head also slowly drooped. Eric suddenly appeared before him. "Hey you, are you all right?" Raph tried hard to open his eyes and look at him. He had just managed to utter one word, but he couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Eric moved his lips, muttering "detoxify" inwardly. He released mana and used magic to remove the poison from Raph. Raph frowned, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Suddenly someone called him loudly. "Raph!" Eric patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, he's only temporarily unconscious. First move him to a place to rest." Another beastkin among the guards quickly carried Raph on his back. "Understood." Eric watched the rapidly departing beastkin's back. He heard Yoon calling him. Eric had finished everything. He quickly turned to proceed with the next plan before the Noru's tribe became aware of the current situation. Yoon hesitated. "Wait." Before that he placed his hand on his chest, smiled sincerely and said, "Thank you for saving Raph." Behind Yoon, all the beastkin tribespeople expressed their gratitude. Eric looked at them and smiled unconsciously. The Noru's beastkins were eventually captured all at once. They were tied together and escorted away. Eric sat silently on the corpse of a deathworm, lost in thought. Just then, Comelia suddenly appeared and after a few days gained the monster's favor. "Well done." Eric looked up at her and said, "You've been watching from the beginning, so you're only appearing now." Comelia calmly replied, "I thought you wouldn't need my help." Eric jumped off the deathworm's corpse, waved his hand at her and said, all right, good luck." The beast seal on Eric's arm materialized and absorbed the mana from the giant worm corpses on the ground. He looked up at the surging mana, surprised. "There's much more mana than I expected." Eric looked at the pattern on his arm and wondered if the ice seal had immediately increased to 4 stars. The ice seal made a satisfied sound after absorbing an immense amount of mana. Eric glanced at it. The deathworm corpses before Eric vanished without a trace. "You've cleaned up everything without leaving a trace. Thanks to you, I don't have to purify anymore." Eric picked up the seed and planted it in the ground. With this much effort, it should grow without any problems, right? After planting the seed in the ground, Eric picked up the stone tablet and looked at it. There was no message saying the seed failed to plant, so it seems it went well. Eric suddenly noticed something, and his eyes were filled with surprise. The newly planted sprout grew incredibly fast. It put out 2 green leaves and shot upwards. Eric picked up the stone tablet and shouted excitedly, "It's done." The pattern on his arm glowed again. Words also appeared on the stone tablet simultaneously. Required conditions met. Third taboo released. Ambition achieved. Eric was startled by the castle that appeared before his eyes. Is this the Temple of Flowers? Light permeated the inside of the Temple of Flowers. Eric walked alone inside. He looked around. Suddenly, the figure of a person appeared before his eyes. Who is that? Is it Goddess Celia? The moonlight illuminated her face brightly, and she was a beautiful and dignified woman. Eric immediately denied it inwardly. No, that aura is a demon queen, isn't it? Mephisto couldn't hide his surprise. Who would have thought that Goddess Celia was a demon queen? He could feel the immense demonic energy emanating from the demon queen before his eyes. With this much demonic energy, she must be truly powerful. The demon queen looked down at Eric from above, her eyes glowing red like fire. Eric thought of Comelia's beautiful and holy face and the current appearance of the demon queen. How can a goddess and a demon queen exist at the same time, and this demonic energy? Eric suddenly heard someone calling him. "Eric," he woke up with a start. Celia looked down from above and Eric exclaimed blankly and worriedly, "Eric, are you all right? You suddenly lost consciousness." Eric didn't answer and looked up at her. "The seal of General Winter." Eric frowned and asked suspiciously, "Did that come from you?" Comelia hesitated and asked back, "Why do you think so?" Eric replied honestly, "I saw you." Comelia asked with slight curiosity, "What did you see?" Eric looked at the stone tablet in his hand and replied, "You were alone there. inside an empty palace. Eric described the scene in detail. You were melancholic, lonely, and sad. Eric looked at the pattern on his arm where he had just absorbed mana and said, "And your mana emanated similarly to the seal of General Winter." Comelia looked into the distance. "Now that is just a long-forgotten history." Eric looked at her puzzled. "Is the coldness of the entire black snowfield due to you?" Celia calmly admitted. "Yes." She raised her hand and a pink aura appeared in her palm. "But it no longer belongs to me. I am Celia, the goddess of flowers." Eric looked at what was in her palm. Was this arrangement meant to erase her trace? Celia clenched her hand and the pink aura immediately disappeared. "Who knows?" She smiled and flew through the air. "All I can do is advise you on planting the seed." Then she looked up at the high sky. "Remember what Otto Hahn told you?" At that time Otto had said seriously, "You will learn how to swallow General Winter. General Winter is the past and mistake of a god." Eric picked up the stone tablet and stood up to plant the seed. "I need to get rid of the cold of goddess Celia." Celia turned back to Eric. "Always be wary of General Winter. She will be the biggest obstacle in your path." Andromorph, a village with houses packed together. Eric looked up at the seed that had grown into a colossal camellia tree. 91 days had passed since the arrangement began, and blue leaves bore red flower buds and the flowers began to bloom. Just then, Raph suddenly ran up to Eric. "Hey, the chieftain is looking for you." Eric's face turned pale. "Damn it again." In the desolate, snow-covered field, Eric collapsed to the ground. He was exhausted and sweating all over, saying, "Hey, can't you go easy on me?" Yoon stood before him and laughed loudly. "You requested to fight me as a reward for saving Raph. As chieftain, I cannot break my promise." Eric sighed. "I only wanted to experience the body enhancement secret technique, but I didn't expect to keep getting beaten like this." Yoon didn't understand his inner thoughts and laughed. "As my brother, you shouldn't give up so easily." Eric reluctantly stood up. He took a stance to block the attack. "I've successfully recovered my upper body, so that should give me an advantage." Yoon cracked his wrist excitedly. "Let's start again with Fierce Tiger Impact." Just then, Yoon's ear suddenly twitched slightly. He frowned and turned his body. "It seems we'll have to postpone our fight." Eric was startled. What's going on?" Yoon didn't reply and turned his body, running straight away, leaving Eric alone behind. Before the Andromorph castle gate, a group of people appeared. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and they walked forward with melancholic and dejected expressions. Yoon, Eric, and Celia looked down at them from atop the city wall. Eric whispered to Celia, "Refugees. Is it because of General Winter?" Comelia said firmly, "Yes, General Winter has begun to act." Eric murmured, looking at the endless long line. "I didn't realize General Winter was that strong." Comelia replied, "General Winter in your era has weakened a lot, but the current General Winter is a true disaster." Seeing Yoon frowning and looking worriedly beside them, Celia continued, "Tiger King Yoon can calm the chaos, but he won't be able to defeat her." Yoon suddenly turned his body. "Raph, gather the tribal leaders in my tent." Raph bowed and replied, "Understood." Yoon suddenly sat down. He placed his hand on the ground. "Eric, change into your battle attire and come to my tent." As soon as he finished speaking, Yoon jumped down from the city wall. As soon as Yoon left, someone suddenly shouted, "Hey!" Eric turned around at the sound. Raph, holding a water bottle, said without looking at him, "Take it." Eric was slightly puzzled. "What is it?" Raph pushed the water bottle directly into Eric's hand. "It's nothing. I have an extra, so take it or throw it away, it's up to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Raph quickly jumped down from the city wall and left. Comelia sat on Eric's shoulder and explained, "This is a precious medicine that only exists in small quantities in the Black Wolf tribe." She smiled brightly like the morning sun. "He probably only has a small amount too. See, that kid has a cute side too." Eric smiled. "I didn't expect that." Inside the tent where Yoon gathered everyone for a meeting, Yoon sat at the head of the table with a serious expression. One of the people there said worriedly, "Our tribe has suffered immense damage." Another person sitting nearby continued, bowing his head with a sad expression, "This place, built with the blood of our ancestors, is now in ruins. We have lost many family members." As Eric stood outside the door, he heard Yoon calling him. "Eric, come here." Yoon looked at him, frowned, and said seriously, "I have something I want to ask you. Is it about the disaster that instills fear in the refugees?" Eric stood opposite him and replied, "That's right, we must find General Winter." Yoon looked at him and asked, "Can you guide her with magic?" Everyone focused their gazes on Eric with tense expressions. They waited nervously for his answer, and even Yoon looked at him with expectant eyes. Eric did not disappoint their expectations and looked straight at them, saying with a confident voice, "Yes, I can." Yoon's face was filled with joy and he slapped the table, stood up, and said loudly, "Good," Yoon immediately commanded. "All tribal leaders, gather your elite warriors. Tomorrow we will depart." Hearing this, everyone in the tent immediately rejoiced. They stood up excitedly and shouted loudly, "Understood." The next moment they rushed out. Eric watched their retreating figures and thought inwardly, "Everything is going according to plan. I need to find Tiger King Yoon to plant the seed." Seeing Yoon standing before him and smiling, Eric thought inwardly, and confronting General Winter with him must be part of Otto's arrangement. Thus Yoon and Eric led the Beastkin tribe out of the castle. Eric clenched his fist. The real mission has begun. A blizzard swept through the white snow. Yoon led the way, followed by Eric and finally, the elite warriors of the Beastkin tribe. Yoon raised his head and looked at the glowing orb before him. "No matter how I look at it, magic is truly fascinating." Eric asked with a friendly smile. Do you want to learn magic? You could easily learn basic magic, Yoon shrugged and replied with a laugh. Why should I learn when I have you? Eric frowned and glared at him with an unpleasant expression. Is that a new way to enslave me? Yoon grinned, showing his teeth, and replied cunningly. If you don't like it, you can be the leader too. Eric shook his head at those words. He thought inwardly, I can't believe the most powerful king in monster history is a crazy person. Do his subordinates know? Yoon walked and said. Our tribe has changed a lot since meeting you. Sometimes I even thought you were a lucky star that fell from the sky. Eric spread his palm and asked with a smile, Really? Thank you for saying that. Yoon suddenly stopped and said unexpectedly, So this is a gift for you. Eric was startled. What is it? Yoon stood behind him and continued. The last part of the body enhancement secret technique. Eric's body stiffened at those words. He widened his eyes with a surprised expression. Eric turned around as if he couldn't believe his ears. Yoon said calmly, Did you think I didn't know? He scoffed coldly. That you approached me with a purpose. Eric was startled and stepped back, asking, Since when did you know? Yoon slowly approached Eric. It's truly suspicious for a human to say they learned the body enhancement secret technique from a reclusive monster. But it's not impossible. Yoon approached Eric to within an arm's length, and his colossal shadow pressed down on him. But you cannot lie about your magic and the reason you caused trouble for my hostile tribes. Yoon looked down at Eric from above and asserted, You clearly came to meet me to complete this body enhancement secret technique. If you already knew, why did you leave me alone? Eric frowned. Usually it's for one's own benefit. Yoon suddenly fell silent. The next moment he laughed heartily and patted Eric's shoulder. Isn't everyone, human or monster, pursuing their own interests? The reason I didn't touch you was also for my own benefit. And observing you was quite interesting. Eric was startled by his actions. Comelia covered her mouth in surprise. He was in that person's palm from beginning to end. Eric's face turned pale and he rubbed his shoulder, saying, Damn it, it hurts, he unconsciously asked. But there's no reason for you to teach me the last part of the secret technique, is there? Yoon suddenly raised his hand and stroked Eric's head. Eric widened his eyes in surprise. Yoon said sincerely and warmly, I want you to survive. You've been through too much hardship to get here, so it would be too unfair if you sacrificed yourself while protecting someone else's family. Eric stood there blankly, unable to say anything. Seeing Yoon standing firmly before him, Eric was slightly disbelieving. He wants to teach me the monster secret technique because he wants me to survive? Eric suddenly bowed his head. He probably doesn't know this is a trip to the past, so he's paying so much attention to me. He suddenly smiled. Thank you. Just then, Celia suddenly cut them off. Sorry to interrupt this touching moment, but this is not the time for sentimentality. Eric was startled by her words and turned around. He widened his eyes, his pupils dilated, looking at the front in surprise. A colossal and mysterious black shadow suddenly appeared before him. That energy goddess Celia, the one I just saw outside, an immense malice emanated. It felt like it could swallow them at any moment. Eric and Yoon stared blankly ahead. The black shadow had two red eyes glowing and a terrifying aura emanated from its entire body. Eric thought inwardly, only one word can describe her, devil. Before Eric could think further, an immense demonic energy poured down on him and Yoon. He hastily retreated, and the thought, I need to get out of here quickly, immediately flashed through his mind. Suddenly, Eric found himself standing alone in the darkness, and he said in a flustered voice, What is this? Eric gritted his teeth. Goddess Celia and the reconnaissance party? I don't know where they are. He looked at the faint darkness before his eyes. General Winter's demonic energy has cut off all mana flow. Eric imagined everyone falling. If we fall into General Winter's trap, Tiger King Yoon and the reconnaissance party will be annihilated. Before that, I need to eliminate General Winter's shadow. Thinking that, Eric gritted his teeth. He looked down at the pattern on his arm. General Winter's seal, since it came from Goddess Celia, it must be the same as General Winter. He lowered his arm and thought inwardly, I can probably use it. Eric scratched his head in frustration. But I need to know how to activate it before I can use it, he mumbled. Can I use anything else besides General Winter's seal? Just then, the pattern on his arm suddenly glowed. Eric widened his eyes in surprise and looked at it. He remembered what Otto had said. You will learn how to defeat General Winter. At that moment he unconsciously asked, Is putting General Winter into the seal of the Great Sin of Wrath the same as before? Otto immediately replied, That's right. Eric extended his hand forward, closed his eyes and mumbled inwardly, Eliminate General Winter. As Eric's lips moved and mumbled absorb, the night before him suddenly turned into black energy and was absorbed into the pattern on his arm. The pattern on Eric's arm glowed, and a swirling energy gradually appeared on his arm. I absorbed General Winter's coldness and the seal of harsh coldness, and I absorbed the demonic energy in Yoon's seal. Eric gritted his teeth and groaned, feeling uncomfortable from the demonic energy. He thought inwardly, demonic energy is flowing from the seal of harsh coldness. Seeing the pattern on his arm still glowing, Eric could clearly feel it. He continued to think inwardly, and it's connecting to General Winter's seal. The pattern on his arm gradually changed, and one more faint pattern appeared. Eric's eyes gleamed and he held his aching arm and screamed. Familiar faces gradually appeared in his mind and joyful laughter echoed with them. Eric found himself standing in a room. Everyone there was laughing loudly with joy. Eric looked at his body and thought, this place is. He saw a boy holding a bouquet of camellias and extending it forward. Queen, queen. The bouquet of camellias in the boy's hand glowed red like fire. This is the flower bud that just bloomed outside. I brought these flowers because they are so much like people. Celia, with a cold expression, sat on the throne and asked, how are they alike? Eric was surprised. This was before Goddess Celia became the demon queen. One person standing behind Eric turned to the person next to him and smiling said, these flowers are so beautiful, why do you say they're not like the queen, am I right? One of the crowd laughed loudly. Hey, how can these flowers compare to our queen? Another person teased with a laugh. Do you think the queen would like something like this? The other person responded with a bright smile. Of course she would. Anyone who disagrees, step forward. Celia, sitting on the throne, had a sad expression. The voices of the people in the room continuously echoed. Your Majesty, why are you silent? The queen suddenly let out a deep sigh. She looked at the vividly red bouquet of flowers and the people genuinely smiling before her eyes. Their figures gradually faded. In the room, only Eric and Celia stood facing each other. Eric looked at her with an expressionless face. I think I understood her feelings to some extent. Celia suddenly opened her mouth. I'm really bored. Eric seemed to read her thoughts. The solitude felt when there are no longer loved ones. This feeling is very familiar to me. Celia suddenly stood up. Eric watched her every move. She must have been a lively person thanks to those who followed her in the past. But now, whether she closed her eyes or opened them, she had to do everything alone in an empty space. Eric glanced at Celia as she passed him, thinking to himself, she is a queen. Celia opened the window, and the light from the outside world immediately poured in. Her retainers and people, the queen's solitude. Eric looked at her lonely back. Celia stepped out onto the balcony. It was a vast palace and a barren territory where not even a single tree could grow. In this parched land, only white snow piled up, covering the ground and the few remaining houses. Celia mumbled, looking at this sight, perhaps it's better to just go to sleep. Just then, Eric suddenly noticed something. She sat down and looked at something blue. A smile finally appeared on Comelia's lips. Perhaps she won't be bored anymore in the future. For the first time, a smile bloomed on the queen's face, which had been like a cold block of ice. Eric looked at her in surprise. For centuries, her world had always been one color, but a new color appeared, and it was the color of leaves. A tenacious blue tree trunk stretched out from a crack in the tiles. Celia spoke to the seedling alone. There is something you should know. She slowly planted the seedling, then said softly, I am not someone who bothers with trivial matters. You must remember how lucky you are. She raised her hand and looked at the seedling with a radiant face. You might have chosen to stay here on your own. She wrapped the seedling in ice magic and said, but you can't decide whether you can go or not. Eric silently watched Celia fall asleep in a corner of the wall. She faintly opened her eyes, and suddenly her eyes widened in surprise. She was surprised to see that the seedling she had planted was now blooming with vibrant red flowers. The flowers have bloomed, she approached. She gently placed her hand on a petal. Celia's eyes suddenly darkened, and her voice became sad and melancholic. This cannot be. She suddenly ran past Eric. She tightly gripped the flower pot and quickly ran. Then she stopped in a huge room with countless glass doors. She gently sat down and carefully planted the flower in the soil inside the room. Celia affectionately caressed the petals. She looked at the flowers and exclaimed, beautiful. Eric still stood behind her, unable to take his eyes off her, no matter how cold and snow-covered the outside world was. Unnamed flowers bloomed everywhere, and this place became a flower garden. As her flower garden filled with flowers, Celia frequently visited, carefully placing petals in her palm. Eric was very surprised to see her looking at the flowers with gentle and loving eyes. The queen who controls ice and snow is with flowers. But the more vibrantly the flowers bloomed, the more painful and frail Comelia's face became. For those who lived in the embrace of winter, the warmth of spring was poison. Celia gasped for breath from the intense pain in her chest. However, the arboretum cultivated by the queen herself. Even after she died, it continued to produce beautiful flowers. At that time, Sen and the others' faces were full of happy expressions, holding the flowers Celia had cultivated, always remembering her. Your Majesty, many flowers have bloomed. Please look at these, because this place is where the queen's deepest memories reside. The life of the Winter Queen who loved this world so much came to an end. The moment Comelia collapsed, her tears fell to the ground, giving life to countless flowers. The sprouts immediately bloomed and flourished, glowing with all sorts of colors, but her dream gave birth to new lives. Lavender, Aurelia, Bione and Diaphora were born from the flowers and gathered around Celia's body, exclaiming, "Who is this? Who is it? Is she asleep? She's really beautiful." Eric observed from a distance, thinking to himself, the flower gods are still the same. In the past and in the present, the peaceful and leisurely life here brought questions to his mind. But what happened after that? This place was once so peaceful, but the sky suddenly turned gray, and an evil aura covered everything. Eric speculated that this was the evil aura that withered and killed the flowers. Bione's face was filled with immense pain and despair at that time. The demon god immediately appeared, and a thick dark aura spread everywhere. Eric was flustered but immediately recognized the presence. The demon god. He remembered his dream and was certain. Although the appearance is different, it is definitely the demon god I saw in my dream. The demon god did not hesitate and raised his hand, releasing a dark aura. The dark aura entered Comelia's fallen body. Seeing Celia stagger to her feet, the demon god sneered, "Winter should be winter." Comelia's eyes turned red and the tears flowing down her cheeks turned black. Seeing Celia become a demon, the demon god called her by a completely new name, Demon Queen. Thick demonic energy covered everything. At that time, General Winter was also bound. The demon god looked at this sight and said with satisfaction, "Spring will never come here again." General Winter roared fiercely, emitting terrifying magic power. Eric was surprised by her immense power. That's General Winter. But even though this was the power of General Winter filled with malice which he had just felt, he could also feel the Demon Queen's warmth and coldness, happiness and sadness. However, all these things destroyed the garden and brought harsh winds to all who lived here. Just then, the mana in his body surged violently. East Wind, fourth seal released. Eric looked at the spirit shard in his hand and thought to himself, "I think I found a way to use the winter seal." The pattern on his arm began to glow. He immediately raised his hand towards the sky and used the Ord domination magic. Luminous concentric circles quickly enveloped his body. Those luminous circles immediately soared into the sky. The very next moment, the sky was painted a fantastic purplish blue and countless stars sparkled like the Milky Way. Celia suddenly returned and said with hesitation, "You succeeded." She looked up at the sky with a sad expression and said, "No matter what you saw." Eric replied without hesitation, "The Arboretum." Eric honestly revealed his intention. "I will do my best to return everything to how it was." He told her everything he had witnessed firsthand, hoping that beautiful flowers would bloom again in the Arboretum. It was a wish that remained in her heart until her death. Even when she reincarnated as goddess Celia, it was the scenery she wanted to protect. Celia replied with a slightly hesitant expression, but Eric continued to speak and Celia was deeply moved. "If I can complete winter, I might also retrieve the spring I lost from the demon god." Celia softly asked, "May I ask this of you?" Eric replied with a bright smile, "Please don't be so formal with me. There's no need for that between friends." Then he quickly ran off. Celia blankly watched Eric's footsteps with a confused heart. "Friends, you really are a naughty child. How hard I tried to keep us within these boundaries, and you crossed them so easily." In the snow-covered valley, Yoon shouted in anger. Damn it, he was helpless before the colossal monsters, he thought worriedly, seeing the strength of his warriors gradually weakening. The warriors are taking more and more damage. Before these difficult monsters, Yoon had no choice but to lean on Eric. Eric will know how to deal with these guys. Jaffer and the other warriors' faces were also filled with immense fear and worry. "What is that?" Everyone was terrified as thousands of monsters approached. "Are these the monsters the foreigners spoke of? There are countless of them." Then Yoon smiled with satisfaction, an excited expression on his face. "Are you scared because of just these guys? When we get back I'll have to put each of you through special training." Jaffer replied blankly, "What are you talking about?" Yoon said excitedly with a powerful voice, "I'm saying I'm happy there's so much prey." He watched the monsters intently, laughing joyfully. "Good, now only the injured will receive special training from me." Then Yoon immediately commanded the warriors to attack the monsters. Time to hunt, kill them all. As powerful blades were swung one after another, the monster's head was immediately severed from its neck. Yoon and the other warriors were amazed and surprised by this overwhelming power. What on earth is going on? Yoon's eyes were filled with respect and pride for Eric. Yoon was very happy to see Eric appear in time and defeat the monsters, saying, "Brother, you're here." Eric slowly approached Yoon. He approached and said with a bright smile, "I apologize, I'm late." Yoon was slightly surprised but replied excitedly, "So you didn't run away?" Eric said with a firm and trustworthy face. "Have you ever seen me run away from anything?" Yoon looked at him in silence, and a deep, trusting smile spread across his face. Yoon looked at the monsters before him and quickly explained the situation to Eric. "But those things are too hard. I don't know what they're made of. My attacks had no effect at all." Eric glared at the monsters and began to deduce, "Perhaps I can only hurt them by attacking them in a specific way." He focused on observing and analyzing its body. Energy is accumulating around the lower part of its left leg. "Damn it, I was hitting its head for nothing earlier." Yoon spoke of the strategy he had planned. "I'm thinking of defeating it using the body enhancement secret technique." After speaking, he immediately used the body enhancement secret technique and said, "It doesn't matter if you follow me or not." Yoon stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum and quickly ran towards the monster. Eric took the same stance as Yoon, then said with a joyful smile, "Perhaps you'll teach me how to learn that technique yourself. There's no need to hesitate." He immediately gained momentum and ran straight towards the monsters. Thus, the two charged directly at the monster together. The sky was already dark and the surroundings were desolate and bleak. Yoon explained in more detail to Eric as they ran. "People might think that the body enhancement secret technique is a fighting style that focuses only on senses and instinct, but only fools say such things." He immediately delivered a series of kicks to the monster's body and said calmly, "To achieve higher effectiveness and destructive power, you need to maintain a precise stance and attack at the right time." He quickly ran to the next monster and continued to explain. "Furthermore, even with the same attack, depending on how you combine them," he perfectly stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum. Yoon concentrated all his strength in his palm, his face very excited. "The power will always be different." He He used the body enhancement secret technique and fierce tiger impact simultaneously to heavily strike the monster's leg. The attacked part of the monster's body gradually cracked and broke into small pieces. Yoon turned to Eric and gently encouraged him. The principle seems simple, but it's very difficult to master. So just watch for now. But Eric had already concentrated all his strength in his palm just as Yoon had demonstrated. He immediately used the body enhancement secret technique and heavily punched the monster's body. The monster's leg cracked in the blink of an eye, forming a large hole. Yoon was greatly surprised by Eric's technique. Not only can you imitate after seeing it once, but you can also combine it with your own techniques? He marveled with a sneer. You truly are a monster. Yoon did not back down at all, and immediately ran forward, continuously punching the monster. Eric concentrated his mana and thought to himself. As soon as the fragmented movements of the body enhancement secret technique connected like his, the three seals also began to combine with each other. Suddenly, a huge amount of mana surged from the monster's belly. Eric was very surprised and flustered, saying, "That energy is escaping from its body. Then what does this mean?" He laughed joyfully and said in an excited voice, "Now we can attack any part of its body." Yoon's eyes gleamed with excitement. "But now I will teach you the last 3 stages. He crouched like a fierce tiger and began to explain. These 3 stages are the core of creating your own body enhancement secret technique. He stomped hard on the ground and said, if the first part of the body enhancement secret technique is like the steps of a beast, he immediately concentrated most of his mana in his palm. The next part will be the claws of a monster. Yoon glared at the monster with a dangerous expression. That stage is, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately opened a path and charged at the monster, saying, the fangs of the king of beasts. Yoon and Eric charged simultaneously, and Yoon cautiously reminded, Bati deepened in bed. The two immediately used core charge to stab the monster deeply, and the monster's body immediately shattered. Yoon proudly said, once the monster's fangs bite, they will never let go. Although the monster was already destroyed, the two still maintained the same stance with resolute eyes. As the monster's limbs gradually shattered, Yoon continued to say, make sure the opponent can never get up again. Then he immediately rushed forward, scratching and tearing at the monster's body in a way that ripped and devoured the enemy. Eric immediately followed Yoon and resolutely stomped on the monster. Yoon cautiously instructed before delivering the final blow. If the opponent does not completely take their last breath, you will not have a chance to win, so you must become a disaster for the opponent. He quickly leapt high to gain momentum and said, then no one will be able to hurt you. His eyes were firm and he poured all his strength into a decisive blow, showing an overwhelming difference in power. An immense amount of mana immediately swirled in Eric's palm. At this moment, Yoon and Eric were kings dominating the battlefield. Thanks to Yoon, Eric's eyes opened, and his sixth sense also opened. A huge amount of mana was reflected in his eyes. It was a world created by the combination of Eric's mind and sixth sense. After dealing with the monster, Yoon approached Eric and asked for his thoughts. How was it? Eric looked up at the sky and replied with a refreshing laugh. It was fun. Yoon pointed at Eric and teased, I can't believe you're standing there laughing in a place where you could lose your life. You really aren't normal. Eric chuckled slightly and retorted, but you're laughing too. Yoon's eyes narrowed slightly and he said with a sly smile, didn't I tell you I haven't been normal since birth? His eyes suddenly widened, and he seemed very surprised. Seeing the magic circles and abundant mana rising around Eric's body, he exclaimed in surprise, you've grown stronger again? But Eric himself was also astonished by his own power and froze. The 7th magic circle. Thanks to Tiger King Yoon, I was able to break through the wall that had trapped me. He glanced at Yoon's gentle and sincere face. Eric wondered about Yoon's mild and calm expression. Why is he being so kind to me? We're not of the same bloodline. There's no reason for him to teach me all of this. He immediately approached and asked honestly, why are you helping me? Yoon explained in a very serious voice. If I acknowledge someone as a brother, I trust that person to the end. He gently stroked Eric's head and continued, whatever that person hides from me, there's no reason for brothers not to help each other. Eric felt a tingling sensation all over his body from surprise. Brothers, he thought with a mind full of doubt and distrust, I don't trust anyone but my sister. I know well that people can change at any time. He carefully observed Yoon's attitude and wondered to himself, if I'm to lead a team, should I be as open-minded as he is? Suddenly a cold mana brushed past him. The monster was gradually recovering with its own mana. Yoon saw it and said excitedly, truly a troublesome opponent. It must be this strong to be worthy of facing me. Eric, in a ready stance, clapped his hands together forcefully. He approached the monster step by step and said mockingly, let's fight again. That evening, Herman, Bray, Ander and Julian were discussing together in the temple amidst a suffocating atmosphere. Isabel looked out the window with a worried expression. Herman turned to her and encouraged her. Hey, worrying alone won't change the situation. Why don't you calm down a bit? Isabel replied with an uneasy and heavy gaze. Today is already the 4th day. Bray's expression was also tense. Has my nephew-in-law been in there for that long already? Ander waved his hand dejectedly and replied, but there's nothing we can do. Hazer bowed her head slightly and said politely, we are currently busy resolving family matters. Thank you for coming, but we would appreciate it if you didn't interfere in this issue. Bray said as if understanding, it seems they don't want us interfering in their family matters. He approached Isabel and reassured her, "Hey, that crazy old man and the White Knight and the King of Beasts are with him, so there's no need to worry," Isabel replied with a hesitant face. But the ground suddenly shook violently. Ander, surprised and flustered, asked, "What?" Isabel looked out the window with a flustered expression. She immediately opened the window wide. The scene outside made her body freeze. She exclaimed loudly upon seeing the outside world engulfed in flames. Tem watched the temple engulfed in fire and smoke with a triumphant expression. Shin Ban approached Tem and reported. He immediately reported the situation. "All of the Blood Wolf King's breath has been used." Tem manifested the Blood Wolf King's breath in his hand and said, "Good, this is the last one." He watched with satisfaction as the mana in his hand burned more and more fiercely. Now he unleashed the Blood Wolf King's breath towards the temple and declared loudly, "The operation begins." Herman hastily flung open the door and shouted loudly, "Who dares attack the temple?" The monsters saw it and shouted excitedly, "It's a human, kill them!" They immediately charged at Herman, Isabel and Bray. One of the monsters suddenly looked up at the sky and discovered something. Julian descended from the sky riding a white tiger and trampled the monsters. Julian, enraged, widened his eyes and shouted loudly, "You damn bastards, how dare you come here?" Isabel cast a suspicious gaze at the enemy's movements. "That's strange. They should know the strength of our forces, so why are they attacking so carelessly?" she thought, watching Julian and the white tiger easily send the monsters flying one by one. "They're not even attacking covertly but head-on." She suddenly widened her eyes with a very flustered and surprised expression. "Could it be?" Bray joined the fight excitedly. "Good, let's finish them quickly before more casualties occur." Isabel immediately stopped them and said, "It's dangerous." Bray laughed naively and said, "You're kind. Are you worrying about us? It's all right, no matter how strong." Isabel hastily cut him off. "No," she quickly explained the situation to Bray and Onder. "Eric is in danger." She explained the enemy's plan. "They're just attacking us to divert attention. Their real target is Eric." While the monsters engaged Herman's group, Tem and Shin Ban quickly moved to the temple's main entrance. Tem didn't hesitate and immediately broke down the door. Shin Ban saw it and sighed, complaining, "Annoying." Lavender and 3 others immediately appeared and loudly drove them away. "Intruders, get out of here. This is a sacred place of the gods. Unbelievers cannot enter." Tem placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head slightly, and replied politely, "Forgive me for disturbing the god's slumber. I will accept punishment for my sins later." He focused on sensing the immense mana emanating from inside the room. He pointed at the door and said, "The enemy is behind that door." Diaphora quickly extended her hand to stop Tem from entering. "Don't come any closer," Tem said in an angry, threatening voice. "If you keep interfering," his eyes glowed eerily red and he warned, "with overwhelming mana, we will have no choice but to use force." Diaphora's eyes suddenly darkened. She gritted her teeth and trembled in fear, thinking, "We can't do it." She recalled Celia's previous advice. "If the dream world is destroyed, Ottohan Melvinser's descendant will be trapped there forever. We must not let anyone interfere." Diaphora suddenly widened her eyes and had a resolute, strong expression. "I must stop them no matter what." She gritted her teeth, extended her hand, and unleashed her magic. Tem slowly drew his sword and easily cut through all of Diaphora's attacks. Diaphora and Pon's faces changed with shock and extreme fear. Tem's eyes burned with murderous intent and rage. "It's useless." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately drew his sword and charged at Diaphora. In the blink of an eye, Diaphora closed her eyes, covered her face with her hands and tried to endure the attack, but she felt no pain and suddenly opened her eyes. Herman appeared just in time and blocked Tem's attack. Tem glanced at Herman and said, "Are you the one?" His voice suddenly changed, very excited. "I've caught the leader of the Monster Legion." Herman was silent, seemingly uninterested in his meaningless words. He looked back at Diaphora and the door behind her. He pointed his sword at Tem and said with a terrifyingly glowing gaze, "No one shall pass here." Eric and Yoon were racking their brains over the monster's stubbornness. Eric gasped, "Even after being so damaged, it keeps recovering." Yoon observed the monster carefully and said, "You can feel it too, can't you?" He asserted that it was growing stronger, seeing the fierce mana enveloping the monster's entire body. Yoon turned to Eric with a serious face and asked, "There's no other way, is there?" Eric replied helplessly, "Probably." Yoon carefully calculated and analyzed the situation. "This monster keeps reviving no matter how many times we kill it. We're taking too much damage," he said, looking at the monsters before his eyes. "We've completed the mission of locating General Winter, but this damn thing won't let us go." Before Yoon could finish speaking, Eric immediately cut in. "Hey, that's absurd." Yoon turned to Eric with a puzzled expression. "I haven't said anything yet." Eric said in a very firm and serious voice, "You don't need to finish speaking." He frowned irritably and said, "You're telling me to take the reconnaissance team and run away. Buying time, aren't you?" Yoon explained his intention. "You're the only one who can do that right now." Eric quickly refused with a very resolute face. "I'll stay, you take everyone else." Yoon was silent, merely glancing and said nothing. But Eric's face was full of tension and confusion. "I can start over from the beginning, but I can't let the Tiger King fail this round." Yoon immediately turned and said irritably, "Are you ordering me around, a leader abandoning his subordinates?" Eric, flustered, immediately explained, but Yoon looked straight at Eric with an unwavering gaze. "Do you think this is the time for that?" Hearing those words, Eric merely resigned himself and fell silent. Yoon clapped his hands together forcefully and said excitedly, "If you refuse, you will be charged with insubordination and fall here." "What will you do now?" Eric immediately followed Yoon's instruction. I'll do it, I'll go. He quickly turned and didn't forget to promise, but I'll be back soon, Yoon replied cheerfully. Don't joke around, don't die. After that, Eric hastily led the reconnaissance team and departed. The reconnaissance team would return to Andromorph, and he would take them safely there and come back. Please hold out until then. Yoon gazed in the direction Eric and the reconnaissance team had departed. He calmly turned to look at the colossal monster standing tall before him. He didn't hesitate, used the body enhancement secret technique and quickly charged at the monsters. Where do you think you're going? Yoon immediately threw off his cloak and suddenly transformed into a powerful beast, blocking the monster's path. Don't lay a hand on my children. Meanwhile, Eric, as Yoon had instructed, quickly led the reconnaissance team to escape. They were already utterly exhausted. The reconnaissance team members' faces were covered in wounds, but they said joyfully, "We're safe, we've been saved." Raph, resolute, eagerly offered help. Eric, you're going back to the captain's location, aren't you? I'll go with you. I don't know how much help I'll be, but please let us fight together. When Eric stood silent without a reply, Raph called out, puzzled, Eric. He kept calling his name, but Eric remained motionless, his whole body stiff. Eric stood blankly, looking at the luxuriantly blooming Celia flower tree before his eyes. Oh no, the Celia flower tree has bloomed. He calmly used his power to summon the stone tablet. The stone tablet read, all restrictions lifted. Mission complete, Eric thought. The order is ending. Seeing the ice barrier surrounding the camellia flower tree gradually disappear. So he hastily ran very quickly. No, not yet. His face was very worried and anxious. Not yet, I haven't even said goodbye. The camellia flower tree continued to bloom luxuriantly, which meant all prohibitions had been lifted and the arrangement was complete. Eric saw it and immediately ran very quickly. Celia quickly followed him, asking curiously, the arrangement is over. What's the rush? Eric's eyes squinted slightly, filled with regret. I couldn't say goodbye. His answer made Celia even more curious. To the Tiger King, why do you need to do that? This is just a virtual world, isn't it? Eric recalled the faces of everyone who had betrayed his family. They indifferently turned their backs on his family, and even though his sister desperately pleaded, they drove her away. Cunning foxes with smiling faces coveted their meager possessions. At that time he sobbed and pleaded earnestly, please don't go, please. Among those who left were countless people he had considered friends or family. People he had trusted and relied on. After enduring all the humiliation, he closed his heart and became cold. Because if he didn't remain vigilant, there were too many people targeting him. But he met people who helped him open his heart, and they gradually melted his cold heart. And someone completely trusted him and treated him like a brother. He said with a heart full of sincerity, even if this place is just a forgotten virtual world. He ran in the blink of an eye and said softly, I'll still say goodbye. Camellia suddenly stopped as if deep in thought. She smiled softly and looked at Eric. The Melvinser family, I can't find anything to hate about them. In the blink of an eye, Eric arrived at the place where he and Yoon had fought monsters before. The atmosphere was desolate and bleak. The barrier in the sky was also gradually disappearing. Eric suddenly stopped and sadness flickered in his eyes. Yoon was calmly sitting on the ground. Although his body was gradually freezing, he still smiled and said, You're back. He carefully observed Yoon's condition and asked hesitantly, How is General Winter? He wanted to ask Yoon so many things, but he could only keep them in his heart. I want to ask if he's hurt, but I feel like I should ask something Yoon wants to talk about and would be proud of. Yoon, covered in wounds on his face and body, turned around. Of course I won. Eric looked at him with a cold, unresponsive face. Of course, I don't know how confident he is. Yoon frowned suspiciously and asked, Hey, you don't think I lost, do you, even if people say they hate me? In the end, I want to be like that person. Eric approached and burst out laughing. Of course not. Yoon quietly closed his eyes and said calmly, The word defeat isn't in my dictionary. I may not look cool right now, but I drove her away, so I won. Eric looked at the scattered monster corpses on the ground, feeling regret. So that means I didn't get to see Yoon fight General Winter. Yoon suddenly asked honestly, Did you come to say goodbye to me? He saw Eric's surprised face and slowly began to speak. What, are you surprised that I hit the nail on the head? Eric's face was very flustered and bewildered. How did you know? Yoon smiled slightly, looked up at the sky and explained, I didn't know at first, but I just suddenly realized it. Honestly, I was curious why you wanted to learn the body enhancement secret technique. He pointed at the gradually disappearing barrier and continued, I thought you would eventually tell me. He noticed everything with sharp eyes. After passing through that shimmering wall, I realized. Now I can see many things I couldn't before. Who you truly are as well. Eric looked at Yoon with eyes full of surprise and admiration. Indeed, there was a reason he still shone so brightly after enduring such a fierce battle. Eric stood silently, his heart filled with surprise and awe at Yoon's extraordinary power. Tiger King Yoon has transcended his limits and become a fifth-tier transcendant. Since he has reached the realm of a transcendent, he must have realized that this world is fake. After that, he said to the tribal chief. Yoon immediately waved his hand, cutting him off. No, he gently expressed his thoughts. I'm no longer curious about what will happen in the future or who you are. I am just myself, and the rest doesn't matter. The barrier was gradually disappearing, but he still maintained a very dignified and calm demeanor. Shouldn't we just focus on the present? Right? Eric didn't hesitate and hastily replied, yes, that's right, Yoon asked with all sincerity. Good, before I say goodbye, just one question. What is your true name? Eric hesitated slightly, then stammered his reply. Eric. He seriously introduced himself. I am Eric Melvinser. Yoon was very surprised to learn Eric Melvinser's identity. He suddenly burst out laughing and said, I see, so that's it. He slowly stood up and said, my brother Eric Melvinser, you kept your promise to return alive and save our tribe once again, so I will reward you. I'll show you something interesting. Yoon's voice became calm and firm. This is a final farewell gift for you, my brother. He immediately took a stance and concentrated mana throughout his body. This is what I learned. With this I defeated General Winter. He slowly demonstrated each step and movement so Eric could observe and remember everything carefully. Eric focused on observing every technique Yoon painstakingly taught him, contemplating the final gift. As night deepened, the sky filled with romantic stars. Yoon panted after finishing his lesson to Eric. The fragments of the barrier were slowly falling away. Yoon looked at Eric's sad and discouraged face and said, if fate allows. He smiled brightly, showing no regret and wished to meet again. Just like that, the barrier rapidly shattered, and this fake world came to an end. Eric opened his eyes as soon as he returned to reality. Cornelia, seeing him staring blankly at the sky, asked with a curious expression, you don't seem very happy, Otto said in a very serious voice. You should be proud as you've gained more than we expected. Eric hurriedly stood up and proposed, could we try the arrangement one more time? If you give me a chance, I will surely find a way to defeat General Winter. As soon as he finished speaking, Otto said firmly, you won't be able to. His eyes were full of doubt and disbelief. Even Tiger King Yoon later had to sacrifice himself to defeat her. How could you succeed in 100 days? He continued to explain the difficulty of defeating General Winter. The Temple of Flowers was created because no one could stop General Winter. Otto's words sounded like a chilling threat to Eric. The demon god's curse was that terrifying. He suddenly lowered his voice and said softly, the reason I stopped the arrangement and received help was for your sake. Eric stared blankly at him, asking himself, does he mean that he also intervened in the arrangement to help me? Otto explained his plan in detail. Our goal was to teach you how to defeat General Winter through the arrangement. Otto looked at Eric with a very solemn and trusting attitude. In return, you will fight her. He strictly reminded Eric that he still had unresolved problems in reality. Eric looked at him with firm, resolute eyes. Before long, night had fallen, and Eric quietly meditated with Celia sleeping beside him. Suddenly, a dark aura quietly and rapidly approached him. As the dark aura approached him, a voice suddenly said, so you were hiding here. Shin Ban suddenly appeared before Eric and said, Melvinser. He secretly drew his sword and said in an enraged voice, how dare a mere human block the Blood Wolf King's path? He didn't hesitate and immediately lunged at Eric. Your crime deserves death, however. Eric's face showed no change and no reaction whatsoever. He suddenly widened his eyes as if he had noticed Shin Ban a long time ago. Dust billowed from the fierce clash between Herman and Tem. Herman carefully considered how to deal with Tem. In the past I would have beheaded him in one blow. Now my body is recovering, so it'll be difficult. He pondered, recalling a dangerous technique. Is that the only answer? That secret technique had given him a mana reflux disease, but it had also given him new insight and power. His eyes gleamed with resolve and veins popped out on his face. Though it might be dangerous, it was for Eric's protection. Tem's wicked smile made Herman wonder. Why is that guy smiling? He hurriedly looked back at the door behind him. No way! At that moment, Shin Ban with an enraged face charged straight at Eric. You deserve execution for your sins. Even though he pointed his sword at Eric, Eric remained calm and patient. When the time came, he immediately opened his eyes wide, and mana burst from his body, blocking Shin Ban's sudden attack. His entire body immediately froze. Well, what is this? Eric tapped his frozen nose and said mockingly. What do you mean, what is this? He clenched his fist and laughed triumphantly. You're finished. A demon suddenly appeared behind his back, opening its mouth as if to swallow its prey. Shin Ban's body trembled with fear and his eyes bulged. No, after dealing with Shin Ban? Eric looked at the pattern on his hand and said with a smile, thanks to the contract, Yoon's seal has become stronger. Mephisto frowned and said with displeasure, East wind, so you can use cold wind in addition to ice. You could even create winter with snow and clouds. Eric looked at him with innocent eyes and said playfully, strange, why do I feel good when I see your ugly face? Mephisto was enraged by those words. What are you talking about? Cornelia also joined in teasing him, saying perhaps the ugly demon king's face is ridiculous. You have to admit it. Mephisto trembled with anger. Damn it, Eric chuckled, watching Cornelia and Mephisto argue fiercely. He was suddenly surprised to see something glowing in his pocket. He took out the ice crystal orb. Wondering why it had changed into a snowflake shape, Eric was very flustered as the ground suddenly shook violently. No way, what? When did the temple door open? Eric quickly ran towards the door with a worried face. Damn it, Herman, exhausted and sitting amidst the debris, came into his sight. Though his body was covered in wounds, he said, worried about Eric. Thank goodness you're safe. Eric rushed over and helped Herman up, asking worriedly, Are you all right? Herman limped and replied softly, Yes, I just used too much strength and am exhausted. Eric stared blankly at his bright face, but he looked refreshed. Herman glanced at him and said kindly, "Even though my body isn't as healthy as before, do you know that after I met you who gave me mono-reflux disease, something good happened to me?" Eric asked with a curious expression. "What is it?" Herman pointed forward and said joyfully, "I've taken another step forward." He looked at Tem and the monsters lying on the ground with interest and said, "I've taken another step closer to where I've always wanted to be." Eric carefully supported Herman and said, "Please stay still while I give you some mana." Herman heard that and warned, "If it clashes with other energies, you'll suffer internal injuries." Nevertheless, Eric quickly transferred abundant mana to him. Herman was greatly surprised by Eric's powerful mana. "What happened in these 4 days? I can't believe he has such incredibly stable mana. He has already crossed another boundary of power." After that, Eric asked Herman worriedly, "Are you feeling better?" Herman replied with a smile, "Thank you." However, the fire and smoke outside the temple continuously burned and the fierce battle continued. Eric carefully put Herman down and rushed outside. "It's still noisy out there." "Excuse me." When he arrived, everything was already engulfed in flames. Monsters were still breathing fire everywhere. Eric saw that and was enraged. "Those damn bastards!" He immediately pointed at the sky and cast an immense amount of mana. He shot magical ice at the monsters. The monsters froze in the blink of an eye. Other monsters saw that sight and muttered in fear. "What? That's Melvinzer. Retreat, retreat quickly." Eric's eyes burned with resolve and anger. He looked at the monsters fleeing in fear, recalling what someone had once said, "Entering this battlefield may be your choice, but when you leave is not yours to decide." He immediately shot immense mana at the monsters and they screamed in panic. "Damn it, stop standing there and destroy them." The monsters desperately cried out, "Blood Wolf King, please save us." As they saw the powerful mana gathering around his body, Eric didn't hesitate and prepared to attack. The monsters directly received the magic attack he launched. Julian, Ander and Bray's faces were filled with surprise. Eric's attack covered the surroundings with snow. Everyone rejoiced and was excited. "Beautiful," Bayani, Pons and Aurelia said, unable to take their eyes off it excitedly. "Snow, such white and beautiful snowflakes." Diaphora pointed at the snow with a bright face and said, "It really is." She stood before a frozen tree and admired. "Beautiful, I never thought I'd see such a beautiful sight." Eric quietly watched from above as Diaphora and her 3 companions happily looked at the frozen tree. He smiled slightly, feeling comfortable and warm. When the battle ended, the sky brightened. Eric immediately revealed his intentions to everyone. "I plan to use the ice crystal orb to absorb the harsh energies and awaken the winter flowers, and then transfer the flower god's divine power to them." Cornelia chuckled, crossing her arms. "Just like you awakened me." Eric explained his plan in more detail. "If we gather the power of the flowers and plant the winter flowers, we might be able to trap General Winter there and summon spring." He made his current decision, recalling what Mephisto had said. As Mephisto said, to end this winter, many elements are needed besides ice and east wind. He immediately manifested the ice crystal orb in his hand. The energy of the ice crystal orb slowly spread to the seeds. Eric thought to himself, "There are elements here that can awaken the tea flowers and the queen. The queen sleeping in the flower forest. If I place all the things the queen spread when she fell asleep in the black snowfield there, winter will end and the forgotten spring will return." In the place where the winter flowers had withered, Herman, Bray, Ander and Isabel were able to talk together in a peaceful atmosphere. A warm spring breeze blew. Isabel suddenly sensed something and was startled. She smiled brightly and felt the surrounding atmosphere. "And the scent of spring flowers will emanate. Spring flowers and plants full of vitality replace the harsh cold of winter." After that, everyone gathered outside the temple. Eric explained his plan to Shinban again. He asked, "What should we do?" "As I said, we have to kill General Winter." Shinban heard that and explained, "What I mean is we shouldn't kill her," but he continued firmly, "We shouldn't act rashly without any information." Eric reassured him, "Don't worry, I know where she is." Shinban asked, surprised and curious. "Where?" Eric replied with a bright face. "The Noruz tribe." Shinban's mind was complex and he said helplessly, "Again, so others aren't going?" Eric looked at Herman, Julian and Isabel's expressions and said, "The rest seem to have their own opinions." Julian, Hazer and Balance laughed and raised no objections. Shinban sighed and followed the majority's opinion. "Damn it, since everything has come to this I have no choice but to help," Eric said teasingly. "I know you like it, stop pretending to be annoyed." Seeing everyone ready, Eric with a triumphant face took the lead and said, "Looks like everyone agrees. Shall we leave now? It's time to create some chaos." The Blood Wolf King slammed his hand hard on the back of his chair and his hands and feet trembled with anger. "Fool, defeated by Agu." Agu heard that and said, "It seems the plan to burn down the palace didn't work." The Blood Wolf King excused his failure, saying, "A place like the Temple of Flowers, whether it exists or not, doesn't matter. It's just a noteworthy pile of ruins, but there's one thing that bothers me." Agu calmly and honestly said, "Actually, you couldn't deal with Melvinzer, could you?" The Blood Wolf King frowned and looked displeased. Agu spread his hands, shaking his head, and seemed to agree. "I'm no different from you. We all know that annoying name from a long time ago." The Blood Wolf King gnashed his teeth in anger and immediately made a plan. "Just create more troops and eliminate them. First, I need to complete gathering forces. For that, I need General Winter. And I need to unite our power in the black snowfield." As he said this, he suddenly widened his eyes, realizing something shocking. He stood up in a rage and shouted loudly, "How dare he!" His eyes were full of anger and his furious emotions were clearly visible on his face. "My tail is disappearing, damn Melvinser." Agu laughed joyfully and suggested, "Perhaps we should help a little." In the Noruz tribe's castle of Dan Dan Farm, a colossal whirlwind overwhelmed and destroyed everything. The whirlwind, accompanied by lightning, grew stronger and stronger, swallowing everything. Monsters screamed in fear. "The castle is collapsing. Where has General Winter gone?" Eric, Mephisto and Celia floated above, observing below. Eric said triumphantly, "That place is all shattering," Mephisto reminded him. "You're causing immense chaos," Eric said in a serious voice. "If they intend to turn the temple into a sea of fire, they should be prepared for this too." Cornelia covered her mouth and chuckled with delight. It was as if a century of heavy burden had been lifted. Eric suddenly took out a blue orb and tightly held it in his hand. Inside the orb, Bray, Onder and Kel's cheerful laughter and voices could be heard. "The more we do this, the more fun it gets. Hey son-in-law, do you need anything else? Just say the word." Mephisto heard that, crossed his arms and evaluated. "What strange fellows." Eric glanced at him and said, "You too." He observed the situation below and said with a bright face, "But thanks to them everything is going very smoothly." He looked at his companions below, who were working hard to destroy the barrier stones, and said, "Once we destroy the barrier stones below," Hazer and Shin Ban were also working diligently. Eric continued to explain, "Now the unblessed Noruz rascals will stand before a whirlwind that will expand and pacify everything." Monsters cried out in fear. "Your Majesty, Blood Wolf King, please save us." Eric firmly showed a completely helpless appearance before General Winter. Cornelia wondered in her heart. The Noruz kingdom was built by uniting most of the cities in the Black Snowfield, so destroying so many cities will be very difficult. Eric laughed triumphantly, as if he had the number of enemies in the palm of his hand. "They won't just sit back and watch." Nevertheless, he said, "I'm not just going to wander around and smash a few pieces." He slowly analyzed and calculated that the cities were loyal to the Noruz tribe because of the Blood Wolf King's overwhelming power and his ability to protect the cities from General Winter. "That's all," he continued to explain his plan. "Once the cities realize they can't escape the threat of General Winter, they will be gripped by fear and distrust, which will eventually lead to anger." He crossed his arms and laughed triumphantly. "Once the Noruz tribe begins to collapse, Andromorph will absorb them. We will get what we want, in the frozen snow-covered valley of the Noruz base." Nahiyat was surprised by Eric's group's aggressive actions. "Why are those Andromorph bastards suddenly attacking the barrier?" He looked at the map and pondered. "Even if it severely destroys my territory, it won't defeat the Blood Wolf King. They wouldn't take such a risk." He couldn't understand Eric's group's combat power at all. What exactly do they want? He suddenly widened his eyes and realized something. "No way!" Nahiyat hurriedly picked up a pen and marked a path on the map, then slammed the table and shouted in an enraged voice, "How did they know this?" He circled the key areas and worried. The ancient castle that was attacked was a boundary line established to protect the night zone. His entire body trembled with fear and his mind gradually became confused. That place was where General Winter's true form was hidden. At this thought, Nahiyat's face filled with rage and he hastily left. If it were revealed that we were hiding General Winter and using fear to control the cities that swore allegiance to us would rebel. He stood up and declared before all the monsters, "We must mobilize our forces." As night fell, thick snow began to fall, and the whole world turned white. Eric stood on a rock and said, "Through the plan I only know that General Winter is in the night zone within the Noruz tribe's territory. But I don't know the exact location." Eric immediately explained the next plan to Mephisto and Cornelia. "Therefore, by disturbing the area around the night zone, I'm confident the Noruz tribe will certainly move to protect General Winter." As expected, numerous monsters immediately appeared below. It was just as Eric had predicted. Mephisto flashed an evil smile. "I wonder how they'll react when they realize they're in your hands," Cornelia also said excitedly. "It's quite interesting to see a Melvinser's scheme from the same side." Eric took out the crystal ball and reported the situation. "Blue Lion, as expected, the Noruz tribe has already moved." Herman's voice echoed from the crystal ball. "Are you sure you're okay going alone? I can help right now." Eric immediately declined the offer. "No, it's more advantageous to go alone. Blue Lion, please wait there with the others." Herman agreed, replying, "If you've decided that, I'll follow." Herman urged with a worried face, "But I hope you don't overdo it." Eric replied gently, "Thank you for your concern. I'll send a signal later." After speaking, Eric put the crystal ball in his pocket and said excitedly, "Shall we leave now?" In the meantime, the enemies had also completed their troop deployment. Tem gathered his unit and asked if everyone was present. He declared with a serious face, "This is an extremely important mission ordered by Lord Nahiyat." He looked at the monster standing at the very end of the line and said, You at the very back." He pointed directly at Eric and wondered, "I don't recognize you." Eric stammered nervously, "My name is Licken. I was ordered to come here." "Did I do something wrong?" Tem asked with a curious expression. "A new recruit?" Eric quickly replied. "Yes." Tem gritted his teeth and complained, "But I haven't received any specific orders and I can't do anything." He moved on and earnestly instructed, "Not a single small mistake is allowed here. Understand?" Eric stood straight and replied, "Yes, I understand." Afterward, Tem led his unit and set off saying, "I'll explain in more detail once we arrive there." Mephisto and Comelia suddenly appeared behind Eric. He said with a displeased face, "They're stupid, but why do they keep falling for such obvious traps?" Comelia speculated. "They probably never dreamed someone would infiltrate this far," Eric said triumphantly. "My acting skills are truly excellent. This is 7th grade transformation magic. How could they recognize it?" Mephisto immediately denied it. "Excellent, my foot," Eric threatened, making Mephisto's face pale. "Keep interfering and you'll taste the Noru's tribe's dance." Before long, Tem led his unit to the base and strictly ordered, "From now on, defend this place. Don't let a single mosquito pass." All units loudly responded to the defense of the ancient port. Yes, immediately, Tem and his unit adopted a defensive posture with murderous intent in their eyes. Eric successfully infiltrated the enemy's defensive line using stealth magic, then he quickly breached the enemy's gaps using apparition magic. He, Mephisto, and Comelia thus charged straight towards the enemy's base. Eric led the way, saying, "I can see the magic barrier concentrated over there." He reiterated his strategy. "Once we pass through, we need to go find General Winter." In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the place where the barrier emitted a dazzling light. Eric slowly landed on the ground, completely surprised by the sight before his eyes. Eric was horrified to see the chains binding something before him. "What is this?" The chains gradually tightened around a delicate girl's body. That girl was General Winter, and she was screaming in pain and despair, seeing General Winter suffering in chains. Eric was surprised. "Why is General Winter bound? The rusted chains suggest she's been tied for a long time." Mephisto crossed his arms and smiled with satisfaction. "I didn't expect her to be bound like this." He flashed an evil smile. "This must be related to why you suddenly fell asleep 40 years ago." Comelia also agreed, replying, "That's right." She observed a faint red light glowing around the chains. She said, "It makes sense that these chains have a strangely strong floral scent. They were made with divine power." Her eyes suddenly darkened. Her voice was filled with sadness. "Eden and I were also bound like this 40 years ago. Though the seal wasn't that strong, I could tell how long it had been there." Celia noticed that General Winter's body was always surrounded by a colorful power and immediately realized someone restored it. Eric's eyes widened and he asserted, "Restoration." Hearing this, the ferocious and cruel face of the Bloodwolf King came to his mind. The Bloodwolf King. Eric approached step by step, saying, I didn't expect to have to thank the Bloodwolf King. I didn't know what to do with General Winter." He held the ice crystal orb in his hand and said with a joyful laugh, "Since she's bound like this, it'll be much easier to put her into the ice crystal orb." Meanwhile, General Winter was still writhing and screaming in extreme pain. Eric pointed the ice crystal orb at General Winter to absorb her. Suddenly, a colossal purple light appeared in the sky, and a voice echoed, "Is a rat trying to get in?" He quickly dodged the attack. A foot appeared from the light in the sky, and he wondered, "What is that monster doing here?" Mephisto said with a displeased expression, "Damn it, I didn't expect to meet him here." Eric's face was also serious. "I think I've felt that energy several times." Azel stood proudly before Eric and Mephisto. Eric immediately recognized him. Azel the Mad, a demon belonging to Grigori. Azel approached Eric and said in a challenging voice, "A mere soldier dares not fear my seal." He glared at Eric, disguised as a Noru's tribesman, and said, You are a member of the Melvinzer family." As soon as Eric heard that, he returned to his true form and laughed joyfully. "Not bad for a demon to see through my disguise magic," Azel observed intently and speculated inwardly. "That Melvinzer bastard is disrupting the Noru's tribe's plan." He recalled the orders he had received. The mission from the organization is for the Bloodwolf King to form an alliance with the Black Snowfield and then defeat General Winter. He looked at Eric with murderous eyes, thinking angrily, "If it weren't for him, my mission would have already been completed." Azel suddenly bared his long, sharp fangs and flashed a very evil smile. "This is another good opportunity for me. With this, I can gain the consent of those who hold grudges against the Melvinzers." He gathered strength throughout his body to prepare for an attack with subjective and rash thoughts. The organization judged that his level, no matter how high, would be similar to a mage. Black energy suddenly surged from the pattern on his hand. "He's not skilled enough to fight me." Those energies gathered and began to form a colossal whirlwind. Mephisto observed from outside and speculated, "A very powerful whirlwind. I guess he possesses the bloodline power of the demon race." Mephisto laughed joyfully and warned, "He'll be a formidable opponent." Eric replied calmly, "Perhaps." He licked his lips excitedly. "I've caught a big fish. This is a top-grade item comparable to a totem." Azel, startled by Eric's reaction, thought to himself, "He's laughing. Is he crazy?" He hastily raised his hand and gathered power. "Laugh while you can, soon." Immediately, he fired numerous crescent-shaped lights at Eric. "You will be torn to shreds by my storm." Those lights flew towards Eric at immense speed. Azel laughed triumphantly. "There aren't many enemies who can stand against me." Eric smiled faintly and raised his hand using defensive magic. Azel's lights immediately vanished into thin air. Azel shouted in shock, "Impossible." Eric scoffed and immediately raised his hand to prepare a counterattack. "Did you think I'd lose that easily?" Eric immediately used an explosive technique. Immediately, a colossal beam of light flew straight towards Azel. Azel hastily created a stone wall to block it. "I have to stop it." But Eric's light pierced through the stone wall. Azel's mouth hung open in shock. How does he have General Winter's techniques? Thousands of questions flooded his mind at the unbelievable sight before him. How can he use the north wind and blizzards, the wind that devours and tears everything apart, the blizzard that turns everything white and freezes it? One of the great powers of the demon god, necessary to destroy the empire and resurrect our master. Azel suddenly stopped and thought intensely. What we need to rescue now is General Winter. He was astonished by Eric's immense power. A lowly human taming the north wind and blizzards. Even for us demons it's extremely difficult to use. How did that Melvinser bastard acquire such power? Eric warned Azel with a displeased expression. We're fighting right now, why are you staring and thinking so intently? He suddenly moved closer and simultaneously used the body enhancement secret technique, Fierce Tiger Impact, to deliver 2 attacks. After that he immediately pierced through him. Azel's arm was severed from his body in the blink of an eye. He was astonished by Eric's steel body technique attack. He quickly leapt high to dodge the next attack. He hastily created a stone wall with his remaining arm. Damn it, Azel immediately used healing magic to restore his severed arm. He thought fearfully, he should only be at the level of a mage at most, but this power is anything but ordinary. He gritted his teeth and rage surged to his head. He's at least a 7th grade mage and archmage. He hastily pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and calculated inwardly, if he can freely use body enhancement secret techniques, he's not an opponent I can defeat. Azel, sweating, tore the paper in half. I'll escape with transfer magic now and report to headquarters. But the more he tore, the more the paper vanished. He stared intently at the paper, a very worried expression on his face. Why isn't it activating? Eric's voice suddenly echoed. Of course it won't work. He quietly appeared behind him, grabbed Azel's head and scoffed. I took precautions in case you tried to escape. Eric slammed Azel's head down with all his might, scattering dust. After defeating the enemy, he slowly released his hand. Seeing Azel lying on the ground, Eric scoffed. I was a little worried because he wasn't as strong as the demon I fought before, but this was too easy. Mephisto crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly. Azel's follower can't be that strong, yet he still wondered inwardly, this monster, what on earth happened? How did he become so strong in such a short time? Eric sat beside Azel's crumpled corpse and said, but I didn't know Grigori's influence extended this far. He reached out and absorbed energy from Azel, saying, I'd like to ask more questions, but he's already dead, so I'll just absorb his demonic energy. The pattern on Azel's hand suddenly turned red and emitted a dark aura. A murderous voice echoed from behind Eric. You should be careful. A black shadow rising from Azel's body immediately sent Eric flying. Eric landed on his knees and wondered, what is this? He looked at Azel standing before him and thought inwardly, he's definitely dead. His face and mana are completely different, he cackled. You are the one who killed Carl. Eric's eyes suddenly darkened, and his body began to tremble with fear at Ael's overwhelming power. Someone with this much demonic energy is a demon king. Mephisto's eyes widened, and he thought uneasily. Could it be that he has awakened? The image of the terrifying demon from before came to his mind. Azel, the reason humans defeated demons 30 years ago was that there was no leader to command the demon legion. But what if Ael, the great demon king also known as the tyrant, revives? This was a serious problem that required the intervention of the imperial family and the 6 families managing the magic tower. Eric said to Mephisto with a worried face, Mephisto, the wind is getting stronger and stronger. We need to retreat first. Mephisto shook his head and objected. No, there's no need for that. Eric still didn't understand Mephisto's intention. He asked again, what do you mean? Mephisto observed intently and asserted seriously. That's just a replica, he explained further. It's an inferior version that can't become Azel. Think of it that way. So Mephisto's face was very composed and calm. All 4 great demon kings, including myself, are either sealed or dead, but as long as our true forms exist, we will never completely disappear. Eric asked, not taking his eyes off Azel. Are you saying Azel's true form is somewhere? Mephisto laughed triumphantly, as if he saw through everything. Otherwise, Grigori wouldn't have been able to exist until now. They are conducting all sorts of experiments to resurrect Azel's true form. Hearing this, Eric suddenly recalled past sad events. Then Grigori is committing all sorts of evil deeds in the human world. Just like they used Sudum to take the lives of farmers. He gritted his teeth and determination blazed in his eyes. This is serious, Eric said to Azel in a challenging voice. You fake bastard, as you say I killed Carl. He thought worriedly, I'll definitely have to face Grigori in the future. I won't avoid it anymore. An evil aura immediately gathered in the pattern on Azel's hand, he said with a joyful laugh. Then he reached out his hand and at the same time a colossal whirlwind appeared and swept everything away. You will die. Steel and wind immediately flew straight at Eric. Eric scoffed at his words and mimicked him. Shush, shush, shush. He summoned a fierce whirlwind with lightning striking around it and complained, can't you speak properly? Azel's steel wind and Eric's whirlwind immediately clashed. Meanwhile, Eric used binding magic. Chains successively appeared around Azel's body. Azel's eyes flashed red and he said in an angry voice, don't run away too quickly. He lightly waved his hand and the chains were easily destroyed. Eric suddenly appeared behind him. That was a diversion technique, you damned wretch. He gnashed his fangs. He quickly used the body enhancement secret technique, White Tiger's Claws, and his attack immediately possessed the power of a fierce beast. He flew at a speed far exceeding ordinary vision. Azel immediately blocked his punch and said gleefully, a body enhancement secret technique? Eric's face showed great bewilderment and surprise. As he hadn't expected Azel to block his attack, he immediately used a flesh-tearing technique to try and rip across Azel's stomach, but his attack inflicted no damage. It's no use. Azel immediately clenched his fist, gathering immense mana ready to counterattack. Die. Eric gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with tension and worry. Dangerous. He quickly parried and blocked the attack. The ground was suddenly covered by a magic shield with a violent explosion. It helped him narrowly escape Azel's powerful punch, however. The shield seemed to have drained a lot of his power. Fatigue was evident on his face. He's only possessed a replica, yet he's already this strong. How powerful would his real body be? He calculated carefully in his mind. As time passes, the spirit will assimilate better with the body. Seeing Azel's arrogant and insolent demeanor, Eric vowed to himself, from now on he will grow even stronger. Mephisto crossed his arms and sneered, reminding him, he's only a replica, but still a replica of a great demon king. It would be quite embarrassing if he were easily defeated by a child like you. Eric gritted his teeth, trying to maintain his composure. So annoying, but Mephisto was right. At this rate, I'll probably just burn to death. He looked back, thinking worriedly. The more pressing issue is that Tem is still leading the Noru's Wind Warriors chasing me. Spread out and surround them. Don't let the intruders escape. Eric fully realized it and thought impatiently. The Noru's tribe is approaching this place. My plan to secretly absorb General Winter has completely failed. Azel stood before him, wearing a satisfied smile. I've won. He created countless dark whirlwinds in the sky, and thousands of other demons emerged from those circles. He said in a challenging and threatening tone, you are completely surrounded. How do you plan to escape now? Eric said calmly, without trembling. I could escape if I used all my mana, but with the Noru's tribe there it would be extremely difficult. Mephisto asked curiously. So what are you going to do now? Eric asked, raising the pattern on his arm. Mephisto, don't you know anything? He immediately launched a light strike at Azel. Azel used a shield and said, it's no use no matter how hard you try. Eric raised his arm and laughed triumphantly. Our family's tradition is truly remarkable. Azel's eyes widened and his mouth hung open as he exclaimed in shock, impossible. Eric continued to gather mana and said with a laugh, if I can't have it, no one else can. He immediately launched a series of strikes at Azel, but his real target was General Winter, bound behind him. As soon as she was attacked, she steamed in agony. Azel was greatly bewildered by the sight, and his voice trembled. You, Mephisto laughed, surprised and delighted. You're insane. General Winter's painful screams seemed to rip through the entire space. Comelia's face also showed great surprise and bewilderment. I knew he was from the Melvinzer family, but I didn't know he was that crazy. Mephisto laughed with satisfaction, praising, exactly. That's a true Melvinzer. It's the best thing you've done since contracting with me. Comelia said nervously, weren't you going to trap her in the ice crystal orb? Why are you releasing her? Eric's face was very calm as he looked at them. What more can I do? He immediately stomped hard on the ground. Then he soared into the sky, bypassing the demons. Eric's face lit up with a smile as he said, time to escape now. Azel immediately gestured to the demons and commanded chase him. He looked at General Winter and thought carefully, we need to recapture General Winter because we don't know where she'll attack. He calculated in his mind, observing Eric's escape. If we let him get away, he will hinder our future plans. Azel knelt down, laughing triumphantly. I must cut off the Melvinzer family's seed before he grows stronger. His chest suddenly tightened and he coughed violently. He felt helpless as he watched his life force slowly dissipate. Damn it, I can't believe this body's life force is running out at this very moment. Meanwhile, General Winter hastily pursued Eric's group. Comelia and Mephisto. Mephisto grumbled with a displeased expression. Why is she only chasing Eric? Comelia sighed and replied, it's because she reacts strongly only to the Melvinzer family's mana. It's the mana used to seal her. Mephisto was still not satisfied with the explanation. The Beastkins who used reinforced seals were the same. Why is she so angry yet only chasing Eric? Comelia was at a loss for Mephisto's difficult question. She suddenly stopped and thought worriedly, it's really strange. General Winter has never discriminated against any creature. She has never been angry at a specific individual. She was surprised to see General Winter's enraged pursuit of Eric. I've known General Winter for quite a while, but I've never seen her this angry. She suddenly widened her eyes as if realizing something. She immediately asked about Eric's actions. Hey, what did you do to General Winter? Eric replied calmly, nothing much. He recounted the previous moment, when I broke her seal. He recalled the moment he shot an ice arrow at General Winter. He continued, remembering General Winter's painful screams. I accidentally shot an ice arrow at her forehead. Celia's face showed great bewilderment and she asked hesitantly, shot her? She reprimanded him angrily. Are you crazy? Why did you do that? Eric laughed and explained his intention. I had to do that to drive her where I wanted her. The demons immediately informed the Noru's tribe of the situation. General Winter has been released. They immediately gestured, ordering to capture the Melvinzer. But General Winter easily defeated those who got in her way. Ah, this is as Eric predicted. But at the same time I can use her to deal with troublesome individuals. The screams of demons and the Noru's tribe echoed. Run, Mephisto crossed his arms and asked about Eric's plan. It's truly chaotic. What are you going to do now? Eric said with a serious expression. Since it's come to this, I have no choice but to unleash hell. Mephisto cackled, looking very pleased. For the first time, I truly like you. Bray's voice suddenly echoed. Eric, what on earth is going on? Eric hastily took out the crystal ball, and the faces of Bray, Onder, and Kay inside it were very serious. Bray asked worriedly, this cold wave is getting stronger and stronger. Are you hurt anywhere? Eric explained calmly. Don't worry, I'm the one who caused this chaos. Onder held the crystal ball in his hand and urged nervously, Eric, be careful. If you get hurt, my niece will scold me. Bray hastily asked about the current situation. But what did you do to make it come to this? Eric's answer greatly bewildered B. Onder and Kay, nothing much. I just released the Ice King. Herman, who was standing behind, was also startled. Bray patted Ander's shoulder and laughed with satisfaction. I knew it. You're crazier than us. Onder offered help, asking, do you have a plan? Is there anything we can do to help? Eric did not hesitate to ask for help. Escort me. Onder asked curiously, where are you going? Eric answered honestly without hesitation, yes. Although General Winter was chasing him right behind, he said leisurely, I'm heading to the Noruz tribe. In the Noruz castle, constant murmuring echoed. The dark barrier has been destroyed. General Winter is with the wolf tribe. Eldorado is suffering immense damage due to General Winter. General Winter is rampaging. Netter slammed the table hard with a furious voice. How could he release General Winter? His subordinate immediately reported to him. My lord, we are being bombarded with questions about why General Winter appeared in Noruz territory, and what happened to her seal. Netter hesitated worriedly. General Winter is a tool to maintain our rule and a secret that must be hidden. If this continues, the Noruz tribe's hierarchy will collapse, he hastily gestured and commanded. Immediately deploy troops and issue a warning. Summary execution for anyone who dares to act foolishly. His subordinates immediately rushed out and replied, yes, my lord. Nevertheless, his face was still filled with tension and worry. I need to silence the other cities. I must subdue General Winter and prevent her escape. Netter scratched the table hard with his claws, his voice full of rage. How did this happen? He widened his eyes and gritted his sharp teeth. It's all because of that Melvinzer. I must kill him by any means necessary. He immediately gestured, ordering to find the Melvinzer. He must be behind all of this. Rowan searched using a crystal ball and replied, we found one potential Melvinzer, my lord. Netter growled angrily. Where is he? Rowan answered hesitantly. Well, his face was covered in sweat, trembling with fear as he said, he's right in front of the Noruz tribe's main gate. Netter's face contorted and he shouted, what nonsense are you talking about now? Before he could finish speaking, the ground and ceiling suddenly shook violently. He observed outside the window and the scene outside astonished him. No, General Winter is rushing towards the Noruz base, chasing Eric in a rage. Seeing Eric's triumphant and slightly provocative smile, Netter shouted, that madman. Suddenly, screams erupted from all around. General Winter is coming. What on earth is happening? Eric suddenly stopped, wiped the sweat from his hand and sighed. This chasing is exhausting. Mephisto's face was anxious and helpless. I've always thought this. Those who stand against you are truly pitiful. Seeing General Winter charging forward in a rage, he said pitifully, what did she do wrong? She's angry because you shot an ice arrow at her forehead, didn't you? Eric immediately cut him off. Hey, you know me well. Eric quickly raised his hand and gathered mana towards the sky. Now he immediately created numerous ice arrows and said in an excited voice, time to turn this place into hell. He immediately used penetration to fire ice arrows at the Noruz castle's barrier. Netter hastily commanded all his subordinates, stop him, stop that damn bastard. Suddenly Herman's familiar voice echoed, I'm sorry, but we can't just leave you like that. Netter gestured at Herman and growled, what is that human talking about? Deal with them. His eyes suddenly widened, looking very bewildered and confused. Watching the castle's shield slowly being destroyed, he gritted his teeth, his face contorted. No, impossible. Seizing the opportunity, Eric, along with Mephisto and Celia, lured General Winter into the castle. The monsters trembled and shouted, General Winter is coming. Eric's face lit up with a smile as he said excitedly, let's go to the center. The ground suddenly shook violently, shattering into hundreds of pieces. The terrifying and colossal shadow of the Blood Wolf King suddenly appeared, saying in a frightening, threatening voice, who dares? He was instantly enraged. His powerful scream echoed like thunder. To disturb my slumber, the Blood Wolf King stood tall, arrogantly and majestically. The other monsters immediately knelt and prostrated themselves before him. Blood Wolf King. Eric's eyes widened as he stared at him. He's the Blood Wolf King I've only heard about. What is that aura emanating from him? He was surprised to see an overwhelming and suffocating mana emanating around the Blood Wolf King. It pushed back General Winter's coldness with both mana and demonic energy. The Blood Wolf King's face was very serious, and he said, blue eyes and blonde hair and that unpleasant scent. You are clearly a Melvinzer. He calmly concentrated and thought, before I restored my 8th tail with demonic energy, I need a body enhancement secret technique to restore my last tail. Seeing Eric's resolute face, he thought with distress and worry, but if I consider that he came looking for me. Meanwhile, General Winter suddenly charged at the Blood Wolf King in a state of extreme rage. The Blood Wolf King, seeing the sight, screamed in fury, his eyes sharp, grinding his sharp teeth. His roar shook the world. How dare a mere monster target me? He immediately launched an attack at General Winter. Get out of my territory! General Winter also quickly counterattacked, and as the two magical attacks clashed, a huge explosion immediately occurred. Eric, along with Mephisto and Comelia, concentrated on observing the battle from a high vantage point. Eric was surprised by General Winter's actions. Why is General Winter suddenly attacking the Blood Wolf King? Comelia immediately speculated. Perhaps she sees him as the enemy of the chains that bound her. Not stopping there, General Winter and the Blood Wolf King continued to confront each other. Eric, Mephisto, and Celia observed calmly from outside with their arms crossed. Seeing Eric's face suddenly change, Celia asked worriedly, "Is there a problem?" Eric said nothing and rushed downwards. Mephisto's face was tense as he watched him, and Celia chased after him, saying, "Wait," seeing Eric holding the ice crystal orb in his hand. Comelia asked curiously, "What are you going to do? Why did you bring the ice crystal orb?" General Winter screamed in extreme pain from the Blood Wolf King's attack. Eric stood before General Winter holding the ice crystal orb and said, "Since the Blood Wolf King has helped me so much," he raised the ice crystal orb and said with a sneer, "I can't miss this opportunity." Immediately, General Winter's mana was completely absorbed into the ice crystal orb. Mephisto watched with his arms crossed, smiling with satisfaction. "To steal what you need and mercilessly destroy the opponent." His smile was very cunning and he praised him highly. "You truly have talent just like me." Eric's eyes widened as if he had discovered something. He quietly turned to look at the Blood Wolf King who had appeared behind him. He laughed excitedly, feeling General Winter's overflowing mana flowing into his body. Eric immediately launched a magical light attack at the Blood Wolf King. The Blood Wolf King's face showed great bewilderment and surprise, as he didn't understand what was happening. "What are you doing?" Eric said with a sneer and a playful tone. "Didn't you think we were on the same side?" Mephisto seemed to have realized Eric's intention. "It seems he's trying to collaborate with General Winter to take him down," he thought to himself, seeing the Blood Wolf King's bewildered and helpless expression. "That cunning fox must be very angry." The Blood Wolf King glared at Eric with furious eyes, widening his eyes and grinding his teeth. Melvinzer. He suddenly widened his eyes as if something had just flashed through his mind. "If I had 9 tails I wouldn't be this surprised," he gritted his teeth. And the rage accumulated in his heart seemed to reach its peak. One of his tails had somehow fallen to the ground. The Blood Wolf King swung his gigantic tail at Eric in a rage. Eric was surprised by the Blood Wolf King's incomprehensible action. "What is this?" A loud explosion suddenly echoed as if shaking heaven and earth. The Blood Wolf King and his numerous illusions immediately appeared. Eric remained completely unshaken. Instead he sneered, "A cheap trick." He did not hesitate and quickly charged at the Blood Wolf King. He immediately raised his hand and used ice magic with resolute eyes. Countless attacks flew towards the bodies of the Blood Wolf King and his illusions in the blink of an eye. Eric's face was as cold as ice, yet filled with resolve. He stood arrogantly before the enemy and declared firmly, "I don't know what you're trying to do, but I won't let you carry it out." His eyes and face suddenly changed to surprise, and something unsettling seemed to be happening. As he was about to use his next technique, his body suddenly froze, and mana abruptly gushed from his mouth. The Blood Wolf King's eyes were triumphant, and his plan seemed to have succeeded. "Got you." Eric's body was suspended in midair. The surroundings were enveloped in a heavy aura and his eyes had rolled back as if he had lost consciousness. The Blood Wolf King observed him and calculated inwardly. Once he extracted the body enhancement secret technique from Eric's memories, he would be able to obtain his 9th tail. The Blood Wolf King infiltrated Eric's mind and slowly opened his eyes. He was surprised to see a small old house before his eyes. "Is this the mental world of this Melvinzer fellow?" He was startled, his eyes wide, to see Eric curled up in a corner of the courtyard. The Blood Wolf King found it odd that a mage would keep his mental world in such a shabby place. His eyes suddenly glowed red and his mouth watered with thirst. "This way everything will be easier. I will shatter your soul." He immediately stretched out a massive arm and greedily grabbed Eric from behind, intending to seize the body enhancement secret technique. A mysterious flow of mana suddenly enveloped his entire body, and an eerie, menacing voice echoed, "How dare a mere monster touch what is mine?" The Blood Wolf King was overwhelmed by the terrifying mana and was speechless. "Well, what is this, that dreadful power?" Sharp claws formed a circle, pressing in on the Blood Wolf King from all sides. The eerie voice continued to echo, "You don't even deserve to stand before me," and devour her greedily. The Blood Wolf King immediately panicked and screamed. But in the blink of an eye he returned to reality. His face contorted with the pain surging in his chest and his eyes were filled with extreme confusion. What on earth were those? Eric also regained consciousness, but his mind was still muddled, making it difficult to grasp the situation. "What's in my soul?" he asked Mephisto with a bewildered expression. "What happened to me? I remember being attacked by the Blood Wolf King," but Mephisto coldly turned his head and left, and Eric became increasingly confused. "Why is it suddenly like this?" The Blood Wolf King's eyes glowed red with rage, and he roared furiously as if to swallow everything. "Damn it." His rage exploded fiercely, and he immediately cast mana wildly. "I will burn you to death." The monsters below immediately fled in terror. "The Blood Wolf King is angry. Run, you'll die if you face him." Eric's face contorted due to the dazzling light before him. What is he doing? He was appalled by the sight before him. The mana cast with all the Blood Wolf King's might gradually swept over everything. After unleashing an immense amount of mana he gasped, thinking inwardly, when was the last time I used this much power? He looked at General Winter writhing in intense pain and thought inwardly, although I cannot destroy General Winter, the Blood Wolf King still did not give up and his roar echoed, filled with malice. I can burn that damn Melvinser to death. Eric immediately interjected with a sarcastic compliment. Wow, what great power! He covered his mouth with his hand and laughed provocatively. If the firepower were a little stronger it would have burned better. He immediately used ice magic, looking at the Blood Wolf King with challenging eyes. Show me more of that power, you fox. As night deepened, a suffocating silence fell within the palace. Despite having calmed down, Vens was still very tense. My lord, please don't worry too much. The other person knelt on one knee and said politely. Noruz placed infinite trust in his leader. You are the Tiger King, king of the mountain. Show us the dignity of a tiger. His heart was now filled with inferiority. It's not as easy as you think. Those who betrayed Andromorph and bared their fangs at us have existed for a very long time. Vens could not stop doubting his own abilities. Will they be convinced by my words? They'll think I'm too young and despise me. Just then a voice called from the front. Belle seemed to be moving towards a goal in the bright sunlight. Didn't you say you wanted to rebuild the kingdom and let all beastkins live happily? She said with great trust. That is something only you, the king of Andromorph, can do. The gods have never wavered, so we will be by your side, don't worry. Vens quietly watched his two loyal subordinates before him. His eyes became more resolute than ever. Yes, this is something only I can do, he resolved firmly inwardly. I will definitely succeed. At the same time, moments from the past came to mind. For those who believed in me and helped me, and since Brother Eric gave me this opportunity. So Vens unconsciously compared. If he were here, he would surely preside over the meeting and laugh as if it were nothing. He would also deal with those who opposed him. However, that did not discourage him. So I will strive to be like him. At the same time, a magnificent sound echoed from behind the door. The king enters. The high-ranking officials stood solemnly to one side. Opposite them, guards with sharp auras stood in a line. But the moment Vens passed, everyone was surprised by the power emanating around him. Everyone reacted simultaneously, bowing politely. Within the body of that small king was an overwhelming power that all living beings would fear. At the same time, elsewhere, Eric's hand gently touched a firm snowflake. With a cool and refreshing sensation, he exclaimed, "Delicious," Celia reminded him. "Eric, even though you absorbed General Winter's power, she is not weakened." He, however, showed no worry at all, as if everything was prepared. "I know. I also know that General Winter is learning from her opponent and growing stronger." However, that change did not significantly affect his plan. "But we have already obtained the item, and my ice seal is now stronger. Most importantly," at this moment excitement and confidence gleamed in his eyes, "I have a way to absorb General Winter." As soon as this idea came to mind, Eric immediately soared into the air, openly provoking the Blood Wolf King with a 200 triumphant expression. "You fox, it seems you're exhausted. Why don't you surrender?" He broke out in a cold sweat as if suffering from a 40-degree fever. Melvinser, if not for them. Intense anticipation, his memory returned to that damp cave of old. When the Blood Wolf King was abandoned by his tribe and dying in a dark cold place, he met a person who used mysterious power. After centuries of training with him, he gained power that no enemy could rival. He gathered troops under his command and sought to become king. He intended to conquer the Black Snowfield and subdue the Empire. However, a colossal wall blocked his path. The name of that wall was Melvinser. The Blood Wolf King could not erase that imposing figure and sharp gaze. "I am sorry, but you have to return to where you came from. If you cooperate willingly, no one will get hurt." At that moment his pride was provoked, making him even more bloodthirsty. "Don't stand still anymore. Tear down that wall." He tried to kill that arrogant human, but they met a miserable end. However, the Blood Wolf King never gave up and reorganized his army. But this time Eric blocked his path. That person was closer to his ideals than he himself was. It was none other than Tiger King Yoon. In a lonely and desolate space, the Blood Wolf King complained to the world, "Why can't I succeed? Why?" Helplessness, despair, and hatred were constantly intertwined. "Why must I suffer such a miserable defeat at the hands of those lowly humans?" From then on he felt an even greater thirst. "I must become stronger, possess power that no one else can." And he abandoned everything he had learned over centuries and touched forbidden power. He began to step into the realm of demons, beings they had greatly wary of in the past. The Blood Wolf King thought no one could stop him, but reality slapped him in the face. "Why do you keep blocking my path?" In his maddened mind an indelible mark was deeply etched, a name filled with extreme hatred. Melvinser. Ultimately, it erupted in the Blood Wolf King's fierce rage. "Why do you keep blocking my path?" Eric was also surprised that the situation had suddenly gone out of control. "I will not forgive you, Melvinsers." His power created an immense shock that shook space. "I must." The blood-soaked curse erupted resolutely. "I will tear your limbs apart and kill you." But at that very moment a sound interrupted his words. The Blood Wolf King's tails, which he had been so proud of, had now turned into the head of a broom. His eyes bulged with rage as if about to burst. "No," Eric acted before the opponent's emotions could intensify. "You fox, it seems you've continuously had bad luck with our family. Let's end this ill-fated relationship here. An arm, swift as lightning, flew straight towards the Blood Wolf King, simultaneously activating ice elements to create an explosion that bombed the entire snow-covered ground. After the smoke and snowflakes gradually dissipated, his corpse lay silently motionless on the ground, without even a final will. Eric's footsteps slowly approached, treading on the ground. Now the Blood Wolf King could only vent his resentment inwardly. Damn it. Even until the last moment of his life he did not abandon his ambition. This is not over yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes forever and fell into an eternal sleep. At first, Eric also did not completely let down his guard. It's not over yet. However, nothing else happened. Before long, General Winter's rage caught his attention. Understood. I will deal with it immediately. No need to rush. His eyes immediately changed, filled with excitement and anticipation for the upcoming game. Shall we start right away? I'll handle it immediately. Celia could not understand Eric's intentions. A game of tag, Mephisto frowned, lost in thought. He must have seen something. However, she couldn't react yet. What does he mean? He gradually recalled a few clues from the past. He had said so in the past. After absorbing one of the seals, he could understand the seal's owner through memories. Mephisto quickly came to an accurate conclusion. He probably saw something after absorbing General Winter's power. Comelia recalled that moment. Like when you understood my memories? With just one word, he seemed to have seen through her everything. This is the scenery you always wanted to see after you became a goddess, isn't it? Hope reignited within her. Eric, did you also see General Winter's memories? However, doubt still lingered within her. But General Winter is an incomprehensible mystery. Even I couldn't understand General Winter. Why can he understand her? At this moment he was arrogantly facing her. Why are you being so cautious? I thought you'd want to play with me. Contrary to the calmness Eric displayed, he was slightly confused. At first I thought General Winter was merely Goddess Celia's shell, albeit filled with malice. But the moment he touched the snowflake, the truth was revealed. However, the memories of General Winter contained within that fragment were completely different from what he had imagined. The General Winter he saw was a cowering girl with eyes shining like jade-colored stones. It was then that Eric understood the opponent was merely a lonely child. General Winter was not hostile to humans at first. Moreover, born as a demon god, General Winter was full of curiosity, like a newborn baby. However, curiosity very quickly turned into hostility. The village boys continuously trembled upon encountering her. What on earth is that monster? It's too cold. My whole body feels like it's freezing. They even rejected her more aggressively. Get lost, monster. Don't come any closer. But in truth, General Winter only wanted to play with them. She wanted to laugh and eat with the children playing in the black snowfield. She wanted to hunt monsters with them and run through the forest playing with water. When she approached them, she only had such simple thoughts. However, the beastkins all drew their weapons to protect the villagers. Monsters also fled quickly, fearing General Winter's immense power, and even trees were swallowed by darkness. The river also froze and stopped flowing. She only wanted friends, but inadvertently froze everything. She was someone without family or friends, and she didn't know how to obtain them. Because she was newly born, she didn't know what to do with them, and ultimately destroyed everything. So General Winter thought the whole world was hostile to her, and she wanted to make everyone suffer like her. Thus she became a true monster filled with hatred. However, deep within General Winter's heart, there was still one wish. It was never a grand one. The children she first saw when she was born. The games they played were really fun, and she wanted to play them too. Currently, Eric, though unintentionally, had to admit that the things he had done while bringing her here were quite similar to a game of tag. After understanding the opponent's inner motivation, he became calmer. Although she looks very angry on the surface when she absorbed that fragment, I could feel a quiet interest within her. So I decided to continue this game with her. Eric made a bold but risky decision. Opportunity always comes with risk. Alright, since you couldn't catch me, it's my turn to be the chaser now. After that, he signaled her to start the game. You can move now. The very next moment, he immediately cast power with a declaration of battle. Because if you get caught by the chaser, you lose the game. The game rules were very clear and easy to understand. However, General Winter was truly afraid and hastily turned around. She poured all her strength into her feet to outrun Eric. Mephisto observed, admiring helplessly. Unbelievable that she wanted such a simple game. How truly miserable. Comelia was also speechless. The solution I painstakingly searched for to prevent Winter for so long was merely a simple game. She blamed herself even more and felt sorry for everyone. The solution couldn't be this obvious. She was born from my mistake. Celia understood that feeling better than anyone. She must have been as lonely as I was. She must have been very lonely, like Winter itself. Now she had no choice but to quietly let someone else resolve it. As a result, a happy smile bloomed on General Winter's face as if her heart had warmed. Comelia was convinced that Eric had almost become her friend. Alleviating her loneliness, he still continuously pursued while simultaneously gathering all his strength into a snowflake. Oh, you run really well. The appearance of the ice gradually became fantastical and dark. However, she did not stop for a single moment. She was truly enjoying this time. Very quickly, numerous afterimages, glowing in the snow, appeared around her body. Broken shards and white ice fragments flew away as if preparing to shed. Eric's finger lightly touched the opponent's shoulder, sending a signal. Gotcha. The back of the ice figure still turned as before and soft hair fluttered in the cold wind. However, the moment the young girl turned with a bright smile, the surrounding space seemed to welcome a new spring, and that image paused forever in its most beautiful moment. General Winter left a message of gratitude and became one with the world. It was truly fun. Eric's hand tightly clutched a firm snowflake. After that, he crushed it and used a diffusion technique. The scent of flowers scattered into the snowflakes, carried by the winter wind, spreading in all directions. The scent passed through cities, flew over the black snowfield, driving away the darkness that covered the world and melting the frozen land. It awakened all dormant life. Although a slightly cold sensation still lingered in the air, the breeze was very refreshing. The refreshing feeling alleviated the stuffiness everyone had felt for a long time. It was a frost spring, an entity that announced to everyone that winter had passed. Comelia finally witnessed the longed-for scenery with her own eyes and unknowingly shed tears. And spring. It was also a gentle declaration of new life beginning amidst the surrounding ruins. A skeptical voice erupted, still disbelieving. Is it really over? The Noru's tribe is destroyed? Vens couldn't help but marvel at this rare peaceful morning scene. I also heard that General Winter was defeated. Seeing it firsthand, it feels truly strange. Norus, though outwardly calm, was far from peaceful within. Me too, our long-cherished wish was fulfilled overnight and he still maintains his usual rational demeanor, but the important thing was what would happen next. Even though the Noru's tribe was destroyed, rebuilding the Tiger King tribe and unifying the Snowfield Plains would not be easy. Vens quickly composed himself. You're right. Now is the time when we need to be more united than ever. From the sky, a jubilant symphony of fairies suddenly rang out. Haha, spring is here, spring is here. Just then, Defias spotted a scene. Look, Eric and Celia are over there. He slowly approached with the other two and greeted them. You've arrived. She couldn't hide her surprise and curiosity about the process. How did you do it? He appeared very humble. It's all thanks to the flower scent you gave me. There's nothing better than that for driving away winter. Defias and Baiani's expressions were still bewildered. What does that mean? I don't know what he's talking about either. Celia summarized the information for them. He's saying everything is thanks to you. If you don't understand, just accept his gratitude. The three held hands, spinning and spontaneously performing a celebratory dance. Wow, we drove away winter. We helped Eric drive away winter. Only then did Eric ask about the situation here. Has everything been resolved well? Vens faced him with ardent admiration. Thanks to you, I was able to convince them. But his habit of not taking credit for himself persisted. I prepared the meeting, but it was you who convinced them. Noru showed no change in expression, but his emotions were similar to Ven's. When I saw our king negotiating with the Noru's leader, it was like seeing Eric Melvinser. His hand tightly clasped at his side seemed to be suppressing the surging emotions within him. A figure respected by the king of the forest. Norus was very confident in his prediction. He must have been born with the qualities of a king. The future of the continent will surely be dictated by the Melvinser family. That's why his gaze became even more steadfast and resolute. No matter what, we must join hands with him. After some time, the landscape was still desolate and bleak like ruins, with only 2 soldiers on guard. They chatted to alleviate their boredom, still unable to believe that the Blood Wolf King was dead. It seems that human Melvinser is truly strong. So they gradually lowered their guard against the approaching presence. You can tell by the way he defeated General Winter. A sound suddenly came from nearby, and with a reverberating echo from the abyss, a guard fell. I see, it's him. Agu uttered that name with hatred. Melvinser, he slowly began to feel something different about his opponent. I barely managed to sustain this body and get here by stealing the life force of my subordinates. Yet both the Blood Wolf King and General Winter were defeated. He couldn't help but feel regret that the plan had gone awry. We invested in the Blood Wolf King for 10 years to get our hands on General Winter. His hand tightly clasped at his side seemed to be suppressing his anger. If the Blood Wolf King could unify the monsters, taking control of the North Wind and blizzards would have been a matter of time. But Azel never blindly clung to failure either. I should have eliminated that Melvinser bastard when he started interfering. I should have burned every trace of the Melvinser family. Arrogance bit us, but he still had one last hidden card. Then there is only one way left, the secret technique he had saved for the very last moment. Awakening the demon dormant within the Blood Wolf King, Azel knelt reverently and chanted, "Demon God and Demon King." Then, without hesitation, he plunged his 2 hands into his heart. I offer this life to you. A black aura as if containing raging flames surged from his body. Please cast your gaze upon your faithful servant. Agu maintained that posture until he heard the voice he had desperately awaited. Your wish has been granted. The voice from the abyss was like a tempting forbidden fruit. You seem quite desperate. Then collect those emotions. It continuously stimulated the dark parts within the Blood Wolf King, exacting a 100-fold price. His motionless body was covered in mysterious dark energy. They continuously proliferated and grew rapidly. That way, you can become an even greater demon. Bloodshot eyes suddenly opened. As if signifying a terrifying resurrection, a new path will open for you. Conversely, no one in other nearby places noticed the change in situation, and the atmosphere was still peaceful. What are you going to do about General Winter? Eric gazed at the snowflake in his hand and revealed information. Now I've gathered all the necessary materials to create winter. He had a plan from the beginning. I need to complete the east wind, Celia continued to press him. Do you know how? Unfortunately, his opponent's answer was different from her expectations. Of course not. I've never heard of such a thing. Comelia, do you know anything? She shrugged with a vague attitude. If I know, I know. If I don't, I don't. Eric couldn't help but grumble. What is this? Just then the surrounding space began to shake like a strong earthquake. The sudden development occurred before he could even grasp the situation. What is this? Was the Blood Wolf King what you meant by it's not over yet? He is now facing a hybrid creature that is causing an unprecedented existential crisis. The Blood Wolf King's fur was still thick as before, but the aura he exuded was far more dangerous than the previous version. His eyes glowed like headlights and bulged greatly, and this time he had completely lost his reason and entered berserker mode. The thick smoke emanating from him covered the entire village in the color of death. Comelia hastily warned him about what she had discovered. Eric, someone sacrificed themselves and used demonic power to revive the Blood Wolf King. She couldn't maintain her composure when she thought of the future. If I leave it alone, another General Winter will be born. He had predicted it early, but still couldn't help but be surprised. I knew it. Everything was too smooth. Then he immediately contacted the crystal ball and instructed the mission. Hazer, gather the monsters and leave the city immediately. His opponent didn't even have time to react. What? They didn't act immediately. Eric, what are you going to do? He promised to reassure them. I can handle it myself. Go quickly. As soon as the signal was given, he immediately flew into the middle of the battle. Despite the physical difference, Mephisto followed him from the side and whispered, "What are you trying to do? You should know that's not something you can handle." Comelia also tried to stop him with her own logic. He's right. You defeated him before thanks to General Winter. But this time you won't be so lucky. But Eric still stuck to his plan in his mind. I have an idea. I want to study it more before using it. But she didn't grasp the opponent's intention at all. What are you talking about? He didn't hesitate to put the snowflake into his mouth, making a bold decision. I will complete the east wind now. Both were horrified by his recklessness but could only watch. What are you doing? Stop it right now. Are you really crazy? Spit it out. 1 second later, a strange phenomenon occurred, and his whole body instantly froze. The cracks on his face suddenly stopped while he let out a long sigh. Finally, he entered a fierce battle mode like a Super Saiyan. Come on, east wind. Suddenly, a violent whirlwind swept around and snowflakes flew everywhere, obscuring visibility. Mephisto gritted his teeth, enduring the aftermath of the power. That fool is causing trouble again. Comelia, who was next to him, also had to activate her shield. Ice crystals are mysterious items of excellent quality. They are dangerous in themselves. Now it even contains General Winter. She couldn't help but worry about Eric's decision. It was the entity that brought winter to the snowfield plains until now. As the old saying goes, haste makes waste. Comelia couldn't stay calm. Even if Eric is the one performing it, if he absorbs it without any preparation, his mind will surely be affected. Also, his body might be torn apart by that insane mana. Eric, what on earth are you trying to do? At the same time, he was also suffering from inner torment. I know. What is this immense mana? The patterns on his arm kept growing. As such an immense amount of power was absorbed, the Ice Blast and General Winter's seal were also rapidly increasing. Just then, Eric felt such intense pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't know he would spit out blood unconsciously. My mana flow cannot accept this insane mana right now. In the face of the terrible threat that endangered those he wanted to protect, he kept telling himself that he had to endure it no matter what. But his eyes gradually lost focus beyond rational control. A bright light suddenly burst from the center of Eric's chest, shattering the gloomy space. He didn't know how long it had been since he woke up. He could guess that the place he was currently in was his mental world without having to try. Suddenly, Otto's calm voice came from behind him. Kid, do you want to come with me? The opponent immediately agreed without hesitation. Even he couldn't help but be swayed by such an obedient attitude. You're nodding. Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person and will harm you? The child reconfirmed. Otto felt guilty in his heart at his pure appearance. You're so kind, and yet I only thought of you as an enemy. But this time he decided to change his perspective. Okay, let's go together. When we arrive on the other side, you won't be sad anymore. The child's enthusiastic hug seemed to convey warmth to this desolate place. Are you so happy? Only then did General Winter notice another presence around her. The child immediately ran quickly towards Eric, but eventually stopped at a certain distance and bowed his head deeply. He smiled gently, as if addressing a cute junior. You don't need to thank me. Go over there and play to your heart's content. Otto slowly approached and gently patted the child's head, praising him generously. You did far better than Yoon and I expected. We thought you would defeat General Winter and seal her in the ice crystal, thanks to the right decision that day. He could see that innocent smile. But you saw through the child's true nature, understood her heart, and comforted her. Otto carefully reflected and blamed himself. If I had approached her with understanding like you, the child wouldn't have been so hurt. Then he returned to the previous topic. Anyway, you completed this last method I accidentally left behind much faster than I expected. Eric didn't want to recall the past and honestly demanded, now is the time for you to hand over Winter to me. But life was not like a dream. What? After doing so much he's not giving it to me? Otto calmly explained his intention. I never said I wouldn't give it to you. I only said it's not time for you to receive winter yet. When the time comes I'll give it to you, so be patient and wait. But he clearly didn't give up. Indeed, is that all you have to say? He immediately changed his strategy and began to lure the children like a professional multi-level marketer. General Winter, this old man is a bad person. Come here. The child ran quickly and didn't look back. Bo stood blankly in the snow. The situation turned in Eric's favor. What conspiracy are you planning to do by taking that child? I won't let you do such a thing. He couldn't help but sigh at the younger generation these days. They're increasingly trying to sit on my head. Why did our family turn out like this? The opponent's lament had no effect on him at all. Do you have the right to say such things? You're always thinking about tormenting your descendants. So are you going to hand over Winter to me or not? Finally, Otto's expression turned serious again. It was just a joke, but having it now won't benefit you. First you need to lay a solid foundation. Eric chuckled awkwardly, and then withdrew his previously aggressive stance. I've wanted it for a long time. He finally had to reveal the truth. However, the situation outside is not good. Celia's scream echoed in the space. She continuously expended her power to protect him. You must wake up quickly. Although the odds were not high, she tried to wake him from danger. If not, contrary to the tense atmosphere outside, Eric calmly described in his mental world, my head was almost blown off. Otto was on edge at the opponent's cheerful attitude. Speaking like that is no different from insulting your ancestors. To end everything quickly, he didn't waste any more time. Okay, go now. When everything is settled, don't forget to come to my house to meet me. He gently grasped the flesh and spirit. As if 200 confidence surged, all the materials needed to complete Winter were gathered there. Outside, Celia was still shouting until her voice was hoarse. Eric, your body still isn't moving. There's no sign of you waking up. She was almost exhausted, but she never thought of giving up. Please open your eyes. The moment the Blood Wolf King gripped him tightly. Her vocal cords also seemed to tear. No one knew what unpredictable things were happening around the patterns on Eric's arm. Winter will come to you in a terrifying and cruel form. I hope you are not swallowed by the demons. The snowflake pattern quickly bloomed completely, emitting a vivid flickering light. A powerful light poured through the cracks in the Blood Wolf King's fist as if trying to shatter whatever blocked its path. The force exploded in midair, forcing him to release his prey from his grip. The prey that seemed destined to die. Eric's transformation made him reborn as a far more powerful being than before. Even Mephisto was overwhelmed by his comeback victory. Despite receiving Ottohan's help, his ability to absorb a general-level pattern was truly a demon's talent. The Blood Wolf King was reluctant to let go of his prey and cast a death flame technique. Eric also focused strength in his palm, using the power of an element that contradicted the enemy's energy. As ice and fire clashed, a fierce battle reached its climax with a tense confrontation. Comelia couldn't help but be surprised by this rate of growth. Winter? He really got his hands on Winter and can control it at will. The Blood Wolf King launched a sharp attack at him in anger, but it returned with dozens of liters of blood and bone-piercing pain. Eric smiled victoriously at the summoned ice spear. My magic energy has reached a completely different level. Is this what happens when the elements that form Winter combine like this? The Winter pattern was gradually eroding the rampaging monster. The Blood Wolf King howled in pain, destroying the ice pillars within his body. His skin rapidly regenerated, and his wounds healed in the blink of an eye, even with a sound beyond what humans could endure, Eric calmly judged. Too noisy. Then he quietly cast a spell. Silence Feng Suo. Immediately, the Blood Wolf King was presented with chains that gagged him with ice. He was greatly satisfied with the enemy, who seemed temporarily submissive. Doesn't it feel like your head is lighter when it's this quiet? The Blood Wolf King desperately tried to breathe fire, but before the flames could even spark, he was firmly muzzled and could no longer move. Eric continued to cast binding techniques without cooldown. Countless chains appeared and wrapped around his body as if forming an inescapable net. The layered chains made him immobile, no matter how much he struggled. Eric accurately seized the opportunity before him, and his powerful hand descended swiftly like a hammer of judgment. Everything was over. Success was almost at hand. The Blood Wolf King pulled out his last hidden card, shattering the surrounding chains. An immense pressure of power erupted, forcing Eric to take a defensive stance, and she even grew stronger. More dangerously, new death flames appeared, and even the freezing barrier seemed unable to withstand their energy. Emerald green eyes switched to analysis and judgment mode. Very quickly he found the answer to this change. She was absorbing the demonic energy in the air and growing stronger. At the same time, Eric found a breakthrough. To kill her, he needed to destroy her core. However, it was very difficult to approach due to the fiery aura. The Blood Wolf King now became even more dangerous, judging by the color of his eyes. Just a fleeting glance at those chilling eyes was enough to read the dark desires deep within. I will kill you, Melvinzer. Eric couldn't help but worry about the worsening situation. If I leave her alone, another demon king will be born. He was forced to face a dilemma. If anything happens, what can I do? Nothing. Just then, an annoying interfering voice suddenly appeared. Should I help you? Eric understood the opponent's intention too well. What? Help? You seem to want to devour her whole. Yoon couldn't help but admire. Haha, he still won't ask for help. Your pride is truly remarkable. Staying calm in the face of difficulty seemed to be his characteristic. If you don't want to, don't. It proudly bared its sharp teeth. Of course not. Before Eric could even step forward, it moved swiftly. There's no reason not to seize this opportunity and devour her whole. As Yoon revealed his ferocious true form, the Blood Wolf King suddenly transformed into an insignificant shrimp. It could no longer wait and greedily bit the prey before its eyes, and he could only helplessly wail in the face of the powerful attack. Eric was timing his entry while Yoon suppressed her. My brain continuously calculated without rest, a clumsy attack won't be effective, so he decided to risk everything. Even if I burn all my mana, I must finish her with one final blow. Eric would use the last realization Tiger King Yoon had taught him. His eyes shone brightly like headlights as if fully awakened, and his body took the same stance as the original body enhancement secret technique. He then counterattacked with enough lightning power to prevent the opponent from resisting. 10,000 tiger claws. Sharp claw marks deeply tore the Blood Wolf King's flesh. The deep wound exposed the core part he had been trying to protect from the beginning. It endlessly rotated, greedily absorbing the surrounding demonic energy like an endless black hole. Eric couldn't hide his joy at the unexpected great effect. It worked. Suddenly, something within his heart was engulfed in blue flames. He instinctively frowned and clutched his chest tightly. Damn it, Dragon Heart Mana, however, that action was no help. His exhausted body free fell through the air. The battle on the other side continued to change, and victory gradually tilted towards the Blood Wolf King. With blurry eyes, Eric watched her wounds slowly heal, and he felt regret. No, if I miss this opportunity, everything will be over. Suddenly, the pattern on his arm emitted a stronger light than usual. He couldn't help but wonder about this strange phenomenon. Why is Mephisto's demonic energy suddenly reacting like this? It didn't react even when I absorbed the lower-level barrier. Just as he thought that, the person himself appeared. HMPH. My remnants were suppressed by that damned poet's energy, but it seems to be reacting to the absorbed demonic energy from the lower-level barrier. He kindly explained the cause. Even so, it's only a very small part of my power. Eric had no choice but to guess the rest himself. Is Mephisto's demonic energy surging because my Dragon Heart Mana is depleted? However, the current situation made it impossible for him to delay any longer. This much energy is enough. Even as he fell, he used his position and activated his power. That damned fox. Don't let me see you again. His hand clenched tightly, and as he cast the crushing technique, the central core immediately cracked and shattered into pieces in a dazzling light. A tremendous explosion, powerful enough to shake the ground, occurred in the midst of the battle. Venz observed the situation from afar, dumbfounded. Even hundreds of kilometers away, the aftermath was clearly visible. Worry continuously took root deep in his heart. No, the future prophesied in my mind was something Venz couldn't accept. Spring has finally returned. The scene he imagined was only monochrome. If hot winds blew, the snowfield plains would suffer from drought, and the environment would become harsh due to the heat. Noruz reacted most quickly to this change. The royal knights and warriors must protect His Majesty. He remained unshaken even when facing the approaching whirlwind. His massive body served as an example, preventing the warriors from retreating, no matter how fearful they were. In his mind, Noruz had already assessed their operational capabilities. We cannot stop the hot winds ourselves. His current helplessness reminded him of the past. If only we could use magic at times like this. The reason we're in this situation is because the monster tribes refused to evolve due to their arrogance. Even with death imminent, Noruz's loyalty remained unwavering and consistent. But as long as His Majesty lives, we can always rise again. He used his final words to boost everyone's morale. Great warriors, protect His Majesty at all costs. Just then, as the wind was about to approach, it collided with another force. The pure energy purified and repelled the fierce demonic energy, and Noruz was dumbfounded before he could even grasp the situation. As a result, stable footsteps echoed with an unfamiliar presence, and he couldn't help but be flustered. Who are you? Augustine, who suddenly appeared, added strength to the army. Tisk tisk, you should have left it to me from the beginning. Before that, he had a conversation with Eric. You said you didn't need my help. He frankly revealed his intentions. Yes, I can no longer rely on you. However, the opponent was not the type to care about such things in the first place. Then so what? Eric explained the reason in detail. Even before I became your disciple, I was a tribal chief leading my family. No one would follow a chief who can't do anything on his own. In the quiet night, his firm eyes shone like stars. I will walk every path just like you, even if I face danger. To bring my family back to a shining world, I must overcome this myself. After all, this is the destiny of a Melvinzer. However, Augustine still couldn't be at ease. As a master, how can I stand by and watch my disciple die? Eric immediately showed a confident demeanor to reassure him. No, I won't die. He wanted to reserve this help for someone else. Oh, and Master, please protect King Venz and Andromorph. They are very important to me. Augustine suddenly recalled Eric's last request. His face was filled with indescribable emotions. That is also my role as a master, to protect them. However, he very quickly regained his calm demeanor. Hey, monster, the opponent replied, slightly startled. Yes, he suddenly asked a question completely unrelated to the battle. Have you ever met Wooden? Confused, Noru still maintained his respect. Yes, the eyes hidden beneath the old skin shone like a sharp sword just unsheathed. Then watch carefully. Augustine is one of those who prove the saying even ancient creatures become fiercer in the heat. Who is more dangerous, me or him? Noru suddenly stopped, witnessing Augustine's immense pressure, and his body instinctively recoiled. He desperately clenched his fist to suppress his trembling hands due to the fear rising deep within his heart. I can feel overwhelming power from him. How strong is he? Augustine suddenly raised 1 foot high, followed by a resounding roar like thunder in the clear sky. His heel struck the ground with immense weight, blowing everything away. Night was falling, and a massive energy erupted, enveloping the dust like a storm of the century. If General Winter covered the sun with ice to control the darkness, it absorbed all light from the world. The image of the strongest old man in the magic tower was at the center of the storm. The werewolf soldiers could not endure this chilling sound. Everyone covered their ears in fear, cradled their heads, and crouched on the ground to escape the disaster. Noru was confused, enveloped in that dazzling light. That power felt like facing a disaster. No one knew that power belonged to a human. Suddenly the sound of glass shattering echoed in space, and before his surprised eyes a red-orange sunset gradually appeared. The other monsters were equally surprised, and they stammered, barely speaking. What's happening? The flames are completely extinguished. Despite witnessing it directly, Noru still couldn't believe it. Just as he thought he was overwhelming like a disaster, Ven suddenly called out loudly. Your Majesty! He shed his impolite expression and asked about his well-being. Your Majesty, are you all right? He did not answer Norris's words, but said with a worried look, we must return to the castle quickly. Eric is in danger. However, Augustine was not very worried and even reassured Ven's. Ahem, kid, do you really think my disciple would fall for something like that? Just then a group of people approached from afar. He was so happy to see the familiar shadows that he almost cried. Eric and his companions approached the gathering point, chatting cheerfully, and he heard someone call his name. Eric. Venz looked up. Venz excitedly waved his hand, welcoming him. Augustine also smiled beside him, looking at his talented disciple. Seeing his loved ones always waiting for him there, his eyes were filled with emotion, and at the same time he waved back to them. As Eric was about to greet them, Venz suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't utter another word. His body simply collapsed. Fortunately, Isabel supported him in time. Seeing him lying motionless, she called out loudly in worry. Eric was also very flustered and quickly approached to wake him, but before he could do anything, Eric found himself in a deep sleep. There were no signs of him being in danger. She was just leaving the words lingering on Eric's lips. Besides a sigh of relief, she frowned bitterly, feeling she had been deceived. That kid is really good at scaring people. Everyone burst into laughter. And so all problems in the black snowfield plains came to an end. In the beautiful land, Eric lay under a large tree like a sleeping princess. He woke up vaguely, and before he could grasp what was happening, he saw General Winter's bright face and speaking eyes. He suddenly understood everything and asked softly, Little one, have you come to say goodbye? The child nodded instead of answering. Eric also smiled slightly, his eyes filled with love. He then stroked General Winter's head, instructing her like an older brother bidding farewell to his younger sister. When you go there, have fun and don't cause trouble, okay? A warm feeling surged deep within his heart. I don't know where she's going, but wherever she goes, seeing her innocent and carefree face, Eric couldn't help but wish inwardly, I hope she's no longer sad and only filled with laughter. General Winter placed her hands on her knees and slowly stood up, the child's eyes fixed on his face, and she suddenly said, Will you play with me again? He seemed startled by the question. His emerald pupils suddenly contracted. After a moment of blankness, Eric replied with a confident voice. Of course. Upon getting the desired answer, General Winter's eyes narrowed in joy and she laughed. A gentle breeze blew, scattering petals and rustling her hair. The petals floated in the air, receiving all of nature's affection. Then some petals seeped into the room. They gently settled on Eric's sleeping face, waking him from his dream and bringing him back to reality. He hurriedly sat up, his heart anxious. How long have I been outside? At the same time, a familiar voice echoed. You're awake. He looked suspiciously in the direction of the voice and saw Venz already sitting in a chair. How long have you been sitting there? He honestly told him everything. Celia said you would wake up soon, so I just arrived. Eric nodded and replied softly. I see. Then without a word he suddenly pulled out a book. He couldn't help but be flustered, but took it. What's this? I received the research materials a long time ago. Ven spoke the source of the book in a low voice. This is Tiger King Yoon's diary. The more Eric heard, the more confused he became. This is an important item to the Tiger King tribe. Why are you giving it to me? He explained to him, half obscured. I accidentally stumbled upon it while rummaging through the library yesterday, and I found something interesting inside the diary. He then pointed to a leaf tucked inside the book and urged. I've marked it with a leaf, so you should read it. After that, Eric sat alone in the room pondering it. However, his expression was not good. His eyes seemed frozen on the book page and his eyebrows furrowed in surprise. The dense writing inside the book revealed many things. Notably, it began on the 14th. Yoon found an interesting person and brought him into the tribe. This human claimed he was captured by beastkins when he was young and learned how to use body enhancement secret techniques. On the 16th, he wasn't sure if the human would be able to harmonize with the tribe's culture, but Yoon soon found that he adapted very quickly, alleviating all his worries. On the 17th, he wondered if it was time for the tribe to settle. When the child suggested a perfect place for them, everyone settled there. On the 29th, the human showed interest in Yoon's body enhancement secret technique. Now that he saw it, his body enhancement secret technique was somewhat similar to his own. On the 16th recently, many tribal members suffered damage due to a strange phenomenon called General Winter. Everyone in the tribe asked the human to guide them, and they began a journey to eliminate General Winter. The diary pages turned one by one like a movie in his mind, and Eric was extremely shocked. Isn't this the arrangement? Is this real? His hands trembled as he realized the truth in surprise. Am I the human mentioned in the diary? The more he read, the closer he got to a crazy reality. Even the incidents related to General Winter all perfectly matched what was arranged. However, the strange part was still to come. Eric's hand suddenly stopped as he was about to turn to the next page. That strange man left. He treated that man like a brother, but he suddenly disappeared just as he had found him. The man's name was Eric Melvinser, and he said he was the heir of the Melvinser family. Eric's eyes stared disbelievingly at the insignia around his neck. Strange and incomprehensible things kept happening, and he couldn't help but shout, "What on earth is the arrangement?" Thinking about it again, it was too realistic to be just a mental world. Delving a little deeper, a question suddenly arose. But if it's real, if that were the case, it would mean that there's magic to send humans back to the past, and a god couldn't possibly possess such power. Eric recalled the previous period. He knew nothing. Otto had told him to visit his house. To find out everything, he knew what he had to do, so he had to return to the Empire as quickly as possible. Just then, Shin burst in through the door in a hurry. Eric was relieved to see him safe. "Thank goodness, I was worried you wouldn't wake up." He knew the other's personality too well, so he smiled and asked, "I don't think you came all this way just because I woke up. What's wrong?" Shin's face suddenly turned serious, and he spoke syllable by syllable. "Well, he brought bad news." At the news of war in the Empire, Eric stood blankly for a while as if struck by lightning. Shin delivered the shocking news in a serious voice. "War has broken out in the Empire." Eric couldn't believe his ears and asked again, What nonsense are you suddenly talking about?" He gave a hint. Count Wince. As soon as he heard this name, he guessed the cause of the problem. "Are you saying the Red Lion family has rebelled?" Everyone knew for sure who Count Wince was. The Red Lion family was one of the 8 vassal families supporting the Empire. The Red Lion family was also the governor of the military colony established for border defense. His subordinates were famous for their elite troops. Eric was well aware of the gravity of this matter. If a rebellion broke out in such a place, it could never be taken lightly. Shin also spread other rumors. There are rumors that Count Wince will be declared an enemy of the Empire later today. Everything seemed clear as day, but he had a feeling that something was wrong, something was suspicious. After much thought, Eric raised a question. "A family famous for its loyalty rebelling, isn't that strange?" Shin paused for a moment and then gave a reason he thought was plausible. "There's a rumor that he's in league with demons." At these words, he was startled and turned around to ask, "Demons?" He received a firm affirmative answer. That's right. What was even stranger was that the Crown Prince was leading all these events. Eric's eyes sharpened and the corners of his mouth curled into a perfect sneer. And the Crown Prince who is pursuing Grigori is at the forefront of this incident? How utterly rotten, not just rotten but rotten to the core. Time was pressing, so he quickened his pace and urged Shin. "Quickly, we must return to the Empire immediately. No matter how hard it rains, it stops eventually, and every party comes to an end." Benz, with a look of regret, held Eric's hand, unwilling to let go. "Must you go?" His eyes welled up with regret, and a blink would surely bring tears. "Compared to all you've done for us, we haven't repaid anything." Eric subtly knelt, meeting his eye level. "Do you still think you owe me?" He clasped Venz's hand tightly and requested. "Then please become a great king." He smiled, looked him straight in the eyes, and swore, "I will wait patiently. So please repay me generously." Hearing this, Venz immediately beamed with a joyful smile. All previous sadness vanished. Others also admired the scene and smiled. Afterward, Venz nodded and declared loudly, "Understood, I will do it. And I will always be by your side. Will that be enough?" Eric, having nothing more to ask for, smiled and encouraged him. "A wise decision." Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. They left. The various flower gods of the fairy tribe finally arrived for the farewell, all with tears in their eyes. "Already leaving? Stay and play a little longer." They hugged Eric tightly and sobbed. Diaphora pleaded desperately, "Why are you leaving so early?" However, he had matters to resolve, so he had no choice. "Haha, I wish I could stay." Just then, another person came to bid farewell. "Everyone step back. Have some dignity." Eric was delighted to see her face. "Celia, you're here." He smiled and stated his plan to avoid misunderstanding. "I was planning to stop by the temple before leaving." She was as indifferent as ever. "You're probably very busy. I don't want to disturb you either," but she soon dropped her playful expression and fixed her meaningful gaze on Eric. "Perhaps it's an act of goodwill for a good friend," Celia said softly. "The path you're about to take won't be easy." He didn't care about such difficulties at all. His face was full of confidence. "But aren't easy paths too boring?" She was satisfied with his arrogance and smiled, looking at him kindly. The group departed by carriage, leaving behind countless yearnings and emotions. Eric, having gone north as instructed, gained something far more precious than he had expected. He leaned out the window and waved goodbye to everyone. Countless thoughts ceaselessly flowed. To restore the family's honor and make the ruler of the Black Snowfield Plains an ally, what other force could rival this power? All of this was the legacy left by his grandfather and ancestors. To cherish and develop that legacy, that was Eric's responsibility as the head of the family. In a dark shrine, demons prostrated themselves and pleaded, "My lord, please forgive us." But it wasn't that easy. He ignored his subordinates and continued to read the letter. Return immediately upon receiving this order and destroy the sealed letter. As soon as he finished speaking, colossal mouths with sharp teeth suddenly appeared in the air. They gnawed at the demons like mad, blood splattering and screams echoing everywhere. "My lord, please save me, Arg." He remained unfazed by the gruesome scene unfolding before his eyes. Moreover, leave no trace. He read the last verse as he burned the letter, destroying the evidence and regrouping at the base. Finally, a big mission is about to begin. He recalled his miserable defeat with resentment. If that damned Melvinzer hadn't interfered, we could have offered the north wind and blizzards to Lord Azel. He raised his foot high and mumbled, "Although we have to retreat temporarily for now." Then he stomped his foot hard on the ground and the entire space trembled with intense pressure. "Next time we meet," his red eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his black eye sockets seemed to swallow all the cruelty in the world. Owen vowed inwardly, "I will cut off your neck with my own hands and offer it to Lord Azel." Meanwhile, Eric's carriage arrived at the city wall. Shen, exhausted from the long journey, had fallen asleep and was just waking up. "Ah, so we have to leave this place." Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. "Stop!" The carriage abruptly halted and everyone inside hastily grabbed the seatbacks to keep their balance. Eric, puzzled, asked outside, "Captain, what's wrong?" He didn't know how to answer and could only invite them. "It would be better for you to see for yourselves." As the captain said that, he knew things weren't simple and quickly got out of the carriage. Countless people on all three levels of the city wall held crossbows aimed directly at them. A representative stepped forward and threatened, "If you don't comply, you will be considered intruders and attacked." Eric frowned, observing all the details and concluding, "They've installed stone crossbows on the city wall. These are only used during war, so is it because of the Red Lion family's rebellion?" Seeing that everyone was still silent, those present urged, "State your identity and numbers." Shin, slightly annoyed, snapped his fingers. "We are the carriage caravan of the Nearstall family who passed through here 2 months ago." The flower-shaped emblem symbolizing the family immediately glowed. He presented it as proof of his identity and requested, "Please open the gates." A man who appeared to be in charge here stared intently at the emblem. This matter was too unbelievable. "Nearstall, they've really returned. We hadn't heard anything for 2 months, so we all thought they were dead." Shin, impatient from waiting so long, continued to urge, "Open the gates, hey." Only then did he regain his composure and order his subordinates, "Open them immediately." The city gates quickly opened. The carriage slowly entered. In a room filled with books, the man now formally and politely introduced himself. "I am Bannon." He bowed slightly to show his sincerity. "Please forgive our rudeness and mistakes." Knowing that the other party had no ill intent, Shin didn't mind. "It's all right." He placed his hand on his chest in deference to Bannon. "Seeing you so steadfastly defending the Empire's borders, I am truly proud as a citizen." He laughed heartily. His words were an honor to Bannon. "Ha, to be acknowledged by the third young master of the Nearstall family. I haven't felt such emotion in 30 years here." But he immediately changed his demeanor and put his hand on his chin, pondering. "But today is very strange. Why do such distinguished guests keep coming to this remote place?" Shin suddenly grew curious and asked, "Has anyone else come besides us?" Bannon replied with a confident smile, "Yes, he is." He openly revealed the guest's identity. "His 4th Imperial Highness is currently here. Would you like to meet him?" As soon as they heard this name, both immediately looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise and questions. Shin whispered softly to Eric, "This is undoubtedly, he must be waiting for us, right?" At this action, he couldn't help but hold his head and wonder, why would a big shot like the 4th Imperial Prince come to the border guard personally at such a crucial time? At the same time, Crom was silently tapping the armrest of his chair, the only sound in the quiet room. His appearance was a mystery to Eric, with countless variables. What was he planning? The radio's voice was loud enough to be heard in this small room. "Your Majesty, Eric Melvinzer and I have had a very special relationship since childhood." He placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head and suggested to Crom, "If I step forward and persuade him myself, I am confident he will lean towards our side." Hearing this, Crom did not immediately decide and pondered. In fact, the radio harbored a small conspiracy in his heart. Must seize this opportunity at any cost. He knew this person too well. The 4th Prince Roman, a genius of the royal family, once recognized by Duke Kim for his swordsmanship talent and given the title of Black Lion, he was one of the 3 people leading the empire. If he could gain the favor of someone rumored to be the next emperor. While the radio was deep in thought, Crom had already made his final decision. "All right, I'll trust you." He bowed to show his sincerity. "Thank you, Your Majesty." A cunning glint flashed in the radio's eyes, and he smiled mockingly as if celebrating his victory. "I will be the next head of the Frank family." In a lavish room for esteemed guests, Shin's tone was slightly surprised when he learned his friend's plan. Are you really going to meet him? You usually hated getting involved with the imperial family, Eric declared firmly. I've decided not to care anymore. At these words, Shin was so startled he couldn't close his mouth. What? He couldn't believe it without doubt. What the hell is this damn guy planning now? He pretended to be indifferent, but every word was a goal in his life. Planning what? Not at all. I realized I can't just stand by anymore. I'm going to revive our family. The more Shin spoke, the more confused he became, his mind filled with countless question marks. You're going to rise again by using the fourth Imperial Prince? Eric hadn't confirmed it yet, and other factors were also needed. I'll decide after meeting him. He sighed at his friend's recklessness. So you're planning to soar on the battlefield? He responded with a calculating smile instead of an answer. As Shin said, the fastest way to revive a family is to achieve great feats in war or become a supporter of the king. Eric, well aware of the current situation, began to plan towards his goal. Since I've broken free from the Crown Prince, the fourth Imperial Prince could be a valuable pawn. The room door suddenly opened and Hum in battle attire entered. Were you looking for me? He greeted warmly. You're here? Eric was very excited to meet him. I've been waiting for you. Shin, understanding his intention, politely stood up and yielded his seat to Hum, giving the two space to talk. As soon as he saw him, he eagerly wanted to spar. I expected you to keep coming for swordsmanship training, but seeing this situation, it seems not. He laughed at those words, pointing to the chair opposite and saying, Haha, let's talk about that later, please sit. Hum, slightly curious, immediately asked, Then why did you want to meet me? Eric also didn't hide his purpose. There's something I want to ask him. He immediately delved into the most important issue at hand. What kind of person is the Black Lion? Him thought for a moment, choosing his words. Hum, the Black Lion. Then he said honestly, On the surface everyone thinks he's ambitious, but I think differently. A deep meaning suddenly appeared on his face and he chuckled, stating his opinion derived from his observations. He's just a lion engrossed in swordsmanship and martial arts. These words were like a passing breeze, but they stirred an unexpected storm in Eric's heart. His eyes widened in surprise. Hum continued to advise. You might get along with him, or you might not, but if you meet him in person, you might not think he's so bad. He bowed slightly in reply. Thanks to you, I know how to approach him. The main issue resolved, he now began a different conversation. Besides, despite being very confused, he silently waited for the other's next words. But Hum suddenly uttered something out of the blue. It seems you've changed a lot. Mephisto quickly understood people's hearts. I can sense he wants to spar with you. Since he said so, Eric found it hard to refuse. Actually, I also wanted to test my martial arts again. He smiled as if issuing a challenge. Shall we spar once? Hum, very excited, readily agreed. That's exactly what I wanted. A short while later the two went outside. Suddenly, 8 soldiers surrounded them, ready to watch the battle. Eric pursed his lips and asked Herman resentfully, Did you call these people? He tried to deny it, but his evasive expression revealed everything. I don't know what you're talking about. Ha ha ha. Mephisto burst into laughter at the interesting spectacle, wanting to tease him. His acting skills are similar to yours. If the other person didn't answer, he would analyze it himself. This was originally our sudden decision. I don't know how this news spread so quickly. Eric looked at the girl waving and greeting them and concluded with certainty, It's probably Isabel. Mephisto had to admit, Indeed, that girl is no ordinary person. Her political instincts and strategic thinking are very sharp. He also agreed wholeheartedly, saying with a hint of admiration in his eyes, She's truly different. She proved her abilities in front of the border guard. Her eyes were fixed on him. Eric guessed their intentions and enhanced his value before meeting the fourth Imperial Prince. He mumbled to himself as he took an offensive stance. It seems both he and his daughter want to give me wings. So I will soar high to repay them. At the same time he drew his sword and gave a few kind warnings. There will be no holding back. Focus. Both took their ready stances for the duel, observing intently to find the other's weakness. Without any shout, the two charged at each other almost simultaneously. The battle became extremely tense as soon as it began. Eric's hands suddenly turned into sharp weapons, blocking all of Herman's attacks. Every swing of fist and blade raised a fierce storm that swept away dirt and stones. In the midst of the stormy sky, the soldiers watching the drama hastily covered their faces with their hands. They hadn't expected them to fight one-on-one without using mana or aura. They watched the unprecedented battle with wide eyes, commenting, The head of a prestigious magic family fighting the Blue Lion barehanded? That's ridiculous. If mages are this strong, what are we supposed to do? In the blink of an eye, a whirlwind like the roar of a demon from the abyss swept through. The one-on-one duel continued, but now the two figures were no longer visible. A few seconds later, Eric was suddenly pushed back by immense force, leaving a long trail on the ground. Through this fight, Herman understood his current abilities. He first offered a few words of praise. Your movements are much cleaner now. Then he pointed out some remaining flaws. But there are still too many unnecessary movements. Eric sincerely admired and accepted the advice. It seems I'll have to continue receiving your guidance, master. Suddenly, a crisp sound of applause drew their attention. The soldiers stepped aside to make way for Croman. He walked forward slowly, clapping, a satisfied smile still lingering on his face. This was Eric's first time seeing him act in person, so the 4th Imperial Prince couldn't help but feel a sense of unfamiliarity. So that's the 4th Imperial Prince Croman. He respectfully bowed his head to him, along with Herman amidst the booming cheers of the soldiers. Before long, Eric hurried down the corridor. He was going to meet someone. As soon as he arrived in front of the room, he saw Rodeo waiting at the door. He greeted him with a joyful expression, as if meeting a close friend. "Oh Eric, long time no see, my friend." Despite being their first encounter, Mephisto found this man unbearable. "What's with that arrogant expression? Is he someone you know?" Eric frowned and softly admitted, "Yes, he's the official heir of the Frank family." Hearing this surname, he suddenly grew suspicious. "Frank, the notorious Redwall family?" Eric nodded, confirming. "That's right." Mephisto laughed heartily as if he had heard a joke. "So that guy was the traitor." Rodeo, completely unaware of their insults, approached calmly and spoke. "Why so quiet, my friend?" He spoke with an expression that suggested he knew everything. He continued as if performing a clumsy monologue comedy. "Ah, you're probably quite shy after not seeing each other for so long." While Eric was lost in thought, Rodeo did not hide the ambition on his face. His mind was also filled with all sorts of dirty thoughts. "I know he hates our family, but since the Melvinzer's assets are with me, he won't be able to consider me an enemy." He understood the current situation well, so he was confident that everything would go as he expected. "Besides, our family is no longer just a vassal of the Melvinzers. We are also a great power in the court. He wouldn't dare oppose me." The more Rodeo thought, the more confident he became in his plan. "So if our family offers to return the Melvinzers' assets, he'll have no choice but to join hands with me." So he approached with even greater arrogance and casually put his arm around Eric. "My friend, before we meet His Highness, I'd like to discuss the Melvinzers' assets being in our family's possession at this moment." Eric could no longer tolerate Rodeo's arrogant behavior. "Hey," he commanded in a cold voice, "take your hand off me." This audacious attitude made Rodeo freeze. His brain stopped for a few seconds. What did he say, knowing that his dull ears might not have heard properly? Eric, feeling pity, slowly repeated his words, coupled with a sharp glare. "I said take your hand off me." Threatened by his presence, Rodeo instinctively recoiled and distanced himself. Mephisto bared his teeth and sneered. "Those who call themselves the Melvinzers' right hand know nothing about him." Eric clenched his fist, trying to suppress the intense emotions surging within him. "Count Frank should have shown me the utmost respect. Yet a mere third son dares to." It had been neither a long nor short time since he started following Eric. He understood the other's personality very well, and the hatred the Melvinzer family harbored. Eric glared at Rodeo as if he would tear him apart at any moment, gritting his teeth and speaking each word carefully. "How dare you be rude to an imperial duke?" Mephisto automatically added. "That will never disappear." Rodeo trembled at the murderous intent emanating from Eric. Eric looked at him with hateful eyes. "The Frank lineage has been passed down for over 1,000 years. They became a strong fortress protecting the Melvinzer family, and their hands were stained with the blood of countless enemies who swarmed due to endless greed. Precisely because of that, he and his sister called the Frank chieftain uncle and placed great trust in him. But now they sided with the royal family, the very people who helped seize our inheritance and push the Melvinzers to the brink of ruin. What's worse, they even tried to steal our proud magical lineage. They tried to force Rodeo Frank to marry his sister. After refusing the marriage, we were left in an abandoned mansion, barely surviving." His face was filled with hatred, wanting to tear them to shreds. "And you're still pretending to be righteous?" Rodeo immediately bowed. "My lord, I was too rude." Eric glanced at him and said, "If you understand, disappear from here quickly. I don't want to see your face anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left with Mephisto. Rodeo's face also twisted hideously at his insulting words. Eric quickly headed to the next location. He bowed politely. "Eric Melvinzer, head of the Melvinzer family, Duke of Spirits, greets His Highness Croman." Croman laughed heartily. "Pleased to meet you, Duke of Spirits." Eric was somewhat surprised. Surely he must have heard all the conversations outside the door, yet he shows no reaction. Mephisto spoke. He didn't care that his subordinate was insulted. Instead, he observed the other person with interest. Eric agreed, saying he probably knew Rodeo Frank's true nature well and didn't expect any more. "It's likely he wanted to see how I would handle it." Croman asked a question that surprised him. "Did you use body enhancement techniques in your fight with the Blue Lion just now?" A slight look of bewilderment crossed Eric's face. "Body enhancement techniques," he noticed that. Croman approached Eric, and it seemed as if a tense atmosphere would fill the air, but he merely patted Eric's shoulder. "I know this magic is forbidden in the magic tower, so rest assured no one else will know about this." He placed his hand on his chin and smiled cunningly. "Now tell me your impressions of the Melvinzers' old territory." Eric was slightly dumbfounded by these words. "What?" Mephisto couldn't help but laugh. "It seems you've let your guard down." Croman is very skilled at taking the lead in negotiations. Eric analyzed the situation carefully. "I thought the conversation would proceed slowly, but he's getting straight to the point. If I make a mistake, I'll completely lose control of this negotiation." He clenched his fist and his eyes hardened. "Excuse me, but what do you mean?" Croman said calmly. "I like honesty. I'm not good at beating around the bush. If the Melvinzer supports me, I will simply give back what I can." Eric's sharp gaze remained unwavering. The family's territory has already become a desolate land, and even in ancient times it did not survive the demon's curse. So what can I offer? His attendant whispered in Croman's ear. It seemed to be unpleasant information. As he frowned and looked somewhat displeased, he waved his hand. It seems I made a mistake. My apologies. He changed to a new condition. A land comparable to the Melvinzer's old territory. For example, I will give you the border region belonging to the Red Lion family's territory. Eric couldn't help but be suspicious. The Red Lion family's territory, a land as precious as gold, he's willing to give it away, and he's willing to face the opposition of allied nobles himself? No one would dare do such a thing without true determination. However, Eric bowed. Excuse me, but I am merely a subject of the Empire. I only obey His Majesty's orders. He was firm. I never intended to negotiate from the start. I just wanted to test my own worth and find out what kind of person Croman is. Croman had not given up yet, but my offer is still valid. Please consider it positively. If necessary, I am prepared to offer more benefits. He looked somewhat exhausted, so he's not giving up easily. But he suddenly thought of a brilliant idea to break the negotiation. In that case, if the timing is right, may I propose a request? On the other side, Rodeo, still fuming, slammed his hand hard against the wall. Eric Melvinzer, you truly have no shame. How dare you insult me with just the name of a noble? I will repay this humiliation 1,000-fold. Croman's attendant approached. Lord Rodeo Frank, His Highness is looking for you. He quickly went to Croman's seat. Your Highness, did you call me? Croman ignored his greeting and pointed a finger at him. I called Rodeo Frank. Tell me your request. Croman listened and immediately smiled scornfully. Eric, that damn bastard. Since the negotiation failed, he's trying to use me as an intermediary, is he? Truly foolish. Does he think that will ease the tension between us? A sinister expression reappeared on Croman's face. All right, honestly tell me your request. I will repay the insult I just received twofold. Eric pointed at Rodeo's arm. Give me Rodeo Frank's right arm. Roman was surprised by this proposal. Rodeo sighed. What did that damn bastard just say? Roman continued. You know the Frank family is on our side. Eric shrugged. How regrettable. Roman listened and fell into thought. Rodeo, standing beside him, said triumphantly. Do you dare to think that His Highness would abandon our family for a wretch like you? The Frank family has served the 4th Imperial Prince for years, Croman asked him. Rodeo Frank, are you my subject? Yes, the Frank family and I have already pledged allegiance to His Highness, Croman nodded. In that case, please forgive my next action, Rodeo asked, bewildered. What? What do you mean? There was not a hint of hesitation in his movement as he drew his sword. It was a basic movement, but Rodeo's arm was severed. His arm rolled on the floor. Rodeo screamed in pain. My arm, my arm? Eric was also startled by his action. That madman, I was just trying to break off the negotiation. Croman picked up Rodeo's bloody arm. What do you think? A strange, satisfied smile. Is this enough to be your friend? Eric said firmly. Indeed he is insane, he pressed on. You've sacrificed too much for this alliance. Are you really all right? The Frank family and other noble families will surely turn their backs on you, Croman said calmly, without any worry. The Frank family will never betray me. Eric understood everything. It seems he has already taken control of the Frank family. He even holds other nobles in his grasp. Eric smiled with satisfaction. If I gain him as a friend, it will be truly interesting. He extended his arm. At least I've shown all my sincerity. What do you think? Eric raised his hand, a satisfied expression on his face. Suddenly, a loud noise drew their attention. The glass door shattered, and 5 assassins were hidden in the dust. The attendant said in a flustered voice, Your Highness, please leave this place immediately. Eric, puzzled, dodged their attacks. Assassins, they dare attempt an assassination here, even with barracks and the Imperial Guard present. He cast ice magic, and all the assassins froze. He clenched his fist to break the ice magic on their bodies and looked around. Quickly, protect His Highness. He was relieved to see Croman also dealing with the assassins one by one on the opposite side. He's still doing well. The assassins continuously rushed forward, but they couldn't stop him. Croman leapt and easily eliminated them one by one. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, completely devoid of fear. Eric was relieved. That's right, he's the Black Lion. I worried for nothing. Just when he thought it was over, another group burst in through the main entrance. They shouted loudly, His Highness? Eric felt helpless. Do these guys want to die? Mephisto, standing beside him, shook his head, bored. Just then, Croman's reinforcements arrived. Who dares attack His Highness? To think they'd go this far? Herman led the army. He blocked the assassins and protected His Highness. Knights in black armor also arrived immediately. Eric crossed his arms. The Imperial Army and the Southern Lion have arrived. He sneered as the assassins charged simultaneously. They're attacking without even knowing what they're up against. Herman and Croman nodded, signaling each other. The two charged simultaneously, and the assassins were all cut down. Eric watched the scene before him calmly. Now I feel sorry for them. To face 2 lions at once, he activated magic in his eyes. Then I'll have to deal with the hidden ones. Assassins behind the pillars were observing the situation. One of them drew his sword and commanded, Don't touch the blue lions, just target His Highness. Eric watched and then signaled the remaining ones to act. As soon as they received the signal, they immediately drew their swords and charged simultaneously. Ice arrows flew before their eyes, freezing them. The unfortunate assassin died on the spot, and those who had not yet acted were greatly surprised. "What is this?" He drew his sword and looked around. Eric was targeting his position. He curled his lips into a smile. Penetration. The magic quickly fired, eliminating him. He struck a cool pose like a bodyguard with a gun. Mephisto asked, bewildered, "What's with that pose?" Eric shrugged. "I don't know, I just wanted to." He felt pity for the assassins. These guys are truly pathetic. Their skills seemed excellent, but unfortunately their natural enemy was right here. He observed, who exactly are these guys to attempt an assassination against His Highness to this extent? He took a fighting stance. "First, I need to capture a few of them for interrogation." Hazer spoke. "You won't be able to catch them." He was startled and said, "What do you mean won't be able to catch them?" She observed the assassins. "They've been trained to this level. If they don't commit suicide, brainwashing will activate and kill them." The two sisters continued their conversation. "Do you know who it is?" "Sigma." He was startled. "Sigma? That organization really exists?" "Ah, they appeared recently. They're very secretive." "Then how did you know?" she said with murderous intent. "Because my mercenary unit's leader is their enemy." He crossed his arms and thought, "An organization that has never shown itself before." One of the assassin group held his sword high, commanding everyone to retreat. Eric smiled and activated his magic. "Trying to escape? Then I'll have my subordinates chase after you." Flies attached themselves to the assassins' backs. He was satisfied. "You wouldn't have expected that, would you?" A strange sound surprised him. "Leading the mission like this will expose the organization's core." He looked up. "Unbelievable. There's someone with no presence at all." A masked man had been observing from above for a long time. He drew his sword. "So this was your prank?" He swung his sword, nullifying all of Eric's magic. Eric was angry. "Seriously, is he even concerned about my subordinates?" Croman asked. "So you're the leader? Who exactly are you? Who sent you?" The masked man tilted his head. "You don't expect me to tell you, do you, Your Highness?" He immediately cast magic on his sword. "You're right, it would be boring if you revealed everything." Herman and he charged simultaneously, immediately attacking the masked man. Dark magic surrounded him, but being surrounded by the lions was not good. He slowly disappeared, but before that he swung his sword to widen the distance between them. He leaped further to another spot. "I want to play too, but today is not suitable." Before leaving he politely bowed. "I must go." Eric cast magic around him, dispersing and dismantling it. What? Ice magic and lightning surrounded him, and he charged, swinging his fist. "You can come here if you want, but you can't leave as you please." Eric, seeing the masked man's red murderous eyes, immediately took an offensive stance and declared firmly, "Who dares to intrude here so recklessly?" He smiled arrogantly, gathering a glowing stream of power around his fist, and emphasized again, "You won't escape easily, ever." He used the body enhancement secret technique with all his might, his face full of passion. Eric charged like lightning, continuously unleashing claw attacks on the masked man. Thousand Tiger Slash. However, the masked man immediately moved to evade the attack and calmly said, "I thought you were just a mage." Eric's fierce attack directly hit the wall behind, immediately punching through it. The masked man was utterly surprised by that immense destructive power. It was just a graze, yet it was so dangerous. Eric continued to use binding magic, sending countless chains at the masked man. The chains appeared from all directions, forming an airtight encirclement. However, the masked man easily deflected the chains and complained, "Can't even have a moment of quiet." After that, he landed lightly in a calm stance, showing no fear at all. Eric continued to cast penetration magic, firing numerous sharp ice arrows at him. The masked man fiercely struck down the ice arrows with his sword. Suddenly stopped, staring forward as if he had noticed something, and smiled faintly. It was time for a surprise attack from above, but he had already detected the sole woman of the Black Tower. He quickly retreated, saying with a surprised expression, "Colluding with the Melvinzer family again." Looking at Herman standing next to Eric, the masked man said sarcastically, "This is truly unexpected." He suddenly widened his eyes and grimaced as if anger was about to explode. Simultaneously, Herman and Croman quietly rushed in from behind. The masked man sensed them but still maintained a very calm demeanor. The situation is getting more complicated. When the time was ripe, Eric's group of 4 charged simultaneously. The masked man's eyes suddenly glowed, flashing with rage and fury. There was no other choice. An immense amount of mana suddenly burst from his body, sending Eric's group of 4 flying far away. Eric landed with a grimace. He had blocked the combined attack of the 4. The masked man still stood with 2 swords in his hands, exuding a terrifying presence. Illusions suddenly appeared from his body. Eric's eyes froze in shock and he thought, "What is this?" His aura has changed. Just a moment ago it was a gentle wind, but now it was completely still. The air froze as if facing an invisible vengeful spirit. Herman suddenly shouted, "Fall back!" The masked man suddenly vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only a faint wavering smoke. Croman gritted his teeth in surprise, and Herman also widened his eyes, revealing extreme fear and astonishment. Even Eric shuddered at the phenomenon that had just occurred before his eyes. He immediately focused all his mana to observe his surroundings. Where did he go? However, he couldn't find any trace of the enemy, and not even a master noticed him. Suddenly, a ghostly shadow and an eerie voice echoed in his ear. "How could you be so foolish?" Just then, the masked man appeared, grazing and slashing his shoulder. Immediately, the masked man moved back and praised, "You dodged, not bad." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure slowly disappeared again. Eric frowned in thought and tension. I dodged the attack with instinct. As the masked man's blade continuously struck, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Damn it, how do I attack when I don't know his location? However, he dodged each of his attacks with swift movements. The phantom suddenly appeared and said with an eerie voice, "It seems you're reading my movements." The voice echoed like a terrifying threat. "You're the cause of this ruined assassination, aren't you?" Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere as a blade grazed a guard's body. Eric's eyes were filled with unreserved surprise and shock. Mysterious hands suddenly shot out of the ground, startling other guards. "Ken, what's happening?" Immediately, similar blades simultaneously struck down all the palace guards. Some even had their heads severed from their bodies. Other guards with strong will surrounded Croman to protect him. A guard shouted loudly, giving orders. Guards form an encirclement and tighten the perimeter. However, countless guards fell in an instant. Eric gritted his teeth in anger. "We need to find a way to deal with him. We need to gather information about him," he asked Hazer, who seemed completely helpless beside him. "Sister, do you know anything more about him?" In this helpless situation, Eric could only watch as all the guards were ruthlessly attacked. "I need to find the invisible phantom." Mephisto suddenly appeared and said solemnly, "He's not an easy opponent, even I can't see him." Eric suddenly widened his eyes as if realizing something. "Wait, a phantom?" Mephisto asked with a curious expression. "Why?" Eric sharply hit the nail on the head. "That's it." He placed his hand on his chest and speculated inwardly. "No matter how much he seems like a phantom." Immediately, a cold ice aura burst from his body, covering the entire space. He used vortex magic to cover the entire space with a blizzard, but he was still not a true phantom like Mephisto. "If the masked man has a body, he'll definitely leave footprints." The masked man's footprints were immediately clearly imprinted on the snow. The guards cheered loudly. "Footprints, we saw them, he's over there." As the masked man appeared and launched a series of attacks, the guards were sent flying into the air. "Indeed, you're tracking my movements like this." After that, he quickly charged towards Croman. Still, the outcome won't change. He charged triumphantly, drawing his sword ready to attack. Eric from a distance cast implosion waves, firing countless ice shards at the masked man. His vision was immediately obscured by Eric's technique. He landed and shouted loudly, "You again?" He widened his eyes and wore a very serious expression. His anger seemed to have reached its peak. "I need to finish this damned Melvinser first." Just then, Herman suddenly appeared behind him and warned in a low voice, "Do you dare to ignore me?" He swung his sword with a heart boiling with rage. "I am extremely angry right now." The masked man retreated in a defensive stance, thinking worriedly, "Damn it, a direct confrontation with the Blue Lion isn't easy." He glanced at Eric, who was charging from behind, and calculated inwardly. "And because of him I can't cast stealth magic." He was surprised to see a cold, freezing aura appearing from outside the door. The masked man suddenly froze, as if crushed by immense pressure. While confronting Herman, he couldn't stop trembling internally. A sudden sense of unease rushed into his mind, overwhelming and brutal pressure, impossible to resist. As Augustine suddenly appeared with fierce power, the masked man exclaimed in shock, "White Knight," Augustine frowned and reprimanded. "All of you struggling so much because of one insignificant fellow." Joyful smiles bloomed on the guards' faces. "We're safe, we've been saved." The masked man withdrew his sword and tried to retreat. "I can't do anything like this." Eric's lips curled up triumphantly. No matter how strong he is, he wouldn't dare act recklessly in front of Master. The masked man placed his hand on his chest and said softly, "Long time no see." He slightly bowed his head and called out, "Master." Eric's eyes widened and his mouth hung open in extreme surprise. "Master," though he knew the greeting was directed at him, Augustine firmly did not accept it. "Who are you calling master?" The phantom, despite the ruthlessness, was completely unfazed and calmly retorted, "From long ago this disciple has always considered you master. Surely, master doesn't think otherwise?" The old man frowned, overtly refusing, and commanded firmly, "What does that have to do with me? Stop interfering and disappear." Despite this, he still maintained a contemptuous attitude, teasing his master. "You were desperately looking for a disciple to pass on your martial arts to, weren't you? Now you finally found one. Congratulations." When the opponent still wouldn't shut up even after the third sentence, Augustine's blood rushed to his head, boiling with rage. "I already told you it's none of your business. If you didn't hear properly, should I pierce new ears for you?" Only after being told that did the phantom finally stop playing with the dangerous tiger. "No need, this disciple will now withdraw." The old man, delighted, wished for him to disappear from his sight. "Never appear before my eyes again." Before leaving, the phantom still didn't forget one last sarcastic remark. "If the opportunity arises, I will respectfully greet you again." Roman blankly watched him slowly disappear from behind. Eric thoughtfully observed each person's expression. If Master decides, even a prince would find it difficult to stop him. After that, he looked up at Augustine and couldn't help but wonder inwardly. Even the masked man called Master his master. So what exactly is their relationship? Not long after, with all problems temporarily resolved, Roman approached Eric to bid farewell with a sad expression. "It's regrettable, but I wanted to talk more." Eric also felt a little regretful, but he still had matters to resolve, so he could only promise, "I believe that at our next meeting we will certainly have a very long conversation." Eric's next words left Croman momentarily stunned. "At that time we will strengthen this friendship." Having gained the title of friend, he joyfully placed his hand on his shoulder and promised in an excited voice, "The steel body technique you use is truly remarkable. I'd like to spar with you at our next meeting." Eric smiled, looked him straight in the eye and asserted, I am also greatly looking forward to that day. As the twilight sunlight streamed through the window, another friendship to be etched deep in their hearts was affirmed between the two. Though regretful, there was no other way. Croman reluctantly said his final words and turned away. Then I'll be going. He watched the large, magnificent shadow slowly walk away. His clothes fluttering in the wind further accentuated his imposing presence. Seeing that, Eric smiled and turned to leave. Just then a loud voice was heard. Eric, he was bewildered by Shin's appearance, who had rushed in, panting with that shout. What's wrong? He took a few deep breaths, then looked up and delivered urgent news. My father says he wants to meet us urgently. A short while later, all 5 of them gathered in the living room. Only now, after so much had happened, did Eric have time to recall a few people. He wondered if they had returned safely. His memory went back to the not-so-distant past. The 3 members of the Bay family had to leave. It seems it's time for us to part ways. Eric was certainly disappointed, but he knew how to distinguish between gain and loss. It's truly regrettable, but if the Blue Lion goes to Hexagram, he'll face great difficulties, so it's best we part ways here. Isabel was not sad at all. Instead, she smiled and urged him. Eric, please take care of your health. Eric looked at her gently and replied softly, You too, Isabel. Only each other's figures filled their eyes, and those beside them had the chance to watch a lover's quarrel for free. Whenever he recalled their cunning laughter, Eric hastily waved his hand to dismiss the scene. Returning to reality, the fact that he couldn't meet Isabel again made him sigh a tedious sigh once more. While waiting for the head of the Nearstall family, Eric asked Augustine about a question that had been bothering him. Master, may I ask about the relationship between you and that masked assassin? The old man seemed to come to his senses only after hearing him call and fell into thought. Augustine remained silent for a while, and the others waited tensely. Finally he smiled faintly, evading the question. You don't need to know that. This answer was unexpected for Eric. He unconsciously tilted his head, showing his doubt. Perhaps feeling he had answered too vaguely, Augustine added, You'll know in time. The sun was already slowly setting behind distant mountain ranges. It seemed to try to shine a little longer until the carriage arrived safely. Meanwhile, in a castle surrounded by an eerie aura, the phantom slowly walked down the corridor towards the largest room at the very end. He gently placed his hand on the doorknob, hesitating slightly. As soon as the door opened, a sarcastic voice came from behind a chair. You were brimming with confidence when you left. You who are called the Red Lion. Ander turned with the chair and continued, Now you look truly pathetic. The phantom ignored the sarcastic remark and slumped onto the sofa. He stood up and continued to demand the item, but more importantly, where is the 4th Imperial Prince's head? Don't tell me you returned empty-handed. Seeing him silently remove his mask, Ander felt an ominous premonition but still tried to act optimistically. Surely you're not joking, are you? You were so full of momentum when you left. Once again there was no reply, only a monologue. He was already starting to panic. Surely the phantom who claimed he could put everything in his pocket didn't return empty-handed, did he? He said nothing until Ander sat beside him, continuously urging the phantom to produce the item. Where did you hide it? Are you trying to surprise me? Perhaps feeling his incessant nagging was too annoying, the phantom irritably pushed the opponent's hand away from his body and said, Shut up. Seeing this displeased expression, Ander's lips curled into a smile, rejoicing in another's misfortune. So you failed after all. Since he rarely had the chance to witness him fail a mission, he took this opportunity to laugh in the phantom's face. Didn't you say assassinating the 4th Imperial Prince outside the palace would be a piece of cake? That mocking laughter infuriated him even more. Damn it, your mouth is the problem. Before the karma could return and stop his laughter, Ander spoke with a serious expression again. Then why did you fail? The phantom immediately raised his head and spoke a name both of them knew. Eric Melvinzer. He was surprised to hear that surname. Is the Melvinzer tribal chief really that strong? Though he's called a descendant of the White Knight, isn't he just a mage? He retorted in dismay. All our information is outdated. The battle he had with Eric still remained vivid in the phantom's mind. The Melvinzer I met was a 7th-grade mage. His martial arts were also very impressive. His words made Ander frown once more. Is a Melvinzer still a Melvinzer after all? When did everything start to go wrong exactly? He traced back all the events from that point. Was it from the moment the Crown Prince asked for my support and I refused? Time passed, leading to the moment Ander received information about a crime he didn't even know he had committed. In any case, I've been branded a rebel leader, and I can't even make excuses. Anger quickly turned into hatred, and Ander had to make a bold decision to find a way to survive. So I'm thinking of kidnapping the 4th Imperial Prince to make a new deal with the Crown Prince, or using a hostage to force the Imperial family to retreat. However, the situation once again made him rack his brains, but all his plans had fallen apart. The phantom suddenly opened its mouth and slowly uttered one word at a time. In the end, at the same time as his question, 2 women suddenly appeared from behind the door, and now there was only one choice left. Judging by their appearance, both were clearly not human. The low voices coming from their small mouths made this even clearer. So you failed. Now will you give me an answer? Ander stood up abruptly as soon as he saw them, and a few lines of admiration flashed through his mind in a brief moment. Just because of my decision, countless loyal subordinates might lose their lives. The closer he got to the 2 sisters, the more resolute he became in his goal. But this was not the time to weigh gains and losses. Ander was still angry about being framed last time. The reason we were accused of treason was the charge that I conspired with demons. Now he abandoned his empty rhetoric and extended his hands to the two demons, so I must give them what they want. Back at the Nearstal mansion, we, as promised, finally made time to meet Eric. I know you must be tired from the long journey, but the reason I called you so urgently is this. With that, he took out a scroll and handed it to Eric. Just a quick glance at the contents written on the paper made his eyebrows furiously furrow. This is a sacred edict directly proclaimed by His Majesty the Emperor. He slowly uttered a sentence. The Melvinser family must go to war. Eric unrolled the scroll he held in his hand. Disobeying the Emperor's command would mean execution. Mephisto, who was beside him, also read it seriously. He meticulously read the contents, thinking to himself, to prevent abuse, high-ranking noble families are only allowed to use these a very limited number of times. In the case of the Melvinser family, a maximum of 2 such edicts are permitted. Thinking this far, Eric's hand unconsciously trembled, and he tightly gripped the edge of the paper. That's why the Imperial family hasn't used the Forbidden Edict for hundreds of years to maintain control over the Melvinser family. But now they've used it. He still gripped the paper tightly, a faint, unfathomable smile playing on his lips. It's too obvious a conspiracy to ignore. Mephisto chuckled slightly and sighed, looking as if he understood the hidden meaning of the edict. It's like they've already set a trap and are asking us to jump into it ourselves. Aren't they openly declaring they're going to harm us? Shin, sitting next to him, lost control after reading the paper. He jumped up and slammed the table. What the hell is this? The Melvinsers aren't even a family serving the Nearstal family. He turned sideways, his face still filled with uncontrollable rage. Father, are you just going to let this go? We maintained a calm expression even after hearing his son's words. He slowly admonished him. Calm down. Shin was still angry, but he listened and sat down. Only then did we speak. I'm not happy that the Imperial family disregards us to this extent. The Imperial family cannot possibly be unaware of the family pact between us and the Melvinser family. As he spoke, his voice grew more serious. I don't know if they intend to sever the relationship between the two families or if they are planning some other conspiracy. Having said this, we looked at Eric and clearly stated each word. This edict is too crude, making me doubt if it was signed by the Emperor himself. Eric looked him straight in the eyes and offered his opinion. I think the Melvinser family head knows what you're thinking, Father. If I were to object, the Imperial family could easily kill me on the pretext of insulting the Imperial family, or send me to the battlefield and fake an accident. A calculating expression full of schemes appeared on his face. No matter the outcome, the Imperial family has nothing to lose. Eric suddenly turned and laughed loudly. Seeing Shin and Mephisto still uncomfortable because of the edict, Shin looked at him with an incomprehensible expression. You can laugh in this situation. You're about to fall into a trap yourself. He raised a hand and smoothed his blonde hair, hiding his calculating expression. Anyway, we were planning to enlist. Besides, why can't I laugh? His face became even more terrifying, and a faint purple glow and small electrical currents appeared around him. I was looking for a way to bury that damned crown prince alive. Shin was speechless. That madman again. Eric turned to Mephisto, who had been floating in the air listening to their conversation. Nephi, since the crown prince is also pursuing Grigori, if we gather them in one place, we can bury both of them at once. He crossed his arms and maintained his usual playful expression. Indeed, that's not like you. Shin still hadn't fully grasped his younger brother Eric's entire plan. There's still a month until the enlistment deadline. What are you planning to do? He turned and replied. I need to finish 2 things. Shin's face was full of questions upon hearing Eric's next words. I'm going to ask my brother for help. The Central Magic Administration Bureau, a place boasting a magnificent castle and vast space. Brian walked back and forth in his office holding a stack of documents, muttering, so troublesome and so annoying. He gripped the paper in his hand tightly and said in an angry voice, I can't believe there are still idiots applying for the wizard qualification exam with recommendations from the Nearstal region. After reading for a moment, Brian lost patience and tossed the paper aside. A moment later, he spotted a familiar name among the examinees, Eric Melvinser. Shin sat opposite him, asking with an incomprehensible expression, Eric, do you really need to get a wizard license right now? Eric explained to his brother with a calm expression, if I have a wizard license, I can take an important position in the war. Shin frowned, still not fully understanding the plan. If you had Duke Chansong's certificate, they'd automatically give you command, so why go through all this trouble? He leaned back in his chair and patiently explained in more detail. If I were appointed that way, I'd be bound by what I want to do. Besides, there's another reason. Seeing that Eric seemed quite comfortable with the decision, Shin also relaxed and leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. You're not going to tell me that reason, are you? Eric smiled brightly as if answering his brother's question. Sorry, it's a family matter. His brother still looked slightly worried about the difficulties Eric would face in the future. But can you finish studying in time? That exam isn't easy. Eric sighed, but an undeniable confidence shone on his face. Even though I kept failing in the academy due to monoreflux disease, have you forgotten that I was always the best in theory? Shin was still uneasy despite seeing that confident expression. He spoke to his brother, admonishing him angrily. Hey, do you think the academy exam is the same as the wizard qualification exam? After a pause, he provided Eric with more knowledge about the upcoming exam. Each examiner gives different test questions, and especially examiner Brian has a pass rate of only 0.1. Eric found it a little boring to have to listen to those old rules. He put his hand on the window, looking at the scenery outside, and said, "That's just proof that all the examinees are useless." After speaking, he turned and adjusted the wrinkles on his sleeve. The confidence on his face did not diminish. "By the way, isn't the exam 8 hours long?" Shin was slightly flustered. "That's what people say." Hearing the answer, Eric placed both hands on his thighs, preparing to stand up, and admonished his brother, "Take a break." Then he got out of the carriage and, turning to his brother with a smiling face, said, "I'll finish it with a perfect score in 30 minutes. In the center of the palace, Brian stood solemnly, introducing himself in a calm voice. "I am Brian, a grade 5 examiner of the Central Magic Administration Bureau. Are you examinee Eric Melvinser?" Eric, standing opposite him with Mephisto, showed no fear or worry at all. "Yes. May I start the exam now?" Brian heard the answer, turned, and led the two inside. He walked, saying, "According to regulations, we will start immediately after identity verification is complete." Mephisto flew directly behind him, observing the man walking ahead with a wary gaze, and whispered in a voice so low only the two of them could hear, "So that's the person your brother mentioned?" Eric quickened his pace to match Brian's, shrugging as if he didn't know him well either. Inside the spacious examination room, light poured in through delicate patterns. Eric was seated at a wooden tactical board in the center of the room. Brian held a thick book and slowly walked over, informing him of the exam rules. The first exam includes physical magic elements, soul magic, alchemy, archaeology, black magic, and destiny magic. It's a written test with a total of 600 questions. He placed a meticulously carved gold-plated blue book on the table and spoke in an even more serious voice. "For your information, using magic is considered cheating." Eric, as if he had already memorized all those rules, averted his gaze and asked in a slightly sarcastic voice, "Do I need to use magic?" Brian did not answer, turned and left, but silently evaluated his attitude in his mind. I know he recovered from his illness in La Seine and became a hero, but to show such an arrogant attitude, it seemed Eric had successfully provoked him. Brian gritted his teeth, trying not to show his anger. "Even if he's using connections to submit an application to restore the honor of a fallen family, don't think I won't know." He turned and looked at the examinee with sharp eyes. "Start." Eric began solving the test questions as soon as the signal was given. His face was full of confidence. After solving a few questions, he began whistling and selecting answers. Brian stood motionless opposite him, criticizing that attitude. As expected, it's just a pretense. His eyes did not leave Eric for a moment, but, as an exam proctor, even Tasha Nearstall, who was the only one to receive a perfect score, thought carefully and hesitated for a long time before submitting her answers. However, the next moment, he had to ruthlessly contort his face. Eric handed him the completed exam paper and said, "Here." Brian held the documents, looking somewhat confused and incredulous. "In 15 minutes, he's not even pretending." He placed his hand, adorned with a sacred ring, on the mirror part of the book. "I once respected the Melvinser family very much." The ring glowed red. The numbers also began to increase rapidly, "But now you are merely defiling their name." Finally, the result appeared. Brian suddenly exclaimed loudly, "Perfect score." He looked at his own eyes with a bewildered expression, unable to believe what he saw. "What is this? How can this be?" Eric, unconcerned by the proctor's surprised and incredulous expression, said in a calm, slightly teasing voice, "Can we move on to the next part?" Brian was flustered. "Yes," he snapped his fingers, murmuring the reason for the perfect score to himself. "Yes, he was always the best in theory, even at the academy." A guard brought a large green orb. "He must have been exploring theories for thousands of years." Thinking this far, Brian unconsciously flashed an evil smile. "I'm sure he won't be so lucky in the next test." However, Brian smiled, preparing to see Eric humiliated. "The second part, the magic power control test, cannot be done with just theory." He approached and brought both hands close to the orb. "Place your hands on the magic orb." Eric also followed him, placing both hands on the orb. The amount and purity of magic power must exceed the standard. Many experienced mages have failed this test. As a yellow light suddenly burst from inside the orb, Brian was slightly startled and had to take a few steps back. What? Suddenly, cracks began to appear on the surface of the orb. The very next moment, a loud explosion was heard, and the orb shattered into hundreds of small pieces. Brian looked at the fragments scattered on the table, and extreme fear appeared on his face. Eric looked a little embarrassed. He hastily scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. "If I break it, do I fail?" The proctor gritted his teeth, his face still unable to accept the fact. Shin leaned against the carriage, looking ahead, a slightly surprised expression on his face. Eric slowly walked towards his brother, still with the same arrogant and confident demeanor as when he entered. "What, you really came out in 30 minutes?" He looked at his brother in front of him. "What's the result?" He smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth upturned. The very next moment, Eric handed a golden card to his brother and said, "What else are you asking about?" Shin focused his gaze on a newspaper titled, "All Exams, Perfect Score." "The brilliant light of Eric Melvinser," he exclaimed. He said he would be back while this cup of tea was still warm. Before leaving the carriage, he clearly showed his confidence to his friend. Immediately, Shin was flustered and questioned, "Hey, are you going to write a whole novel here?" Mephisto shook his head in displeasure, saying, "Seriously, what a lucky guy. How did he finish in 30 minutes? Shin suddenly remembered his question. "Hey, where are you planning to go for the third test, that mission?" Eric leaned back nonchalantly and said, "I'm going to the Forest of the Ages." He was surprised by that decision. "Ha, doesn't it seem simpler than I thought? If you don't want to stand out too much, why don't you choose a more challenging place?" Eric said calmly in a serious voice. "There isn't much time. I just want to finish quickly." He raised his head and reconfirmed everything. "Nephi, is Otto's vision real?" He laughed loudly and waved his hand. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Eric fell into silent contemplation. A vision hidden in a place full of souls. It's not hard to believe if it's Otto's work. Perhaps the rumored ghosts that wander the Forest of the Ages are the guardians of that vision. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening drew Eric and Shin's attention. A woman's silhouette entered, and it was Hazer. She said with a bright expression, "Eric, can I talk to you alone for a moment?" After that, he and she walked under the faint starlight. Hazer couldn't hide the curiosity in her heart and said, "You said you were going to the border region, right?" Eric looked around with surprised eyes. "Yes, a forbidden edict has been issued. There's no other choice. Not just you, but the Magic Tower and the Duke Leon family have also been summoned. But why are you talking about that?" Hazer looked relieved after hearing his words, a relaxed expression on her face. "I guess I'll have to go there too. My organization has received a general mobilization order." Eric paused and seemed to hesitate. He said with a reproving expression, "But you don't have to obey, sister. You're not a full member yet." She spoke seriously as if she had already made up her mind. "Associate members have to go too. If I don't participate, I'll be permanently expelled." Eric exclaimed angrily, "No, but still." The very next moment, Hazer slammed the piece of wood in her hand hard on the ground and said firmly. She turned her head with sharp eyes. "Just because you've started behaving well, it doesn't mean you have the right to order me to give up. Thanks to you, I don't have to worry about money anymore, but I love my job and I'm proud of what I've achieved with my own hands," Hazer emphasized once more in a serious voice. "And you're telling me to lay down my weapons and rest? If you dare bring up marriage, I'll smash your head first." Eric was flustered and quickly looked for a way to evade. "I won't say such things. It's your life, why should I interfere?" Mephisto said as if judging. "Your sister is much braver than you." He murmured to himself, "If she didn't have such a strong will, how would our family have endured until now? If she had magical talent, she, not I, would be the family head." After hearing Hazer's decision, Eric bid farewell. "Understood. Be careful. See you on the battlefield." She smiled brightly and said, "Yes, I hope your plan succeeds." He proudly thumped his chest and said majestically, "You've been protecting our family until now, right, sister? From now on I'll carry that burden. Don't worry." Hazer gently stroked her brother's head with an affectionate touch. She smiled brightly, not holding back her praise. "You've grown up, haven't you?" Eric accepted the head pat with an embarrassed grin. The dark forest with its gloomy sky was so frightening that migratory birds left for other places. He was being chased by a demon wielding an axe of death. Momo ran with all her might. Among many things, it was an axe of death. A soldier accidentally tripped over a tree root. Immediately, Momo and the red-haired soldier turned back, but it was too late. The demon Elton fiercely swung his weapon to eliminate those who blocked his path. Co fired cruelly under the demon's gaze. Momo hesitated for a long time, worried. Sophia, with a thin defensive line of 2 weak soldiers around her, felt the situation was dire and desperately called for help. "What should we do?" Momo gritted her teeth, helpless and unable to do anything. "Is this our end?" Snowflakes and a cold wind appeared in the sky, surprising her. "What is this?" Momo turned her eyes towards Eric, searching for the source of that strange power. He was using a piercing technique to save her from being surrounded. Momo, realizing the damage was not high, hastily reported, "Ice attacks are useless and physical attacks don't work either." Seeing the demon severely wounded in pain, she couldn't believe her eyes. "Wait, then what exactly is this?" A demon swung his weapon to block the piercing technique's attack, but the axe blade quickly cracked due to the too strong ice attack power. The ice passed through the demon's head. As each one fell, black dust particles slowly drifted away. Momo and the 2 soldiers watched blankly, as if unable to believe they had been saved. The tattoo on Eric's arm glowed with the blue color of ice. He retracted the technique and sighed tiredly. "Finally caught one. Because of that human, the ghosts are in chaos, so I couldn't complete my mission either. I need to collect 10 ghosts. Now there are only 2. Ben looked at Eric with regret. "I want to help, but you know I can't." Just then, Mephisto chuckled triumphantly. "Didn't this king already say, it's better for your mental health not to contact him?" Ben laughed at his weakness and said, "It's just a dragon's shell. Even if thrown as bait, the ghosts won't even look at it." Mephisto, enraged by having his weakness touched, said without even looking up, "How can insignificant beings understand my greatness?" Eric could only listen silently to their clash. He looked at his arm and remembered one thing. By the way, why is Banshee, who should be deep in the forest, here, and that magical energy? Eric blankly observed Otto's 1000-year library, the sealed tablet, for a long time, thinking, Otto's library might be very close. Momo cautiously approached and apologized, and she and the soldiers bowed their heads in gratitude. "Thank you for saving us." He casually waved his hand, declining. I just did what I had to do, but why was everyone being chased by Banshee? Eric inadvertently had his gaze stolen by a blood-stained book. He frowned when he realized it was a book worn by the ravages of war. The two soldiers and Momo said, admiring him for saving their lives. Amazing, only an official mage can use magic to deal with Banshee. Are you from the magic tower? He clenched his fist as if suppressing anger, and veins popped out. Eric's face darkened, filled with resentment. Look at these people. Eric darkened his face, widened his eyes, and gritted his teeth, muttering inwardly, how dare they do such a thing? He looked at the chaos strewn on the floor, trying to suppress his anger, and at the same time thought inwardly, how dare they really do such a thing? The muddy book still lay there, and Eric thought angrily to himself, how dare they touch our family's treasure? At the same time, Mephisto chuckled from behind and said, among all enemies are these damned grave robbers? He still frowned and replied, but even that might be acceptable. He heard that, frowned, and asked, unable to understand, what do you mean? Eric, with resolute eyes, asserted that these damned guys would surely self-destruct. Before his eyes was Momo, crying and pleading, I'm sorry, but could you help us one more time? Then she bowed her head with a pitiful expression and suggested, our comrades are still trapped in the dungeon. We will reward you generously. Please help us. The two behind her also bowed their heads and simultaneously said, we beg you. Eric saw them pleading with him and nodded, saying, all right, I'll help you. Where are they? The three immediately rejoiced upon hearing this. And Momo asked happily again, really? The person next to her also said excitedly, thank you very much. Then she laughed and cheerfully led the way. This way, we need to hurry before more Banshee appear. But immediately, everyone wore a sinister expression. Eric said nothing from behind, but his eyes already seemed to see through those cunning people. Mephisto also followed, crossing his arms and complaining with a frown. Truly pathetic. How dare they rush in, bringing disaster upon themselves? The group led Eric and Mephisto to a rather secluded spot, and Momo asserted, pointing to a cave, that's the place. Their footsteps slowly moved forward, the scenery ahead covered in faint smoke, and they stood at the cave entrance observing. At the same time, Momo approached Eric with a slightly embarrassed expression. Then she narrowed her eyes and asked insincerely, our benefactor's identity perhaps? He did not hesitate and said his alias, Rick. The one behind him said with displeasure, how that name again, really unoriginal. Then Momo linked arms with Eric and exclaimed, blushing, your identity is as cool as your magical talent. Oh, by the way, Eric replied coldly, as if he didn't care much, it's just an ordinary technique. Then she clung closer to him, narrowed her eyes, smiled slightly and asked, if it's not too sudden, may I ask what magical system you belong to? I truly want to reward you. Eric was already displeased at this point, and he frowned and replied, no need, don't worry about it. Then he shook off her hand and asked in a low voice, let's go, didn't you say your comrades were in danger? Momo was slightly startled but quickly replied, yes. Then Eric walked ahead and she stood blankly behind him. Momo looked at his back, gritted her teeth in anger and muttered inwardly, what? Unbelievable. How can he maintain such a cold expression? I almost fell for him. Then she sighed and continued her thoughts triumphantly. His magic is passable, but in the end he's just a seal user living in hiding. Then Momo smiled cunningly and vowed inwardly, once this fool deals with the Guardians, I'll stab him in the back and take all the treasures for myself. Immediately she turned and signaled her comrades with her eyes. The other one, understanding her intention, chuckled and nodded. Then Momo cunningly thought to herself, I will plant bananas for you, my esteemed naive noble. Eric still walked calmly ahead, and the four of them entered the cave together. There was nothing around them but stones. Then he turned back, frowning, and asked, where are your comrades? Momo still replied brazenly, they were still inside when we left. If they're safe, she continued to act, saying, they're probably hiding in the fourth fork of the corridor. Eric hesitated upon hearing this and said, that deep? Then he walked ahead and solemnly warned, be careful, you never know what might happen. Momo immediately replied happily, yes, I'll be careful, don't worry. Suddenly, a group of death guardians wielding axes appeared before them. She was startled by this sight and fell heavily to the ground, and they did not give up and rushed towards the four. The two standing there said loudly, God of Death. Momo at this time screamed, her face pale with fear, please save us. Eric calmly stretched out his hand, and powerful ice energy immediately shot towards the death guardians before him. The ones behind him continued to huddle due to the cold. Momo looked up slightly, confused, and muttered inwardly, what is he doing? Freezing them. Doesn't he know that the god of death Ben is not affected by such attacks? Seeing the gods of death no longer attacking, she muttered in surprise, they're frozen. How can this be? Elemental magic doesn't work on these kinds of monsters. Then Eric turned back and asked, are you all right? Momo was startled upon hearing this and hastily replied, yes. Then she stood up with the help of the person next to her, sweating and hesitating, thank you. At the same time, Momo frowned slightly and thought inwardly, what is this? He's stronger than I thought. Does he perhaps have divine power? Then she chuckled and somewhat triumphantly asserted inwardly, even so, he won't be able to handle the guardians behind him. Once he deals with them, it'll be my turn, but but when she witnessed the entire scene before her, Momo wore an expression as if she couldn't believe her eyes and muttered inwardly, "No, Eric had dealt with all the gods of death before him by himself," and after freezing everything he calmly said, "Doesn't seem like much time left, let's hurry." Momo was startled, unable to believe her eyes, and muttered inwardly, "He used so much mana. He should be exhausted, but he's still calm as if nothing happened." At the same time he glanced at Mephisto and chuckled in a small voice, "Anyway, thanks to them, we arrived at Otto's tomb without getting lost in the forest, and the stolen artifact has also been returned to its place," he immediately said happily. "Moreover, I've gained demonic energy, so there's nothing more to complain about." Ben appeared out of nowhere next to Eric and said, "Truly an unexpected development. I heard Melvinzers were the arch enemies of humanity, but you know how to use demonic power." He heard that, rubbed his chin and thought inwardly, "Actually, that part is still a mystery." Eric looked down at his hand again and continued his thoughts. "To revive Otto Hans Winter, I made a seal with a demon artifact and gave it form." Then he shifted his gaze to the Death Guardians lying on the floor and muttered inwardly, "All the Guardians here had a fragment of that seal." Eric finally concluded inwardly, "But because of their thirst for power they were consumed by demons and brought disaster to the world." Then he shifted his gaze sideways and solemnly thought inwardly, "I have a hunch, but it's still just a hypothesis. I'll find the truth here." Momo pointed in another direction and said, "The ramp here will lead to the deepest floor." He followed her guidance into that dark path. A massive closed door appeared before their eyes. Eric said nothing and began to use magic. His pupils were slowly turning yellow at this time. At the same time a thought occurred to Eric. "All the mana flow in the dungeon is directed towards that door. This must be the deepest part." Then Eric turned back, puzzled. "Your comrades are trapped behind this door?" Momo still pretended to be scared, darkened her face and replied, "Yes, and there's something very scary inside. Be careful." He didn't hesitate for a moment, pushed the door with his hand and said in a low voice, "I'll open it right away." With Eric's strong power, the door opened quickly. What was inside was slowly revealed, and Eric and Mephisto simultaneously sweated and gaped at the sight before them. Liquids were contained in bottles of various sizes. Next to them, iron armor was neatly arranged. This room was a chaotic mess filled with dust. Suddenly, blue light emanated from the knight's eyes, and at the same time they slowly turned their heads and glanced. Momo saw this sight, broke out in a cold sweat and muttered in fear, "Everyone is reacting." Then she bit her lip in fear and continued her thoughts. "Last time we came here only one reacted, and that one wiped out our entire team." Then she turned back and looked at the remaining two, communicating with her eyes. "No matter how strong that mage is, he won't be able to handle 10 at once, unfortunately. If he dies here, we can't escape either." Then she and the two turned their backs and left, muttering inwardly, "We need to escape quickly." Just then, a loud noise from behind startled the three. Then Momo turned back, widened her eyes and exclaimed, What on earth is happening?" Before their eyes was the sight of knights kneeling before Eric. Eric approached coldly, and the guardians bowed their heads even lower as he approached. One of the people who came with Sophia asked tremblingly, "What should we do?" The man standing next to him also sweated and muttered, "What if I follow and they betray me?" At this time Sophia said, "If you want to go back alone." That mage had just discovered the secret of the dungeon. Having said this, a cunning smile appeared on her lips. "Are you going, or are you giving up now?" He hastily replied, "All right, we'll go too." In the deep darkness, blue light continuously swirled. Eric cautiously walked following that light and secretly glanced at the man following behind. "Is this Otto Hans' guardian?" Eric thought to himself. Servants who protect their master's achievements even after death. He suddenly wondered if he would be able to find such loyal and trustworthy allies when he rebuilt his family. Eric's footsteps suddenly stopped. He was slightly surprised to realize that the door before him was covered in a magical seal. This magic was the same as the one at the entrance of the Snow Mountain King's tomb. Eric reached out and touched the glowing seal. At this time a slight tension flashed in his eyes, and the moment the door opened, Eric couldn't believe his eyes. He was here. The progenitor who laid the foundation of the Melvinzer family for hundreds of years was waiting for him. Their descendant. Eric carefully opened his mouth. "I have come." Then he closed his eyes and softly called the name of the man who stood silently. "Otto Han." He moved closer to the man and said in a low voice, "You look like a grandfather here." But no matter what Eric said, Otto Han showed no reaction. "Wait, how many years has he been in this state?" Tisk. Mephisto chuckled strangely behind him. Then he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Mephisto's eyes at this time glowed red like a wolf's. "Otto Han," he gritted his teeth. "I was curious. But in the end you're just a human." Mephisto continued to mutter despite receiving no answer. "Even you, whom I thought would torment us forever, even you who look so bizarre are human." Having said this, he began to approach him. "I swore countless times, if I were to live again I would take revenge on you and your followers with my own hands." His voice suddenly sank, but in the end those vows were just fleeting thoughts. Eric quietly glanced at him and thought inwardly, Mephisto's reaction is understandable. Mephisto suddenly grabbed Otto Han's clothes and roared, "No, it can't end like this." His mind was in chaos. The demon gods and the 4 great demon kings tried to completely swallow the continent, but they couldn't overcome the Melvinzer wall led by the creator and Otto Han. Mephisto's pupils contracted to the extreme with anger and rage. "If you just close your eyes and die with a satisfied smile, what should I do with the hatred in my heart? What should I do with these painful screams? His heart was now completely overwhelmed by emptiness. The reason I wanted to revive was just to overcome that wall. He spoke heavily but said nothing, simply staring at him, wondering what secret Otto held. And he clenched his fist. What was the East Seal? Eric was confused amidst countless unresolved questions. And what was the true secret of his family? While he was lost in thought, Otto's body began to disappear like smoke. Eric watched him in surprise, and suddenly Otto's body began to vanish. He lowered his head and watched the smoke slowly wrap around his arm. This was Otto's mana. Immediately after, his arm suddenly began to glow. The light burned fiercely and enveloped Eric. When he opened his eyes, he was already in another dimension. Eric was dazed. "Where am I?" Otto suddenly spoke loudly. "There will certainly be many questions," he also said. "There will be many things you cannot yet understand with your current knowledge." Eric frowned. "What exactly is a Melvinzer?" Otto, still with his eyes closed, replied. "I cannot answer your questions, but since you've come this far, I will tell you a few things. Consider it a reward." After speaking, Otto clapped his hands and immediately a figure appeared on a rock formation. Eric's eyes widened in surprise. The person suddenly turned their head and Eric immediately recognized them. The creator. His sudden appearance left him even forgetting to react. "I didn't realize it before, but now I can feel it." Eric trembled slightly. The overwhelming power of the one who created the Melvinzers. Just then, a noisy complaint like a flock of sparrows came from behind him. "So loud, I'm dying." "Can't you be quiet? My head is spinning," one of them replied irritably. "You said it was a monologue. Is there a problem?" Christina acted in a fit of rage. "Say more, keep blabbering." Otto clutched his head and growled. "All right, I'll be quiet." "Is that enough if I'm quiet?" Eric suddenly thought. He treated Otto like this even in his youth. Then he looked at the woman beside Otto. That red hair, it must be her. With that special and impressive feature, Eric guessed she was the only one of the 4 great feudatories said to be the most powerful in terms of mana and destructive power. He thought to himself, Christina Melvinzer. Eric looked at her fiery personality and the heat she had just exuded, guessing she was summer among the 4 seasons. One of the feudatories suddenly said, "They've arrived." Eric immediately looked up. There was something in the sky. Eric saw someone's foot appear amidst the dark black energy. Then he was startled. Mephisto, Eric guessed. Then the other 3 must also be demon kings like Mephisto. Immediately after, he quickly realized again. "And that's what we saw when we fought General Winter." In his mind, the image of the being who brought nightmares to humanity surfaced. Demon God Creator and the 4 seasons Demon God and Demon Kings, and their battle began. The wind whistled overhead. Eric was still dazed. "I really can't believe it." At this moment, Mephisto attacked frantically, but Otto blocked him powerfully. There was a sharp clash of metal. "I thought I was strong." The power of those attacks exploded violently like thunder and lightning, but he couldn't even imagine confronting them. Suddenly, a red beam of light descended, creating a violent crack in the ground. The demon god appeared in the sky, holding a black sphere in his hand with overwhelming power. The sphere roared, emitting lightning from its center. On the other side, the creator was casting magic, gathering a warm golden flash in his hands. Eric still stood there, watching the ground explode before his eyes. What is this? He gradually couldn't keep up with the speed of the battle. Magic from the 2 factions was clearly completely different. A familiar feeling flashed through his head. Then why do they feel so similar? Suddenly, Eric thought of something, but before he could act, a voice echoed from behind him. Yes, that's exactly it. The current Otto rose from his seat. "We are atoning by absorbing, swallowing, and drinking all the magical power in the world, eliminating and annihilating all non-humans from this land." He hesitated. An ominous premonition bloomed in his heart. "Then are Melvinzers non-human?" He lowered his eyes and summoned a sphere into his hand. "No, they are not." Otto's voice was calm but resonant. "We Melvinzers and non-humans, collectively called demons, are 2 sides of the same coin born from the same source." Eric wondered again. Then what about the creator and the demon god? He began to reminisce. They started from the same root but eventually clashed due to different goals. This story was absurd but true. It was hard to believe that the creator had reached the divine realm like the demon god. Otto's gaze drifted far away. Melvinzers and non-humans, born from the same source, destroyed each other. Wars never ceased from the time humans couldn't even name suffering. Sadness and loss were inevitable. Countless people had to bleed. Screams were endless, and there were also those who fled. At this time, under the night sky, Otto was still talking to his descendant. "But in the end we won." The next turning point approached them. "But we won the battle, yet lost the war." On the other side, the creator and the demon god confronted each other, and the beams of light emanating from the sun seemed to represent the 2 factions with different goals. The demon god's voice echoed eerily. "In the end you are human. You chose that path, didn't you?" The other person said nothing, remaining silent, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He continued, "Every sentence carved a cruel truth, but that arrogance ultimately led you to death. Even if I disappear, I will leave something behind somewhere." "But you never will," the creator suddenly scoffed. It was a bright yet serene smile. Eric's voice carried a hint of loss. "Does that mean the creator was defeated by the demon god?" Otto did not deny it. "Yes, ultimately the source of thunder that he had to bear killed him. In contrast, the demon god can be resurrected anywhere." His 2 hands were pressed together as if recalling the next development before closing his eyes. "The creator left many prophecies." Otto recalled that scene. He leaned against a large tree, uttering his last words before taking his final breath. If non-humans rise again, the demon god will also return. At the creator's death, all the feudatories screamed silently, suffering in pain. Suddenly, young Otto cried out with tears in his eyes, "The family will surely rebuild our family." He overcame the pain and continued to move forward. As the family head, I fulfilled the creator's will, led our family to prosperity, and at the same time prepared for winter. Otto had led the family through countless difficulties and dangers. In the end, they did not stop. We waited and waited. At that time, Otto made many sacrifices, giving up love, youth, and everything. He is still waiting to this day. The descendant prophesied by the creator, the one who will save the world. Suddenly, a long-lost smile appeared on Otto's wrinkled face. And finally, that moment arrived. To fulfill that will, in the dazzling dawn sunlight, he placed his hand on Eric's shoulder. "Since I've met you," his hand tightened slightly. Yes, he gaped at Otto's next words, "You are the prophesied child." A sense of relief washed over him, and the tension eased in his heart. "You are the descendant chosen by the creator 1,000 years ago." But the next moment, Eric gritted his teeth. "Damn it." Otto withdrew his hand and coughed awkwardly as if trying to hide his discomfort. "As expected, you're not very pleased, are you?" His voice was clear and slightly sharp. "Should I be pleased? I want to forge my own destiny, not be forced to follow a predetermined one," he explained as if to reassure the other person. "Don't misunderstand. Prophecy is just prophecy. The world is always divided into countless paths and constantly changing." The next sentence surprised Eric. "Surely you've felt that fact before, haven't you?" In his mind, a familiar face, Tiger King Yoon, appeared. Otto again explained gently, "Whether it's prophecy or not, the final decision always rests with you. Even if you hadn't found this arrangement yourself, we wouldn't have forced you." Eric nodded. That's true." In his hand was a magical bracelet engraved with strange characters. "I asked you when we first met, but now I ask again." Otto's expression was serious, and he looked directly into the other person's eyes. "Will you stop the wheel or let it keep turning?" Eric's lips curved into a confident smile. "Of course, my answer is the same as before." His gaze was resolute. "It's the fastest way to become stronger." "Why wouldn't I choose it?" Eric honestly got straight to the point. "So give it to me quickly." He was momentarily dazed. "Give you what?" Eric laughed again. "Didn't I say I came here to complete winter?" At his words, Otto was relieved. "Surely you wouldn't break your promise?" What an unbelievable fellow. On the other hand, in an old dusty room, a group of grave robbers was still discussing anxiously. "So what do we do now? Should we stay here?" "Ah yes. If we rush in, the guardians might attack us." Suddenly the door opened and a dazzling light burst forth. Greed was clear in the eyes of the two grave robbers. "That light, the treasure has awakened." But the next moment the one behind mercilessly slit his companion's throat. "That treasure is mine." The light disappeared, and inside was another room. Eric was sitting with his back to them. He had rushed in alone. His expression was very sinister. "I must kill that guy right away. Don't regret dying like a dog here, mage. Everything you have will be used for a better purpose." But before he could do anything, he suddenly cried out. He fell, spitting blood, with a knife from Sophia embedded in the back of his neck. Her eyes were dark and filled with murderous intent. Blind by treasure, he lost his judgment. Sophia looked again at the person with his back to her. He doesn't even notice the terrifying mana emanating from this mage. She pulled out the knife, her expression showing disgust. "If it weren't for this mage, we wouldn't have escaped this dungeon." At this moment, she already had her own plan in mind. Just pick up the dead two's belongings and escape by following him. Lost in thought, she was suddenly startled by a scoffing voice and quickly turned her head. "Not bad, quite skilled." Eric seemed to have already seen through Sophia's thick mask, and with a simple compliment he peeled away her disguise. "Not bad for a grave robber." Sophia slumped to the cold ground, her face filled with horror, sweating as if she were sitting on a pile of burning coals. "How did you know?" Eric leisurely approached, as if peeling away her false mask layer by layer. "You were completely exposed from the start. How could I not know?" Cornered, Sophia had nowhere to run and cursed frantically in her mind. "Damn it, we weren't the ones setting the trap, it was him. He deliberately lured us here." Realizing it was useless, she began to act cute again, sobbing with tears. "I'm sorry, mage, please forgive us." Eric, however, asked back, "And why should I?" He leaned close to her face and emphasized, "You might have tried to kill me." Eric nonchalantly subdued Sophia. "Are you saying I shouldn't kill you?" She still sobbed, her face instantly covered in tears. She pleaded desperately, "I'll do whatever you ask. Please, I beg you, forgive us." Surprisingly, Eric suddenly stood up and waved his hand, saying, "If more corpses pile up here, it'll be troublesome, so disappear before I change my mind." Having received the desired answer, and with a strong desire to escape burning in her chest, Sophia immediately turned and ran, not daring to look back. "Thank you." She quickly ran towards the door, and within seconds not even her shadow was visible. Mephisto, who had watched from beginning to end, chimed in. "She runs like a mad dog. But are you really going to let them go? Doesn't that increase the risk of the dungeon's location being exposed?" Eric again spoke with a confident voice. "They won't escape the dungeon." Mephisto was startled. "What are you trying to say?" Eric laughed loudly and waved his hand contentedly. That might be so, however. He still didn't quite understand. A huge question mark had been on his face for a while. He gave no explanation, saying he has already moved on to another matter. "More importantly, you." Not understanding what he was talking about, Eric said everything directly. "You have already completed winter. What he was talking about was winter, in quotes. It turned out he had already met Otto, referred to some information, and said that he had reached the level of a battle king in the magical, evil aspect of the winter seal. Moreover, this is my true identity. Do not even destroy the demon king. After speaking, he pounded his chest as if congratulating himself. Otto continued, the winter seal is born when two powers awaken. At that moment, Eric was captivated by the blurry scene before his eyes, surprised by the landscape covered in white snow. Otto explained, if magic is the expression of the world's laws and truths, then power is the distortion of those laws and truths through pure will. That's why people call power the strength of a god. These powers are called the north wind and the blizzard. The blue orb in his hand emitted powerful magical energy, and a flash of light instantly illuminated the entire dark space. The north wind is a cold, dry wind blowing from the north, merely making everything desolate. Because it is also the source of whirlwinds that sweep everything away, it is a disaster that causes drought and crop failure, and a terror that brings death and famine. The blizzard is a ceaseless falling snow that takes away all blooming life and brings a quiet death. Quiet death gives rest to living beings, but at the same time instills a fear of the unknown. The north wind and the blizzard seem unrelated, but they have a close correlation in the cycle of birth and death of living things. Otto proposed, if you completely master the cold ice and piercing wind, you will be able to complete a perfect winter. Eric, upon hearing this, felt determination burn within him. If I master these powers, I will gain terrifying strength like Otto once had. All his reactions were seen by Otto. He was very satisfied with him. Yes, that's the look I wanted to see. He now changed the subject. The time has come. In a special case, Otto swore, I will personally train you. However, to Eric, Otto was like a villain delighted to see greedy prey. Eric's memory returned to the present, and his attitude was extremely disappointed. Just thinking about it is awful. What kind of ancestor torments his descendants? Mephisto was floating in the air, showing no reaction to him. He merely observed him silently, guessing inwardly, that fellow, he's almost reached the realm of a battle king. Moreover, he already has other plans, and my spiritual power has increased accordingly. When Eric left his meeting with Otto, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, that guy is gone. Otto, with profound hope, walked step by step towards the light. He also poured all his remaining mana into it. Will that arrogant fellow notice? He passed through the light and stepped into a world already filled with snow, feeling relieved in his heart. Finally, I can rest as I wished. Otto, who had crossed the boundary between two worlds, seemed to have returned to his most passionate self. Only one question remained in his heart. Would she willingly wait for me again? He approached the woman he had always loved and yearned for. Otto walked up to the woman and gently said, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Hearing his voice, the woman turned her head and found herself facing Otto. He proposed, if you'll allow it, could I have another chance? Otto was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face, and his heart seemed to stop for a moment as he waited for the woman to nod. The woman hesitated for a moment, but a few seconds later she answered Otto with a bright smile like spring sunshine. He finally reached the long-awaited moment, stammering with emotion, thank you so much. Suddenly, a little girl ran through the snow and embraced him. Otto was overjoyed to see the lovely child again. Smiling so widely his face crinkled, Peony was nestled in Otto's arms, receiving the long-awaited warm embrace. Otto comforted the child, saying, silly girl, did you think Daddy would leave you alone? Otto held the child close and smiled broadly. Let's go to the afterlife together and live life to the fullest. Otto finally walked step by step toward the mysterious gate with the woman and Peony. The three family members would live their next journey together. Accompanied by his loved ones, Otto resolutely left this world without looking back. The next generation would have to suffer. Eric was still in the dungeon at this time and seemed to sense something. I think I heard something, or maybe not. He suddenly smiled, and at some point he felt a sense of peace in his heart. Eric seemed to sense the departure of the one he respected. Even though he wasn't physically there, Eric respectfully bowed to him with essential reverence. Although you tormented me greatly, I thank you for everything until now. Rest in peace. Mephisto also noticed Otto's disappearance. He turned his head and looked for him. He touched the familiar chair, fiddling with it. Otto von Melvinzer, my old nemesis, he muttered to himself as he followed Eric's retreating figure. Someday we will meet again and finish this unending battle. Sophia was desperately fleeing through the tunnel on this side. Damn it, I lost all the treasure and now I have to run. After running for a long time, she also found the exit of the tunnel, but the surroundings were all lush trees, making her very cautious. Sophia decided to hide nearby and sneak in to grab something after he left. However, her next thought quickly erased everything. If I get caught, I'll really die. No, it's best to just run. In the end, she decided to escape. Just as her foot was about to cross the boundary between the stone floor and the outside dirt, before her foot even left, she remembered what Eric had said earlier. If you take even one step outside, you will die. Just then, an unfamiliar voice was heard not far away. As expected, she's a quick-witted woman. Sophia immediately looked up and quickly recognized it as the Blue Lion family's elimination team. They moved in a group and were very disciplined. Thanon, the leader of the group, spoke first. Is Eric in there? Sophia immediately realized. She stammered, but then she became flustered. Wait, Eric? You mean Eric Melvinzer? Those mages are the heroes of Reno. Sensing that something was wrong, Sophia immediately began to explain, "I have nothing to do with him." Unfortunately, it was too late to explain now. Her neck was already severed. Her head fell to the ground from her still beating body. "She died under Thanon's sword," he replied without a shred of emotion. "I was just asking." And then he walked straight into the dungeon entrance, leaving her blood-stained corpse sprawled on the ground. Thanon spat out a venomous remark. "Anyway, I'm not leaving anyone alive." Such was the power of Thanon's sword. Thanon in his mansion sat on a high chair and commanded, "This time you must bring me Eric Melvinzer's head." The person below immediately bowed respectfully. "Don't worry, my lord." Han, the first squad leader of the Blue Wolf Knights, swore to him. "The servant has sent Thanon the best elite troops of the Blue Wolf Knights, so victory is assured." He did not hesitate to reveal his initial plan to him. "I heard you have a special relationship with Eric Melvinzer. We must shake your will." Han seemed to have already paved his way to power. In a week he would duel his brother Herman for the family head position. Han immediately bowed politely, not daring to even look up. Yes, Eric Melvinzer will enter unexplored territory and die in an unfortunate accident. And of course, Thanon was very pleased with Han and the entire team's vow of life, and he laughed triumphantly. On this side, Herman also received information from his daughter. He was greatly surprised. What? The Blue Wolf Knights left the imperial capital with so many troops? He quickly guessed who was behind it. Uncle Favoy sent Thanon. Judging by the direction, Eric is probably the target. Herman suddenly remembered someone at this moment. Is the brother I knew no longer in this world? If only I had another chance to share a drink with him. However, his daughter Isabel could not accept her father's current state. Father keeps acting weak at home, so I need to make father strong. Isabel actively proposed a solution. For now, let the uncles lead the Blue Horse and Blue Sheep battalions to chase after them. But Herman had another meaning. Thanon is a dangerous individual called Favoy's sword. For him to step forward at this time is proof that they have prepared all their plans. He emphasized, "We absolutely must not let S meet Eric." However, Thanon had already arrived at the entrance where Eric was still in the dungeon, but it would not be easy for him to enter. Just as he was about to step inside, countless banshees wielding scythes of death rushed at him, aiming for his life. All those who came with him drew their swords and prepared for battle, and he loudly ordered them to stand aside in the face of the unexpected attack from the Banshee team. Thanon instead ordered them to retreat, and he foolishly wasted his strength, leaping up and drawing his sword, declaring war on the Banshee swarm. However, the Banshees were unable to defeat him. They were merely sacrifices to buy Eric time and drain a lot of his power. Very quickly, all the Banshees fell under the sword in his hand. He complained arrogantly. "Chopping a few shadows is no fun at all." He fixed his gaze straight at Eric as if thirsting for blood even more crazily. "I wish some real men would show up." Just as he mentioned Mana, Mana appeared. The surrounding air suddenly turned cold, and he was also surprised by the change. After a moment, a biting cold wind blew from the dark tunnel, and he was suspicious of where this cold wind was coming from. But at that very moment, Thanon guessed that the person he was looking for had appeared. "Indeed, you've come." At this time, Eric and Mephisto also walked out of the dark ancient tunnel. He did not hesitate to call out Eric Melvinzer's name. Mephisto now fully understood Eric's intention. "So he released her earlier because of these guys." Eric immediately said, "Since someone has been following me from the forest entrance, I thought there was no need for me to step forward personally." Mephisto listened and enjoyed it. "As expected of our family's bloodline," he asked again, "What are you going to do now?" Eric turned his head and gave Thanon a challenging smile. "I've learned something new, so shouldn't I try it out right away?" With a flick of his hand, the dark tunnel was immediately covered in layers of freezing ice filled with cold air. It rapidly spread to Thanon and his group. Thanon, seeing that the situation was not good, immediately commanded, "Everyone prepare to use ice magic." He quickly cut the paper magic in half, and he was very confident in his team. "We clearly know that the Blue Wolf Knights' 2nd and 3rd units were defeated by ice magic. In the intense siege of the blizzard, the entire team huddled together in a massive lump. Thanon still had strong faith. "Your magic will never work against our 7th grade elemental fire magic." The first attack was always Thanon's. He cut Eric's ice chains with a single sword, and after dealing with all the ice chains with a few slashes, he raised his head to the sky and challenged, "Is this all you can do, Melvinzer? These childish tricks are useless. Obscuring my vision is pointless." But the very next moment he froze in place. A fierce gale swept away both Thanon and his team's ice and fire magic. He was also extremely bewildered. "What?" And Eric in the white snow with the blizzard raging walked step by step toward him without even a cloak. He was dazed. This aura, only after they had frozen and gone deep into the tunnel did they finally realize. The blizzard and fierce wind raged fiercely at those many people, quickly froze them like invisible chains and stole their lives. The wind continued to rage without stopping, and every corner of the tunnel froze. Thanon was no exception. In fact, as a leader it was even worse for him. His body was frozen, barely able to move his mouth. He was dazed. "My lungs are freezing instantly. Is this human power?" He felt fear at this moment, and his face was filled with terror and dread, making it difficult to even breathe. He continued to deny it. Impossible. He couldn't believe the harsh reality before his eyes. Most of those who came with him were already frozen, with only a few like him. He was dazed. Elite troops protected by 7th grade elemental magic, defeated by a single attack. He was extremely bewildered at this moment. Thanon doubted him. He's only recently become a mage, how can he be like this? Could it be that he's grown even stronger? In contrast, Eric seemed completely unaffected. Seeing the situation was not good, he cowardly turned his head and commanded the entire team to preserve his life. Everyone retreat. However, only the last two were not yet frozen. Eric observed his foolish retreat with contemptuous mockery. From ancient times, the wind blowing from the north always brought death and was called the Cursed Wind. At this time Ben reappeared and interfered, and his explanation also matched. It carries the grievances of countless specters and steals the souls of the living. They want to escape but they cannot. The remaining 3 members of the team were all surrounded by Ben, and there seemed to be no other path than death. It was the second power of winter. All by rose with Eric, filled with extreme hatred. As he waved his arm, the north wind blew as if commanded, and all the banshees behind him rushed to slash Thanon's men like crazy. Blood splattered, instantly staining the entire frozen tunnel red. None of his team members survived. Thanon, despite feeling threatened, did not give up on his mission. Even if I have to escape alone, I must report to my lord. As soon as he finished speaking, he counterattacked the banshees, charging at him like crazy. However, the banshees kept increasing, and he alone could not control the situation at all. He could do nothing but swear. Damn it! Rage surged to his head and he swung his sword wildly. Fortunately, hitting a few ice chains, he frantically turned his head and warned Eric. Next time surely, he threatened. Next time surely, but Eric was one step faster than him. Under Eric's command and Thanon's carelessness, Ben severed his neck. As his large head fell to the ground, his face was still dazed and surprised, and his eyes did not close. Even his last consciousness in his weak mind only caught a glimpse of Ben's shadow looking at him with enjoyment and hatred. In the end, Thanon's elite team could not defeat the countless banshees. When the short battle ended, they were still hovering over the corpses. When everything was over, Eric collapsed to the ground. Eric gasped for breath as if returning from the afterlife, breathing violently. This power, I would not dare to use it normally. A single use completely depletes my mana. Mephisto approached him and deduced blizzard and north wind. It seems you have been fully recognized as the successor of winter. He pondered for a moment and then muttered again, winter, winter, then next is spring. Eric listened, dazed. He was silent. Spring, he explained. Winter is just the beginning. You must collect all 4 seasons. He remembered that Otto had also mentioned this matter before. The 4 seasons are fragments of the ancestors' great power divided into 4 parts. If you can gather all this power, he asserted, the ancestors' magic will open. Eric was extremely surprised to see that power. Otto continued, even winter alone is immense. But if you obtain the power of the other 3 seasons, he asserted, you will gain unimaginable power. He even emphasized, and if you surpass the ancestor. He had not imagined that scene. Otto emphasized, you will be able to break the bonds left by the ancestor in the corridor. Eric stretched tiredly. Now that I have midwinter, it's time to find Sacred Spring. Suddenly he paused slightly. Where exactly is the location of Sacred Spring? Eric's mind recalled the previous conversation. Surely he must have mentioned its location when he told me to complete the 4 seasons. Why can't I remember it now? He had said Sacred Spring at that time. Eric blankly stared at Mephisto before him. Could someone have manipulated my memory? Thinking this far, he turned his head and glanced at Mephisto, who looked at him with hateful eyes, making Eric rethink. No way. Nephi isn't strong enough to cast a seal on me. Besides, he's the one who most wants me to grow. Eric swallowed again and thought in another direction. Then who did such a thing? If that person can seal me without my knowing, he could easily kill me without giving me a chance to resist. On the other hand, Bandi led his army and urged, quickly, we must capture the Blue Wolf Knights by any means necessary. They rushed straight to the nearby dungeon. Suddenly he paused at the entrance. Damn it, because a few people were already dead before them. Under approached, puzzled. Brother, what should we do now? Bandi frowned, trying to analyze. First, let's move forward. His sword flashed as it was drawn. If anyone dares to touch even a single hair on my nephew-in-law's head. A blue aura blazed in the darkness, and my sword. At this moment, Bandi was slightly surprised. The army that was going ahead had turned into ice statues. He approached one of the motionless corpses. Bandi knelt on one knee and somewhat mourned. Jan, even you couldn't defeat him easily. An unexpected sound came from behind Bandi. Onder and the knights were surrounded by ghosts. He shouted, everyone prepare for battle. Bandi's eyes glinted, and he raised his momentum. If you dare challenge me, come at me. Ben, wielding a scythe, smiled eerily. Bandi was no less. Suddenly, someone interrupted. That's enough now. All humans and ghosts stop. After that, all the gods of death flew in one direction. Eric and Mephisto walked out leisurely. If someone really dies like this, Bandi and Onder, seeing this scene, were momentarily dazed before gathering at a cave entrance. Eric raised his arm high and clenched his fist. A blue light blazed from the pattern, and with an explosion, stones immediately fell, blocking the entrance. Bandi, sweating, said, at first glance, this dungeon is very special. Are you sure? He explained calmly and concisely, it's not completely destroyed. It's just hidden so that others cannot find it. Looking at the camouflage he had created, Eric was satisfied. From now on, this place will be the family's sacred ground and base. This is the only thing I can do. In a corner, Eric touched his neck. This was a magical necklace. In fact, this necklace is a universal key that can unlock and seal all the secrets our family has kept. Despite the explanation, Bandi still felt a slight regret. But don't you regret leaving those guardians behind? They were a powerful asset. Eric smiled confidently. Of course I'm taking them with me. Once again the tattoo glowed and exploded. From a corner countless death gods flew out. They clustered together and were sucked into his hand. Onder and Bandy were startled once again. Good heavens. He's even more terrifying than the black snowfield plains, just like my nephew-in-law. A moment later, Eric lightly clenched his hand and smiled confidently. Mephisto, standing beside him, frowned and scoffed. Otto, he truly passed on something terrible to you. See, Eric thought in response, no matter how strong the Guardians are, they're not that strong, he said irritably. You fool, you wouldn't know what level Otto reached when he summoned General Winter and controlled those ghosts. He crossed his arms and his face hardened. Otto possessed extraordinary abilities. He could even control the ghosts you're currently manipulating at will. Suddenly Mephisto shook his head. No, let's stop there. Eric looked away slightly and thought. When Otto was alive, those who served him must have all been exceptional individuals, right? If they were chosen by Otto, that is, by the one who led the Melvinzer family to its glorious era, then they deserve to be called heroes. If I can control them properly, I can revive the Melvinzer family's glory. With this thought, Eric turned his steps. He had now inherited all of Otto's legacy. He was still lost in thought. Since General Winter has also returned to this land after 2,000 years, it's now time to declare to the world that the Melvinzer family has risen again. Early the next morning, a few people in front of the Central Magic Administration Bureau wondered why reporters had suddenly been summoned. What's going on? Are they announcing that Eric Melvinzer has received the title of High Mage? But is it possible to complete the mission in just 3 days? Even Tasha Nearstal didn't finish that quickly. There must be another reason. A woman turned her head, having noticed something. One of them exclaimed in surprise, "It's the Blue Lion's carriage." Soon after, the carriage stopped, and the bureau's doors opened as if in welcome. Eric emerged arrogantly, clad in a blue uniform, and interview questions poured in amidst continuous camera flashes. Recently, the public has shown great interest in Eric Melvinzer's achievements. Did you truly complete the mission? If so, you've broken the record set by Eden Melvinzer and Tasha Nearstal. What is your secret? People are saying 4 new stars instead of 3 new stars. Do you have anything to say? He said nothing. The man in front approached and spoke. I've been waiting for this moment. The white-haired man presented an emblem. The Central Magic Administration Bureau certifies that Eric Melvinzer has officially become a high mage. Public opinion exploded once more. A reporter interjected, the Melvinzer family, after 30 years from a prestigious magic family. A certified mage has been born. What are your feelings? Eric Melvinzer, please share your thoughts. It was then that Eric finally spoke. I will speak, but before my statement I'd like to say one thing first. He clenched his fist and his face hardened. During this mission, I was attacked by an unidentified group. At his next words, the crowd fell silent, almost as if dead. Bandy and Onder stepped out of the carriage. Thanks to the help of the Will family, I was able to survive. After careful consideration, I have decided to punish those who brought this disgrace. The reporters waited with bated breath. Therefore, I officially declare a territory war. Camera flashes furiously erupted again. A territory war? Doesn't that war only end when one side is completely destroyed? But the Melvinzer family now only has a few members left. How can they declare a territory war? A man frowned and spoke loudly. Who dares to assassinate the head of a great mage family? Eric said softly. The target is Foul. He is a traitor from the Foul family.